Good Wednesday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5. Glad you could join us. Rockets play tonight against Minnesota in another big one. And it is a big one if the Rockets want to. They still got they've got 11 games left, and they've got a lot of teams that they can beat. But they've lost 12 games. They're a winning team. They've lost 12 games this year against losing teams. That's the most by a winning team this year. Most losses by a team with a winning record this year. 12 losses against the team with a losing record. We talked about 7 of them yesterday against really piss-poor teams. Really poor teams. So, this is not a bad – this is a good team that you're fighting for playoff position. It's a big game. They have been crap defensively of late, the last couple of games. Just garbage defensively. They need to pick it up. They get a day off, and they got to go to Minnesota, and they've got to show that they are worthy of playing in the playoffs against good teams because they haven't shown that in a long time. Not in a while. Against really good basketball teams, they have not shown that they are, they have any chance in the postseason. Any chance at all. So this is kind of a big deal. I know it's the regular season and blah, blah, blah. But, and Phoenix isn't breathing down your neck, but you certainly do need to turn this thing around and start playing some good basketball as opposed to what you've been playing. There was Dave Hardesty was on, and he talked, we've talked a lot about Reed Sheppard in the starting lineup. Mm-hmm. He said by far, between Okogie, Tari Eason, and Reed Sheppard, by far, Reed Sheppard and the numbers that they put up are the worst of those 3 in the starting lineup.
Who is?
Reed Sheppard starting. Dave Hardesty said this.
Reed Sheppard starting what now?
Reed Sheppard in the starting lineup puts up the worst numbers. That really? Group of 5 puts up the worst numbers.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's contrary to what most people think.
No, I know, because they're 10-4 now or 11-4 now with Reed starting. But he says by far, and you saw the blowout in the first quarter the other day, and they started poorly with Reed on the floor before.
Right.
They have started, and maybe that's it too, because there's a couple of games where they just got blown out to start the game, and it was just, and that might skew the numbers a bit. Reed Sheppard has been really good, not defensively so much, but Reed Sheppard in the starting lineup is up. It's win and loss is better, but as far as numbers go, not so much according to Dave Hardesty.
Yeah,
I don't know what you take out of that, but I do know that the argument, there's so many arguments going on right now. Mm-hmm. One of them is, Reed Sheppard versus Tari starting. One of them is Fernando Mendoza versus Ty Simpson. That argument is ongoing nationally.
Is it ongoing?
Well,
I don't really think I think it's one man against the country.
It kind of is.
And I witnessed a murder yesterday, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, I don't think they killed him enough.
It's actually not unfortunately. This is really on my nerves. This is one that hits close to my heart, and I'll save it for a little bit later so we can finish the Rocket stuff because I'm too ADD and I'll just go off on this. But the Reed I'm trying to look up lineups. I mean, Dave knows where to go for all the stats. I'm sure Dave has that right. I'm just looking it up myself because you can get the lineup. It used to be Dennis Lindsay years ago told me about a website that used to keep the lineup stats, but now it's at NBA.com. You can find this at NBA.com, the stats. But I'm trying to find the Reed Sheppard stats. So Durant, Şengün, Jabari, Amen Thompson, Reed Sheppard. It's right here. And I'm trying to look at, I guess, Dave, I don't know if he's looking at the efficiency numbers. I'm kind of curious.
Plus minus.
It's just plus minus. Yeah. The plus minus is minus 10.7. Minus 10.7. Though now, this is, take this for what it's worth. The lineup of Kevin Durant, Clint Capella, Dorian Finney-Smith, Amen Thompson, and Reed Sheppard, plus 21. Or that's the net rate. Yeah, the net rating is plus 21.
Well,
Just
I mean,
that's
it
a
depends
random.
on when they're playing, who they're playing.
Right. So
I mean, there's a lot of variables involved.
the highest minutes are with Okogie in the lineup. That is a plus 8.9. Now remember, he was getting a lot of starts early in the year, so before Finna-Miss even came. So, and I think it's good that we honor the name Finna-Miss, by the way.
Finna-Miss, yeah.
Josh Okogie in the lineup, they're at plus 8.9, and those were the good old days. Frankly, I was like, man, Josh Okogie, this guy's better than I was expecting. This Rocket team is really.
Yeah.
I remember just like, oh my gosh,
Well,
can you
yeah,
imagine
you're
what
right.
happens when Dorian Finney-Smith gets here? Oh my God.
Let's not forget Okogie was playing a lot with that lineup when Steven Adams was
Now,
healthy.
when Ahmed Thompson starts with the same lineup, Tari Eason, they're a plus 6.1. And defensively, they allow 108. Well, yeah, 100. It's not when they start; it's when they're in the game together. When Tari Eason is in the game, it's a plus 6.1. As I mentioned, Reed Shepard with that other lineup is a minus 10.7. Reed Shepard with Durant, Şengün, Tari Eason, and Ahmed Thompson's minus 11.6. Reed Shepard with Durant, Şengün, Jabari Smith, and Eason. Isn't that the same thing I just said? Is minus 15.1.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah. Reed Shepard with Şengün, Jabari Smith, Tari Eason, Ahmed Thompson. Oh, and no Kevin Durant is minus 0.07. Basically,
Wow,
every time
better.
Reed Shepard's in, it's
That's
a minus.
better, actually, without Kevin.
Yeah. Now, Kevin Durant, Finna-Miss, Jabari, Tari, and Amen, minus 10.8. So you can find, and then technically, now there's only been 38 minutes these guys have played together, but Durant, Steven Adams, Jabari Smith, and Amen Thompson, and Reed Shepard. So we got two bigs. Well, we got the bruiser, and now Şengün's Şengün is off the floor. So you got Steven Adams, the bruiser, KD, the sniper, Jabari Smith, the pivot, Amen Thompson, the Terror Twin, who's just flying solo, and then you got the three-point shooter, Reed Shepard, plus 25.9.
Well, but Steven Adams ain't walking through that door anytime soon.
Well, that's
What did you think of the rumor yesterday that not the rumor, Chris Mannix came out and said the Rockets are going to make a push for Giannis this offseason?
So when I saw that, all I could think of was it felt like a panic move. Feels panicky because it's going to cost so much that your team is going to be gutted, and you're just old.
Well,
That's
maybe
it.
this. So
You just have to be okay with the fact that you were an up-and-coming team, and now you're about – if they do it, which I still think that's going to be really hard. Because although you do have the pieces to do it, if you're willing to move Amen, if you're willing to move Alperin, Alpe's gone. You would have to move Alpe, and they're probably going to – I'd stay strong on Amen Thompson if I were their side. I'd say we want those two guys. And maybe we'll take a first-round pick too. And frankly, I wouldn't do it.
Boy, Amen is having a stretch, though. Holy crap!
I know.
Good.
Well, I
He
mean,
is
we
so
were.
good.
Yeah, I mean, this of course, and he's young.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just it would be a bad idea. It'd be to me. You had to decide
but this
between.
isn't a championship group.
Well,
this
it's
isn't.
not. It's not now, but I mean,
Well,
it's not. You're not done. You're also basically your
Is
window
Alpe
slammed
a
shut.
championship center?
I don't know, but you're slamming your window shut. Yes, Alpe could be a championship center for sure.
He is.
For sure. I've seen – I mean, I could ask you if Ben Wallace was a championship center. Yeah, he was. I mean, that it really depends on what the construct
if
looks
Alpe
like.
is one of your best two
There's
players.
the question. The question is Alperin one of the best two players? Depends on who the other player is. Is Alperin – now, if you tighten it up and say, or Alperin and Amen Thompson, I would say I need to see what Amen Thompson continues developing into. But I do think that – way back in the day, we saw a Pistons team, and we've seen some of this, where it used to be, a big two, you got to have a big two. Then it was a big three. And then you saw, this is way back in like 2001, whatever, 2002, where you had the Pistons that were, kind of a whole group of guys, really good players. I think you can still win championships with a group of good players, and I think the Rockets were headed in that direction. But I wouldn't panic after
Name those teams. I mean,
listen, I wouldn't panic after just this year. Kevin Durant is not going to play forever, and Kevin brings stuff to the table. I think Kevin subtracts a little bit of chemistry.
you get Giannis, though. You've got Giannis.
You should have thought of this in the offseason.
Who's going to be
Kevin.
pretty damn good. But listen, you tried. Here's the deal. You tried this. It's not good enough. You tried it with Jalen, and you should have never traded Jalen and Dylan Brooks. You'd still be where you were last year.
So
you
what
would not be good
okay,
enough.
so you tell me what this looks like. So they say, all right, if you want Giannis, we want Amen and we want Alpi. And then we'll just take a future first from you also. And then you get Giannis in a second rounder. So your team now is Reed Shepard. Tari leaves as a free agent, more than likely, unless you just want to overpay him. And, man, I just don't know about that right now. What does your team look like? You've just taken off every member of your starting lineup. I guess you have Jabari left. So you got Jabari. You got guys who play in the same basic positions. Like, what are you left with? You're not left with hardly anything. Fred VanVleet, Steven Adams, you got like 5 guys over 30. What are you left with? You should have made this. The decision was, when we talked about it before, I still believe this. You either went Kevin Durant or you went with Giannis. Those were the two choices. The less expensive choice was Kevin Durant. The more expensive choice was going to be Giannis. I was for the Giannis. Really, it was more injury stuff. It wasn't chemistry or it wasn't any other thing. And Kevin Durant seems like a good enough guy. Seems like he loves ball. There's a lot I like about Kevin Durant. I just know that this team isn't the same team I saw last year. No. And I don't know that this is all on Kevin Durant at all. I don't think he just the other day, I don't know if you saw it, John, he was on the podium once again talking about somebody asked him about leadership, and he's like, I like to just do what I'm supposed to do. I don't think I have to go out there. He was doing the whole thing where he begs out of leadership, the idea of leadership and the construct of leadership. And it's just, I don't know, it just bothers me a little bit because I do think that he probably does try to say positive things to young guys. I mean, you don't have to run away from it, Kevin. You can say, yeah, I'm in there. You guys may not see me rah-rah, but I talk to the guys all the time. Like, don't run away. I don't know why he runs away from that type of accountability. I don't know why that is, and he's done it forever. He's wanted to distance himself from the idea of being a leader for a long time, and I don't know. This team really needs something like that right now. I think they really need it. They do miss Fred in that regard, but I just think if you tried to make a push for Giannis and the Knicks are involved at all, or any team is involved at all, and you start getting into a bidding war, I think a desperate team is going to give away more young players. And you look at the roster, so you would have Finney Smith under contract. I think Josh Okogie's still under contract. Steven Adams under contract. Fred, Giannis, Kevin Durant, like all of these guys are over 30. You're immediately one of the oldest. And Clint Capella, I don't think he's under contract. But if he is, my God, you might be the oldest team in the league now. It's just crazy. You've shut the door on a young team because you got upset about this year. I don't know. I'm just not in favor. I'm not happy with it. Right now I'm with you. I'm like, I don't know. I don't know if I see Alpern as being a championship caliber. What I don't think is the answer is just trading all your young guys away and exploding the whole thing for a 2-year window. I just don't see that being smart.
Yeah, and that's what it would be.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
it really is. If you look at the roster, that's really what it is.
But
because where are you going to be drafting, John? You're going to be drafting in the 20s. It's hard to get better when you're drafting in the 20s.
Yeah, but you know what? You're in limbo. You are in. I mean, you're not a championship team if you stay where you are. You're just not. This is not a championship team. It's just not. And I don't believe that they're just going to stand pat. They're gonna have to do something.
So
it is so frustrating that he didn't even try for me. Kobe White, he didn't try for Alvarado. He didn't do a damn thing.
I know, and
that to me is as frustrating as anything this year.
You think about this, and that could be one of those things. Let's say Rafael, or let's say it's Tillman or Patrick, and they kind of. I'm going to call it panicking. I'm going to classify that. You don't have to. But let's say they panic and want to overpay and get really, and they're okay with slamming the door on a young team and getting old and blah, blah, blah. That's my characterization of this. Did it all happen because you didn't take it? Is there a chance that some of this happened because you wouldn't take a chance on just getting a second-level point guard at the trade deadline just to tighten it up?
Or even before this? This was weeks before the
Fred,
season started.
That's true. With Fred, yeah, you're right. You're right. But you had 2 shots, though. You had.
I mean, it would have been more expensive
you were able to
than,
hit snow
than at the trade deadline.
Yeah, but you could hit snooze on it done at trade deadline too. You had 2 opportunities and you didn't do it. You know,
the whole year.
Yeah,
you had the whole first half of the season.
Yeah, it's disappointing because it didn't have to cost you an arm and a leg.
No,
I mean it really didn't. I don't. You know, we're not in those negotiations, but we see the trades. We've seen other trades.
They got Alvarado for a cup of coffee. I mean, honestly, it's just and to just say, you know, maybe it's not our year. That blows. That just blows. I never heard a GM say that. I'd never heard a GM say that. I mean, and to just, I mean, listen, between Kevin Durant and the Burners and Steven Adams, Fred VanVleet, the GM not doing a damn thing, when he could have added pieces that might have helped. I mean, everybody, it just seems like, maybe it does. It seems like, well, this ain't the year. Look at all the crap that's going on with this team. And it's so disappointing with how much we expected when they acquired Kevin Durant. This is not even close to what we thought it was going to be.
No, not really.
No.
I mean, it's had its moments, but they just haven't been able to get, you know, Finney Smith has been a zero. They played better with that. But they played better when it was just Josh Kogi on the court.
Yeah.
Tari Eason. The ups and downs of Tari Eason, and he's just not really had a plus impact on this team like we thought. Kevin Durant hasn't had the fourth quarter stuff. We thought that Alpern was going to take that big step up and be a better 3-point shooter, or more like have it be a legitimate impact. And he has done some, like, you know, he has his moments for sure. Alpern's still a good player, but I don't know. This team is not, and this includes the head coach, unfortunately. This team hasn't taken that step.
Oh, no. It definitely includes the head coach. Tari Eason is really killing himself, if you want to know the truth, financially. Mm-hmm. Cam Thomas this year refused, I think it was 5 years, $30 million. Mm-hmm. Ended up 1 year, $6 million, and he's been cut by 2 teams now. That's
crazy, where Cam Thomas was a couple years back, 2 or 3 years ago. That's crazy where he is now.
Unbelievable. All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776. If you guys got any thoughts on this, you're more than welcome to get in. We got Astros baseball to talk about. How about Pena Homeran in his return?
Yep.
That's totally sweet. We got all kinds of stuff
tomorrow, baby.
Yeah.
Tomorrow is a big day. We're going to
golf, Astros, Cougs. We've got
what's golf tomorrow? Oh, the open here in Houston.
Hello.
Well, I'm used to us. We used to be out there sometimes, but we're at tomorrow. Dell and I are going to be, actually the whole radio station is going to be out at St. Arnold. So if you want to come by, it's going to be a lot of fun. Stop on by. Dell and I are drinking early tomorrow, so you can stop on in, have shots with us in the morning, get pumped up and ready for the opening day matchup. But St. Arnold is a blast, and they got that big outdoor patio that is so much fun. So come on out there. If you can't join us, join one of the other shows. Come stay for Dell, scream at Dell when he's got his own show. Stay for any of the shows. Rahil's doing. Wait, is Rahil doing a show tomorrow or no? Oh, we have an Ison in the middle or no? Rich Ison still? Dell, do you know?
I don't. It's an Astros podcast show. We have an Astros podcast. They're going to show up and do a couple hours.
So it is going to be local, though.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. You know what's not fun? Replacing your roof. Replacing your roof sucks. And listen, if you're not ready to replace your roof, but you want to get those ugly black streaks off your roof, Brinkman Quality. They have proprietary cleaning solution that can rehabilitate your roof to make it look new again until you're ready to replace it. You have to work on your roof, people. If you haven't touched your roof in 5, 10, 15 years, you have to do something. Otherwise, if anything, God forbid anything happens, or you look up at your roof and it's shiny, you need to get something done. Do not let one of those guys that knocks on your door climb up on your roof. It is a death knell. It is a death knell to your roof and your insurance. They're going to crush you. Have somebody that's been around forever, Brinkman Quality Roofing. They have been around for 50-plus years, all right? They can come to your home absolutely free. They got an online tool to provide you a quote in less than 60 seconds, all right? There are some other things. There's some variables, but they can give you a pretty good idea of what's going to happen. BrinkmanQuality.com. Brinkman with 2 N's at the end of Brinkman, all right? If you want a metal roof, if you want a solar roof, if you want siding, If you want, they've got it all, okay? 100% financing available, free no obligation estimates, 281-480-7663, 281-480-ROOF, or BrinkmanQuality.com. You don't let someone without the expertise on your roof. It will be destructive. BrinkmanQuality.com.
If Danny collected cars and watches, he'd only have a few hundred of them. But Danny collects firearms.
If the Smithsonian had a gun collection, it'd be like the one I had, a collector's firearms.
Honey, the Smithsonian does have a gun collection.
I'm sure mine's better.
Well, I know of one way that it's better for sure.
What's that?
Yours is for sale.
You're right. That definitely makes it better.
This is the year I hope to find something by Paul Revere. So come and take a look at what Danny has for sale.
The best gun shops in America are in Texas, of course. Collector's Firearms. Right on the border with Timer in Boston, Houston, on Alpha Road in Dallas. 1 block east of the tollway. Collector's Firearms.
Most car buyers don't know this. The longer you loan, the more likely you are to owe more on your car than it's worth. Millions of drivers are stuck in 6- and 7-year loans facing negative equity. Leasing with D&M avoids that trap, letting you drive the car you want without years of depreciation. For 50 years, Texans have trusted D&M to keep payments under control and drive smart. Call 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com today. D&M Leasing, smarter way Texans drive.
Is your money doing everything it can for you? Like automatically pushing more of your money to savings every day?
I don't think so.
Then switch to Huntington Bank. And let's get more from money. Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
Cast your line and relax to twocreekscrossingresort.com. Your fishing getaway awaits.
Evan Cohen here. In life, as in sports, the pros make it look easy. That's why pro golfers like Jason Day, Ben Griffin, and Patton Kazire trust the pros in lawn care. True Green. They have the experience and expertise to give you a lawn worthy of the PGA Tour. And since True Green does the work for you, you get more free time or more tea time. So stop stressing over your lawn and start loving it. Sign up now at TrueGreen.com because nobody makes it easier to get a golf course quality lawn than True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take...
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5. A couple things from the NBA last night. Oh my God, it's almost unwatchable. They had a 10-minute review on a flagrant foul last night in the game. 10 minutes. 10 minutes. The Nuggets-Suns game, 20 free throws in the last 5 minutes. Jokic and Booker were flop for flop.
That's what I voted for.
Holy crap.
This is what I voted for. Free throw shooting at the end of games. And
Holy
a lot
crap.
of it.
That's so bad. That's a bad product.
10-minute reviews.
10-minute review.
I like that.
Unbelievable. And then do you agree with LeBron that Austin Reeves doesn't play like a white boy?
Yeah, I think it depends on the white boy. Like, no, not necessarily. Like, remember, LeBron's old, like everyone else is now. Like, we're old. LeBron remembers what
What white boys
just
played
general Gonzaga white boys. Yeah, he's used to like LeBron played in the era of spot up shooters and Reed Shepherd. Reed Shepherd every once in a while would do some things like, hey, that's not his white boy. He's still pretty white boy. Reed still plays white boy basketball. He just happens to jump higher than most. That's all. Austin Reeves does have a little he does have a little smoky paprika in his game.
He's got some twitch.
Yeah, and he's got the way he gets to the basket. It depends. See, LeBron's saying that because he knows international white boy and American white boy. Like Dell and I have been saying, those are two different things. So,
Dell, okay, can we name, are there any other whiteys that
don't say
play
Tyler
like white
Hero.
boys?
Tyler Hero doesn't.
Tyler Hero doesn't play like a white guy. Does he, Dell?
What do you guys define playing like a white guy? Let's start there.
Well, you're not really. So
Not
you're
twitchy.
jumping off two legs to go straight up and shoot in a vertical manner.
Yeah, or
Not doing a lot of.
you look like Bob Cousy?
Well, I don't know if the rapid dribble is necessarily part of it now, per se. But I'd say jumping off of two legs straight up has some of that. Making good reverse passes at the top of the key, a good chest pass. Being able to throw backdoor passes to back cutters.
Does Reed play like a white guy?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, but
Does Con Knipple play like a white guy?
Yes, he does.
Okay.
Yes, he does, and they're born and bred. Reed's dad played for Kentucky, and was most outstanding player in a tournament. So Reed is from Kentucky. His dad played at Kentucky. Kentucky white guys are less flavorful.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Reed plays like that. Now Reed jumps a little different. He jumps a little different for being a little guy. But, Tyler Hero, we know. Not so much. But, yeah, most of these guys are more like Billy Hoyle. But Austin Reeves, not. And Austin Reeves wears a headband. Okay, let me ask you this one.
Yeah.
Does Oklahoma City, I'm blanking on headband white.
Caruso?
Yeah. Does Caruso play like a white?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's white.
Yeah, I guess so.
No, he's very
Is
white.
diving on the ground after stuff, that's kind of white guy basketball too, though. It's not just ours, but
Dell,
our team does do that a lot.
Can you
What?
Can you refute that, Dell?
Why would you refute that?
Diving on the floor?
White guys are known for being floor
Black guys
divers.
dive on the floor too.
Yeah.
So our team, a higher percentage of our guys are going to be
White guys
floor
are
divers.
applauded for it and almost expected. If you
White
don't
guys
do it,
have to
then
dive on the
it's
floor
not.
more because they're not as close to the basketball.
Thank you.
It is
You go
part
get
of
the ball.
How you
it is
earn
part
a
of the
spot.
culture. Yeah, did you not see Hoosiers? That team used to be just a bunch of guys who chuck shots up, and then Ime came in, and their Ime was obviously I just can't remember names anymore. Gene Hackman. Their Ime was Gene Hackman, who came in and made him get on the floor a little bit after the ball. Or it was really more Kelvin Sampson than Ime because Kelvin's having success. Ime's not the hot name right now. So Gene Hackman came in and changed up. Did I tell you my coach, Coach House, got so hyped on Hoosiers that we came back from summer break and he had black Chucks for us to wear. We had to wear black Chucks. And then I swear to God, like we weren't grown, but I mean, high school kids wearing Chuck Taylors. And granted,
those are the worst shoes available.
Canvas uppers. Like, no, it was the worst. Finally, we had to get out of those things. He just got too hyped. He watched the movie, got way too hyped. Our practices were just, oh my God. I know what it's like to go through a Kelvin Sampson practice because our coach thought he was in Hoosiers. Literally. Now, he was a hard-ass coach. He's pretty physical, too, when he'd okay, throw the ball into me in the low post. Here, you guard me. I'm going to show you what you're supposed to do. Like, oh, boy, here comes an elbow. This is not going to be good. But, yeah. And then he made us stand. He made us go into that. One day he made us go into the bathroom, and we had, hey, y'all need to all go into the bathroom real quick. And we did.
I don't this.
And then, no, he said, get some toilet paper out. Now wipe your hands off because you are playing like ship.
I see.
Yeah, and he made us wash our hands. We were playing basketball. He made us wash our hands.
Sounds like a Bobby Knight move.
Exactly. And that's
Right.
when Bobo was still coaching. So it
Right.
was a Bobby Knight move. He had Hoosiers and Bobby Knight on his brain.
Right.
And it's
right.
like every practice was, what are we doing in these black chucks? These
And
suck.
no basketball. That's all we're doing is running.
We had a practice with no basketball.
Yeah.
Yeah, because,
Because Gene
because
Hackman
no
did it.
basketball. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Exactly. Like I was waiting for somebody to be cast as a drunk dad to walk on the court at some point. Like, are we doing a whole cosplay of Hoosiers here? That's before I even knew what cosplay was.
Well, I still don't know what it means. Name all
Costume
the analysts. This is from ZN. It's a good point. Name all the analysts or fans, for that matter, who are always right. I mean, besides yourself. This is true. This is true. None of you people are always right. That's how you get into the Texas Radio Hall of Fame, being right all the time.
Do you know, so Daniel Jeremiah, so you'll like this. I had to tape, I started doing my mock draft live every Monday. We tape it. I think it shows up, every Tuesday. Tuesday night, it shows up somewhere, NFL Network, NFL Plus, I'm not sure where. And Bucky had his last week. So you know the wood paneling in that room where we shoot the videos here at the station? In the back, there's wood paneling. And I don't have any kind of background, so I just set up where I was standing against it, and Daniel Jeremiah goes, hey, I'm just curious. On the air, Daniel goes, hey, I'm curious. I just want to make sure Lance is okay because clearly he's filming from a sauna somewhere. And he was breaking my balls. So yesterday, I went and bought 2 bookshelves from Container Store, put stuff on. I took my Texas Radio Hall of Fame plaque and put it in the background. And so as we're going like, Mike Yam, who hosted, goes, after Daniel Jeremiah had comments last week, you got a little background. I said, oh, yeah, and then, this right over my shoulder, the Texas Radio Hall of Fame? Oh, that? I don't even know how that got there. I'm sorry. I don't even know how that even got there. That's,
all right.
That's my fault.
Eddie Nunez is going to be joining us in a little bit.
David Nuno?
Eddie
From
Nunez,
Texags? Oh.
The athletic director for the University of Houston.
David Nuno is definitely not an AD.
The big game coming up and what's going on at the University of Houston. How about the Cougs coming back and beating Texas in baseball last night? And you got football, we got basketball. It is big. Things are going pretty well.
I thought your voice was better again.
It's getting better. It's getting there. But right now, HRP, not getting there. They're there. HRP has listen, I go and we hear all of the different testimonials, and it's not even close to the number of clients that they have. They just got ties to us, and they come in and they make commercials for HRP. But we go, and they have a big crawfish boil every spring. That's coming up, and it's awesome. It's the best crawfish, and they have somebody playing guitar over there, and it's really, really fun. And all of these clients are there, and they're all really tied, really attached to HRP because HRP partners with them to make their businesses better. HRP wins if you win. HRP is in business because you're in business. HRP is in business because they help your business be better. Do it more economically. Do it professionally. Do payroll, HR, taxes, and then help you with your 401ks and your insurance, all your benefits packages. They are great because you're great. And listen, it is kind of a big deal that you do this stuff right, and it's kind of a big deal that you do it as cheaply as possible, and that's what HRP does. Find out for yourself. It doesn't cost you anything to see what they can do for you. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
Hey, John, I know you're watching the Night of the Seven Kingdoms or whatever. Have you gotten the part?
I got it.
Have you gotten the part where Egg kills Dunk?
Nobody kills Dunk.
I was just trying to fake spoil. That's my new thing, is I'm going to fake spoil things.
I'm already
for
done
people.
with the season.
It's not real long.
No.
It's not
good,
real
though.
long.
It's really good.
It is good. I'm watching Bronson because it's getting ready to leave Netflix. I'd heard a lot about it. Tom Hardy. Have you ever seen that psycho show?
No.
First of all, I don't know that now, Tom Hardy is an incredible actor, but he plays roles like, Daniel Day-Lewis he's played a variety of different types of roles, right? It's the gangs in New York, and then Daniel Plainview, but then he's been the boxer, and he's the Thread or whatever it's called, where he was the tailor. Like, he has done. Daniel Day-Lewis plays a wide variety of roles, and he's probably the greatest actor that we've had. Tom Hardy is great in a different way, but all of his, so many of his roles are just so
over the top.
Yeah. He was in that fight. Like, he was a UFC fighter, and was called Warrior. He was that. And physically, he's physically imposing. He's been in, it wasn't a movie, but the show Taboo. But Bronson is probably the most psychotic role he's had. I know Bane. I think Bronson got him the Bane role. But also Mad Max, Fury Road or whatever. Like, Tom Hardy just plays some of the most. Oh, Revenant, his role in Revenant. Remember that? I mean, a lot of times you have to put closed caption on for Tom Hardy. That's just a fact.
Yeah.
But yeah, you should check out.
He's a mumbler.
I don't know if it's got some Clockwork Orange vibes to it a little bit. It just to watch like the first 30 minutes is probably worth. You don't have to get through the whole thing, but just to see what a psychopath he is in this role for Bronson. And then for that matter, a movie you would like, John, that you have to see. I've never. It's called Choppa. I don't know if it's Chopper or Choppa. I think it's Chopper maybe. And it's about a guy, a real story about an Australian guy named Mark Chopper Reed, who was just a psycho. And it follows him in the prison system. And then when he gets out of prison, it's Eric Bana. I've
seen it.
You may have seen it. Oh, look what you did there. You made me stab you.
Yeah.
Where he said the guy made him stab him, and he feels bad, like, I didn't want to do it. You made me stab you. What'd you go and do that for? Yeah, so you probably have seen it. You'd know if you've seen it.
Yeah, I've seen it. Eric Bana was actually pretty good in it.
Yeah, he was really good. He's kind of disappeared.
Yep. 713-780-3776. Baseball tonight. Yankees and Giants to start the season on Netflix. I don't know why. It's just what it is.
Because Netflix gave somebody a bunch of money?
Bunch of money.
That's why.
That's all they got. That's what they gave them. They gave the NFL $75 million for Christmas Day games.
That actually seems low. Are you sure it's only $75 million?
Yeah, I think it was $75 million for the two games.
Man, that seems actually low.
Yeah, I don't know. For two games, you know how hard it is to sell that. That was when the Texans were one of them, and they lost 30-2.
Yeah, it says $75 million per game. It's $150 million.
Oh, it was 150.
Yeah, my league would never take just $75 million for two games.
$75 million
per game.
Per game.
It seems like some of these deals I'm seeing. $150 million. You look at the Amazon deal for NFL. I kind of understand it a little bit more because they also sell additional products. So you think if people get on Prime, they're more likely to buy other products. With Netflix, you're streaming. Paramount, where they gave that much money to the UFC, that's the one that's like the craziest to me. How are you getting that money back? I mean, the Paramount programming's okay, but I don't know how they're ever going to make their UFC money back. I don't understand it. I don't get it unless you're trying to be rolled into something where you just, you aggregate a bunch of companies or as much as you can, and then you hope somebody else buys you, and then you exit with, a strategy where you raise your valuation unless they're doing something like that. I just don't know how you can give the UFC that much money and think you're going to get it back when now the pay-per-view model is gone. You can just watch free UFC. Like, it's really cool for people like me or especially Sebastian, who I can't even. By the way, Cocaine Quarterback came in studio. I totally forgot to line him up. He came in studio with Joe George and Jeremy Branham, the guy who ended up working for the cartel. You watched the documentary.
I watched it.
This guy who played at USC and smuggled in a bunch of steroids and stuff like that at first. I met him. He brought in these. So you know what he's doing now? He's making the rounds because he's selling these pops. He's selling ice cream, protein ice cream that he started making. He started making it in prison. And he also said he told me he had a pizza company. Well, company. He sold pizzas. He sold ceviche. He goes, all the Mexican, the Mexican nationals who are in the prison system in California. He goes, dude, my ceviche business was my biggest business. I said, how did you get lime in there to for the fish and the lime? He goes, I said, guys smuggling. I had guys working for me, so they'd have to, bring it from the kitchen. We had different ways that we'd sneak it in from the kitchen, and so I'm like, you had and what now? You had protein popsicles you made in prison? He goes, yeah, I just was making a protein shake. I put it in ice, it froze, and I was like, wow, this is actually really great. So he gave me one. I took it to Sebastian, who got up to 225 grams of protein yesterday, and that thing was delicious. I'm not even doing a commercial for it. I thought this is going to suck. It was like really good. It was really good, so I had to end up calling the guy so Sebastian could tell him how good it was. But it's not cheap. But
well,
dude, it was really
end of the.
But I didn't see the doc yet.
The end of the doc was really sad. I mean, he was bust. He was broke. He was going around and he was just doing speeches to kids to keep them, from doing what he had done.
Oh, he's still doing a lot of that.
Pretty sad at the end, but apparently he's bounced back. So,
no, I mean, he still goes and speaks at. Well, he told me yesterday he was here. He said, "Yeah, I'm just trying to see if I can build my empire from the ground floor up, but legally this time." Yeah. It sounded like it was a pretty wild documentary. It's called Cocaine Cowboy. It was
a lot of stupid stuff he did.
Was it?
Yeah, a lot of stupid stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, so anyway.
He ended up having to work for the Sinaloa cartel, right?
Yeah. And
I don't ever want to work for them. I'd rather just stay here at Gal Communications.
An apartment full of cash that he just couldn't get rid of. There was no way to get rid of it, and he started going to the bank. It was just so dumb. It was so bad. He was bound. There was no way he was getting away with it.
You know what? I always used to think when I hear about people, you have so much money and you have to try to wash it, you have to try to clean it and I just think, why?
It's the hardest thing to do.
I always thought, why? Just buy a car or whatever. But if the IRS ever comes and looks at there's always a paper trail of some sort, and they say, wait a minute, you just paid $75,000 cash for this pickup truck. Where did that come from?
Yeah.
And they'll look at your stuff, and if they don't find it, they know. And now with everything going digital, forget about it.
It's harder than ever. All right, that's how you get caught. That's how Scarface got caught. Okay.
How much time did he end up doing in prison? By the way, I didn't get to ask him. Do you know?
I don't remember how much time, but he spent a bunch.
California prison system's not supposed to be a lot of fun.
No. All right. Time to talk a little Billy Brown and Aqueduct Plumbing Company. You know what's not fun? Having to have a repipe, having clogged drains, having a water heater that breaks, having a water heater that's full of resin, and it's just not your water pressure isn't as good. Anything that you have, a clogged toilet that you just can't get unclogged. There are all kinds of different reasons that you need to call Aqueduct Plumbing Company. But here's the deal is they're there. And when you need them, you got to have them. All right, can you imagine having a clogged toilet for days? Gross. Aqueduct Plumbing Company will be there for you. You have to have this number in your phone, 281-488-6238. How many times have you used it? 281-488-6238.
So many times. And usually it's for small stuff, but we did have an issue with the sink being backed up, and we couldn't quite get it fixed, and they had to really go deep in there and figure out what was going on. And it just turns out that our pipes had bellied, and meaning they had kind of flattened out. They weren't slanted to take all the water out to the sewage line, and so we had to have them just come up and dig up the yard and relay all the pipe. It had to be done. There's no other way around it. But they got it done very professional manner, very transparent, showed us everything they were doing. And I don't trust anyone else other than Billy Brown and Aqueduct Plumbing Company. I don't. They do great work. We wouldn't speak for them if they didn't. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com. That's AqueductPlumbingCompany.com.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
So this is pretty interesting. BetMGM says this. The number of tickets most bet is Purdue -6.5. Houston is second -3.5.
-6.5 Purdue. Wow, is the
against
most
Texas.
tickets. Well, the thought is probably okay. Texas has made it this far. It's good enough, guys.
Yeah, that's
enough.
Then Nebraska. Nebraska's playing Iowa. They're -1.5. Then Arkansas +8.5 against Arizona, and Iowa State is the next one playing Tennessee.
Arkansas has been a heckler.
Yeah,
I mean they beat the brakes off Alabama. Arkansas has been
not Oh, you mean in the championship game?
Yeah, in the championship game. But I'm thinking of that's right. Alabama beat the brakes off Texas Tech.
Yeah.
But then Arkansas beat them previously in SEC. They beat them and then Vandy, right? So Arkansas has been on a little bit of a roll. That's pretty interesting that you take Arkansas plus the points against Arizona, but I can see it. I can see it the way Arkansas is playing.
The most money bet on a team, Houston.
Houston
has the most money bet. Purdue second, Nebraska, Iowa State.
They look
Duke.
awfully good.
Most bet money lines, Houston -160.
Yeah.
I mean, in other words, you have to lay $160 to win $100. Then Nebraska, Purdue, Iowa State, and Michigan. Most bet totals. I don't understand this one. Texas at Purdue over 148.5. Okay. They think they're going to go up and down the floor. I get it. Illinois at Houston over 139.5.
So that's
you think
a low.
That's going to be.
Yeah, I could see that because Houston doesn't defend the way they did on the whole.
Well,
for
they
the
have
season.
in this tournament so
Well,
far.
who have they played? Illinois.
And
I mean, they
a
played
really good offensive Texas A&M team.
Yeah, they did, but it's also
they did it against Kansas. They didn't do it against Arizona though.
No, and I think Illinois is a good. They've got a lot of good. And Houston has the ability to score too. So if the pace gets up a little bit, Houston can still score with some pace if they need to.
How about the way? And something we didn't even talk about.
Matter of fact, isn't that something that you need to take a look at if you're seeing Houston? Maybe money coming in on a Houston over, probably that's something you got to take a look at based on, their reputation of being an under team.
Right. Well, right. But here's the deal is, man, we didn't talk about this. The offensive rebound advantage that they had against Texas A&M, it was ridiculous. The second chance points. I'm not sure that they get – and they shot like crap. The Cougs shot like crap, and they were winning the game by 17 because they had so many offensive rebounds, and they don't turn the ball over. I don't know that they're going to get those offensive – Illinois is big. I'm not sure they're getting those offensive – if they don't shoot well, they're going to have a problem because Illinois will – I don't think they're going to be like Texas A&M giving up all those offensive rebounds. I just don't. So it's kind of a big deal that they shoot well in this game. That's interesting. I'm not sure I love over 140 points in that game. That would mean 71-70. I don't know that I love that. I don't know if I love that.
Only remember now, the end of games get really dicey if it's close and you start having, or it's not even close if the game is 5. That's the worst if you're an under player.
Oh.
Foul, free throws, run down, make a quick 2, foul, free throws, run down, shoot a 3, rebound, shoot a 3, foul. It's like, how did y'all score 12 points in 21 seconds? I've been beaten by that before, and it's one of the worst feelings on the planet.
I'm watching right now, 2 minutes to play, 2:06. The Cougs were down 64-55 against Duke.
Mm-hmm.
2:06, and they had a technical foul with a minute 15 left. Unbelievable.
Well, now that was in that Duke team, but boy, Houston they were out there getting in your tail last year defensively.
Oh, my God.
And Duke defends, too, by the way. That's one of the things that we talked about is I remember talking about that in that game. Like, you had two teams that really extended their defense and could really defend out top. And so that score is indicative. I wonder what the over-under was.
Down 9 with 2 minutes left, and they came back and beat Duke with the full court press and just incredible shooting, free throws, everything. They just were perfect. JoJo hit the ball out of the inbound pass, remember that? And got a technical, and it looked like, oh, it's over now. And no, the Cougs were able to. It was what a great. I'm just reliving it. As a matter of fact, I'm watching it right now.
I forgot in 25. I forgot Jamal Shed got beaten. The Cougs got beat in 24 by Duke. You remember what the score was in that one, Johnny?
No.
March 29th, 2024, 54-51.
Yeah.
Duke. Houston was a 1 seed. Duke was a 4 seed in that one.
Yeah.
54-51. And as you said, 70-67 was in this one. Look how many points were scored late in that one. 75 points were scored in the second half. And as an example, late in the game, how many points are scored? You said 2 minutes were left, and that was the score?
Yeah. 2 minutes, and they were down 9.
Just insane.
Yeah, and they won the game. They played like their hair was on fire. It was awesome. Reliving that. We are going to have Eddie Nunez, the athletic director, at the bottom of the hour right here on ESPN 97.5. We got maybe the biggest day we've had in sports in Houston.
Yeah, I want to talk about the Astros when we come back.
Yep.
Let's get into the lineup. Let's get into the rotation. Let's do the Zadig
Gem of the day too.
We'll do that next segment. Sure.
Yeah. But first, let's talk. Woo!
Let's talk about Greenlight Offer. You can go to greenlightoffer.com. Greenlightoffer.com. What is it? My man Sean has a company that what they do, and so there are other businesses that have this model where they go in, and it's very predatory, where they go and they try to make phone calls. They cold call you. They text you. I'm sure some of you have gotten. I get the call all the time. Somebody thinks I own some property on Paul Quinn. I don't even know. I'm like, I don't own this property. Stop. You got the wrong number. But Greenlight Offer is totally different. What Greenlight Offer does is they say, look, we are a business specifically designed for people who have houses that are maybe in a little bit of disrepair or maybe even it's not that far. You have a home that needs work to be able to get it turnkey and ready to sell. And you say, I want to sell my home. I want to get cash for it. I don't want to have to put the money it takes to redo the kitchen, the bathroom, the floor, all this stuff so that, so we can sell our home. If that's you might want to consider Greenlight Offer. You can go get your number, what you can expect to get back from them at greenlightoffer.com. That's greenlightoffer.com. It's real simple. They work to get you paid cash, a fair offer right up front with you having no hassle, no showing your property, nothing like that. The closing in most cases happens on average between 7 and 10 days, so it happens pretty quickly. So if you've inherited property, if you are getting a divorce, if you are relocating, these are 3 areas where a lot of people can use the work of Greenlight Offer to really help make that a problem a non-problem. That's really what Greenlight Offer does. And Sean is great. Sean's awesome. His whole team is awesome. Greenlightoffer.com. Just go there right now. Go check out your property. See what it might be worth through Greenlight Offer. It's greenlightoffer.com.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5. Hour number 2, if you want to get in, 713-780-3776. Astros with Hunter Brown on the mound tomorrow. All right. Jeremy Pena leads off. He hit a homer last night, so we know he can play now. We know he's ready for the season. Who you got in the 2-hole?
Jose.
I got Jordan.
Oh, yeah, they could do that. Actually, yeah, you're probably right. That's probably the move. Jordan in the 2-hole could be the move.
Jordan in the 2-hole. Correa in the 3?
No, not if Jose. Why would Altuve not be in the 3-hole?
Maybe Altuve in the 3.
Why are we? Has Altuve ever hit where are you going to put him? 5?
5.
What? Altuve's probably never hit in a 5-hole.
I think he has been dropped before. Remember when he really struggled?
Let's put him in
I
the
don't wanna
8-hole. The
say
way you're
never.
treating him like a dog who's getting ready to be put down. So disrespectful putting him in a 5-hole.
You gonna put him 3? Okay, you can put
Yeah,
him
I'll
3.
put him either 2 or 3.
No. You insulted him a little bit. You got a little out of order yourself.
Now,
I would. What about cleanup?
No, I don't want a weak cleanup hitter.
A week?
We.
Well, now who's it? Now who's
No. You insulted him a little bit. You got a little out of order yourself.
I said a wee, not a weak. A wee cleanup hitter.
Well, I don't care how big he is.
Would it
Can
be
he
the
hit
smallest
ball?
cleanup hitter in history of baseball? Yes.
Huh. The
He would be.
smallest ever?
Yeah. There's
Where did
no way
Eddie-
anyone's been
Where did Eddie Goodell hit? In the
not
lineup?
in the 4-hole, and he pinch hit once. Jose Altuve's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah,
There's
but he-
never been. First of all, there's been very few. Hall of Famers his size. Very few players his size. I guess there's probably been more players his size than I'm thinking of, but I doubt it. Little Craig Counsell. Look how tiny I am. But Jose Altuve would be the smallest cleanup hitter in the history of baseball, I bet.
Probably. Well, that's
What is he, 5'6"?
Craig Counsell, 6 feet tall.
Oh, he
He's
is
thin.
He
but
just
he's,
seems like a little waif.
He's just thin. It's your
He's
it's
listed.
your
He's
Chalamet
probably
thing.
closer to 5'9".
It's your Chalamet thing all over again, where he's
Yeah,
actually
maybe
taller
so.
than you think, but he's just thin.
Craig Counsell's listed at 6 feet tall.
Yes.
What are you fact checking everything as on the run so you can tell us?
Well, you said he's wee. I wanted to make sure he was
Feels wee.
He's actually.
Who's the one that chokes up real high on the bat, John? Who used to be a little heckler against the Astros?
You mean David Eckstein? Is that who you're talking about?
Eckstein.
Well, he
How
wasn't a
wee is
cleanup hitter.
No,
he wasn't.
exactly. And he's a little wee guy.
Yeah,
though.
but Altuve has way more pop than David Eckstein.
He's 5'7", Eckstein.
Well, yeah, but
what a wee
he
man.
He didn't hit home runs.
Yeah, Altuve
Yeah, no
hits
kidding.
homers.
Exactly.
But Altuve does.
It's hard just thinking of anyone that's 5'7".
I don't care what size he is. Can he hit cleanup?
That's what I'm saying. He'd be the smallest cleanup hitter in the history of baseball.
That's great. Mets
But he's
make,
not.
you
He's
know
not
what?
going to be. He's not going to be. He'll be either 2 or 3. He'll be 2 or 3. Well, if you're a real one, why don't you put Jordan on 1?
Yeah. I mean, you could do that.
And
too. No,
because
Pena, he already said Pena's his lead up.
I know.
Because
But why
I'm in
not
this-
Jordan 1 and Pena 3 and Altuve 2?
Well, because I'm in this mode, Altuve has hit plenty in the cleanup spot.
First of all, I don't want Jordan. I want Jordan 3. And you know why? Because I want those other 2.
How many
Wait,
times
wait,
has he hit in the cleanup hole?
Hold on. That's not true.
I'm just looking at it back when
There's fact check deal.
back when the Astros weren't good in 13 and 14.
Oh, that doesn't
And in
count.
17 as well, he had some time in the cleanup spot.
Some time.
Yeah.
Didn't pinch hit.
No. So he has been in that role before. Not that he will do that
Why
this
does
year.
Dell think this is an ESPN TV show where he's the guy that comes
we're
in and
doing our
cleans
we're
up
doing our Astros preview, and you just keep saying stuff that isn't true.
You can just say stuff now.
No,
you don't have
we
to
don't
have
want
facts.
to do that.
No,
you can
that's-
say stuff now. It
That's
doesn't
the
matter.
problem. We used to be able to do that when everybody had newspapers. Now you can't do that
You
anymore.
can just say stuff now. Now more than ever, you can just say things, and then
But
I don't
you
care about your
shouldn't.
feelings.
You shouldn't be striving.
My
just
feelings
to
don't
say
care
stuff.
about your facts.
You shouldn't be striving to just say stuff. Aren't you supposed to be providing people with information?
You can trust me.
No, you just proven that they
No.
can't.
No, you can't.
I said he's the smallest cleanup hitter ever.
No, you said
that is
he's
true.
too small to ever have done it, and he's done it.
In spring, we don't know if those numbers are spring number, if they include spring numbers or not. That's the problem.
There's a headline from the Chronicle back in 2014. Astros move Jose Altuve to the cleanup spot for the first time this season. This was September 9th. So it was
That's when they were doing gimmicky stuff to get people out to the ballpark, like Celebriducks.
No,
That's
this
probably-
happened last year.
Actually, Jim Crane.
This
was
happened
the owner
last
there.
year.
Wait,
He hit cleanup last year.
Altuve hit cleanup last year?
Altuve
all
has
the
been struggling at the
injuries-
plate, moved down to the cleanup spot for the first time this season for Houston series opener against the Blue Jays.
Thank you.
This happened last year.
Nobody, never in history of baseball said, "Hey, he's struggling, so we're going to put him in a cleanup hole."
They had some issues.
How about that?
Late in the
I
year
know,
last
yeah,
year.
with all the injuries, yeah, I guess that is. But no, as in terms of the lineup itself, I think you still need to have Yordan and an RBI. If you take a look at what 7, 8, 9 looks like this year, John, and it doesn't look real great. Are you sure you love? And it's going to happen. I get it. You have one of your best hitters, a guy with power, you hit early in the lineup. I get it. But that guy's not going to be in an RBI producing role.
Well,
the one
7
hitter,
now with Yordan in left, 7 is going to be Yiner. So, then it's
okay.
Jake
Then
and
where's
Cam Smith and then Jake?
And who's
Loperfido
and who's
and
your
Jake.
cleanup hitter?
Or
I mean,
Cam and
who's your
Loperfido.
DH? You going with Paredes?
Paredes.
Okay.
Yeah, he's got to be in the
Yeah,
lineup.
so Paredes is in the top 5.
Yeah.
I would think, right? Yeah.
Well, he's one of your best
He
hitters.
Yiner 7?
Yeah. Yiner's your 7 hole.
Loperfido, Cole, Jake. Yeah, I guess frankly, it should probably be Christian Walker, but it never would be. Where's Christian Walker hitting? 6?
6, probably.
Yeah. All right, give me your lineup then.
Okay. I've got Pena, Yordan, Altuve, Correa, Paredes, Walker, Yiner, Cam Smith, Jake Myers.
I could see that. Yeah, that could be the lineup. I would personally have Yordan hitting 3rd, so I could put him in more of an RBI mode because I think
for whatever reason they think
I know.
two-hole is.
Well, it's the analytics where you get as many ABs for those guys, but I think for the Astros, they're not going to be a scoring team. I think they're going to struggle offensively, and so to me, maximizing your opportunities to knock runners in is more important for me than trying to get solo home runs. So I think I would put Yordan behind 2 quality hitters in Jeremy Pena and Altuve. That's just me. I know they probably won't do that. Well, they could. They have done it. Now the lineups look a lot different. Yordan spent plenty of time in 3 and 4. That's not that unusual.
Yeah. Yep. 713-780-3776. Y'all got different thoughts. As long as Yordan is in left, Yordan in left has your best lineup.
It's your best lineup, unfortunately. I
Yeah.
mean, I'd love to see him at DH most of the year. But if you do that, you're now putting in one of those slappy outfielders, and you're taking Paredes out.
But you can also put Paredes at second and DH Altuve.
Yeah, but
You can
not if Yordan's
Paredes at
DHing.
third and DH Correa.
It's the same hitters, though.
That's all right.
Well, what difference does that make?
But you give those guys a break from fielding.
I don't want Correa getting a break from fielding.
Well,
that man almost drowned last year.
Paredes
Get
was
as
pretty
many
damn
reps
good
as
at
possible.
third. Paredes was pretty damn
He
good.
is, but so is Carlos.
Yeah.
So is Carlos.
But Paredes has got to be in the field.
But
You
my
can't
question
just
is,
DH.
but what are you doing, though, whenever Yordan is DHing?
Yeah, that's going to be a problem.
You don't have an answer that involves a good lineup. I mean, provided you don't think Cam Smith. Now, I'm still hopeful on Cam Smith. I just think Jake was probably an outlier year, but I'm hoping Jake can be a 260 /740, slash an OPS of 740, maybe 260, 320, 425 slash would be good for me. I'd be more than happy with it. If Jake can be a 760 OPS hitter, actually, that'd be great if Jake could be 760. Cam is the one that I'm really holding out hope for, that he takes that big jump in the second season. It's pretty important that you end up getting something for Kyle Tucker, and so it's kind of a non-negotiable. He needs to start playing well. But we saw that. We've seen Cam Smith. We've seen him pick it up early in the season. He had his moments. He flashed. Like I have some confidence that he'll have a good season this year. I don't know that anyone's down on Cam Smith necessarily, but I'm pointing out the obvious. It's important that you find a new outfielder that can, become a part of a true core moving forward. And I'm hoping this is the year for Cam Smith. I'm hoping he takes that big step up. Yeah.
If he steps up big, wow.
When you got a chance to win, I think Cam Smith playing well is almost a non-negotiable for the Astros being a playoff team.
Yep. It's crucial. Now, unless Joey Loperfido steps up or Zach Cole steps up or, somebody, though, has to step
one of those
up in that outfield. Those two positions, center and right, somebody's got to step up.
Yeah, I don't think it's Jake.
Jake had a nice year last year.
He did. We just seen so much of Jake.
Yeah.
And he came back. And then the Astros just kept trying to move him in the offseason.
Everything.
It's almost like they're, hey, never – arrows never been pointed higher on him. Let's
sell high.
And that's what it felt like, didn't it?
Yep. 713-780-3776. You guys got any thoughts on Astros? You're more than welcome. Right now, you got to have a thought on Underdog.
Yeah, I do. Underdog Fantasy gives you a chance to check in on those tournament games to start, or baseball. Are you a baseball person? We all are. We're in Houston. We all are, obviously. So you've got a chance to jump in on baseball too. Hits, total bases, home runs, strikeouts, total batters faced. These are all different statistics that I look at every single year on Underdog Fantasy when I'm looking at baseball. Baseball's a lot of fun too. Just think about this. You've got so much going on. You've got basketball tonight, pro basketball with Rockets, but you got college basketball tomorrow. Cougs are playing. That's available on Underdog. You got opening day for Astros. That's available on Underdog. Underdog Fantasy has all these different sports. And did you know you can mix and match sports? So you might, what you might end up doing is going with, a Purdue, their point guard, going higher on that. You may go lower on scoring on points and rebounds for an Illinois player because you think the Cougs are going to get after him. Then you go higher on innings, on batters faced for Hunter. You could mix and match your teams, your players, your stats, your leagues. That's how cool Underdog is. And when you make all these pick'ems, the more players you pick, the higher your payout goes. And it can go as high as $5,000. It can go that high. So we're talking about big money you can win. It's completely legal here in the state of Texas, and you get your money quickly when you ask for your money. They're going to give you $50 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 play. All you have to do is download the app Underdog Fantasy and use promo code Lance. Once you use promo code Lance, that's when the bonus is going to unlock for you. But you've got to download the Underdog app today and use promo code Lance.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back. Do you guys know Alan Richson, the Reacher star? Have you seen the footage of him beating the snot out of one of his neighbors?
So I saw the footage that he has on his little...
Yeah.
And you can't really tell anything. You can just see his British neighbor screaming at him.
Right. So
the police said it was self-defense.
So, yeah.
But was it,
this
though?
guy that plays Reacher was driving down the road, on the street, in his neighborhood, and one of his neighbors stepped out and stood in front of his bike and wouldn't let him pass.
Because he said they were driving too
yelling
fast.
At Reacher.
Yeah.
And he said he was just telling him to slow down, and apparently that was not the case. I don't know. The footage that Reacher has versus the footage of him from the house where he's beating the snot out of the guy are two different videos, really. But of all guys that you're going to stand in front of and try to intimidate, that's not the guy.
It's just poor decision making. I've seen the video, and Reacher, like he fits the role certainly more than Tom Cruise did when he played when he was in the movie. Like this
dude is yoked.
Giant.
Oh my God.
Like probably I think he's
6'3".
6'3", probably 250, 260, whatever he is.
And yoked.
And yeah, and the guy said you're driving too fast. There are kids in the neighborhood. At the time, there were no kids, so maybe Reacher's a menace. And this is the guy had enough. He saw him out on his bike and was like, "No more. I'm going to stop this menace in his tracks." And Reacher said, "Hey, you're putting me at risk because you're jumping in front of my bike. I got to make this hard stop." And the guy wouldn't get out of his way as he was trying to drive away, and that led to Reacher putting his hands on him.
Yeah, but I don't
putting his hands on him.
they closed the case, but I don't know why. Like, I'm not exactly sure how is that self-defense. And when he struck him first, the guy was just standing in front of his.
But stopped him, and then the guy came up and got in his face. So
no, that's not. But
he
that's
thought
not,
he was. Yeah,
but that's not self-defense.
Huh?
The guy's pointing. Is that enough to feel like your bodily
he
harm
came up close to him and got
I don't
in
know.
his
He
face.
just kept saying, "I'll effing knock you out, bro." That's Richard, obviously. Obviously, British people don't talk like that. They'd say bruv. But
some Londoners, yes.
Yeah, they'd say bruv. They don't say bro. But I don't know. I don't know if that's a lot. Like, did you feel like Richardson was in imminent danger that this British guy was going to kick his ass? I
don't know. You don't know when a guy comes up on you.
Yeah, but I didn't see him reach for anything. I watched the whole interaction, and at no point did I felt like Richardson is. I get that he was upset or whatever, and he was mad that the guy wouldn't get out of his way, so he punched him. That's not really self-defense, though.
No, but the guy came up to him and was right in his face.
Yeah,
and then there's an imminent danger there. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
You're standing your ground there. Yeah. I don't know about that. I didn't feel like he was in danger from the British guy.
And then it turned into the worst attack in Brentwood since you know when. I mean,
well, this was Brentwood, Tennessee.
Oh,
yeah.
different Brentwood.
Yeah, all together, yes.
Oh, okay. Well, but it was still Brentwood. Stuff happens.
Totally different. Totally different, Craig Counsell. There's Dell fact-checking again.
Well, I didn't
He's like 3 for 3 today.
I didn't even have to fact-check. I just knew that it was in Tennessee.
Brentwood, Tennessee is a nice area, too.
I've heard that.
Yeah, I had a friend
just
of mine
now
grew
from
up
you.
there.
I had never heard it before.
No, my friend Joe Cooper, who they called Kid Hairdo at the pool hall we went to.
Let me look up if they called him Kid Hairdo.
You can. Joe Cooper's called Kid Hairdo.
Because he had good hair. Says about that.
He had good hair. And then, I can't tell the storyline. I can't do that because I already said his name. But we used to be best friends at Tulane, and now we're not friends. Now we're not friends anymore.
He did something, or
he did something, and he blamed it on me so he could get the heat off of himself. There's nothing major, but he just didn't. Years after, we didn't really see each other anymore, and he just, hey, I just gotta let you know, I had to say this. So, like,
so
why'd you?
He explained himself later.
Well, he just said, I could take a bunch of heat, or I could just sacrifice my friendship with somebody I don't really see anymore. Easy.
Okay.
Throw Lance into the fire. I'm like, okay, dude.
Yep.
You weren't even friends anymore.
Well, we were. I mean, I liked him. We hung out a lot. Man, I really like Kid Hairdo, but he had to use me. So it was not a major deal. He just didn't want to take the heat. So. He threw me under the bus. Have you ever done that, Del? Thrown a friend under the bus?
I don't have friends,
That's
if
right,
I throw
that's
you
true.
under the bus, it's not because
John, have you ever thrown somebody? Do you throw one of the animals under the bus when you're in a gang?
I don't remember. No.
Where you blame someone else? Oh, you've definitely blamed your brother for something you did.
Oh, I blame JT right now. He was here, I don't know, 3 months ago.
threw your own
and anytime
son?
there's crumbs on the floor, it was probably him.
Oh, yeah. No, I do that to my kids all the time.
Yeah.
When my wife knows it's clearly me, I'm like,
Yeah.
I think Marty did that. She's not here. She's at school.
JT wasn't here for months, and I'm still blaming him.
So do you notice them and then don't do anything, or are they brought to your attention? Then you blame JT. Like, do you notice the crumbs? Don't clean them up?
She brings it. I
Okay.
notice them. I just don't do anything about it.
Right.
So,
You
wait,
shouldn't have to.
Wait. So you notice them, know that she will notice them, and then bring it up to you, and then you
Well,
just wind up lying on your own kid?
It's what's called laziness.
I
Del.
know what it is.
I
I'm
told,
aware.
By the way, I told somebody in L.A. for the first time that Granado hates L.A.
Ooh.
One of the guys, one of the producers for my show, we were talking about a lot of stuff. He had spent time in Dallas. He had done TV stuff in Dallas and blah, blah, blah. And I said, yeah, my radio co-host, his wife is a bigwig there. So they moved, she runs this. And he goes, yeah, how does he like? I said, yeah, he's from Chicago originally. He's lived at different places, lived in Houston for years and years and years. And then he moved to L.A. Man, how does he like it? I said, he hates it. He's like, what? He was devastated.
Oh, no.
I was like, that's the first person I've ever heard. I said,
what?
I don't think he likes your tax structure. I'm not sure he loves the politics. I said, yeah, he likes the weather, I'm sure. And he plays golf in Tennessee. And he plays golf and poker, but he could do that anywhere.
Yeah.
I said, his drinking buddies aren't there. He goes, I just have never heard of anybody who doesn't like L.A. who moves here. I'm like, I don't know.
Really? Is that why?
I don't know what to tell you, Jeff.
250,000 people have left California over the last year?
He said who moved there.
Moved, not moved
Who
away,
moved
yeah.
there. Usually
but-
you're coming from someplace where the weather's not nice and you get it. It is not like I'll be there for a full week. I'll be there for actually
That's
8 days.
A week. A week's enough, right?
Yeah, it is enough, but it's nice.
Yeah, it's nice.
I mean,
I
it's
lived there
nice.
for my entire
Yeah,
childhood and beyond.
It's not
nice.
It's not ugly visually. Like Houston's not exactly the best visually. You don't have. Although you do have some billboards. You have plenty of billboards there too. Maybe not like we have, but they do have random palm trees in places.
It's not a great time to talk about what's not great about the city of Houston because we're going to be joined up next by the AD for the University of Houston.
Well,
Eddie
John, where
Nunez.
would you rather live right now, L.A. or Houston?
Houston.
See,
no argument.
Are you going to the Sweet 16 game over there?
This guy.
Oh, they don't have one.
This guy. I set it up so he can go to break, and he just won't let us.
Oh,
just
you
had
gotta
to
go.
get a little
You know
fun.
where you could go? Tom's Watch Bar.
You can actually. You can if you're not going to go to the game. If you say I can't get those tickets, go to Tom's Watch Bar. I mean, look, I'm focusing on tomorrow is opening day, but March Madness, you can watch games there also. You can watch your pro basketball. They have parties every Friday and Saturday when there's a pro game there. Same thing I'm sure is going to be the case with baseball. I know they're doing this for opening day. So tomorrow, before you're going to go to your opening day game, or if you want to watch your opening day game there, Tom's Watch Bar, it's becoming one of the hottest spots downtown because Tom's Watch Bar has a great menu. They have themed cocktails. They have a great staff. But you know what's really cool? You get a park free at Green Street when you get validated over at Tom's Watch Bar. So then you can just do that and you walk over to your basketball game, you walk over or whatever you want to do to get to Dyken Park and watch your baseball team. It's really cool. Tom's Watch Bar takes the party. You got the party 2 hours before the game even starts. You're going to have a party there. Then after the game, it's a post-game party. So stop in and start having drinks, have some food, whatever you want to do at Tom's Watch Bar. 65 TVs, so you're never going to miss any pitch, any of the action. And it's a great spot to watch all your sporting events, but let's focus on opening day. If you want to get there for opening day, before you get to the game, pregame and postgame at Tom's Watch Bar.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5. John and Lance along with Dell being joined right now by the athletic director of the Houston Cougars, Eddie Nunez, with us again here on the show to talk about the big week that we're having here in the city of Houston. Eddie, welcome back to the show. How are you doing?
Doing great. Thanks for having me, guys.
Boy, what a great time, huh? You are having a big time over at the University of Houston. The football team with spring looks great. Everything looks like it's coming together there. They had a nice football season. Great basketball has been going on. You've got the baseball. What about baseball coming back and beating Texas?
Yeah, that was a big one last night. The Texas is one of the best teams in the country, and our team it just kept fighting. They were down there. They took some punches, but they were fighting. They were fighters, and they found a way, which is huge.
Are you taking credit for the Trumpet Small Ensemble National Championship as well as the athletic director?
No. Kudos to them, though. Kudos to them. I couldn't play an instrument if my life depended on it. I mean, I could, but it wouldn't sound like music. But kudos to them, though.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know, another natty for the University of Houston, Trumpet Small Ensemble National Champs for the second time in 3 years. Go Cougs.
Yeah. Awesome.
So we got that going on. But this basketball team is one of the great programs, and we know obviously, what's it like now trying to help out Kelvin and what he's doing, and being there for him. He obviously he knows what it takes, right? What is your role as far as when you got a coach like Kelvin Sampson? What is your role to get the program and help the program stay where it is?
First of all, I'm privileged to have a coach like Coach Sampson. He is what he does and what he brings to the program, the structure, everything is what you want out of all your programs. And so I'm fortunate to be around someone like Coach Sampson and learn from him just as much as anyone else. So for me, really, as an administrator, as the athletic director, I want to make sure that we can provide all the resources and everything to let him and allow him and his staff to focus on coaching the team and doing what the team needs. Everything else from helping fundraise to helping move the needle, support. When you talk about championships are won through many ways, but one of the ways is making sure there's alignment from everyone, from the top to the bottom, and that makes, having been a part of that at other schools and seeing championships won and being a part of it, you have to have alignment, and that's one of the things that I want to be able to provide coaches, knowing that he trusts me, that I trust him, that we're going to do things always for the best interest of the University of Houston and the city.
How difficult is it to well, I don't want to make it sound contentious, but you've got, sometimes are you ever going to disagree with Kelvin on something or Willie Fritz on something and have to kind of push back? I mean, that's, it's obviously you don't want it to just go one way. You're going to have some times where you say, it's just not this way, coach, not this time.
It starts with trust. And if you have trust and you honestly know that we're both working for the same thing, at the end of the day, sometimes we're going to agree to disagree. And that's the one thing I love about both Willie and Kelvin is they're honest. They understand the challenges that we're all facing. And so sometimes they're going to ask for things that we can probably do. But before saying no, we have to find if there's any way to obtain what they're trying to get, maybe through a different method. So it's not just coming out and saying no. That's not what we're here about. It's really about trying to find a way to make the team better. And he understands. They both understand that, and I understand it. And so it's not about saying no or not about saying yes every time. It's really finding ways to obtain, because they come up with some great opportunities and great ideas, and we have to be receptive to those. And if it costs money, we have to have a conversation about, okay, this is what it entails. How do we get to that answer before we say no? And so that's the reality. Is it's not just about saying no or saying yes. It's about finding if this really is going to move the needle and help us win championships at the highest level.
Well, and a lot of it is about money, and
Yep.
and Kelvin had talked about it. I think he backtracked a little bit when he said we're one of the poors, but it is. It's about being able to fundraise and keep and keep up with the Joneses. And how difficult is that at the University of Houston for you when you're in the Big 12 or when you're trying to be at the highest level of college basketball and football?
Yeah, I think people have to always remember that we're still playing catch up in a lot of ways. Coming into, we always knew we had the ability to be great here, and they've shown it at times. And now we're showing it on a more consistent level because we're starting to level the playing field when it comes to being in the Big 12, being a Power 4. But the resources are still necessary. So when Coach came out with that comment, he was, again, I think it was taken way out of context, and I think he might have probably didn't say it the way he was hoping to say it. But at the end of the day, what his whole focus and my focus is, we've got to continue to grow this pot and grow it as much as we can, because right now, more than ever, the resources are necessary. We're still playing catch-up. We have the talent. We have the coaches. We have the support. But we need to continue to build off any which way or how. So it is about resources. It is about finding ways to be creative, sitting down with business leaders in the community, trying to show them why, even if they're graduates from another school, if they're home-based here in the city of Houston, they have to understand we're the university for Houston. And that means we want to be a part of their business. If it's creating a workforce pipeline or something, however it may be, we can show the benefit to them. And we've shown it nationally televised, how much television viewers are watching this. So we have everything anyone wants. We just got to continue to be creative and push forward where we can.
Yep. Eddie Nunez with us here on ESPN 97.5. How difficult was it to give up, obviously the Cougs were able to play at Toyota Center, but you guys had to give up the ability to host this year.
It wasn't hard, but it was. I guess it's one of those double-edged swords when you think about it. When we started talking about this, sat down with Coach, had a conversation, he understood. And the whole thing is we had to take care of business to get to this point. But we made a decision. It's a six-figure, just alone that comes to the university for hosting. To give up six figures and the national recognition of hosting, it's a hard one. But I want to commend the Houston Sports Authority, the Rockets organization, and most of all, Rice. When we came to the table and said, okay, we got to do this, everyone was willing, stepped up. And so we're supportive. We're appreciative of everything, but it was a risk. But I think if you ask Coach Sampson and myself, we've always been people that aren't afraid to take risk, because we know if we put the work and the effort that we have a chance to actually make it come to life. So we're very fortunate, very appreciative of being able to play here in Houston. But at the time, I'll tell you, I was a little bit nervous. So.
Yeah,
you got to count on the tournament to put you in the South too.
Yeah, it's a group of individuals as part of this committee, and they're the ones selecting you, not just putting you as a whatever your seat is, but then also telling you, okay, you're going to go to the South region. That's on that's on them. There's no other metric behind it besides them choosing to put you to go to the South, the region.
Yep, absolutely.
Hey, before we let you go, I want to ask you about U of H football, because we talked a lot about Kelvin and basketball, and obviously that's at the front of the – obviously, I mean, we got a game tomorrow. It's exciting. 7 straight years, by the way, for Kelvin Sampson in Sweet 16. Shout out to Kelvin for doing that. He's been added to the list of Mike Krzyzewski and Mark Few and Dean Smith, so incredible list. But I'm really impressed with the job that Willie Fritz is doing. I think Willie Fritz has just quietly come in and took a situation where it wasn't a great recruiting class when he stepped in. There were some players leaving. It looked like it'd take a little longer to get it turned around, and I think Willie's turned it around pretty quickly, and then has a tremendous recruiting class. Can you just speak to the job that Willie Fritz has just done kind of quietly, I think, recalibrating the Houston football program.
That's a great way to put it. I mean, he had to recalibrate that whole the whole program. It's had successes at times. We've shown blips but to be able to come in at the time he did, you got to think about embarking on the NIL world, embarking on rush air, not having anything in place. Most of the kids that were on that team decided to transfer or leave, and so that first year, he did a great job band-aiding the whole thing. Putting some duct tape here and there. Had some great kids, but the talent and the depth wasn't there. So what he did last year was continue to add to that, and what you're going to see next year is just continue to add to it. Are we where we hope to be? No, we still got ways to go. But what Willie has done is surround himself with great coaches, great kids, very similar to what Coach Sampson did, and he's building on it. And I think what you saw at the Texas Bowl this year was a team that's finding ways to win, even though they may not have all the position, the skilled positions or this or that at the guys at the highest level. We got guys that work hard, very, very talented, and now are finding ways to win as a team, which is what we want. We don't want the one-hit wonders. We want a team that could come in here, build this right, and have sustained success for a long time.
Yep. While we're talking, I'm watching the comeback. Cougs were down 7-0 in the fifth inning last night, and they beat Texas. That was awesome. Todd Winning, what a great job. Second win over a ranked team this year.
Yeah, no, they've done a great job. We've just got to keep fighting. Baseball is a long season, so they got 3 more games this weekend, and so it doesn't get any easier with conference play upon us already. And so, but I do want to just remind all our fans, and I want to say thank you to all our fans. I know tickets were a big question. Everybody wanted to be out there at the Toyota Center. Thank you, those that were able to purchase tickets. We're trying to find more every day, every minute. But if you can't, Avenida Houston is going to be. There's going to be a watch party there. A lot of our fans are going out there to enjoy it. It's going to have food, drinks, merchandise, everything else. So please enjoy it. But most importantly, thank you to all our fans for their continued support. And let's make this whole week a Cougar Red week.
Where's Avenida Houston? You said where's that?
Downtown.
That's right across from the convention center.
Oh.
We've done watch parties there. All our social media platforms have all the information on it, so please come on out, enjoy it. If you can't park downtown, go take the metro. There's plenty of ways to get there easy, but come enjoy it. Come enjoy a whole day of activities. I know that the Astros are having their first game and several other things, so it's going to be a fun-filled day tomorrow throughout this whole weekend.
It's going to be great. I imagine you're a pretty popular guy, getting a lot of calls from friends right now.
Or people that have become my friend.
Yeah.
So yes,
want to be your friend.
Yeah, I've come to find out I didn't know I had this many friends. I knew I had people that I knew, but now they've become really good friends.
Oh yeah,
best friends. You're my buddy. That's awesome. Well, Eddie, congratulations on the Cougs' success. This is so much fun for everybody in the city of Houston. We'll be watching. Doesn't get any better than what Kelvin Sampson and Kellen and everybody else on that staff is doing for this program. We appreciate you. Thanks for joining us, and get on over there to watch party tomorrow night. Thanks, Eddie, for joining us again.
Thanks, gents. Have a great one.
Appreciate it. Thanks, Eddie.
Eddie Nunez right here on ESPN 97.5. Good stuff. Great day tomorrow. Great day. Not a good day. Great day tomorrow. All right, let's break right now. Let's talk Houston Powder Coaters. Let's talk about Robin and what she's doing for the city. I mean, when you get called by the city and say, hey, we want you to beautify our city, that means something. That means that you know what, you're respected. It means that they trust you. It means that you are doing great things. Go look at their Google reviews. Go look at their Better Business Bureau, what they say about them. Go look at, just if you've dealt with them before, free pickup and delivery. The product can't be better. They primp and prime. It is a huge process. It ain't let's get it in here and let's get it out of here. It's let's make your metal look as good as it possibly can. when you go through that warehouse, you see all the car parts and the boat parts, and you see all the patio furniture, and you see brand new products that are going out to the market that are going to be powder coated before they go out so that they are long lasting. This is, I mean, it doesn't get any better. When you got to powder coat something, there's one place that you need to think of, HoustonPowderCoaters.com. That's HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back. Thank you, Eddie Nunez, for joining us. Yesterday we had Kellen Sampson. This is a huge, huge week for the city of Houston. It doesn't get any bigger than tomorrow. We start the Houston Open, and then we got the Astros at 3, and then we got the Cougs at 9. Fun, fun, fun. What a great day. Man, I hope it's a big day. Hope it's good. Hope it's good. All right. 713-780-3776 is the number. If you'd like to get in with us on ESPN 97.5. Wyatt Teller says he's expecting to play left guard. I think we all kind of, I guess, I mean, he hasn't played left guard since he was a rookie. But is Ed Ingram? I guess Wyatt Teller has a better chance of
the left guard right guard thing is not like it's not that big a deal. I talked to my dad about it years ago, and he just said some guys can't do it because because there's just the left and the right. It's really harder tackle wise, but because your pass sets are deeper and different. But it's not all that. Guard to guard is not that big a transition. Once again, I'm saying this as talking to a longtime NFL offensive line coach. It's not that big a deal. Every once in a while you have a guy, like there's a guy, Brian Winters, with the Jets years ago, who I remember struggled a little bit with just side to side, flipping sides for whatever reason. Some guys every once in a while will have that. It's more of a mental thing. But I didn't figure Wyatt Teller would have any issues with that. And he played left guard in college. I don't have any problems. Sometimes teams will put their best run blocker, though, on the right side, and I think he's better than Ed Ingram because you want to be right-handed, meaning you want Braden Smith and Wyatt Teller on the right side just mauling people. So, and then you got a tight end that you can play over there, so you got a chance to really cave in the right side. So a lot of times your best run blocker will be at right guard. But I don't think it really matters. You've gotten better as a run blocking unit across the board. Like that's what I'm really excited about, John, is you've added Ed Ingram was a pleasant surprise.
Yep.
Is it going to be a good contract? We'll find out. I just know he was a pleasant surprise last year and a pretty good run blocker. Wyatt Teller is a known good run blocker. Now his best days may be behind him, but he's still going to be better than Laken Tomlinson, so I don't care.
Well, okay, so yeah. I mean,
Laken and everyone else that threw over there.
His Pro Bowl years are a bit behind him now.
Mm-hmm.
But he did talk about that. He did talk about wanting to get back and get back to that Pro Bowl level. Boy, it sure would be nice. I mean, we don't know stats. I mean, the media votes on the players and media vote for Pro Bowl, right? And Pro Football Focus, you can't trust on offensive line play.
Well, I think you can trust them. I just think you've got to put it in context.
I think you've got to trust the guy. Here's what Wyatt Teller had to say yesterday about getting back to his old self.
A team like the Texans, they have so much talent, great quarterback, great running back, people to build off of, so much stability and great culture, great coaches. It's just it feels like what we were right on that edge in Cleveland having 2 years ago. We're right there, or you guys are already there, and however I can help, coming in and playing at the best I can be, getting back to what I'm good at, being that nasty, gritty player. I feel like a little bit of my play. I mean, there was a couple plays this past year where there's shows of it and there's glimpses of it, but kind of being that consistent player again, where all Pro Bowl player that can help the Texans win.
Yeah, look, I don't even know if he understands. We don't even need a Pro Bowl guard. We just need somebody who is average to above average. Because if you get the running game going, you got David Montgomery, who is a big step up from a running back standpoint in terms of physicality and his ability to go get yards. Year 2 of Woody Marks should be good. Excited about that combination. But now you're so much better. And I'm not sure you're done at center, by the way. So let's see what happens. It could be Evan Brown. I think they could draft somebody, as I mentioned before, Connor Lew from Auburn, Scott Heck or Sam Heck from Kansas State, Logan Jones, a little shorter, a little thin arm, not thin arm, but short arm guy but he's a zone scheme blocker. But man, is he good on tape? And then you have Trey Zune from Texas A&M. If you got really froggy, if he is available at 28, Spencer Fano might be able to slide inside from tackle to center. But my point is that you've got some centers who can become starters in this year's draft. It's a really good interior offensive line draft. So you got a chance to get better at left guard because Titus wasn't a good run blocker. He's a good pass protector. He did what he needed to do to help the team. Left guard, better run blocker. Center, potentially better run blocker. Right guard, the same. Right tackle, definitely a better run blocker. You could end up being, because Trent Brown is more of a pass protector, so you could end up really moving people off the ball. And if you look at what the Colts have done over the years, and especially what they did for Daniel Jones last year, they were really moving people around and making Daniel Jones' job a lot easier because Jonathan Taylor was having an MVP caliber season. And, you don't have Quentin Nelson on this team, but the Texans just got a lot better as a run. I don't want to undersell that. Like, you have to understand, CJ's job is going to be much easier if the running game is good.
I mean, it's what good defensive teams do. The addition of Braden Smith, Wyatt Teller, and he just said, I want to get gritty, I want to get nasty, and that's a D'Amico kind of guy. Ed Ingram was good in run blocking. The addition of Moreau, okay, he's a run blocker. There is no question that this football team, I think, is taking a different approach this season to offense. It's going to be, hopefully, it's going to be run first, dominate, get the clock ticking, fewer possessions for the opposition.
Yeah.
And when they are on the field and the defense can rest and be fully rested and attacking, then it's going to be even better. Run the clock, make it a shorter game, a lower scoring game. That's fine, because you can win those games.
Yeah, I think the real key, that's all a good point. I love the idea of shortening the game a little bit, because what it does is it turns every possession becomes that much more important for the opposition. Like, if you have fewer possessions, then the opponents are going to be like, oh, my God, we get one fewer possession a game. That is a massive problem for teams to try to score against the Texans. Now, if you want to turn this into a championship caliber team, then you have to turn some of these long field goals into touchdowns. There's just no way around it. You need to improve offensively 1.5 to 3 points a game. And the best way to do that, and the easiest way to do it, is just be better. Just be better at converting. It's easier to convert third downs when it's 3rd and 3 than when it's 3rd and 6.
Yep.
It's a lot easier when you're not jumping, you're not false starting or holding and turning it into 3rd and 13. But there's just so many ancillary benefits to having a running game. Like, your second down play calling gets easier. Your 3rd down and 3 turns into a much easier call for Nick Caley.
Well, CJ said something last year, I think it was last year, about this offense operating in a death by 1,000 cuts way. And it's also very difficult to go get touchdowns when you're doing it 5 to 6 yards at a time and having to string plays together. Yes, your running game would help, but there are not a lot of explosive players, proven players on offense. Now, you hope Tank Dell comes back and provides some of that explosiveness. Nico Collins, at this point, is your only proven explosive playmaker on offense. So that field goal to touchdown stuff, it's hard. It's better to be in 3rd and 3. It's better to score a 40-yard touchdown too. So I don't know where it's going to come from. Hopefully it comes from Tank Dell or Jaden Higgins or Noel. I think they need another guy or two who can just go get you a touchdown and doesn't force this offense to have to operate 6 to 7 yards or less per play. The 12-yard plays, 12-yard drives, or 12-play drives, are difficult to do consistently. That's why you wind up kicking field goals. You're not enough guys who can go get a big play. Maybe that comes in the draft. I doubt it. I feel like they draft their receivers for the next couple of years.
I guess Nico's not a good player.
I said one guy. I mentioned Nico. You have one explosive playmaker, proven one. Go. They need at least another one.
Maybe I'm watching different tape than you.
You maybe you are, but I saw a lot of drives in poorly in the red zone because it took 12 plays to get there.
But Dell, you are gonna okay. If you run the ball better, you're going to. I know that you're not going to have big play capability. But running the ball better, you still aren't going to have big play capability. If you run the ball better, though, you're going to be a better football team.
Yeah, I don't think he's not saying that, but I think what he's saying, and I agree with Dell.
It's difficult if you don't have big plays.
Yeah, but running the ball opens up the potential for play action, which is part of this. Which is this whole offense is you got to get the safeties to engage closer to the line of scrimmage because you need help stopping the run. When that happens, you get out of shell coverage because the whole idea of running shell coverages with the 2 deep safeties and sometimes cover 6 looks and cover 3, cover 4 quarters. The whole idea is you can't run a ball, so we're going to take away your deep ball, and we're going to make the Houston Texans dink and dunk their way down the field because we don't think CJ can beat us. And they're primarily right. And they know the Texans will make mistakes, either sacks or penalties, that take themselves out of drive. And they've been right. That's how you beat the Texans. But all of a sudden, like you're saying, John, if you're running a football, now the safety's like, okay, we gotta stop them from running a football. So let's have single high safety. Let's roll a safety down into the box. Well, that changes some things. Now your seams become open. Like running a football has the benefit of helping the passing game. There's just no way around it. But I will say, I still don't trust CJ in this offense to have a bunch of 12 to 14, even 9 to 12 play drives for touchdowns. It's hard. It's hard for any quarter. It's hard for Jared Goff to do. It's hard for any quarterback to do. That's why you have to have explosives. It takes the pressure off.
I think you guys are forgetting that Tank Dell is back.
I said hopefully.
No, he did.
Whether it be Higgins, Noel, or Tank, hopefully they can find another
I mean,
guy
I'll
who
tell
can
you,
do that.
Tank is making cuts that are. I'm like,
Hopefully
dude,
doesn't sound
if
like
his
you really
knee,
mean
Well, I have to see it.
little
Doesn't
knees
seem like you
also
really mean it.
little knees shatter
Okay,
easier,
fine.
but little knees heal faster too. Apparently,
Is that your medical
little
expertise
knees can shatter very
coming
easily.
through here?
It doesn't take much to shatter a little knee, but apparently they also come back. I don't want to say fast.
Well,
he did
it's been
miss.
a year.
He did
They're
miss last
It's
smaller
been a year
bones.
plus.
Yeah, he did miss last year.
They're smaller bones. We saw that with Altuve. They heal faster because they're smaller.
Mm-hmm.
Right? All right, we got a break.
What if that
713.
one guy got hurt? What was Dunk's Lord or whatever?
Yeah, Dunk.
Yeah, what if
takes
he?
a long
Baylor?
time to heal.
Yeah, what if he got hurt? He hurt his bone, and then
Well,
and then it,
the
and then
bones
it
in his
healed.
head were hurt.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah.
Glad the other one didn't.
Yeah, what if Penny Tree, he got kicked in the nuts?
Well,
Penny
That was-
Tree. I'm trying to
Sir
remember who Penny
Arlen,
Tree is.
the mentor for Dunk.
Yeah.
The night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
That would hurt. All right.
I
Take a
think-
long time to heal. We got a break. Don't go anywhere. ESPN 97.5.
that was what I was getting at.
All right, welcome back. We started the show this morning with the Rockets. Got Minnesota tonight. We got a huge day tomorrow. We will certainly talk about all of that, but got to play tonight. You know what? Need to start. There's not much time left in this season. You got, I don't want to say Phoenix is breathing down your neck, but you want to be the 6th seed. You will play what looks like to be the Lakers in the first round. Is that optimal, or Denver or Minnesota? Which one? Which one do you?
I think Minnesota maybe, but we'll find out tonight.
I'm not sure Minnesota would be the best. I'm not sure.
Well, I mean, I'm not sure how it's Lakers. You got the hottest player in the league right now over there.
Yeah.
I'm not really interested in going
and
against
he
him.
Destroys you.
And then you got a center in Jokic, who I think Denver knows how to win. I'm probably giving them too much credit because of Jokic. It's just Jokic versus Alpi has not been very good the last several matchups. So I don't know. I was thinking, well, LA's older. I feel like it's probably I think it could be Minnesota or the Lakers. I don't know, but it's
certainly don't want Denver.
I'm not sure you want any of them, but to be the man, you got to beat the man. So, and these aren't even the men. So it doesn't matter. I don't care who you get. Like, you're not playing great basketball. You're going to have to just play better basketball, and if you do, you got a chance to beat any of them. I mean, the Rockets have a chance to be the second best team in the West on paper, but even that paper is getting a little thin right now, because with Adams being out, it really changed the possession count, and it's really taken some toughness, and that's really what they were about. You would almost have to have Tari Eason turn into old Tari Eason, I think, to get where you need to go. Is Jabari's fine. Alpi's still going to put up some numbers for you. Kevin Durant's going to score. We pick it at these guys, especially the top two. When Kevin Durant doesn't take over in the fourth quarter, when he plays poorly in a half, and Alpi when he does some Alpi stuff that he'll do because he just has brain farts sometimes. But I mean, the reality is, if you really think about it, if Tari Eason just played ball like he did when he was a Terra Twin, this whole thing could turn in a completely different direction.
Excuse me.
What?
Is that paper that is written on the same paper from that saying, "It's not worth the paper it's written on"? Is that the same paper we're talking about? The Rockets could be the 2 seed. It's not worth the paper it's written. Is that same paper?
It could be.
Okay.
Yeah, on paper, yeah, because on paper is literally, when you say on paper, it means it's currently not true.
Okay.
It's literally, when you say on paper, that means you can't see it right now.
Yeah.
But I mean, in theory.
I mean, if I just wrote out all the top pick here, 2-time All-Star in Alpi, Hall of Famer and KD.
On paper,
you put this team together. Let's ignore the first 70-plus games of the
yes,
season.
on paper means you leave a lot of stuff out. It's just the most basic cursory.
I mean, we've watched them play basketball for over 70 games.
It's not worth the paper it's written on. Probably is a spinoff of on paper.
Got it.
Yeah.
Well, it's not worth the paper it's written on. Then somebody said to counter on paper, and then the other guy came back with that. And
Thank you.
Probably a white guy, because we have all the bangers like that. We talked about that.
Of course, a white guy said it's not worth the
hey,
paper.
Hold your horses, Dell. Okay.
Hold your horses.
There's another banger we had. I wonder if Reed Shepherd's ever made up a banger like that. Hey, cool your jets.
I don't think.
I wonder if Reed's ever said that to Amen Thompson one time.
When Amen said he'd punch him if he didn't shoot the basketball. Hey, cool your jets,
Hey,
Amen.
cool your jets, Amen.
I don't think he has said that.
I don't think you say anything to Amen Thompson.
Who has worked on his rage.
Yeah, I kind of want. I might.
He's a little less rageful.
It reminds me when, and this is not a lie. So when Mahmoud Abdul-Rauf, formerly Chris Jackson at LSU, he had Tourette syndrome. I don't think he shouted some of the things that John Davison said to anyone.
Did he shout out anything at an award show?
My buddy Stan Funches from Tulane went to Clinton, Mississippi, and he played high school ball against Chris Jackson. And, Stan and our friends from Tulane, we played ball together. And he said that when he used to have to guard Chris, and when the clock was winding, he'd hold the ball. And when the clock was winding down, the ticks would go crazy. Like, he would tick away. And he said when he got to ticking, your heart rate elevated because you're like, oh, he's about to do something, because you knew he was getting ready to do some. Because Chris Jackson was electric.
Oh, he was.
And
awesome.
then he started taking medicine for his Tourette's, and he gained weight. He became sluggish. He wasn't the same guy. Now, this is Shaq and Stanley Roberts were at LSU. You don't understand. Chris Jackson was this electric freshman, scored 50 at Florida on the road. I remember that game. My whole dorm, like all the fellas who we played ball together, we didn't want to miss a Chris Jackson game. It was electric. And then they added Shaq the next year. And I don't know if, John, you remember when Shaq and them played, they beat, I think it was Loyola Marymount. They had a
first
high-scoring
assignment
game.
when I got to Louisiana from Flagstaff. My first assignment was the SEC tournament with Chris Jackson and Shaq, Kyle Macy for Kentucky.
Yeah.
And I was like, what? I went to, it was at LSU.
Stanley Roberts was a big deal back then, too. He was on that team.
I went to LSU, and I was like, wow, this is big time.
Yeah.
This is huge.
But when he took his medicine, he just was it was not quite the same player. He was a little bit more sluggish, and he even said that in an interview before. And I just feel like Amen may need to get back to being potentially suspended. Amen.
Do you think Amen should start throwing racial slurs at people?
No,
Or
I
just
don't.
saying,
I didn't say he should behave as someone who has Tourette's. I didn't say that. I'm not hoping he develops Tourette's. I never said
not
that.
develop, but just act like
Well,
it.
if he did, no, because I think John Davison legitimately has a form. There's this very specific form of Tourette's where a black girl defended him who has this form of Tourette's where you basically, it's the worst. She says the worst things, you will say the worst things. She says, I say racial slurs about Chinese people all the time. She goes, I have not a negative bone in my body about Chinese people. And she said, because even saying that out loud can make you slur. Like if something is in your mind,
right.
And there's a very specific type of Tourette's. I've been reading a lot about it. I've seen an interview with somebody had retweeted, this is still the greatest interview ever, and it is Chris Cuomo was interviewing this girl who's an influencer who has the same type of Tourette's, and she spent most of the time telling him to F off and flipping him off the entire interview. And ticking and like, F you, stupid bitch, like in the middle of the interview. And he's trying not to laugh. And you can see him like really, shut up, you stupid ass. Bitch. Shut up, you dummy. Bitch. Shut up, you stupid ass. What? Shut up, you dummy. Why'd you play SEC?
Tourette's.
No, it's I feel bad for that dude because they can't, like, people just refuse to believe that that's something that your brain does that you can't. They just refuse to believe it. He's just getting off what he wants to say. Why are those words in his vocabulary then? And the girl who's black tried to say, you guys don't understand. If you hear something, like apparently there's someone who heard a song. There was a Tourette's, someone with Tourette's who has the same form of Tourette's, where they heard a jingle from a song. It could be just something like chicks in bikinis drinking martinis, trailer wheel and frame. You know how that was an earworm.
Oh.
And
Oh
they
my
said
God.
if somebody from
Banger.
who has Tourette's, this form of Tourette's, gets into their heads, it could be for the rest of their lives.
Oh my God.
They say this every few seconds.
So if you heard this,
You hover above, rain
Yeah.
hell below.
Yeah.
Killing them hogs real nice and slow. Brett Myers gonna throw that gas down around your knees. Put you on your ass.
You can't remix.
Rebels.
wishes you had
Bring the muskets
Shut up, you
and bring
stupid
down
ass.
death
Shut
on
up,
us.
you dummy.
Rebels,
You're making the show
rebels.
unlistenable.
Keep everybody.
just trying to figure out if
You're making the show
if I had
unlistenable.
if I have enough of a soundboard to say Lance has Tourette's.
That's what that was. You're
Yeah,
trying to give
I'm trying
me.
to figure out if
you
I
were
have
trying
enough.
to do a
Like
Tourette's
if
thing.
I got this, of course. If the shut up, you dummy.
Shut up, you stupid ass. Shut up, you dummy.
Ich bin davon klon und
I don't have. Shut up, you stupid ass. I have ADD.
I think there's enough.
I don't have
There is
Tourette's.
enough
I
proof.
have ADD.
If
It's very different.
If you're sitting at the Houston Sports Awards, and I could just play this and say, "Hey, we can't blame Lance for anything he's saying."
Well, you think I'm going to yell stuff out at the Houston Sports
Well,
Awards?
we could explain it away as, look, listen to him on the show. You can't blame him for this. He's got that special.
Shut up, you dummy!
Yeah,
I could just yell that out to whenever Bill Worrell's up there introducing.
Shut up, you stupid ass.
Introducing,
Shut up, you dummy.
If you were yelling
whoever,
that,
Van
we would have
Chancellor or
evidence
whatever.
that it's part of who you
Kind
are.
of do.
No, it's ADD.
Like, how do you
I don't have that kind of impulse
like how
control.
do you explain this to people?
Your bitches wishes you had this.
I was doing. I think it
How
was
do you
Cardi
explain
B.
that to
I think it was
people?
Cardi B. I don't
And
remember.
your suck the hole stuff. How do you explain that to people?
You just have to know that those are just jokes. They're just kidding.
Okay,
They're just kidding.
I'm just joking, guys.
I like
No.
to spit in his mouth while he sleeps.
So if people don't have proper context, I can see how that sounds like I've got a problem.
Hey, give me some of that salchicha.
I get if you clip everything all at once. If you clip
if you're
everything.
sitting at an award show and you scream out,
Hey, give me some of that salchicha.
Shut up, you stupid ass. Shut up, you dummy.
Your bitches wishes you had this.
That's not me. You're making it sound like I'm screaming that at someone on a podium. I didn't yell that. I didn't yell that at Delroy Lindo or at Bill Worrell
or Michael B. Jordan,
or Michael B. Jordan.
I'm just saying,
or Jerome Solomon or
That's Lance Tourette's.
yeah. I can see how if you cut all of these individually, and I can see when you play them individually, you could make people feel like I've got a problem.
Yeah,
or an
I feel
issue.
Like you got a problem.
But it's being used out of context.
Especially when
I said suck the hole for a reason. I said you bitches wishes you had this. There was something very specific.
Explain that.
That is just I was doing a
Why are
Taylor
you
Swift
German?
doing a Taylor Swift German song. I don't know why on a sports talk show
See?
I was. That doesn't
That's the
I can't
problem.
recall why I did that.
So if you're sitting in an audience, you might do something like that.
I could see how
Shut
it
up,
would
you
look.
dummy.
Shut up, you
Yeah, someone wins an award you don't like.
Shut up, you stupid ass. Shut up, you dummy. Who was I yelling at there?
You were yelling at.
Somebody who.
Oh,
said
it was a
draft.
It was
Was it
former GM, now baseball guy.
Oh yeah, that dummy.
Jim Bowden.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, shut up, dummy. I meant it. What I said.
Yeah, I forgot.
I don't remember what he said,
I
but he
forgot
said
what he was
something to
proposing,
make us
but
mad.
you didn't like it at all.
Yeah, I don't remember why I got mad at him, but I remember I did get mad. By the way, did you know I made fantasy football mad at me yesterday, John?
Why?
I made all of fantasy football mad at me. I angered fantasy football.
What did you do?
We'll do that
Well,
on the other side.
Yeah,
Plus
there's
it's
other
Jim-
stuff we got to talk
plus
about.
your
Speaking
Gem
of
of the day.
fantasy football,
Gem
we
of
got to
the
talk
day.
about a real problem in the NFL, and
It has nothing to do with my league.
No, it doesn't have. Yes, it has something to do with your league. But right now, you, my friend, need to talk about Zadig.
Zadig Jewelers. I'll have Gym of the Day coming up in a little bit. We'll find out what your Gym of the Day is. I know every day is Gym of the Day when you step into 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. Gemstones, that's one of the favorite gifts that people have for Mother's Day. And here's why. You got a child who's born a certain month, and they get the certain gemstone for the certain month. And so, maybe you have two kids, and maybe it's first kid, and you want to celebrate by getting something with that gemstone. I don't know the different gemstones. That's what they do. But you can get the gemstone of your child made into a ring, a bracelet, a pendant, earrings. I don't care. That's something a lot of people do for Mother's Day. I like the idea. It's a good idea. But you don't have to. I mean, you can do anything for Mother's Day. You can go there with no idea what you want to do, just a budget in mind, and you go in and they will help you. They'll help you find a gift that's going to be perfect for her, that she's going to love. That's the Zadig difference. Zadig makes sure that you are covered when it comes to finding the perfect gift. And even if you don't put a lot of time in, it makes it look as if you do. I'm not telling you to be lazy. I'm just telling you, Zadig Jewelers allows you to hand everything over to them, and they will find you the perfect gift. They really will. It's at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard, 50 years of helping Houstonians and finding beautiful, beautiful jewelry and luxury watches and just anything you can think of. They can even custom make things for you. It's Zadig Jewelers. Zadig.com. That's Zadig.com.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right. Before you get to how you pissed off everybody, fantasy football.
I wish I had NIL.
Puka Nakua.
Ooh.
Puka is now. What did he do? What did he do earlier this offseason?
He had a dance.
He was on a Twitch stream.
Yeah.
With Aiden Ross, I believe. This was during the season, like during a game week.
Problem number one.
And Aiden Ross said, "Hey, next time you score, do this dance," which which was an anti-Semitic dance.
Yeah.
Puka
did it.
He didn't do it during a game, but he did it on the stream.
Right.
And then later he came out and said he had no idea what the dance was. He was just doing what Aiden Ross asked him to do. He apologized, saying, I would never intentionally, so on and so forth. And now he's got this story that you were about to talk about.
Well, there's a woman who says he was making anti-Semitic remarks.
Started a dinner off. They were all at a group dinner together, and he goes, F the Jews. Like,
F
ooh.
all the Jews, yeah.
Ooh. And she said, I knew I had a problem. I had a feeling tonight was going to be a problem.
And then
he's a little extra, by the way.
Later, when they got into some kind of a
Sprinter. Those big Sprinter vans, yeah.
He bit
two people
so hard that she had teeth marks. And apparently the teeth marks, they took a picture of it. I think you will be able to. He said he didn't do it. He said there was some horseplay.
Yeah, he didn't say he didn't do it.
He said there was some horseplay.
The lawyer is saying it was overblown, the teeth mark stuff.
Yeah,
the lawyer
it
is denying.
doesn't look overblown.
It's horseplay.
The lawyer is denying the slur was ever said.
He has to.
Yeah,
No.
but the teeth, he never denied it. But hey, what she's saying happened is overblown.
She's got teeth. They can check it to his teeth. He can't deny it.
They can't deny it.
He's like,
and
horseplay.
She said he broke skin doing it.
Dude, and this is so overblown because John told me he and Chad and Dana and Justin, like, you guys bite each other all the time, right? Just when you're horsing around.
No one bites anybody.
On the golf course, y'all don't just bite each other when you're horsing around?
I'm looking at a poster of Jaws, and it's Puka as somebody is swimming towards him, and he's got blood all around his mouth. And that's the poster now, Puka. Puka was in a limo doing some kind of an interview with those same guys, I think.
Remember that's when they kicked them. Sean McVay and the Rams, kicked those guys out of there.
Yeah, well, no, this was in a car. It wasn't in the facility.
Yeah, because they weren't allowed.
They're not allowed
because they had been kicked
but he's
out.
still doing stuff with them, apparently. Yeah. He said he makes $1 million, and he cannot afford to buy a home in California because after taxes and everything else, $1 million turns into $480,000, and that's before his agent.
Puka ain't got no brand deals.
Puka apparently not. I mean,
it's hard when you do anti-Semitic dances.
That's true.
And you say F all the Jews.
Disparaging.
Allegedly.
There's
on that one.
Yeah, he is still on his rookie contract, 4-year, $408. Yeah, it's all alleged. It's all alleged.
Well, he did do the dance, but to your point, yeah, the alleged slur or F all the Jews thing is still alleged for now. He's 5th round pick, so he wasn't going to be making a lot of money.
No, he probably taxes and an agent fee, although his agent fee is not going to be a ton. It's probably a good full 3% though. But he'll be able to buy a house soon enough.
Isn't he in line? He's
$40 million a year.
He's a 5th-year guy, or excuse me, he's going into his 4th year, 5th round pick. Isn't this the time he'd be getting an extension?
Yeah. He'll make about $40 million a year.
Yeah, but can you trust him?
That's what I was going to say.
I don't know, because
Puka, you're in line to make a lot of money. Stop doing stupid stuff.
Yeah. This is not the first, I got to say, this feels believable just because of his background, but it is alleged. It's just my own personal, just being judgy. You got to wait for all the facts to come out. I'm not sure any more facts can come out because unless there's some kind of videotape or audio.
The lawyer says a completely sober person denounces the claims that he said what he's alleged to have said. No one's denouncing that he actually bit her, though. Just that it wasn't as bad as people say it is.
I don't know what happened.
I can't trust completely sober people, though.
But in this case, it's his best defense.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened, but I do know there are teeth marks. And, he's just horsing around. Like, sometimes you have people who are kind of hyper around you. Would just be this kid named Richard Chernock who would come up in the when we were in second grade, and he'd do a wet willy where he licks his finger and then he rubs it around in your ear. And that's called a wet willy until Ples Fields caught up with him and beat his ass.
Well,
and then he stopped doing wet willies.
Sometimes.
And that was the hyper kid. Like, it was the hyper kid. Like, why are you doing wet willies? Sometimes the hyper kids, and he tracks as a hyper kid.
Puka?
Somebody who did stuff, like biting people, horseplay, that's a move of a hyper kid at school. And then one of the guys who, I don't play that, guys who are kind of serious, that's whenever those hyper kids would get punched, and then they would stop being hyper for a little while. It was always like a good.
You know
what? I'm glad you did
There's
that.
another way to describe Puka. It's not all that politically correct, but there was a time when you would go, you can't bring Puka around because he would scare all the
bitch away.
He would scare them all away. You can't bring Puka around because he would scare all the girls away. All the girls away. You can't have a guy.
Is he that guy that bit you?
Yeah, you can't
Lisa?
You can't have a guy biting women when you're out with women. You can't have that guy around.
No.
Look at Army Hammer.
He ruined the whole night.
Yeah.
Army Hammer lost his whole career.
Yeah, well, he did.
Puka's about to get $40 million.
Well.
No, Army just said.
Yeah, he said some
he was
things
the
that he
cannibal.
wanted to do.
Puka actually
in some
bit
DMs.
someone.
You just can't have that guy around when you're trying to have a nice night out because he can't be normal around the women you're with. If he's gonna bite them, what's here, Puka? Relax. You got a good life ahead of you if you don't screw it up.
But yeah, I mean, he's saying a lot. Get off of the pot. Just keep your mouth shut until you get the
Nah,
contract.
he can't, dude. He's
impossible.
He's streamer generation. No, that's just it. This is who he is. You're not gonna. He's still a wide receiver. You can. He's still a wide receiver. Wide receivers do stuff.
Yeah.
It can't be easy with wide receivers. We've been lucky. We've had Andre Johnson and Nico Collins.
Yeah.
I mean, even when Stephon Diggs was here, he was not a problem. He didn't do his pink tussie or whatever that stuff was called. Tussie.
I mean, yeah, he
It's
might have
called
been.
Tussie,
He might have
he said.
been impregnating people, but
Yeah, but nothing that bothered our team.
Nothing that bothered
Like
this
we've
team.
been like Kevin Walter never got involved in any monkey
I
business.
mean, what's the worst that DeAndre Hopkins did?
Well, yeah, Hop. We never had any problems with Hop. Now Bill O'Brien did.
Well, neighbors did. There's stories about D Hop and his place
I remember
in the
that.
Montrose area that was not great for neighbors.
It didn't.
How did you piss off fantasy?
Oh, I just made a comment that now it was on the heels of something else that I commented, so I looked like I was talking directly about this guy, and I actually wasn't, but the timing wasn't good. So fantasy. A lot of fantasy football people have become draft people. Have become draft people.
Yeah.
Right. So they start looking at draft and they do draft content. Now that's my lane. Now I've also had fantasy football articles for the Chronicle. I wrote for Roto World, offensive line stuff for John Hansen, Fantasy Guru, done fantasy stuff. So I've done that in the past. But a lot of them do draft stuff. That's just the way it is. A lot of people are now draft experts on Twitter. And some people do a pretty good job. Some people put the time in. They know what they're looking at. They do a pretty good job. A lot of times on my timeline, I'll see something retweeted from a guy, and it's like really dumb draft take, and the person's retweeting because it's a quote tweet where they're talking about how stupid this person is or what a dumb take this is. Yeah. And when I look at who they are, because you look at bios, invariably you have they lead with fantasy that they're fantasy football. I don't know how many followers a lot of those guys have. So I made the comment that there's a lot of fantasy football guys who are doing a lot of really good work in the draft stuff. And then there's some other fantasy football guys who need to just stick to being fantasy football guys. That's all I said. Well,
you'd have thought.
Goodness gracious. Apparently, 80% of the people who read that who are fantasy football writers, who I guess may or may not, and a lot of them don't even do draft stuff, they were so offended by this. Like, who are you?
Who are you
to gatekeep draft content? And I was just making the point that some of these guys need to learn what they're talking about before they're in a rush to try to get content out, for their brand. It should be about putting good content out. It shouldn't be about a rush.
I
to have your brand out there.
backtrack, and you were doing.
Oh, wow, you backtracked?
Yeah.
Well, not really. Me and this
I
guy
saw
Scott
you
Barrett.
backpedaling.
Me and this
you
guy.
were like, oh no, well I didn't mean that about that guy.
No, I literally said, look at what I said in my first thing. I didn't say it about any one person. That's what I said.
But you just.
I never said it, but they all
timing.
say they all turned it into. I did say the timing wasn't great. I've admitted that because it looked like I was talking about this guy Scott Barrett.
Have you apologized to Scott?
Well, no, we didn't apologize. I said, look, I don't know. I thought he was data dredging. And I told him that. And I told him at the end, I still think you're data dredging. That doesn't change. I don't back off on my opinion.
I stand with Scott.
Yeah,
I don't back off my opinion. He's going to come up here. No, he's coming up in the office and we're watching tape together.
He's local?
Oh, well, he said he's here for 4 more weeks. I said, then come on up. We'll watch tape. It's not that deep. Come on up and we'll watch him together.
See, you're a man of the people. That's what you
I
do.
am.
Do we need to start a GoFundMe?
Yeah.
Because of how badly he cooked you? Do you need a GoFundMe?
No, who was it that GoFundMe about you? Oh, yeah, Jason Whitlock yesterday.
Yeah, Jason Whitlock. All right, we got a
Did
break.
Scott call you one of the
713-780-3776.
Yo, fat
We
bastard
got
block.
Fat bastard. We got to.
So anyway, later on, fantasy football's okay.
We need
fantasy
to
football
talk
likes
about
me. They like me.
Ownwell, not about fantasy football. We need to talk about your taxes. You got your tax. Now, you probably do like I do. I got my taxes, what my property tax was from the government, and I threw it on the counter or I threw it in a drawer, and it was like, I'll deal with that later. Well, don't be dumb. I waited like up until the deadline for most counties is May 15th. I was like, all right, May 14th. Why? Why wait? Do it now. Go to ownwell.com. Take 3 minutes. Sign up. Let them do all the work. You don't have to worry again. They will get you the biggest, the best way for you to go about cutting how much tax you are going to pay. You don't have their technology. You don't have their expertise. You don't have their knowledge. You don't have any of it, okay? In Harris County, an average net saving of 21 to 51% higher than their competitors, okay? In Montgomery County, from $250,000 to $500,000 range, Ownwell achieved a 94% success rate. In Brazoria County, every county in the area, the numbers are staggering of what Ownwell can do for you, all right? New customers can expect to save, on average, $774 a year by signing up. Ownwell has an 88% success rate in reducing property taxes in the state of Texas. Don't wait. The deadline to protest is May 15th for most counties. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes at ownwell.com. That's ownwell.com. And let them know I sent you when you complete your sign up at ownwell.com.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
It's
All right,
time
welcome
for
back.
our gem of the day.
Yeah, gem of the day.
It's the gem of the day. It's the gem of the day. It's Zadok Jewelers' gem of the day. It's the gem of the day. Zadok Jewelers' gem of the day.
Back in the competitive arena again, how do you assess how this unfolded?
Yeah, we got our ass kicked at the end. 3 Eagles in a row. That's not, we didn't respond, and I missed a short one at the beginning to kind of get it started, give them momentum, and never got it back.
As Tiger Woods taking another loss as L.A. got beat by Detroit or Dallas or Memphis or one of these teams in whatever their weird league is going on. But Tiger's mad. What is this now? You hit a simulator and then you putt on
It's
real.
like rich man's putt-putt, really.
Is this what it is? It's It's like simulated golf, but they actually
It's
make
inside,
you chip and
right?
putt, or
It's inside. You hit off of real grass and real rough and real sand. But then you go over wherever you hit the ball on the green or near the green. You either chip or putt on, well, it's not.
But you
real-
hit
it's-
into a simulator, right? Or
You hit into a simulator, yeah.
yeah.
It's Los Angeles Golf Club won't beat Jupiter in the TGL Championship. Somehow Jupiter was in the final when they were 3-2, and Los Angeles was 6-2. I don't know how any of this works.
Was that the championship?
That's what it said on ESPN. LA Golf Club defeats Jupiter Lynx to win the TGL Championship. Max Homa was involved for the
yeah, that
Jupiter
was
team.
Tiger's team.
Yeah, got their ass
Tiger
kicked.
made his comeback on it last night.
Yeah, and they lost 9-2.
Oh well, there's a title. There's a title.
I don't know. How does any of this work? How are you
TGL
3-2 and play a team who was 6-2? Go, what's going on? Do you know anything about this, John?
I don't.
The
I
standings.
don't care enough. I don't care enough to know. Hubert Davis out at UNC, 2-2 in the first round of the NCAA tournament. When the coaches before him were 31-2. Yeah, not good enough at North Carolina. Just not good enough.
Brad Stevens has already taken his name out of the running.
Who?
Brad Stevens has already
He has.
said, "Nope, I'm out. Don't worry about me.
Well,
I don't want to do this."
He don't want that.
Yeah.
He don't want that heat. That's a great job, though. I bet they need a North Carolina guy, right?
Do they? I mean, the Roy Williams thing is something some North Carolina fans want to get away from. The whole, hey, what Dean Smith did and others since, like, we got to have a UNC guy. They would like not to if they can find a better coach, like Billy Donovan's been mentioned, because that Bulls thing has probably run its course despite what they did to the Rockets. So at some point, don't you get away from the Carolina family? Because how many times can you go to that well and actually find a good coach?
Yeah, I don't know. Find a good one.
Yeah.
Did Duke find one in Shire?
I mean,
I
you made a Final Four. You're back in the Sweet 16.
Yeah.
I mean, plus
blew
he's a
9-point
Dookie.
lead with two
That's
minutes
true.
left.
That's an incestuous
But that's the first
college
one.
too. They're going to keep Dookies duking.
Yeah, but that's the
That's what
first
they do.
time because it was Krzyzewski to Shire. So they've only done the let's hire another Duke guy once. North Carolina's done that several times.
We'll hire North
since,
Carolina
since
guys.
Dean Smith, yeah.
Is that really the first? Well, who did they have before?
Who? Duke?
Yeah.
It was from Krzyzewski to Shire.
Yeah,
Shire
that's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying. It's only the first time they've done this.
Well, because their other coached for an eternity.
I know. So
Well,
North
yeah.
Carolina, it's well into we keep hiring North Carolina
Oh no,
guys.
but those two teams are just going to hire. Yeah, I mean, if there's ever two programs that would hire former players, it's going to be those two guys. Like
Yeah.
those two teams will because they have enough players who go on to be coaches. So it's easy to do that.
Yeah, it's went from Smith to his longtime assistant Guthridge to Doherty to Roy Williams, who was a North Carolina guy, now Hubert Davis. So we'll see if they break the mold or do they find, I don't know, who would be next. What's Vince Carter up to? He wants to coach? Antoine Jameson?
Nah.
Ed Cota? Does Ed Cota coach anywhere?
Bill Self sounded like he was looking for a job. Bill Self was like, I don't know. We'll see whether or not. I don't know. I'm gonna go home and see. I wouldn't be surprised at all if they don't call him. Although it hasn't been great lately. Hasn't been all that.
I
too
thought it was
fruity.
some health stuff with Bill Self. He wasn't sure about coming back because there's some health things he's dealing with. I thought that was the impetus for maybe him not returning to Kansas. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. It might have been. It just didn't
He
sound
was
like
hospitalized
he
earlier
was
this season.
Sure, he was coming back.
He's had AFib issues. He was hospitalized earlier this year. So chronic heart problems for Bill Self.
And that toupee. That
Got to keep looking young, John. Got to stay looking young, even when you're 63 and a basketball coach. It's important to look like you're young.
You think that?
Why else would he be doing it at 63 years old?
Yeah.
He doesn't want to look like the old guy out there.
Man, put in a gray hair in it though.
Well, Krzyzewski never did. He got away with it. Look at Saban. The great ones can get away with.
Well, Saban wasn't a.
He wasn't a toupee guy.
It was his hair.
Dye hair, yeah. But he would never mix in a gray. I don't know how the Tuscaloosa dye jobs went. Maybe he's getting better ones now that he's on ESPN more often. But if you're a great one, you can get away with doing that.
Yeah.
I mean.
Well, Bill Self hasn't been good enough lately, though.
Okay, so he has to mix in the gray.
Yeah. Mix in some.
I'm trying to think of all the coaches who ages gracefully, who the legends kind of dye their hair.
Roy did.
Yeah, Roy Silver Fox. He went with the Silver Fox stuff.
Yeah, but he did. He aged gracefully.
Yeah.
That's the whole point. Krzyzewski has never grayed. He's never. You know who does? Ryan Day with his beard. That thing is jet black, and then it turns a little bit of gray, and then it's like, brah, jet black again.
It's like to start the season, it's jet black.
To start the season, it looks like Earl the Pearl Monroe's Connie Hawkins goatee. I'm like, man, this looks like Connie Hawkins goatee.
He's going to
jet black
Big Ten media days. He's got doing the car wash stuff, so he's got the hair dyed black. And then as the season progresses, when it gets colder and the beard grows out, it's not as stark.
It's not as it's not as black.
Yeah, but at the very beginning, when he's taking photos and he's got to be out in front for the program, the dye job is crazy.
Anything else we missed today, Dale?
Let's see. Liv is being sued for trademark infringement, so that golf apparatus continues to shame itself. It's not a lot other than the players' union wants the 65 game rule out of the way. They find it hypocritical that you have the 65 game rule to implement so guys either win awards or don't. Meanwhile, teams are more than fine with pulling guys from playing to tank. They find it hypocritical. And of course,
that is true though. Milwaukee, they got in Milwaukee's kitchen yesterday.
Yeah, and of course, the 65 game rule affects players' pockets because you can't make first team All NBA or second team, and that means supermaxes. The value of those change if you don't make those teams. So the players would be like, "Hey, this whole league is about not playing games. What do you mean we have to make 65 to win awards?" So we'll see if that goes anywhere. And we didn't get to it, but you talked about it. Chris Mannix was the guy who said, "Hey, the Rockets are really in on Giannis." We didn't play the sound at me, but we talked about it. Yeah. Chris Mannix was the reporter saying the Rockets are going to go in on Giannis for people who missed it. And that
this
relates.
Offseason. I wonder where he got that. If anyone in the organization actually said it, or
could be Mannix. It could be Giannis's agent.
They're going to deny. They'll deny it, but
yeah. It could be It literally could be Giannis's agent. But Mannix has been around a long time. He's plugged in. I don't know that it's. I could see it being true. A small update, probably not a big deal. Just something I want to note. I've got a report for all the NFL personnel people and coaches who are at Texas A&M's Pro Day, which is going on today. I was supposed to go, but then have interviews I have to do because Dan Orlovsky couldn't be quiet about Ty Simpson, so now I have to do these Ty Simpson interviews. Rod Wright is there, Texans D-line coach, but also, and so is D'Amico Ryans. Now, it's just a drive up the road. Nick Casario is there. But also they brought Cole Popovich, O-line coach. And I bring that up because they do have – they're not going to look at Crown over the right tackle. They just have too many tackles right now. They got this kid Adams. I can't remember his last name. Right, but my guess is they're going to look at Trey Zune, who played left tackle at Texas A&M, but then later in the season got some center reps because he's supposed to be a center on the pro level. So my guess is Cole Popovich, the Texans O-line coach, is there looking at Trey Zune as a potential, third, fourth round pick
Going
as
to
a center.
Texas A&M for it hasn't been great for the Texans.
Well, there's one guy. You can't just think about all the other Texas
Well, I was
A&M
thinking
guys.
about that earlier. I really think that this Ty Simpson stuff is really hurting Dan Orlovsky's resume. It's hurting his reputation, just like Shador hurt Mel Kiper last year.
Well,
just
we'll
like
see what happens with Ty Simpson.
Just like Kenyon Green hurts your reputation.
I knew I was like, what is he working? Is he working around something here?
He's not a good teammate.
Because it's not, no.
Not at all.
No, like I said, he would.
It's like, wait a minute,
for
where'd
sure
this come from?
throw people under a bus when he was. Yeah. He would do that.
Why is he bringing this up again?
He would do that.
Okay, he's got to kill you one more time.
The inner circle ended up, my inner circle subscribers knew that I actually got off of Kenyon Green there at the very end.
You have subscribers?
Yeah, I had inner circle subscribers.
Inner circle?
Yep, the inner circle subscribers.
You should have made that more public.
Yeah, no, well, I mean, you got to be part of my
subscribe.
Yeah, you got to be part of my Substack.
Pay for a Substack.
Yeah, you got to be part of my Substack.
How do you find out he admitted he was dead wrong on someone without subscribing?
Just read Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
I make those admissions. Actually, I'm going to start keeping those behind a paywall also.
Ooh.
Yep.
Ooh, wow.
I'm going to start keeping everything behind a paywall.
What's the name of your Substack?
It's draft.
Eyelids for kids?
No.
Really? The branding continues?
No. Nope.
You got to tell
that
people the name so we can find it.
I'm going to keep it quiet for right now until I come up with a good name.
Oh, so you just send the link to people?
Yeah,
Well,
right
got
now
it.
it's just,
Got it.
You got to kind of
All
be,
right,
it's
we
an
got a
invitation
break.
only.
We got News of the
like the
Weird
Masters.
Send a password.
Right here
Okay.
on ESPN 97.5. Hey, Sweet 16. You want to talk about fun? Oh, my God. You can watch golf tomorrow. You can watch baseball tomorrow. You can watch the Sweet 16 all weekend long. You can watch all three of them all weekend long at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles, where you can bet on every single one of them. How much fun is that? You, my friends, are sitting at home instead of being where all the action is. That's dumb. You can go in the morning, go in the afternoon, go watch your games. You can drive back that night. It's like a 2-hour commute. I mean, people in bigger cities have 2-hour commutes to work and back. Make that your work. Or you can stay in the hotel. Beautiful hotel that's well taken care of. You got all the restaurants you could want. You got, kiosks all over where you can make all your bets. You can watch in the DraftKings sports book, or they turn the Blue Martini into a sports book, or they turn the Cadillac bar into a sports book. It's kid friendly. Pool is open. Golf course is open. What do you want? What are you looking for? It's right there, just 2 hours down the road. You want to go stand in that TSA line to go to Vegas? Yeah, have fun with that. It's right down the road, 2-hour drive, GoldenNuggetLC.com. Never been a better time, GoldenNuggetLC.com. Apparently yesterday, Maryland lawmakers were pushing a plan to install tampons in men's bathrooms at the Ravens and Orioles stadiums because they are publicly owned buildings. Much like NRG and Daikin, do you feel like we should have tampon dispensers in the men's bathrooms? Are we missing out?
Why are you trying to ask this question to us? Are you trying? I'm not answering
I'm just
any of these
saying,
questions.
Why is Maryland
I'm not
care
bringing
about
up
men
any of this
and,
stuff.
and Texas doesn't?
What do you think we're missing out on?
Tampon dispensers.
Now, I could see it in a way that where they're normally located, they may run out. So if a wife or a significant other wants to send their husband, hey, could you go get me a tampon? There may be some in the men's room that they can grab. Just have more places for them to be grabbed. But I'm not missing out on not having
Would
tampons.
Wendy want you asking this
still
question?
have to go to the bathroom to use it.
Does Wendy want you asking this question on the show? Yes or no?
But if there are extra tampons in the men's room and
now
none in the
you're
women's restroom,
and now you're engaging them.
someone can go in there and grab it for their significant other.
Now you're
but
engaging
it's not
them.
for me.
That's not what it's for, Del. It's for
What? What's it
people
for?
to use them in the men's bathroom. That's why they're putting it in there, not for extra for women.
I know why they're doing it. I'm just telling you the only reason it would make sense in my mind is to have extra ones
Not
for
in
someone
Maryland.
to go grab.
Not in Maryland.
Well, I
That's
don't
not
know.
how they're thinking
I don't
about
know
it.
what's going on in Maryland.
Apparently in Latvia, they are considering polygamy because there are so many more women than men, and like 20% of the women in Latvia. And look, I'm looking at a video of women from Latvia. Holy crap. It would be great to have polygamy there.
I don't think so.
Do you,
Can you save that cut? You're coming up with some bangers today, too.
It would be
How
great
come
to have
none of
polygamy.
John's, barely any of
Dell
John's
doesn't
get
want
cut?
one wife, let alone multiple.
I don't think it's great. Multiple wives doesn't make a lot of or multiple husbands, depending on how you feel. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Well, you want
It
more
would be
people.
multiple wives because there's so many more.
You want to have another person you're responsible for.
Yeah.
And if you disappoint them, they have every right to berate you. No. Why would I want to sign up for that?
You ain't about that. You ain't about that marriage life.
You're committing to one person. Okay, you've made that dumb
Let alone
decision.
multiple.
Fine. If you want to make that dumb decision, go with God. But then you want to do it a second time? Why?
United Airlines releases their new Relax Row.
Oh, I saw this.
Passengers can make a bed out of 3 chairs. Do you want to make a bed, buy 3 seats and make a bed out of it?
So it is kind of janky, but they're doing a lot of stuff where you get, I don't want to turn this into a United commercial, but this part of a larger thing where Wi-Fi is going to be free now. I had to sneeze. But yeah, I've seen the thing where you can, like you said, John, you buy 3 seats, then you kick your kids off and you push them on the ground, and you just lay down and make them they can run around the plane and play.
Right.
You gotta. How
Well,
comfortable
they'll give
will
you
actually
pillows
be?
and blankets,
Well,
too.
I mean, it's basically you're kind of trying to buy a
looking
separate
at
first
it.
class, like you're trying to get your own first class seat.
Yeah, but
basically.
you're laying across.
Yeah, it doesn't
It
look
doesn't look
great.
that comfortable.
It doesn't look
The
comfortable.
seams of the
But
chairs, it all.
It's for tiny women
Well, they're
and
going to
David
make
Eckstein.
it more bed-like, though, than you've laid across the seats before. It's not comfortable.
No, it's not at
but
all.
But they're making this a bed.
Yeah, no, they give you a mattress you can put over.
On top of it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
on
not
top
going to
of
be
it.
comfortable.
Got it. It doesn't look great.
And how
Well, it's
that
better
mattress
than
how,
laying on the seat.
How layer? But the seats are only like 2 feet wide. Like your it's just,
It doesn't. You're gonna have to
in theory, it sounds
be
great.
in the fetal position to keep your feet out of the aisle, right? As I look at it,
Oh,
That's how I
yeah.
sleep anyway.
None of this
You crawl
makes
up into a
sense.
ball and you're the little spoon.
Yeah. Hell yeah. You're not stretched
But
out.
I'm not. I don't want. That's like some
I'll buy it so no one can
animals
sit by
only
me.
show their belly to you if they're comfortable with you. It's part of their defense mechanism. I don't want to be laid out in a plane like that, all vulnerable. I don't want to do that.
So vulnerable. You think somebody's going to come over and
don't
touch
know.
you
You don't know.
inappropriately?
You don't know.
They're going to just run to the bathroom and like, I'm going to get a little touch
Yeah,
in
but
here.
Not like that, but hey, I just don't want to be the person laid out and
You get
anything could happen on the plane.
Attacked by a mongoose?
You trust
Well,
people
what
on the
if-
plane?
Well, the question is, what does she
yeah,
look like?
implicitly.
If she touches you inappropriate, what does she
Let's
look
be
like?
clear here. The likelihood of some attractive woman seeing you laid out vulnerable like that and
On
touching
a
you
bed.
inappropriately is very low.
Extraordinarily low.
What are we talking about here? What fantasy are you dreaming
I'll
up?
put it at 0.
How many attractive women do you see on planes every time you're on a
Just
plane?
that number in of itself is low.
It's very low. And then you think one's going to touch you while you're laid out in the relax row?
Well, you might find the one. Okay, you're looking for the
that's
10:05. Dell's just extending this.
No, I'm just saying that's some dream to think that's going to happen to you. Lance, don't go anywhere. You got to talk about tacos.
Good. I want to talk about Taqueria Sarandis because I know that Taqueria Sarandis is going to come through in the clutch for you. Okay? You missed out on your breakfast. Well, actually, maybe you didn't. It's 10:04. They're still serving breakfast. That's no problem. But they also are serving lunch right now. So if you're like me, and sometimes you just want to go get some tacos, even if it's 10. Usually for me it takes until about 10:19 when I get into the location I go to. 10:19, and you want to get your al pastor tacos with onions and cilantro and lime. You're having the street tacos. That's fine. They have them earlier there too. They have lunch, they have dinner, they have breakfast. Every menu is available for you at all times. Get your favorite dishes. They're authentic Mexican food that has really reasonable prices, very reasonably priced. Great sports bar as well. A lot of the bars are separate from the restaurants, and so they've been partitioned off so that you can sit there and watch your games coming up tomorrow. You can watch your baseball tomorrow there. You can have beers and margaritas and a great menu and just post up with your boys and watch games over at a Taqueria Sarandis location. They want to be your unofficial sports bar as well. It's Taqueria Sarandis. Locations all over the city of Houston. No excuse. If you've never been in, stop in and enjoy it for yourself. Taqueria Sarandis.
Welcome into the show. When you do this, sometimes they say play the hits, or sometimes you talk about things you're not that interested in. Eat your vegetables, stuff like that. I do want to talk about this new Rockets story or rumor, and put it into at least the context I have in my head. But I just saw that it is indeed Chaperone's bodyguard, not the hotel's bodyguard. And for some reason, I find it far more funny than anything we have to talk about when it comes to the Rockets. That story evolves, and the pop star appears to not be telling the truth. There's stuff to get to beyond the Rockets, like Puka Nacua, who just can't stop getting himself into hot water. Look, you got a lot of money coming your way if you just stop doing dumb things. If you haven't seen that story, we'll talk about that. But let's get into this Rockets' potential pursuit of Giannis. And if this isn't evidence that this season is cooked, I don't know what is. We are not even into the month of the playoffs. It's not even April yet, and we're already having discussions. At least one reporter is putting out there that the Rockets are going to go hard after a superstar. You know who's not having these talks? The Wolves or the Nuggets or the Lakers, partly because they have their superstars, but also, as bad as it may be from week to week, because those teams, not the Lakers less so recently, but like the Nuggets and the Wolves, they've had their ups and downs, but no one is talking about going after Giannis on March 24th/25th. That's not part of the discussion for those teams. The Rockets are in a spot where they are rumored to be going hard after an available superstar before this season has even come close to really reaching its completion as far as the playoffs are concerned. Could they put together a run? I find it doubtful. But it should not be a conversation right now about how they're already going to change this team, considering the expectations. So, Chris Mannix, longtime SI, NBA insider. He is known. He knows people. Here's Chris Mannix on what the Rockets' interest in Giannis will be and how hard that pursuit will be in this offseason.
I mean, look, the Giannis thing that's out there, and I know, I believe that they're going to try to make a run on him in the offseason, so that looms.
Right.
But if they don't get him, I don't think the result of this year is, hit the nuke button on some of this stuff. I think Fred, it's a little misleading about, like, if Fred came back, they'd be better at this. Like, he wasn't a great shooter last year. Like, he'd get better opportunities with Durant around.
Actual point guard.
He's an actual point guard, but I don't know if he solves the shooting problem that they have, which I think. Like, you can argue Reed Shepherd, he comes back a better player next year. Maybe he's ready for a bigger role, another offseason for Thompson, for Eason, if he resigns, like some of these other guys. Şengün, he keeps working on his three-point shot. Maybe organically that gets better. And I would roll the dice on that. I mean, if it's not Giannis, I would want to bring this group back with a healthy Fred VanVleet.
So Giannis, he believes they'll go after, fine. Everyone has the pie in the sky thought of getting Giannis into their organization. The question will be if Giannis will ever do the thing he needs to do and say, get me out of here, be public about it. He wants to play the game of not being the bad guy while fighting with his organization about whether he gets to play as they want to be bad and he doesn't want to sit out games. I think Giannis is more than happy sitting out games for this Bucks team. He just doesn't want it to seem like he wants to sit out games. So he's going to fight them and then likely acquiesce and stop playing at some point, because why? Why would he? Particularly if he's not going to be there in the future. So Rockets will pursue Giannis, according to Chris Mannix. He's heard that. But I don't know if anyone's had a bigger glow up than Fred VanVleet. You heard the conversation about not solving the shooting. But this season has led me to believe that Fred VanVleet is prime insert great point guard. It doesn't matter who it is. You want to throw Kyrie in there. You want to throw Steph is not really a point guard, but you want to throw him in there. Find a great point guard. Is Fred the Western Conference Tyrese Halliburton? Because the Pacers, after he tore his Achilles, punted on this year. How good is Fred VanVleet that this continues to be part of the conversation where what would they be if he came back or if he was available? How good would they be with Kevin Durant, Fred, and the rest? Let's just say Steven Adams isn't back, but Fred is here, Kevin Durant is here, and the rest of the roster. Would they be Would they be more buttoned up late game? Sure. They probably would be better defensively at times because Reed Shepard, we know, in the minutes he's gotten, that can be an issue. I just didn't know that the guy who was shooting poorly last year in his time with the Rockets, he has shot poorly consistently, is the difference between being a real contender and what they are now. A 6 seed who won't be a 7th because the Suns aren't good enough, but will be fighting, scrapping, and clawing to have home court in the first round. That's who they've been the last 2 months, and I was unaware that Fred was the difference. I said Western Conference Tyrese Halliburton because they're both point guards, but we're talking about Fred like if he came back, he would have the type of impact that some people thought Jason Tatum would have if he came back. Like the Celtics went from nice story to Jason Tatum now playing, and people consider them the front runner to win the Eastern Conference. How much would Fred VanVleet elevate this current Rocket team? Would they be better than the Lakers? I'm not even going to use the Spurs and the Thunder. The way that the Lakers have played and the way the Thunder have played all year, I'm not going to elevate the Rockets to that point. I don't see it. But would they be solidly the 3 or the 4 if Fred was here? It's just hypotheticals. I think there'd be more confidence in them, but I still think they'd be fighting the Spurs. Excuse me, not even the Lakers. The Wolves, the Thunder are better. At least the Thunder are, but the Wolves and the Nuggets. And yet, you heard it in that clip that running it back with Fred, even if they don't get Giannis, is the next best option.
That is the funniest part about all this, is that it's either they're going to go and make the drastic move
of getting Giannis,
or
running it back, and
or
Fred's
nothing.
the missing piece. Why can't there could be something in between?
No, not with Chris Mannix.
You don't.
Chris Mannix, one or the other.
There are levels to.
No, either we're putting Giannis in the headline of this video or we're not. Because really the strength of this is I believe they will go for Giannis. Like that is the like
He's heard it
here.
and he believes it.
I believe they will.
And the Rockets, if this was brought to them, they would likely push back and say, we like our team.
Also, he was like, yeah, to improve the shooting. And the 2 guys he mentioned are
not the guys who improve.
would not improve
he
the
acknowledged that Fred wouldn't improve the shooting.
Giannis wouldn't either.
Giannis wouldn't either. It'd just be a different way of going about it. And you'd love to have him, but with Giannis, you are changing the entire structure of your team. Multiple guys are going. You're having to bring in shooters. That's a guy who changes your franchise in ways that Kevin Durant didn't. It was one of the reasons the Kevin Durant trade was looked at so favorably. You can just plop him in and do what you do, and he'll find his way. Giannis is a different story, but we're here. It's March 25th, and the Rockets offseason is being discussed in ways that I would have hoped to not have to do because they were a viable candidate to make a deep run. And as it stands, they're already looking, at least some people are already looking forward to what could be a volatile offseason. Unless they just don't get Giannis and run it back
or nothing.
Yeah. There are levels. You can make a trade and find a way to improve your roster without having to rip it to shreds or the other alternative stay the same. I hope no matter what happens, the rest of the way, they fall somewhere in the middle. It doesn't have to be, there's a range. It could be if 0 is running it back with Fred and the 10 is getting Giannis, it could be a 5 or 4 even if you make a smaller move that improves the roster as a whole, finding yourself of another wing defender if Tari leaves, adding shooting because the Dorian Finney-Smith thing hasn't worked out. There are ways to make this roster around Kevin Durant and your young players better equipped to go through the West than simply, when Fred VanVleet comes back, it'll all be fixed. They weren't even the favorite when he was
No.
healthy, even with Steven Adams. When the thought of everybody together didn't make them the favorite, isn't the point to improve to a point where you can be considered a team who could beat OKC and now the Spurs in the series? Fred doesn't change that.
No, but like to get like, there's no move that you could do to change that. Like, there's not really.
You would have to, you'd have to acquire whatever you did. You'd have to see it work on the court. There's nothing.
Yeah, it's
there's nothing you can do on paper.
2017 and 18 against the Warriors, where it's just like you're not going to be the favorites in a series against these guys.
Remember when they were in on Jimmy Butler, 2019?
Yeah,
and there was some thought that he would want to be a Rocket because he is local. That might have when we didn't know that Jimmy Butler had that next level.
Yeah.
But if that version might have gotten them where they wanted to go. Now the Warriors were.
Chris Paul and James Harden already hated each other, though. That was the problem.
That's the problem, yeah. Turns out that.
And Chris Paul barely played that year.
It turns out the Jimmy Butler acquisition, while exciting, would have just made the place more volatile than it already was. So, but there was a time when the thought was Jimmy Butler could have been a Houston Rocket. And it was, at one point, the Rockets were being positioned as the favorite to get him.
Yeah, it was like Eric Gordon and like 4 first-round picks was going to be the.
And he went for like Josh Richardson and whatever else Phillies got out of Miami, as it was a multi-team trade to make the money work.
Involved? There might have been a Sarich or
There's
a Covington.
always a Sarich or a Covington at some point involved in Philadelphia trades, and we know Robert Covington spent some time here as well. So they have a game tonight against one of the teams they're competing with, the Wolves. It'd be nice to actually show up against a good basketball team. Sometimes they don't against bad ones. They find a way to beat average ones. This is a good one who, if we just go by recent history, they're going to get beat by. It's just how it's been. Is this on national TV? Because that streak is, I think it's still ongoing, where it's been about 7 or 8 games they're losing streak on national TV. So
yes, ESPN.
Okay.
Matchup.
So more things to suggest they're not going to win this basketball game.
No Anthony Edwards.
Something that suggests they could win this basketball game, but they got beat by Josh Giddey and Bazelas, so I don't know. I would think they don't disrespect the game like they did
2 nights in a row.
2 nights. Yeah, I don't think they disrespect the game a second game in a row. Not after Ime Udoka talked about how disrespectful they were to the game of basketball. We'll see if we get another soft refereeing crew, or maybe they like Ime's brand of berating, and they're like, you know what, we like what you're on. We don't know about the NBA fraternity of refs, if they go out of their way to defend each other by implementing maybe a harsher set of rules for an opponent, or for a team who has a coach that disrespects them. It just seems like a poor way of going about things, when in some ways they can determine how games go, even if it's not on purpose, to be so out front in talking about how bad their colleagues are. Doesn't appear that a lot of these guys and ladies have thick skins. When you're struggling, let's not add another thing onto the pile of things that you have to be concerned with. But hopefully we don't get a soft crew tonight in Minnesota. And maybe they'll be better off because Rob Dillingham is in Chicago and not Minnesota. So the Rockets won't have to deal with the Rob Dillingham impact in Minnesota, and they'll be better equipped to handle. I really hope Ayo Dosunmu doesn't go off. A guy they could have acquired right before the trade deadline.
Game time decision with the calf injury.
So there's a chance they don't have to deal with him either.
There is a chance.
Okay. No Anthony Edwards. Possibly no Ayo Dosunmu.
I mean, game time decision.
He might play. Well, I don't know if he's missed time recently. So the Wolves might be a little light on guard play, but he is questionable tonight with calf soreness. And calf soreness is something people are certainly concerned with, because calf discomfort / soreness sometimes turns into an Achilles. So they may be careful with him, as he was their big acquisition at the trade deadline, while the Rockets did nothing. They inquired, but didn't find any value anywhere. So while Fred wasn't going to be available the rest of the way, they just decided to stand pat, and we kind of seen the results as the team feels like they teeter between being pretty good to, man, we got real problems here. Just about 10 or 11 games or so to figure things out before the playoffs. Or or we're going to have a long off season discussing Giannis and other players who can help this team. I don't think they'll stand pat if it goes poorly. They've done enough of that since Fred got hurt. All right, we'll go to break with that. We are a day away from opening day as far as the Astros are concerned. We're going to be out at St. Arnold. The entire station will be out there. You should join us at 10. It's brought to you by Huntington Bank. They're the sponsor for us out there. We're out there from 10 to 6. We will have live or at least you guys should be out there from 10 to 6. We're going to be out there from 7 to 6. The whole broadcast day will be out there. And we're going to have an Astros show from 12 to 3. So if you're wondering about the Rich Eisen show, it will not air tomorrow. We'll have LO Astros from 12 to 3 out there, and then Jeremy and Joe will follow them. So an entire broadcast day at St. Arnold as we celebrate opening day, and we celebrate the tournament as well. Eddie Nunez, the AD for the Cougars, joined John and Lance, and it's a big day in sports for the city of Houston. Sean's got to be excited, right? Are you bought in on Longhorn basketball as they get their Sweet 16, the Sweet 16 going?
Yeah. What? We've never seen Purdue lose to a bad team before, right?
Well,
that certainly hasn't happened. They haven't lost to.
Well, you're not a bad team anymore once you make the Sweet 16.
True.
Yeah,
they haven't lost to a double-digit seed in a while. Sorry, let me clean it up.
Clean it up a little bit.
Yeah,
it is one of the great shames in Purdue basketball to have Zach Edey and lose to Fairleigh Dickinson.
Yeah,
in the first round.
I think Matt Painter's lost to like a 13, 14, and 16 seed or something.
So why not an 11?
Yeah, he's lost.
Why not a play-in 11? A first 4-11. So that'll get the Sweet 16 started, and the Cougs will play as well.
Yeah. That was like midnight.
Very late. Yeah. Hey, you're the primetime team in your city. You get the late night slot, so it'll be a late night for all if you're excited about the Cougs against Illinois, as they are just 2 wins away from another Final Four appearance. All right, we'll go to break with that. We will come back with some Wyatt Teller sound. He is your new guard. He spoke to the media yesterday. He talks about wanting to get back to form. He acknowledges that he has not been the player he was in those Pro Bowl and All-Pro years, so we'll hear from him. We'll also hear from him on his recruitment because C.J. Stroud played a major part in Wyatt Teller being here. So we'll hear how the quarterback got the left guard into town when we come back.
This is the Del Alalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Alalea.
We'll hear from Wyatt Teller here. He spoke with the media yesterday. Texans have revamped their offensive line. He was one of the acquisitions. We played some sound last week on this show from PFF. They were discussing the Texans and all the offseason moves they made and how they were building this offensive line. And they questioned who's playing where because Wyatt Teller hadn't played left guard since his rookie season. Ed Ingram had never played left guard, according to them, in the NFL. So while they had acquired and brought back guys, how are they going to build this offensive line left to right? Well, we got an answer. Here's Wyatt Teller on where he expects to play with the Texans in 2026.
Wherever, coach asks me to play right side, left side, I feel like left side is going to be my home. But, it's just whatever coach asks. If he asks me to kick the ball, I can do that for him too. I don't think I'll be very good. And I think you guys have a very good place kicker who can do that. So please don't ask me to do that. But anything coach needs, I'm willing to help and do whatever it takes to win on a team that already has that great culture.
So he won't kick for you. He got a little bit of a chuckle out of someone who was, I guess it was Aaron Wilson. That's who had the sound I grabbed it from. But no kicking for Wyatt Teller. He'll play left guard. And Lance talked about it this morning, says it shouldn't be that big of a transition. He's talked about his dad, the former O-line coach, NFL and college O-line coach, and saying it's not, for most players, it's not that big of a deal on the interior. You have your bigger problems when it comes to playing tackle. So if we can expect Wyatt Teller to make the transition to left guard smoothly, the question is, and he talked about it, how good can he be? Because the former right guard now playing left guard is also a former All-Pro, former Pro Bowler, but that is years ago now. It has been a while since he has been at the top of his game. He acknowledged it in some sound that we played earlier today about how he wants to get back to form. He said you could see it in some plays, but he has not been the consistent player he has wanted to be, and he hopes to work with Cole Popovich on that. Does the guy who's been in the league since 2018 get back to that? Unlikely that he's going to revert back to being a Pro Bowler All-Pro 3 years removed from the Pro Bowl and 5 years removed from being an All-Pro, second-team All-Pro. We're just looking for him to be pretty good, average, and that gets the Texans to what appears they want to be. When you've looked at who they signed, they appear to be a team who wants to be a group that can run the football, be a power-running football team, and play to their defense. Now, while in practice or in theory, that is something that people can get excited about. We have an identity, want to be hard-nosed, coach speak, run the football, play great defense. Okay. But if you look at the teams who made the Final Four last year, not the four best teams, because you can question the Patriots about how good they were, but the teams who made the Final Four in the NFL last year, they were best at getting explosive plays and limiting explosive plays. You want to use that kind of like the NBA uses net rating. You want to use those two stats and combine them. The Seahawks were the best at it. The Patriots were second best, the two teams in the Super Bowl. The Rams were third, and the Broncos were fourth. Limiting explosive plays, getting explosive plays, you get a successful team. Going into the Patriots game, the Texans were, despite how good defensively they were a team who gave up explosive plays at a higher clip than you think. I was looking at it when thinking and getting ready to watch that game. The Texans were in the bottom third of the league defensively giving up explosive plays. And that means it doesn't mean 40-yard touchdowns. It means chunk plays, the 10 to 15-yard variety, run the football, 15 to 20 yards passing, whatever the official number is around there where if you're giving up plays, when the Texans defense gave up plays, they gave up explosive. It's just part of their defense. We've watched it over the last couple of years. In 2024, it felt like they were very fortunate when guys got behind them, the quarterbacks miss. But even in games where they would go on to win, that Colts game late in the year, most notably, they gave up big plays. So that is something that needs to be, at least in my eyes, surprisingly, a defensive fix. So while they were one of the better defenses in football, likely them in Seattle 1-2, if there is one thing they can fix and improve on to take their defense to another level, is giving up or stop giving up the explosives. It's one of the reasons Chauncey Gardner-Johnson didn't last very long. He compromised the defense by freelancing, and it led to the Brian Thomas long gain in their loss to the Jags early in the year. They hope Reed Blankenship can solidify that entire secondary, and they can stop giving up the explosives. And we'll see how the defense improves. But they got to find guys who can do that on offense. Nico Collins is the one proven commodity there. Can Tank Dell get back to form? Is it a year for Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel to do that? I don't foresee David Montgomery adding explosive plays, the physical downhill running. That's what you want. But they had a guy for that in Detroit as far as explosive plays were concerned. It's kind of one of the reasons David Montgomery is here. They had Jahmyr Gibbs. And if you have Jahmyr Gibbs, you don't pay David Montgomery what they were going to have to pay him when you have kind of your explosive back in the building. So Wyatt Teller's here to help them run the football more competently. I think he will do that. My bigger concern, whether it comes internally from the current roster or someone they acquire through trade, which feels less likely, if they go find someone who can create explosives, it'll be in the draft. But I think we're looking at internal growth with the help of an improved offensive line and then the return of Tank Dell. Let's hear from Wyatt Teller on the guy who will be part of the mix to help them become a more explosive offense, C.J. Stroud. He recruited Wyatt Teller. They bonded. Here's Wyatt Teller on how C.J. Stroud helped him become a Texan.
And I got to talk at PAO, which is the Christian-based NFL Christian-based seminar conference, and it's East Coast, West Coast. We've met 2 years ago when it was on the East Coast, and then this past year it was in Dana Point, California. And just getting to talk to him, it was like he was recruiting me and recruiting my wife, but really he was just saying, wherever you go, I know you're gonna have success and everything like that, but I would love for you to block for me and everything like that. And just kind of be an enforcer and a protector of him, when he's healthy. I don't know many teams that can beat the Houston Texans. So if I can help in any way, not that I need to be Superman or anything like that, but just get back to what I'm good at.
Yeah, that was him in the final part of that clip discussing a more in depth on how he would like to get back to the player he was earlier in his career. So CJ, the recruiter, helps the Texans get Wyatt Teller. I don't know if CJ is going to be up at a podium or at a news conference and say, "I'm a great recruiter. See, I got Wyatt Teller," like the Providence head coach said about his wife. If you missed it, Providence has a new head coach. His name is Brian Hodgson, and he fits the profile of CBS shows in the 2000s where the wife was, at least if you just look at him without knowing anything about the two individuals, you say the wife far exceeds the attractiveness of the husband. Still standing. What else is out there? King of Queens. Those type of shows. There's a bit of that vibe when it comes to the Providence power couple that is Brian Hodgson and his wife. He said, "Hey, look at me. I'm a great recruiter. Have you seen my wife?" James Franklin did that too, right? Where he was talking about
it's like 45% of
coaches,
all college football. Normally, it's a football coach move.
Yeah, because recruiting is such the lifeblood of what they do. Yeah, James Franklin. Either he said his coaches had to be great recruiters because look at me, look at my wife, but it was along those lines where I'm good at this. Look who I bagged. I mean, I don't know how it coincides with, hey, look what I do in the clutch with my wife. I win big games, because James Franklin couldn't say that.
Yeah.
And it didn't happen at Penn State either. So while kudos for snagging the attractive wife, the Penn State people, you still aren't out recruiting Ohio State or Michigan. Winning some big games, and he couldn't do that, and that's why he's at Virginia Tech. Brian,
I wonder if he runs it, or did he run him back while he's at Virginia Tech? He was like, "Hey, listen, when you have a good line, you got to use it." That's why every coach says it at a press conference. Someone chirped Brett. Someone remembered Brett Bielema's introductory press conference at Arkansas, and B was like, "Yeah, didn't have Brett Bielema when he said this." Like, what?
Who remembers?
Yeah,
that?
wait. And Brett Bielema quote tweeted him on social media. It was like, "Yeah, tell me you're uninformed" or something. Like, it's just like, what? Why is this a controversy? It's a dumb joke that every college football coach
was he big upping his time at Arkansas? Like if you look at actually what we did there.
Yeah, I don't know what it's one of those where I'm like, why are you so mad at this? Like, A, how do you find this? No one tagged you in this.
He searched his name, I guess, or someone brought it to his attention.
And then he had
to
all I hear about how busy college football
how tough
coaches
it is.
are.
Got time today though. He had time today or that day to respond to a random person.
Oh, Chris, it's amazing how long things stay in that little misinformed head of yours.
Oh, so he's had beef with that guy for a while. Was that a reporter or just a random Arkansas fan?
Just a random Italian father of three, brother of three.
Okay.
He has 131 Powerball followers following him. Seems odd.
Got it. So just Brian.
It's Chris Ringelli.
Well, either way, Brian Hodgson, just know, now that you said it, there's someone out there waiting for you to fail.
It's Brett Bielema.
Yeah. Well, yeah, Brett Bielema seems like the type waiting for plenty of people to fail. But
I wonder if Brett Bielema, is he coming to Houston to cheer on the Illini?
Will he be sitting in a section behind the Illinois bench cheering on the team?
I hope so.
Does that happen where it's spring football, right? He can't come down. Aren't we around that time? Some teams have already started. Some teams are about to start. I don't know that he can come down.
All right. We'll have to settle for Darren Williams or whoever.
Look, Brett Bielema,
D. Brown,
while he's done a good job at Illinois, I don't know that he has the Illinois fan base
ambassador
by the throat. So they're dying to see him wherever he is. Like if Indiana was good in basketball, if Kurt Signetti made an appearance, cool. Indiana fans would love it. I don't know that Brett Bielema is he a bigger star than Brad Underwood at Illinois? I know football's king in some spots, but if we're just talking ranking coach, we don't know. We don't go to Illinois. We're not fans of the team or the programs. But I feel like Brad Underwood is right up there with Brett Bielema.
Yeah. I imagine, because what they go, 9-3?
Something like
2
that.
2 years ago now?
I think so. And maybe in last year, they were in the top 25 for
that's
quite a
something.
bit.
When you're at Illinois, I feel like that means something more than
making the Sweet 16.
Making the Sweet 16 twice.
I don't know. No, actually, I just don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know.
Also, I don't know.
Like if Willie
Brett Bielema is also definitely a character, and I think that helps.
That's true. He is a character.
I think that helps that he's kind of a bleepster and does all that.
Yeah, they went 10-3 and 24, 9-4, 10-3 and 24, 9-4 last year. I got thinking of Willie Fritz makes an appearance. Are people? Oh, look, it's the coach for the Cougs backing his guy.
Because Kelvin Sampson's the guy.
True.
Kelvin Sampson's for Houston. I don't know. Or U of H athletics, past decade plus.
Brett Bielema shows up for the Final Four if Illinois, unfortunately for us, makes it. If they're in the Final Four, I think he goes.
And it's in Indianapolis.
Yeah,
shorter.
Like Kirk Ferentz, if Iowa makes it, he's not going to come down for the Sweet 16. He may go for the Final Four, just to show some solidarity as the Iowa community comes together.
And I'm sure he gets free stuff. I'm sure he gets free tickets.
I don't think they're making Kirk Ferentz pay. They couldn't even make him fire his son.
I'm sure all these guys, some booster would be like, "Come on my plane, yeah."
Like their son was actively sabotaging their football program, not on purpose, but it was happening, and they couldn't get him out. He's getting tickets. In fact, if he asked to sit on the bench, he'd do that too. They would tell whoever their coach is, I forgot his name, pipe down. Whoever their basketball coach is. Yeah, they tell Ben McCollum, relax. Kirk's going to sit at the end. He won't do anything. but he wants to be as close as he can possibly be. In fact, you can put him in the second row with all the other coaches. He won't do anything.
When they're looking to challenge something,
Yeah.
they're all looking at Kirk Ferentz.
He's got the little
iPad.
tablet in front of him, looking at
spin his finger in the air.
Yeah, so there are certainly some superstar coaches attached to these teams because they coach the football programs, but
Yeah.
I think they would wait till an actual Final Four appearance before they show up.
Willie Fritz stay at spring practice.
Well, it's not a long drive. As we've been told, it's not a long drive. So if he wants to show up, it's not that time consuming. In fact, Kelvin Sampson made a joke about when he was shown walking into the team hotel. He said, "Nice flight." Everyone, we get it.
Yeah.
It's in the neighborhood.
8:40 though on a Thursday night. Willie Fritz, don't you have something more important to be doing? Don't you have tape to be breaking down?
Not at 8:40 on a Wednesday. I mean, Kirk Cincinnati would never. We've heard that. We heard those stories about. Hey, we don't take very long to watch film. We don't even practice for that long.
I'm not sure if I believe him.
I'm
not sure. I think that's he just says that. I have a hard time believing
that he's not grinding.
That he's just like naturally better at running practice and watching film than other coaches.
He would like you to believe it, whether it's true or not.
I don't
know.
I saw how many pick sixes they got on first possession of the game.
People were suggesting that had nothing to do with how hard they were working. It was about how they were working. Certain things they had access to. Carson Beck waited to the end of the game to throw that pick.
Yeah.
So they were. So
what a move! But that's why Cignetti's the best.
Yeah. At the biggest moment,
he waited.
He waited for him to underthrow a deep ball, and he got the pick to seal the deal. Either way, Cignetti a champion, and
Houston Cougars
maybe next
2 weeks away.
Hopefully things change, and they no longer are the Buffalo Bills of college basketball. Just need the title. That's the one thing they're missing, and they got a real shot to get it this year. We'll go to break with that. We'll get to some Astros baseball with opening day tomorrow. Hunter Brown on the mound. We'll talk about, do we do a preview or do we do what this show normally does and goes, okay, we'll wait to see what happens. Do we want to do the whole, because this morning they did the lineup stuff. I was not so noticeably absent from it because it's whatever to me. The lineups will change because guys will get hurt, but they did do the lineups this morning on the show, so you can hear that. That I believe that's a social media video. If you missed the guys talking about the Astros and previewing at least the early portion of the season, that's there. But we'll talk about Jeremy Pena's return, and if you missed it, the rotation as well. We'll get to that in the second hour of the show. We will be back. You heard the name Huntington Bank Studios. They are going to be the people who bring you the station out at St. Arnold tomorrow. St. Arnold's Brewing tomorrow. So we start at 7, but you guys should show up at 10. So John and Lance from 7 to 10. This show from 10 to 12. Locked on Astros from 12 to 3. And then Jeremy and Joe from 3 to 6 to get you ready for the Astros as they open up another season. Thanks to St. Arnold. Thanks to Huntington Bank for having us out there. Should be a good time as the Astros start their season. It'll be Hunter Brown on the mound against the Angels. Here is your, through the first weekend or so, here are your starters. Brown, Burrows, Javier, Imai, McCullers, and then you get Brown again. McCullers in Boston. Home against Boston. That's where he'll get his first start. And then Brown again. So that's kind of your first week or so of Astros baseball. And your starters, as McCullers is your 5th guy, and Brown and Burrows will be your top 2 as it stands right now.
Am I reading too much to be like, why is Imai the 4th? Or is that just, hey,
the belief is
we got to start the season somehow?
Christian Javier has seniority, so you're not going to, and I put it in quotes, disrespect him by having Imai ahead of him. Why Burrows gets to be 2? Well, come on. Javier's not a proven commodity right now, so we do want 2 guys we trust more at 1 and 2, but when we go from one guy who's never pitched in the major leagues to a guy who's been part of this franchise for years, we'll give him the third spot. It could change, certainly, but that is what I've been told by people who would say they know baseball and how it operates, that Javier gets paid the respect of being the number 3, even if it's only in name only.
I bring this up as I know this doesn't really matter, but if I have to react to
anything,
the starting rotation, that is what I zeroed in on. I was like, Christian Javier, either, high hopes for him, second year off of a Tommy John, even though that's not really a thing people talk about. It's like, actually, it's the year after you come back. Yeah, normally it's when you come back, you're just kind of back. Maybe a pitch count, but as far as effectiveness, shouldn't, have that much of a dip. And, it's year 2 coming off of that. So maybe you just need another year of getting his body right. To now it's Christian Javier of years gone by. I expect a no-hitter.
How early do you expect Javier to produce a no-hitter?
Anytime this season. Really.
Oh, you're just looking for. You think one will happen? You don't know.
Yeah, I did one in November in 2022. So
that was pretty important, wasn't it? He combined for.
Yeah, he's never actually gone 9 innings.
So you're looking for another combined no hitter. Okay.
6 innings, no hitter. Once he hands the ball off to the bullpen, it's not on him anymore. So just a start where he has 5 or 6 innings of no hit ball. That's all I expect.
That's all you're looking for?
That's all I expect.
All right.
Like Jake Myers, winning World Series MVP to become a fan
that
favorite.
didn't work out, right?
He just didn't. He didn't do it.
He didn't it's not his fault. The team didn't even make the playoffs. Is that on him?
Could have played better.
So could have a lot of people. In fact,
they only missed by a game, so really he just needed to.
For the most part, Jake
hit a 2-run home run in game 1 they lost by
expectations. If we're going to be not serious but serious about this, he did outperform expectations.
Yeah,
I think it falls on other people.
Yeah.
For why that team didn't make the playoffs.
It was last season. For those who don't know this inside joke, last season. I think you asked what does Jake Myers need to do?
Because he was playing well,
be a fan favorite.
But you're pretty much going, not even a fan favorite. It was about you specifically, and you were like, when World Series MVP before I changed my mind about him. Yeah, and it
didn't do it.
So still, your feelings remain the same.
Yeah, meh.
Jake Myers, you could do better, which it's true, but most accomplished outfielder who's going to do it full time, which isn't saying much.
Yeah,
I'm aware
of. Congrats.
Yeah, it's not a high bar to clear, but he clears it pretty easily.
Cam Smith.
There's hope for Zach Cole and Cam Smith to at some point change the conversation, but as it stands right now, it is Jake Myers plus those guys and Jordan part-time.
That is an important part of the Astros outfield conversation, is that yes, we're not blown away. Yes, it is the weakness of the team.
But
just
it ain't
looking at it.
8-year vets out there.
Yeah, it's
besides Jake.
You could talk me into Zach Cole is actually good, and Cam Smith, not less than a year away from playing in the College Baseball World Series. He, the guy who actually has had a full offseason of being a Major League Baseball player. Oh, he got better. Learning a new position. Yeah, I can believe that these guys, there's upside there. They're not just trotting out, like you said, just 9-year journeymen where it's hey, someone has to stand in the outfield. It's no, there's at least a long-term upside to some of this. And you have Bryce Matthews also having some time in the outfield during spring training. We'll see how much, A, if he makes the team, B, how much he does that once the season gets started.
Zach Cole, 25, excuse me. Cam Smith, young as well. So we could see improvement over the year where we feel much better about them. But that's more in line for a team who doesn't have the expectations, right or wrong, the Astros still have on them. So when we talk about that outfield being one of the worst in baseball, it is under the within the context of we're looking for an outfield that can help this team win the division and hopefully go further. As it stands now, they would be a negative for that goal until proven otherwise.
We also used to watch Gods play. We used to.
True.
We used to have Brantley, Springer, Tucker. That's the outfield.
Spoiled is the word I'd use, and it's just how things go. You can't always have the best like we had at one point,
and then 3 number ones in the rotation, and Prime Altuve, Prime Bregman, and Correa. Yeah, I think some of it we've kind of been thrown off of what a normal baseball team looks like.
Yeah, you go around Major League Baseball, there are going to be weak spots on even the teams people believe can be good. We have just been accustomed to
no weak spots.
Yeah, no weak spots. What are we doing?
Or
we're
one weak spot.
Yeah. Now there is a weak spot in the outfield, of course, and then you look at first base. The Christian Walker renaissance has not occurred, not through spring. We thankfully have not discussed the glut in the infield for a while, thankfully. I'm sure it'll be right there again if Paredes is not playing and guys aren't hitting. So we're not far away from having that talk again. So Christian Walker is pretty consistent when it comes to Astros and first base recently. He's just another in a long line of guys who either are old and expensive or just not hitting. Unfortunately, he's both. He's old and expensive and not hitting. That's a poor combo for your first baseman for a team who thinks they can do some big things. And can I get replacement level from Christian Walker this year? Is that something that's too much to ask for? I don't need him to be great. Can I get, hey, you know what, Christian Walker? I'm fine with him.
Yeah, I mean, him being what he's been in spring would fix the glut, I'd say.
Just don't play him
on the bench.
Yeah, despite his belief before
Glut
spring
finish.
really got going that he would be playing every day.
It's easier when the guy's hitting. He was I know he was under batting 100 in the spring training. I think he got above batting 100. He was batting 098 at some point. I think he got his head above water there.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, I mean, he's peaking at the right time. He's getting hot at the right time.
Yeah, he's above 130.
Oh, look at this guy.
Things are ticking up.
All right,
Christian
glut
Walker.
back on. I don't know how you're going to fit all these guys in the lineup.
Yeah, the thought of we have too many good hitters when Christian Walker was one of them always felt a little off.
Yeah,
he's making money and he's got to play, I guess. But the whole we got too many infield. Do you?
Yeah.
Have you seen? You got declining Altuve. You've got Christian Walker. Do you have too many good?
Yeah,
good infielders.
It's also Pena hurts his hand the first day of Dominican WBC, and it's back to now the outfield just kind of clicks in, or the infield just clicks into place of Correa moves to short, Paredes. It's that's again. Jeremy Pena didn't make it through one Dominican baseball game without getting hurt. I think you'll be able to play 5 infielders over 162 Major League Baseball games. I think you can rotate them in just enough.
I'm going to guess, this is my prediction for this year, that the conversation won't be about how do we find all these guys at bats. It's like, do we need to acquire another infielder?
Yeah, it's more likely that's the issue.
Yeah, that we just don't have enough production from that spot, despite the expectations.
Yeah, the infielder they got from the Braves,
the one who is a light hitting middle infielder.
Yeah, new Dubon. It's like, if that guy has to play for an extended amount of time,
I don't know why. I don't know why you're saying if. You know it's going to happen.
Well, I just mean like
Nick Allen.
Weeks.
Nick Allen's going to have a 2-week span where he's dependent on.
I was like, I know it's 2 like first names that have been on every baseball player ever. Yeah, Nick Allen. I think if we get 20 straight games of Nick Allen, we'll be yearning for Zach Short maybe.
Ooh. Well, Jeremy
we did this last year.
Yeah, we did it.
With all these
we're
injuries,
going to do it
like,
again.
I don't know how, of all teams, the Astros are the ones worried about having too many players that play similar positions, given they were like arguably the most injured team of all time last year.
They're due to be healthy, Sean.
Okay, yeah.
They've changed
and now
their
it's a
training
problem.
staff.
And now it'll be a problem that they're too healthy.
Yeah, they've changed their training staff. They'll be too healthy. You mentioned Jeremy Pena. He did hit a home run last night in his return from the lineup. It was against the Space Cowboys. They do that when they return to Houston. So they played the Space Cowboys. He hit a 2-run home run in his return. So that was nice. So he is well on his way and he'll be ready to go. So that's good. That while initially it was reported that it wasn't going to be a big deal, when you hear fracture, you get a little shook. But looks like he's going to be fine, so that's good. So did he get his injury out of the way? It was only a couple weeks, so unlikely. I'm sure there'll be at least another one.
Yeah, but I mean, again, it goes to show you that like you get hurt playing baseball. Like maybe have some redundancy.
You get hurt playing catch if you're an Astro pitcher.
Yeah.
That Astro pitcher, Spencer Arrighetti, is in Sugarland. He was optioned to Sugarland, so
Space Cowboy pitcher.
For now.
I don't know. Okay.
Do you want to play the game of predicting the first Astro injury to a starter? Pitcher, do you want to avoid bringing that type of bad luck?
Oh yeah, because if we didn't do it, they definitely wouldn't get hurt.
I just don't want it on my conscience.
How about this? When do you think, because this could be either for play or injury, when do you think Spencer Arrighetti makes his 2026 debut for the Astros, before or after April 30th?
Ooh. So
April 30th and a half.
A little over a month before Arrighetti is back with the big club.
Whether that's because he threw 3 straight no-hitters in AAA, or
or Javier couldn't get anyone out.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say he makes a start for the Astros before April 22nd.
Okay.
I don't know how it comes about, but I don't think this 5-man rotation. I think someone is missing from that rotation by April 22nd or something. Yeah.
They also they play some like 21 games in 23 days.
So you'll get the 6-man stuff too.
Yeah, so they didn't start with a 6-man, but I think that had more to do with like the bullpen with Hader being down, where it's like they don't want to take another arm out of the bullpen. So it'll be interesting. I do think they will pivot to a 6-man at some point.
Yeah.
But they're not breaking camp with it. But yeah, I mean, again, we've seen the Astros. We've seen baseball before. We know that all these guys are going to get plenty of time to sink or swim, basically. Because this is probably the least established Astros team. Like, as far as, like, the amount of players they have that are MLB, like, established players that you know what you're getting with these guys. There's a lot of guys. Or, like, even Mike Burrows, who we love already. It's a spring training that he's been really good. And before that, he was, like, a pretty good Pirates pitcher. Imai, who's never pitched in the majors. You have Christian Javier and Lance McCullers, both varying amounts of question marks as far as just availability and what they give you when they are available. Like, in the bullpen, other than Josh Hader when he comes back. You know, Brian King, year 2. Are we doing that?
Yeah.
And then the
Burrows.
outfield.
Yeah, Burrows has 19 career starts.
Yeah,
All came last year for the Pirates. Lot of things to hope for as opposed to knowing when it comes to this Astros team. Just projections as opposed to being sure.
Yeah.
So before we go to break, do they make the playoffs this year?
I think they make the playoffs. They're very close to making the playoffs last year.
Are they better than they were last year?
Yeah, I think they are. I mean, assuming they get like normal amount of injuries and not apocalyptic injuries, like yeah, they should be better.
Paredes staying if he is with the club at the end of the season.
Yeah, if Yordan doesn't miss 100 games in a lineup that needs Yordan Alvarez.
Yeah, and if you can get what you got from Hunter Brown. Now, Fromber's tenure ended poorly, but
yeah,
you knew he was going to
first half. Fromber.
You knew he was going to be out there. And he was going to, at least as you mentioned, the first half he pitched well. Can you get that type of production from Burrows, Imai, whoever it is that maybe elevates themselves to the number 2, even if they're not strictly that in rotation? Can you get that type? And we got the surprises of Jason Alexander.
Mm-hmm.
Is there one of those in the mix? Does that fall on Imai to be this year's version of Alexander or the 2024 Renel Blanco? Who's going to be that guy?
Oh, actually, let me pull up the Sugar Lane Space Cowboys roster.
Find who's going to be this year's version of this guy is pitching this well.
I don't think Blue Ball can be that. I think Blue Ball is already is too established to
like
be Renel Blanco.
Yes, had been around the organization for a while. Jake came out of nowhere, threw a no-hitter, was good for them in 2024. Jason Alexander, we play the clip. There goes my hero because of what he did filling in. I don't need them to be someone we've never heard of, but will we find a guy who never put together the type of seasons those guys had in the past who does it again this year? They've done it 2 years in a row.
Yeah. I like Logan Van Way. That feels like a. Can you believe that they've gotten 6 straight quality starts from Logan Van Way?
And no, I can't. In fact, I cannot. In fact,
Trey
believe.
McLaughlin.
So you have some candidates.
I mean, I'm just
naming guys you see on a roster.
Yeah, Anthony Maldonado.
Hopefully,
I mean,
you're right.
I could just sit here and just
maybe
read
go with
names.
just AJ Blueball.
AJ Blueball.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we got JP France, ghost of, wow, this guy's surprisingly good past. Obviously, Arrighetti.
There are some options.
Yeah. And then there's like actual, like, I know people expect things out of Ethan Pecco. I know that's a guy. People are, as far as Astros prospects go.
Yeah, maybe not in 2026. Eric, we see you. You want to talk Ime Udoka. Let's see if you get his name right. You've been corrected a couple times since you've called in and called him outside of his name. We'll see if you figured it out when we come back. Anyone else want to follow him? Anyone else does? If you do, 713-780-3776. But before we go to break, let's talk about Aqueduct Plumbing Company. No chance you mess up this name. Billy Brown, he runs that place. And if you got a plumbing issue, call his company, Aqueduct Plumbing Company. You can find that number on the website, aqueductplumbingcompany.com. It's 281-488-6238. For any issues you have, they're the people you go to. Big job, small job, they'll handle it for you. If you need to install a new or have your traditional water heater checked, they can do that. If it's a tankless one, they can do that too. From camera inspections to running the gas line to your grill, if you don't want to continue to have to go get propane tanks. If you need or have an issue, and you need a fix, they're there for you. Big jobs, small jobs, as I said. The biggest job you can think of is that repipe. If you have an older home, the pipes at some point are going to become a problem. If you want to be preventative, so instead of turning on the water one day and it's dirty, you can't cook with it, you can't clean with it, you can't wash your clothes with it. Instead of that happening, get ahead of it. Get a repipe done with Aqueduct Plumbing Company. They've done over 1,000 of those, so they're the premier repiping company in Houston. Go with them if you need a repipe. They'll take care of you. They'll get the job done right for you. That's Aqueduct Plumbing Company. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com is the website. That's AqueductPlumbingCompany.com.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
We start the show talking Rockets. They have Minnesota tonight. We've done 2 months of talking about how they're not playing up to the level we thought they're capable of. Maybe we just admit we are wrong about what they're capable of if it's now 2 months of this. We'll see if they can pull out of it. Does it start tonight with no Anthony Edwards on the other side? Hopefully they get a win. This is a nationally televised game. They find a way to lose these, but you don't have the other team's best player on the floor, which I would say normally, okay, you got a real shot to win. But then I just think back to Golden State not having like 3 of their 4 best players, it feels like. Or like Golden State's not a great team even when Steph's available, but not having him or torn ACL'd Jimmy Butler, still in a dogfight with guys like Moody, and I guess Draymond did play. So anything could happen tonight. Let's hope for a win. Let's talk to Eric first, and then we'll get to Denzel. What's up, Eric?
Hey, Bill. I guess I called it right. The Rockets firing Ibeke, Andre 3000 early before he could exit the playoffs first round. Also, I think Jordan's going to get hurt in May, Correa in June, Pena in July, and they all come back the last week of September and miss the playoffs by 2 games. I'll hang up and listen.
A dark path for the Astros this year. The injuries, I can't fault him on. And he kind of just predicted what happened last year. So that will be consistent with what we saw last year. Big injuries to their best players, and then a disappointing finish. And Ime Udoka has not been fired. NBA Centel put that out there. It wound up on Facebook. Eric, you're not doing any credits to yourself if the 2 places that have reported it are Centel and Facebook. He has not been fired.
It makes sense for Eric that those would be trusted sources, like the rumblings that he always hears.
Sees them. He hears them because someone repeated them because they saw them on Facebook or Centel, or he read them himself.
Actually, it's all coming together.
It explains some of the rumblings he's heard, if those are his sources. I saw that in Centel because they're mimicking Central when you initially see it. You don't believe it because why would they do that in March? But didn't Taylor Jenkins get fired late, and so did what's his name, Michael Malone, who some people want to be the next Rockets coach. That happened later in the year.
Yeah.
So it has happened recently in NBA history to coaches that have had some acclaim, but it is not happening here. Ime Udoka will be on the sidelines as the Rockets try to avoid disgracing the game against the Wolves tonight. Nice try, Eric. You didn't even come close to getting me, but nice try. Eric, everybody. He tried to get Becky to call into the morning show. The guys never got to her. That bit remains a thing as well. Let's get to Denzel. He wants to talk some Rockets, too. What's up, Denzel?
Hey guys, it's Gunzel, like pow gun.
Okay, got
it. But no problem. With the 2 points I was make about President Fleet in the playoffs, I know he had shot bad in the regular season, but in the playoffs, I think those games when they were coming back, maybe game 4, 5, 6, and 7, I think he played pretty well. But I think we're missing the point about it's not about his shooting percentages. There's 2 things. His defense is he's not a turnstile like Reed can be sometimes because of his size, and him not being as sturdy as Fred. And also, Fred over the last, I want to say 3 to 5 seasons, has been one of the better assist-to-turnover ratio guys. If he was handling the ball, setting up the offense, just simply not turning the ball over in as many possessions as the Rockets do, I think would help them tremendously. And I'll shut up and listen.
Appreciate it. Yeah, we talked about it. Maybe he's referencing the first segment of the show when we played some sound from Chris Mannix talking about the Rockets possibly going after Giannis in the offseason. And if they don't get him, he said they would run it back with and mentioned Fred as a prime reason that they would do that because they've been without him all year. Yes, Fred in the playoffs last year, he was their best player from games 4, 5, 6, and 7. He was really good in game 4, which they lost in a close one, and games 5 and 6 when they were down 3-1. He was great. So he had his moments in the playoffs, and then game 7, he was the best of the bunch. He didn't have a great game, but he was fine. I would agree. They would be better equipped to handle late game situations because of Fred's ability to organize and not turn the ball over. And although he's small, he's stout. So he would be able to hold up if teams tried to physically bully him. But Fred ain't a lockdown defender, but he is better than Reed Shepherd, and that would help their cause, is at least having someone who could hold up as a point of attack defender. Those are things you talk about when you're talking about a good role player. Fred is not being talked about in that way, at least his importance. I think people understand because even the clip we played talked about his lack of shooting, which you referenced as well, Gunzel. He's being talked about as a missing piece to the puzzle. I think the puzzle has 3 or 4 missing pieces when it comes to this roster and who they depend on. Tari's play down.
He's a missing piece.
Yes. Tari's play has added him to the missing piece part.
We're missing Tari.
Yeah, if Tari was playing at the level he was playing at early, then yeah, there are less missing pieces. I just find it a bit disconcerting that people, maybe not people, but the organization is operating or has operated in a way that they're one Fred VanVleet away. Fred and Steven Adams makes you better, but you're not better than the 2 best teams in the conference right now. And they're young and still ascending. The Thunder won the title, and while Shea is the guy in his prime, their 2 other best players, traditionally speaking, aren't anywhere near their prime. You're like 3 or 4 years away from getting the best Jalen and Chet. And Wemby may have a bit of a shorter window himself because of his size and what that does to big people. But Castle and Harper and Vassell and Keldon Johnson, who right now leads the or has the best odds to win, or is a favorite, let me put it that way, the favorite to win 6th Man of the Year. Those guys are all early 20s to mid-20s. I don't know that Fred and Steven Adams are the difference, even this year, from beating those teams. Forget about next year and the year after. So, Gunzel, appreciate the call. We do have one caller who has said that once Fred got hurt, he knew the season wasn't going to be one that ended in a way that people would like. So maybe he saw it before anyone else, that without Fred, this team had no chance to achieve what the goals were to start. Yes, having your starting point guard would be great. But this season has shown flaws in other spots that have nothing to do with Fred. And either they address it by internal improvement or making a trade or 2. Doesn't have to be a Giannis level trade, but just fortifying or maybe swapping a guy out for someone else that better fits what you're trying to do. And once again, we're talking about the offseason when they have a game tonight and still have a playoff series in front of them.
Like, we know, like...
I know. That's my problem. We know. That's my problem. We know how this is going to end. We know how this is going to end.
Yeah, like...
Kevin Durant will likely be great in a series. He'll do his best. But when it comes down to it, in a tight game in the 4th quarter, they're going to throw the ball away.
Yeah, like
they're going to do things that cost them wins.
I at least prefer talking about the offseason to, like, can you believe they had another close game where they threw the ball out of it? Like, can you believe that happened?
Well,
Alfred Şengün missed clutch free throws? What?
Well, he missed some free throws in Chicago
like,
too, late.
What?
Like
we talk about 75 of these games. Like, yes, of course.
Like there was the dunk he had that it got everyone excited. What you didn't mention was he missed the and one. Yes, cool. in the midst of, what did he make, like 14 shots in a row or something like that?
Something.
He dunked over a guy. He was in the restricted area, and he got that big dunk late in the game. Didn't make the free throw, though.
Yeah. It's like, can you believe it? What does that say about the Rockets' ability to go far? They're not going to go far.
I know.
Like,
I'm well.
we don't have to pretend like we have to
I just
give
don't
a gamer
like,
every game. Like,
no,
we
don't.
know.
Yeah, it always evolves into the macro of them going, well, this team ain't good enough. And I know the evidence tells me they're not good enough. I just didn't want to be in this spot. But we're here. And Fred VanVleet's the most important player in the NBA, at least in the Western Conference. Jason Tatum in the East.
Yeah, I mean,
Fred in the West.
They're forced to start Reed Shepard, who's -10 with the rest of their starters.
Yeah, we played the sound with on this show, and John Lance got to it. The starting lineup, or just the minutes played with Reed Shepard and the rest of the starting lineup, that's the worst lineup who's had significant minutes together.
And that's one where you're like, well, if you just put in Fred VanVleet, like every Rockets lineup with Fred VanVleet's like more
Better.
Positive
Yes.
than not. So
Yes.
it's like, all right, even if that's like still just like, I don't know, 0. like that's just a way better team.
Well, I mean,
like
I can't disagree. I just have to wrap my head around this guy shooting under 40% from the floor, and being kind of a volume shooter, being a guy that is the difference maker.
He just doesn't throw the ball out of bounds.
Which
and
it helps.
And him having the ball, not throwing the ball in bounds, leads to Kevin Durant not throwing the ball out of bounds.
Yes, you could. Kevin Durant could just give the ball to Fred instead of having to bring it up because there's no one else on the floor that can be trusted.
Yeah, everyone else gets better with Fred VanVleet on the court because they can now click into what they actually do well, not having to do the Fred VanVleet stuff.
While points are being made that makes sense, I still gotta buy it that this is the difference between contender and maybe the 6th seed.
The spreadsheet just doesn't.
I can't look. Yes, I'm being the dummy looking at the raw counting numbers, shooting numbers. I mean, what are we doing? I mean, they got guys shooting like Corey Brewer, and he's the difference between winning a title and not. Yes, the other stuff matters more, and Corey Brewer didn't do it. You don't have to. We're not making a video of this, thankfully, so I don't need the pushback of, well, Fred does. I get it. I understand, but there's just a dissonance going on in my head.
I mean,
that's all.
Last year, I wouldn't have been like, you know what's going to really work is Steven Adams and Alperen Şengün playing together. That's going to be what really works. That's the only way they can have an offense.
Are the Rockets built properly when Steven Adams, the backup center's absence, and Fred's absence are why they're as underwhelming as they are? Are they built properly if that's the reason? When all this talent that they've acquired through trade or draft are the ones who are supposed to have the highest ceilings, and these guys who they had to overpay for one of them, and then the other one you traded for because he was always injured and now he's healthy. Well, take it back, not healthy anymore. Yeah. He was healthy for a time. Are the reasons you're not where you want it to be? I guess
it's like now it's either what do we think of the young talent, or what do we think about the coach? Like this is the only way that this can.
You know what? I'm going to answer my own question. They're not built properly.
Yeah, this is the only way.
This is the way. If this has to be the formula for them to achieve big things this year,
it's the only way. You need to get 25% of all offensive rebounds in the game. You need to get them.
Is it any 40% shooter at point guard, or Fred specifically?
Because he has to be good at defense.
Like if they brought in Jose Alvarado, good at defense, pesky, will take care of the basketball, knows his role. If they had traded for him instead of the Knicks getting him, would that have made a giant difference?
Who knows?
Or just Fred's got the magic touch? I guess we'll find out next year.
Well, we won't, because it'll be Fred VanVleet, not Jose Alvarado.
No, we'll find out if Fred is the difference that people believe he is. If he's here next year and they're on pace for 60 wins, then I'll know.
But we can't prove what if this was just a different point guard that plays defense?
Because they decided they didn't want to do that.
What is this, another guy who plays defense and can dribble?
Yeah, it'll be Fred or nothing. We'll take your
call. Or
Mike.
Giannis. Or blow up the entire team for Giannis.
Giannis, Fred, those are the two things that
The
can
two
be
fixes.
done. Yeah. Other than that, nothing can be done in between. We talked about that in the first
Josh
segment,
Okogie?
too.
Bring him back?
Better on the floor
Bring him-
with the other starters and Reed.
Yeah, bring him back.
Mike, we'll get to you. We'll get to this message I got about Alpy, and the expectation of failure at the line. So we got more Rockets to discuss when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
We got a couple callers who want to talk Rockets. We'll get to you here, but I did want to tell you the Astros have announced some moves as they get ready for opening day. All that Zach Cole stuff we talked about, you can wait on that. He's been optioned to Sugar Land, so he won't be a part of the opening day roster. Also, Zach DeCenzo has been placed on the 10-day IL with the right elbow sprain. So a couple of younger outfielders won't be available for the Astros. Then you've got guys who are coming back from major injuries, like Ronel Blanco, and Josh Hader officially goes on the 15-day IL with his left bicep tendonitis. So we knew he wouldn't be available to start the year. Do we know a return date as of yet? No, but at least we know right now it'll be 15 days on the IL. All right, let's get to a couple calls here. I'll get to this text I got first regarding Alpy. I keep saying Alpy, combining Alpy and whatever other word I'm trying to get out there. I didn't get excited because I knew his sorry ass would miss the free throw. These are not my words. Then he got his ass dunked on with his horrible defense on the next possession. Damn. Well, I didn't look at it that way. Don't want to put sorry ass on him. He did miss the free throw, and he's poor defensively. So while the color of the text is aggressive, the factual stuff is true.
Yeah.
The factual stuff being put out there, it's correct.
Actually, let's get to the calls. I want to say, but it might just be what we talk about it'll like blow up the segment. So
Okay.
I'm cooking on an Alperin take though.
Okay, let's let either marinate or bake. I don't know what part of the cooking process you have it in right now. Let's get to Mike, and then we'll get to JJ. What's up, Mike?
Hey, first off, Alpy is cheeks. He's cheeks. Guy sucks.
Jeez.
Also, I'm tired of people hearing about how we need to wait on Tari Eason to like get to his final form. The guy is trash, dude. They're cheeks. Forget about the actual players. I think more emphasis needs to be put on the ownership and the management of the Rockets. Holy crap, is this such a boring team to follow? They are boring. How do we have Kevin Durant, who's arguably one of the biggest stars in the NBA, and no one even cares to check in on what's going on? If you go around the city, I would be amazed if you saw 5% of people wearing like Rockets merch. No one cares about the Rockets. Have you been to a game? It's like $80 for a horrible seat, and the games are a snooze fest. Like, Tillman Fertitta is not a good owner. He's just not a good owner. He's not. The games are boring. There's no hype behind the team, and it's frustrating to see as a Rockets fan. But even talking Rockets, most people, of course, they're like the older white guys who be like, "Oh, I don't watch the NBA." Besides them, you don't even get anyone engaging in the Rockets talk because this team is so unwatchable and boring. Like, I don't know there needs to be more pressure on management and ownership to make the team at least desirable on a watching level. Anyways, other than that, my last question was, is it true that Joe George is in the running for the next clutch, to be the next clutch? Thanks.
No one avoided Mike's slander. I don't know that Joe George wants to be clutch. I don't know that he's in the running for it. I'm saying I don't know because I actually don't know. Maybe Joe would love to be clutch at some point. I can't speak to that. As far as the Rockets being boring, they're not aesthetically pleasing to watch. Like, they'll get up and down, force turnovers. Amon's athletic, but if they're in the half court, it's a bit of a drag to watch them. It's not what they're great at. They're not aesthetically pleasing.
When's the last time they haven't been boring?
See, this is part where, while Mike is being extreme about this is part of something you can question, whether Tillman's a bad owner or not. They were bad for 3 years. Intentionally bad for 2. Like, Steven Silas got sucker punched by the James Harden, Russell Westbrook stuff right before the season began. But after that happened, they were bad for 2 seasons on purpose, trying to build this roster to a point where, well, not only could they acquire Kevin Durant, but even if they didn't do that, compete for a title. If this is the final result, which I won't say that because these guys are young and can develop. Whether you think Alpy is trash or cheeks, whatever word you want to use that isn't complimentary. We're now into year 6 since the back end of the James Harden, hey, we can contend type of era. It's 6 years gone since that point. And if it tops out at another first round exit, that's a tough sell. It doesn't have to be that way. But right now it feels on track. 6 years later, you don't have a playoff series win.
Well, also I'm just talking about aesthetically pleasing.
Oh, that too. Yeah, they're
Like
not. I've said before.
In 2018-19, they were not aesthetically
No, but
pleasing.
they were. They had an MVP.
They won the most games in regular season.
So you
history.
don't have to be aesthetically pleasing if you win.
No,
but being aesthetically displeasing and not winning enough games,
yeah,
they got a problem.
I'm like
at least according to Mike.
Divorcing it completely from like results. Just like when's the last time they've been like, man, you know what I love watching this team run up and down the court
Before
like
James Harden became the system.
Yeah, like I was going to say like 2015, 14 range.
I think when they were playing a brand of basketball that wasn't so heliocentric, that word became a big thing in basketball because of James Harden and others like Luka.
And like James Harden, like in 18, 19, just kind of became like a parody of like, this is how James Harden plays like he really just,
he leaned in.
Yeah, he stopped doing like any mid-range. It was all either layup, free throw, or step back three.
You remember when he tried to get off
seconds?
his one-footed, was it step back or just a three-pointer? He tried to do that. He did that against like was it China itself?
Yeah,
in the
like the
preseason game? And he was selling that as something he was going to work on because he was really leaning into the whole freeze and freeze stuff.
And he did the double step back thing where it's like on any court in America, you're blowing that as a travel, but for some reason, just like, oh, that's not travel. Okay. Where you can do like the two steps to the back and take a three.
I think if you ask certain people,
Aaron Brooks
watching
last time they're
watching James Harden going MVP chases, whether he won them or not, and winning a lot of games and shooting a lot of threes and being the only team that really pushed the Warriors, I think people found that entertaining.
But they're good. That's the thing. I don't think people actually found that. Like I was there. I remember.
You were one of the people who did not. But if you ask, I think you ask enough people whether they can actually divorce themselves from the winning and then just look at it as, is that entertaining basketball when you compare it to the team they were chasing, the Warriors, and how people loved how that style of play led to their success. I don't know. I don't know if you can divorce it if you're a fan when you go, hey, you can. It was entertaining enough because we were winning 60 games and we were a Chris Paul hamstring away from beating them. So I think it's hard for fans to do.
And so if this team was playing the same way but just better at it, would people be like, I like how they play. I like that they get the first shot out of the way and miss it, and then Steven Adams tips it out to an open shooter.
If you're on a 55-win pace,
yeah, like I think it's just do you win games?
Yeah,
is this aesthetically pleasing?
Mike may just not. I don't even know if he likes the Rockets. It could be
doesn't
something,
sound like
where he doesn't like them, so they're not fun to watch because I don't want to watch this team play or win games. So we didn't dive deep into his fandom. You win games, people find a way.
Yeah,
like they're like the way people are big upping how the Texans allegedly want to play now by running the football and playing defense. If that leads to 12 wins, people will find it entertaining as hell.
Yeah.
If they're still turning the ball over because CJ didn't fix his issues, or kicking 50-yard field goals because once they get past midfield they stall, or they don't score in the red zone despite wanting to run the football, all the joy that finally giving Nick Caley what he wants. Okay, relax. It's been a season. Finally, whatever that narrative is, it'll go away too. Like, man, this whole run of the football playing to our defense stuff is boring because we're not winning enough games. It's very simple.
If
You win
Lovie
a lot
Smith
of
was like, I want to run the football.
That's
the
what
power running
That's
game.
what he wanted to do. That's Lovie Smith's personality. It's just that you were bad, so it didn't work. It didn't fix anything. It didn't make people love watching the Texans. The defense is entertaining. I think people love to watch that defense play. The offense, you survive. If the young quarterback plays better, then I don't think people would be calling for let's run the football a lot and play the defense. You want the young quarterback to light people up,
because
that's a benefit of having an exciting young quarterback. You get to see him throw the football.
I remember 2024 where it was, hey, they have C.J. Stroud,
and he'll get to
Tank Dell, Nico Collins, and Stephon
C.J. will
Diggs.
get more control of the offense. Well, that was coming into this season. People were
No,
excited I know
they
the
had
excitement
three
level,
awesome receivers.
and people were trying to give that trio a name. Like, weren't they trying to call it 713 or something because of the numbers?
Yeah.
course, Nico left out number 12.
Yeah.
They had to find a way to
The
fit him
only
in.
the best player
Only the
out
best
of the
player
four.
can't fit into the name of the offense because his number's not right. Turns out that 7-1-3 stuff went by the wayside once Stephon Diggs got hurt and the offense kind of sputtered.
Let's go to JJ and just combine the last two breaks.
JJ, he's made the call. We'll get to you.
No, let's go to him right now.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
We'll get to JJ, and then we'll finish up the show after that. What's up, JJ?
I'm not sure who JJ is.
KJ. It's KJ. Sorry.
I'm going to just start saying my name is Lee. Trust me, that's what I've had to do in my older age. Just go with my daughter's name. They don't know the difference.
Got it.
I'm dying laughing because Mike, I don't think they cheats. I think they're very, very bad at what they're trying to do. But I was serious when I said, yes, it was me who texted Dale that. But there's a financial reason why I have the vitriol that I have towards Şengün's constantly missing free throws. And I've said this before. I think I said it on y'all show. Why are you foul hunting when you can't shoot free throws? And why are you doing all this flexing when you go up there and miss the free throw? He missed, 3 or 4 free throws the other night? He missed his first 3 for sure. It's just embarrassing. Go practice your free throws and stop trying to get triple-doubles, throwing the ball away. But I really called to say, and I mean, y'all don't have a quote-unquote crack staff to go back and look at this, but 3 years Fred has missed significant time each season, and every single time the Rockets in those previous 2 years, the Rockets have completely fallen off. And when he came back last year, I want to say they went on a 12-game win streak in March. But before that, when he first got hurt, they lost a significant number of games. In year one, I want to say they may have had a 12-game losing streak when he went out. So it is insane. And like you said, how in the world is Fred VanVleet the most important person on the Rockets? And I give Rafael Stone a credit for the talent that he found in Tari Eason is not bad. He's just in his own head trying too hard because he passed us that $100 million. And Alfie, his mindset is he really thinks he's an MVP type that he played like in season one, but you don't know that in season one you had no expectations, so everybody thought you were. That's when you start calling him Baby Joker. That's why I said don't ever call him that again, because Joker goes up strong and Şengün goes up looking for a foul when he came to free throws. But if you look at it, Fred VanVleet's significance is really unreal because 3 seasons he's been out and they cannot do anything without him. And that was that's just insane to me. But because I always said he's not a starting point guard because he played backup in Toronto. But on this team, he is the only person that has, and that's the only thing that Rafael Stone has not done is get a significant backup to him to handle the team when he's hurt. Y'all have a great day.
Appreciate it. JJ Lee, otherwise known as KJ. He's right. I talked about my struggles wrapping my head around how important this particular player is, but if you think about the seasons he's been here, the moments he is unavailable, particularly when he had played, unlike this year, they've fallen apart, and he was their best player in last year's playoffs. The Albie thing started before last season. When he was talking to the media, he mentioned something along the lines of, I've been working with one of the coaches to draw fouls. So this was a thing on his mind. I'm sure someone got in his head, you got to get to the line more. Unfortunately for him and for us, it has led to ultra complaining when he doesn't get calls, and even when he gets there, lack of competency, at least to the level that we would like.
I'll drop my Alpern take right now as the show's ending.
Sure.
I wanted to save it so we would have time. Didn't have time. Is he this year's Jalen Green? Where by the playoffs we're like, yeah, actually, probably just need to get rid of this guy while he still has the shimmer of upside.
Yeah, you hear Mike and KJ get after him. This is coming off like a 30-point triple-double. Now, it came in a loss, but it is coming off a 30-point triple-double. That's where people's minds are, at least some people's minds are, on Alperen Şengün. If he struggles in the playoffs, like if it happens, if we happen to see him against Jokic in the playoffs, which is a distinct possibility, and he gets his ass kicked, which you would imagine, I think we could get there. Now, Jalen was a serious type of bad. I don't know if Alpi can get to that point. But if it's a lesser player, even if they go against the Wolves and Gobert dominates him because he can't get a shot off, yeah, that's how it happens with young players. We go from celebrating them until they disappoint us in the playoffs, and then, hey, get the hell out of here.
Yeah,
we need someone better.
Well, it turns into, like, they kind of have to trade this guy. Like, they kind of have to trade. Like, they have to do the Giannis trade because they can just get rid of Şengün.
I started the show saying I can't believe we were here, and almost the entirety of the show was being here talking about this team in this way. But it is what it is. We'll see if what happens last night, tomorrow. It's not tomorrow. I'm so flustered by them. I can't even get to the actual game. It's tonight against the Wolves. I suspect it won't change our minds, but maybe they'll get a win without Anthony Edwards playing for the Wolves. We're done. Since we're done for the day, what does that mean?
That's what I do. Dominate in the pain.
I never get to play that one.
He did dominate. Didn't lead to a win.
Yeah, we can't play it after a loss.
Yeah, he did dominate.
Hooked on defense.
14 buckets in a row. That's domination.
Is that what the Bulls had against
Şengün? No, they scored 10 out of their last 11 possessions to close out the game while he was on the floor. So, yes. We're done. Rich Eisen up next.
ESPN 97.5.
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5.
I'm Frank Miller for Ron and Son. Well, the markets head into today's trading following a tough day on Tuesday with the Dow, S&P, and NASDAQ all closing with losses. Now, this comes as investors continue to keep an eye on the situation in Iran. Gas prices surging to an average of $4 per gallon. That's up more than $1 in the last month. To provide some relief, the Trump administration says it's releasing over 170 million barrels of oil from the national reserves and is also easing up on shipping rules. Private companies also stepping in, with DoorDash saying that its drivers will be getting a discount of $1 per gallon and a weekly bonus payment through late April. Meanwhile, President Trump says that he hopes the war will end soon. He says that talks are going well and says Iran has agreed to stay away from nuclear weapons and has offered a secret gift related to oil and gas. And in the tech sector, OpenAI says it's closing its video platform Sora, even despite a massive recent partnership with Disney. And a federal judge is ruling that a lawsuit against Elon Musk regarding his advisory role with the Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, can proceed.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
It is important in life to know what you can and can't do. And one thing I can't do is fix a plumbing issue. You know where you go? If you're like me, you go to Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Whether it's an emergency or something you have planned out, like a replacement for your tankless water heater or your traditional water heater, maybe it's a big job like a repipe. They'll take care of it all. Check out all they have to offer at aqueductplumbingcompany.com. They've been servicing the community for a long time. You should be next. Any plumbing concerns you have, just go with Aqueduct Plumbing Company. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
DraftKings Sportsbook at Golden Nugget Lake Charles is the only place to get mad for all the big games. With over 3,200 square feet of LED screens and the best game day bites, why watch anywhere else? Watch, wager, and win at Louisiana's largest sportsbook. Book your private space today by visiting GoldenNuggetLC.com. Spots are filling fast, and you don't want to miss out. Must be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Please call 1-877-770-STOP.
Some people collect purses and shoes and jewelry.
Some people collect cars, watches, and guns.
Clara collects the silverwork of great silversmiths. She's hoping to find something made by Paul Revere.
If Danny collected cars and watches, he'd only have a few hundred of them. But Danny collects firearms.
If the Smithsonian had a gun collection, it'd be like the one I have at Collector's Firearms.
Honey, the Smithsonian does have a gun collection.
I'm sure mine is better.
Well, I know of one way that it's better for sure.
What's that?
Yours is for sale.
You're right. That definitely makes it better.
This is the year I hope to find something by Paul Revere. So come and take a look at what Danny has for sale.
The best gun shops in America are in Texas, of course. Collector's Firearms. Right on the corner at With Timer in Voss and Houston on Alpha Road in Dallas. One block east of the tollway. Collector's Firearms.
ESPN 97.5.
KFNC and 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston. Presented by Zadok Jewelers.
This is The Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of The Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. This is The Rich Eisen Show.
It's time for baseball.
The pitch to Judge, swung on and hit in the air to deep right, and is gone.
Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles. Today's guests, TNT college basketball analyst Jamal Mashburn, senior writer for the MMQB, Albert Breer, author Dave Ogleton. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Well, hey, everybody. Welcome to this edition of the Rich Eisen Show live on Disney Plus, the ESPN app, ESPN Radio, Sirius XM Channel 80. For those listening, I'm wearing an outstanding French blue button-down shirt. I say button-down. Some people go button-up.
Oh, yeah, good
I'm a button-down guy.
Point there.
844-204-RICH is the number to dial if you dare come in my direction because I'm wearing such a great French blue shirt. It's the way I'm feeling today. I'm feeling good.
Looking good.
Feeling good.
You know what I mean?
Thank you very much, Lewis. Listen, we've got Jamal Mashburn on this program. Pretty cool, huh?
Love that.
We got March Madness resuming tomorrow night. Hubert Davis has been told to leave his place of business. The North Carolina Tar Heels have basically said, we're done here.
Wow.
So Hubert Davis is out. There's lots of rumors coming out of Kansas. Is it official about Bill Self? There's a lot of rumors that he's going to step down after 23 years there, but I don't think there's anything official. We're awaiting word on that. But North Carolina's head coaching gig is open, and that might, who knows, cast a Carolina blue sky over the rest of this tournament, and because they're not going to hold back. There's also word that maybe they're going to be reaching out to the professional ranks to see if they can fill that spot, but that's the latest. Jamal Mashburn's going to join us. The pro day in Notre Dame went down yesterday. Jeremiah Love had his day. Basically had it at the Combine, too. Ty Simpson's got his pro day today for Alabama.
Here we go.
Albert Breer is going to be joining us in hour number 2 of this program. And the Dadfluencer. I have, as you know, the best dad ever signed here.
Sure.
Dave Ogleton, who's known as the top dadfluencer in all the land. He's got 6 kids. Good for him.
He's coming for that sign.
He's coming for the sign. Good thing this isn't the Phillip Rivers show. Otherwise, he'd be dominated. He's coming in studio in hour number 3. And then there's you at 844-204-RICH, number to dial. Have a great power rankings today. I'm going to power rank the best Super Bowls I have covered for the NFL Network because 1 week from today, I will no longer be an NFL media or NFL employee after a 23-year run.
Dang.
So I'm going to be, I guess, if you were counting down the days, which is kind of crazy, till I become a full-time ESPN employee. Words I haven't said again in 23 years. Life is wild. It's crazy. And That's what's going down on today's show. And as I mentioned, 844-204-RICH is the usual number to dial, whether you're listening to us on terrestrial radio, Sirius XM, or watching us on various ESPN Disney-owned streams. How are you, Christopher Brockman?
Rich,
What's going on?
Excellent. How are you, my
Table's completely set. Took me 4 minutes to do it, but I don't care.
Attaboy.
What's up, Jason Feller? How are you?
Loving your shirt.
I appreciate you saying that.
You are welcome.
Right back at you.
Oh, thanks.
Okay. Well, I mean, it is Rich.
Yeah.
You're like Del Tufo. You're showing up in a Dodger hat and Rich Eisen show gear. So good to see you over there, TJ Jefferson. What's going on?
Well, just to piggyback on what you said earlier, did you know that button-down shirts are generally more casual, whereas button-ups can range from formal to casual? So maybe that's the difference.
Did you Google that?
I did.
Yes, you did.
Yeah. And also, all button-downs are button-ups, but not all button-ups are button.
All I know is I look great, but I appreciate the background information.
Yeah, just in
Did
case.
you know buttons go the other way for women?
I did know that.
I did know that, too. That's a European thing.
I also have to sit up straighter.
The Susie?
I keep leaning on my right side, and it's causing all sorts of problems.
Got a little twinge back there?
Let me tell you.
Belly's got a back guy.
Hey, I got yeah, I do. It's baseball's opening day.
Let's go.
Yeah, more importantly.
It's opening day for Major League.
Excited.
And the Yankees and Giants open tonight. Our friends at Netflix are the ones who have it. So there's that. Yankees Giants tonight. First pitch, 5 o'clock Pacific in San Francisco, California. And I'm fired up. I'm pumped up. I almost said I'm fumped up. I'm pumped up. Yeah.
I like it. Yeah.
Ready to get
Did I just came up with a word?
I think you did.
I think we just Rich Eisen show new word.
Yeah.
Well, I'm fumped up, man. This is great.
It's fumping great.
I'm front loading the angst and disappointment.
Oh, you're going to be disappointed this year.
You think so, huh?
Yeah, of course.
You've already given up hope?
Yeah.
I've not given up hope.
He's
As you know, I think we had a last longer competition that we sparked here yesterday. And you didn't even take your Mets. You took the Yankees.
Well, I don't want to put any added pressure on us. So
Okay.
That's so lame, by the way.
By the way, did you see the Yankees put out a hype video because they're fumped up too, I guess?
Fumped up.
And
I'm not
part
gonna say that
of the
'cause
video from last year was Max Fried throwing one of his midnight to 6 curveballs and got Soto looking, and Soto responded on it that he's living rent-free.
I got to say,
he's living rent-free.
Team Soto here, you don't stop talking about that guy.
Well, because he
lives rent-free in your head.
No. Living rent-free in my head is me talking about him still because he's performing so well.
Well,
elsewhere.
that he was.
He was awesome last year.
Well, for 2 months, he was beyond terrible. And as a matter of fact, you know who's living rent-free in his head in those first 2 months of the season was Aaron Judge not being the guy hitting behind him to the point where it created a big-time kerfuffle and back pages in New York. But be that as it may, there's one team in the American League that baseball chose to put on a new stage and a big stage, an opening day stage on the new stage on Netflix. So there's that tonight. And I have a top 5 list.
San Francisco Giants.
I said American League.
Oh, interesting.
Okay, just listen when I talk. That'd be great.
Blinded by your shirt.
That'd be great. I have a top 5 list here. Top 5 things I'm looking forward to seeing the most this Major League Baseball season. Oh, hit it, please.
High five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Rich's Top 5.
All right, here are my top 5 things I'm looking forward to seeing the most this MLB season, presented by our friends at Hyundai. All right, number 5 right here to kick things off, or I guess my first pitch here. Who is the baseball Cinderella? We are seeing it more often than not, where I understand there are probably, what would you say, a third of the league's fan bases are like, yeah, we got no shot.
Yeah.
All right.
Maybe more.
But you never know anymore, okay? At this point last year, if I said the team that was going to take the Los Angeles Dodgers to the brink would be the Toronto Blue Jays, you'd have been like, really? There's every year somebody like the Texas Rangers won the World Series a couple of years ago. All right. I mean, one never knows anymore. I mean, we're assuming there's going to be a bunch of the familiar faces and subjects at the end of the day. But who's it going to be? Could it be the Diamondbacks this year? And I only say that because I saw them at Craig's last night. About 8 of them. All of them sitting right there. And they looked like they were having fun. They're ready to roll. Arenado and Carroll, whatever. Could be our Royals. Our Vinny and
Royals
Bobby
are
Witt.
kind of a sneaky pick right now.
All right, Garcia.
Yeah.
I mean, they had a great World Baseball Classic.
They did.
Okay, could the Royals do something here?
Caglione, maybe.
All right, and I'm saying that even, and I'm not just trying to, cater to Vinny Pasquantino. Because I know he's unboxing his new television right now. He's probably not hearing what I'm saying. Just texted that to me. And us as the group. The Tigers, the Mariners last year, the big dumper went on a nice run. Scooble, as we all know, has 200 million reasons to pitch very well this year. Who's the baseball Cinderella for this baseball season? That's number 5 on my list. Could it possibly be number 4? Because number 4 is a simple one. Paul Skeens, everything Paul Skeens.
Yep.
Every last pitch.
Agreed.
Every last move. Every last post by either Skeens or Livy Dunn. Anything that I know I am. I know you are, TJ. I know you are, Chris. And I know you are, Jason Feller, as well, even though I don't know how the hell they could. Well,
what do you mean?
Maybe he could. Maybe he could defer.
Yeah, exactly.
99% of his salary too. I don't know, but we're all looking at just how happy he is. Because also, take a look at this right here. Look at all these photographs of him pitching in front of empty seats. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So it's still a while until he can pop free. But one never knows. Everything Paul Skeens, every start, every pitch, all of it. I just can't wait to see potentially just how dominant he might be at the end of the day. Number 3 on the list, this is for me. But we are everywhere. Whenever I travel, I see the Yankee hats everywhere. Number 3 is, will this be the year it all clicks for the Yankees? I just don't know.
Nah.
I don't know. Right now, Cole and Rodon are hurt. Yep. Luis Gil is apparently starting on the minors, maybe just because they don't have, They don't need him right now. Let's get him some innings where he's going to be. Can Judge actually do it again? And then will they get to the postseason? We assume they will. And then what happens when that happens? Who the hell is going to get on base for Judge at the top of the order? Aaron Boone, can he get it all clicking? They have a very good team. Can it be great? Can they get back to the World Series? Can they win it all? That's number 3. Number 2 is obvious. Who can take down the Dodgers?
Yep. Nobody.
I don't know about that. Harbaugh. I don't know about that.
What are we a replay away from losing last year?
Yeah, a toenail. An IKF toenail.
Get a lead off third, bro.
Oh, my God. Who's it going to be? Could be someone in the National League that just even prevents them from getting to the World Series again. Will we see a three-peat? Who can take down the Dodgers? Who can beat them?
Yep.
I mean, they just seem to get healthier and better. Healthier in terms of their pitching staff, better in terms of their hitting and lineup. Kyle Tucker's joined the team now. Just doesn't seem fair. And certainly everybody else in Los Angeles could care less that anybody else thinks it's unfair.
Accurate.
Christopher, are you ready for when is that moment? Do we have it pinpointed during the season when Mookie Betts is a more tenured Dodger than he ever was a Red Sox?
Oh, good question, man.
We looked that up where that sort of Wilford Brimley line is going to be here.
It's this year, which is kind of a.
It is. It's at some point this year. Betts will be a Dodger longer than he ever was a Red Sox.
Crazy. Like Vinatieri being a Colt longer than a Patriot.
Yeah, that's right. Holmgren being a Seahawk coach longer than he was a Packer. You being somebody older than Wilford Brimley was when he was in Cocoon.
I'm still in my 40s, thank you.
Number 1, without a doubt, the thing that I'm looking forward to seeing the most in this Major League Baseball season is the ABS system.
Oh,
how does it affect things? What is going to happen when everybody's tapping their helmets, and who's going to tap it first? And who's going to tap it from the mound and piss off the hitters saying you just used one of my ABS challenges because I see the plate better than you do 60 feet, 6 inches away. I'm right on top of the damn thing. Who's going to use it early and then you don't have it late anymore? Who's just going to use it at all? How accurate is it going to be for hitters to use? What's going to happen in the 9th inning? Game over, strike 3. Wait a minute, tapping the helmet. Nope. Game's still going, home run. What's going to happen when it's bases loaded? Tie game. What's going to be a walk-off ABS moment? These are all going to happen. Just again, the World Baseball Classic had it. There was a man on third with 2 outs. Mason Miller gets strike 3. If there was an ABS, it would have been men on first and third and no celebration for Team USA until maybe the next hitter or whatever. That was against the Dominican Republic, if you recall. It's going to happen. It's going to go down. And how will you like it? Will you be sitting there saying, I wish it was the old days, we don't have this stuff? Or you'll be like, thank goodness for it. It's going to be great to see what the fan and player and coaches and managers and umpire reactions and analysts' reactions. It's going to be a thing. And that's number 1 on the top 5 things I'm looking forward to seeing most this.
One more?
All right.
All right, we'll get one more.
I'll give you one more right here. And it's another simple one. The season itself. Because winter is coming. I don't want to be that guy.
Yeah.
I don't want to be that guy.
I know, but it's looming. It's kind of a cloud hanging over
some
everything.
Teams are going to want a salary cap. Some teams who are in baseball are looking at the Dodger payroll and saying, this is just not fair. And the Dodgers will probably be like, tough. And there's going to be, the problem is, there's going to be some discord within ownership. And if they're not united, how can they go to the union with a proposal? And if they ever go to the union with a proposal saying we want a hard cap like everybody else, then winter will arrive. I think it's just that simple. And I don't know how it's going to all play out at the end of the day, but all I'm basically saying is as I am getting set for baseball is enjoy every moment. I hope they don't do the stupid thing and kill what's gotten much better and much more enjoyable. And I can't wait for this Major League Baseball season. That's my top 5 things I'm looking forward to seeing the most this MLB season, presented by Hyundai. Get into the Hyundai Getaway sales event and get away with a deal so right, it almost feels wrong. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for details. 844-204-RICH is that number to dial. Jamal Mashburn is going to be joining us next. Kentucky Wildcat NBA All-Star and now a terrific college basketball analyst next.
Adam Schefter here. It's tournament time, when only the most talented teams survive in advance. And whether you're cutting down the nets or cutting through resumes, one thing's clear. The best teams are built with the best people. If you're hiring, you need ZipRecruiter. Their smart matching technology finds qualified candidates fast. You can add screening questions to get the right applicants and even filter to see who's recently active. Score the best for your team with ZipRecruiter. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Life has a way of shifting priorities, changing needs, and pivoting plans. Home Bank is there for all of them. Their bankers partner with you every step along the way, from understanding your needs, meeting your goals, and celebrating your successes. Home Bank is invested in the vibrant spirit of our community and in you. So partner with them. Stop by any banking center across Greater Houston or visit home24bank.com to get started today. Good for business, good for life. Home Bank, member FDIC.
Houston, it is opening day. Before you head to Dyken Park, stop by Tom's Watch Bar at Green Street, the ultimate pregame gathering spot for baseball fans. Enjoy games, giveaways, a live DJ, and wall-to-wall screens so you never miss a play or a pitch. After the final out, the party keeps going. Plus, get complimentary parking with validation in the Green Street Garage when you visit Tom's. Rally the crew, grab a drink, and celebrate baseball being back. Tom's Watch Bar at Green Street, where Houston comes to pregame. That's Tom's Watch Bar at Green Street.
Jeremy Branham here. You've heard me talk about Pro Dunk Hoops and their drill-powered lightning adjust system that lets you raise and lower your goal in seconds. It's 10 times faster with zero effort. Right now, with your new Pro Dunk basketball goal, you can get the lightning adjust system for free. That's a $249 savings, but you have to call. You won't find this offer on the website, so call Pro Dunk at 281-351-9822 and mention ESPN. That's 281-351-9822.
Get ready. Wild West Brewfest rides back into town March 26th through the 28th at Typhoon, Texas and Katy. Over 600 beers to choose from over 60 brewers around the country. This is your chance to sample hundreds of craft beers and enjoy live music. Don't miss the return of the HEB Wine Grotto, a cool climate-controlled escape where you can sip and savor more than 30 incredible wines from across the country. Grab your advance tickets now at wildwestbrewfest.com before they sell out. Drink great beer, support great causes. wildwestbrewfest.com.
All right, the tournament is back. The upsets are inevitable. Underdog Fantasy is the place to get in on all the action. You can make picks and you can win money right now in the state of Texas. Listen, playing Underdog is very easy. They're going to have stats like points, rebounds, assists, a combination of 2 or even 3 of those. So many to choose from, so many players to choose from, and so many games to choose from. You're going to be watching the games anyway. Play along and have a chance to win money. You can win up to 5,000 times your original play in cash. Here's a quick hint. Make sure you target underdog teams with veteran backcourts and play higher on points and 3-pointers made. That's the way you can win money. Download the app today and use promo code Lance to score $50 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code Lance. Underdog. Make picks. Win money. Must be 18 plus and present in the state of Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play-and-get-terms_DFS_HTML for details. Conservative play, call 1-800-MY-RESET or visit ncpgambling.org.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-979-3535. That's 800-979-3535. 800-979-3535.
When I first saw him play was Lloyd Daniels put me in awe as well, and also Roger. Yeah.
Jamal Mashburn here on the Rich Eisen Show. Our radio audience is joined. We're one big happy streaming television and broadcast radio family right here. Dude, I'm really loving watching you talk right now. I'm really, seriously, you're excellent at it. You really are. You make me smarter, and you're having fun, it seems. What do you think about when you're watching Rick Pitino doing what he's doing with St. John, since he was the guy who I imagine was the one who recruited you to Kentucky out of the Bronx?
Yeah, so me and Coach Pitino relationship goes all the way back to Providence when he was there. Actually, a gentleman at Cardinal Hayes, Darrell Walker, played for him at Providence. Coach Pitino started recruiting me when he saw me at 5-Star Camp in Honesdale, New York, and he would give like individual instruction stuff. And then Herb Sendek took over. He was on that staff, and Billy Donovan and Tubby Smith. So I've been around some great coaches, but watching Coach Pitino, I'm not surprised at all. I think he's one of the greatest coaches of all time. And I had the fortune in the pros to play for another great coach in Pat Riley, similar but different. I would say Coach Pitino is more of a teacher and Pat Riley is more of the CEO of the club. But what Coach Pitino is doing with what he has is not typical in his style of play. Usually he has three-point shooters. People forget that Coach Pitino ushered in the era of the three-point shot when he was at Providence and then also at Kentucky as well. Their team is more physical, throw it up on the glass. Forward, Zuby Ejiofor, Mitchell, and Hopkins. They don't shoot the three very well. And it's a little bit difficult for me to watch sometimes since I'm a skill guy, but he gets it done. And one thing you know about Coach Pitino is that he's going to teach his guys. He's going to have them tough. He's going to have them well-conditioned, and they're going to get better throughout the season because he does something, I would say, that's unique for college coaches. He does individual instruction, which is a skill development program throughout the week with his players, separate from practice.
Yeah, old school, wearing a suit and tie still, out there on the.
He's not going to get away from that. You know what I mean? He's not going to get away. Even when he was in Greece coaching Panathinaikos, and I went out there to support him over there, he was still wearing a suit and tie. He just loves the game. I mean, 70-something years old with all that energy. We should be kind of just in awe of him right now of what he's doing with St. John's and turning that program. It's akin to when I went to the University of Kentucky and turning that program around with him.
Well, you did, and now...
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Jamal.
I haven't forgotten it at all. I mean, a good friend of mine, Grant Hill, we remained friends because we were close when we were 13 years old and we started on the circuit together, him being Virginia, me being from New York. I haven't forgotten Grant Hill's pass in the I think it was the Spectrum at the time.
Yeah.
And one thing I do recall about that game, which kind of sticks with me in a good way, was that you had two Hall of Fame coaches in Mike Krzyzewski and Rick Pitino really take a step back and let the players play. And at a high-level game, they didn't just insert themselves to call plays and different things like that. They managed the game and let the players play. I think a lot of people consider it probably the best college basketball game ever played. But from Coach Pitino's standpoint in St. John's, I hope he gets a victory. That's just my side of being in a relationship with him. Yes. But as an on-air analyst, it's going to be difficult, looking at Cameron Boozer and everything that Duke does. They pretty much match up well against the front line of St. John's. And one thing that I'm going to be looking for is, can St. John's knock down a three-point shot? But they have to be careful of taking so many threes because their advantage would be getting to the free throw line and rebounding on the glass.
Here's that soundbite I was referring to, Jamal. Check it out. Hit it.
You win some, you lose some, and I'm hoping we can get Duke at the buzzer next to make up for that Christian Laettner shot.
It's...
That does something for him, but does nothing for me. So I don't know how to feel about that. You know what I mean? But yeah. I know he's a competitor and everything like that. It's an interesting one. Put it like that.
Yeah. Do you relive it? If you don't mind asking me about reliving it, like where you would have guarded the inbound pass? Like what would you have done? If you could go back and wave a wand right now? Jamal?
If I could go back, I probably wouldn't foul out of the game, first of all.
Well, it's number one, right?
Yeah, I would take that. And I would say if I didn't foul out of the game, we probably would have had a different outcome. And people fail to remember in that particular game, Christian Laettner was 10 for 10 from the field and 10 for 10 from the free throw line. And if anybody remembers anything about that era, the Duke team with Bobby Hurley, Grant Hill, and all those guys, they were reminiscent of the Chicago Bulls of college basketball. You know, it was a show that they put on in every venue that they came to, and nobody could touch Christian Laettner. There was no foul. You remember him stepping on Aminu Timberlake's chest? I thought he should have got ejected. I would have waved the wand on that one as well. So even before the putting the man on bounds, if you look at Pelfrey and Feldhaus, they did not want to touch Christian Laettner at that particular time. I thought somebody should have played defensive back there and kind of gotten in the way of the pass, but you can see the apprehension in their body language of staying away from Christian Laettner because he was the Michael Jordan of college basketball at that time.
Jamal Mashburn, TNT Sports, right here on the Rich Eisen Show. Outside of Duke, St. John's, you got Michigan State and UConn in the same building as well. What a night that is going to be. How do you see that matchup playing out?
Well, you know what, with UConn, I kind of looked at we covered them all year because on TNT we have the Big 12 and also the Big East, and so we've watched them throughout the time. My one question about UConn is, are they going to be healthy? Silas Demery was limping around, the point guard there, but he played. How healthy are they going to be, and how deep can they be? And Michigan State, it's awfully hard to bet against Tom Izzo and what he's done. He seems like he's always there. I mean, rebounding, defense, and that kid Fears Jr. as a point guard, I really love the way he plays. He gets that team going with assists. I mean, he's a phenomenal player. So it's going to be a gritty rock fight, as they say, between UConn and Michigan State.
Well, as you mentioned, Jamal, the Big 12 on TNT all year long. Arizona, Houston, Iowa State remaining now. How many of those teams do you think make the Final Four? Because they are all in separate regions, Jamal.
So I have all year, ever since I saw Arizona in November, the eye test for me showed me that they're the best team in the country, and they follow suit throughout the year. I think that ultimately they win the championship. I think Houston will be in the Final Four. Arizona, and who's my next one here?
You got Iowa State taking on potentially my alma mater, Michigan, if they get past Alabama on Friday night, and Iowa State beats Tennessee.
I don't think Michigan. I think Michigan, and when I saw them out in Vegas in the Player Era tournament, they just overwhelmed everybody throughout the course of that tournament. They were beating people by 30 points, just their sheer size with Yaxel. But I think Mara, the big 7'2" kid in the middle. But the guy that makes them go, in my opinion, is Elliot Cadeau.
Mm-hmm.
If he's knocking down 3-point shots and not turning the ball over, Michigan is definitely going to be hard to beat. But I still like Arizona with their size and depth. They don't shoot the three often, but they defend the three well.
So you have them cutting down the nets in Indianapolis?
Yeah, I had them cutting down the nets in November. When I saw them, they were just bigger than everybody. And I think the way they play in the offensive rebound and defensive rebound and paint points, they're more of a traditional basketball team that we remember in the past. And they can shoot the three with Braden Burris as a freshman, Koa Pete, Jaden Bradley, Big 12 Player of the Year. I think they have too much experience, size, and depth, and they can defend. So I have them winning the whole thing.
Who do you have them playing in the national championship game?
Man, I wish it was Michigan. If it could be, but I have them playing Duke in the national championship game, and maybe I get my revenge there. Maybe not a Kentucky Wildcat, but an Arizona Wildcat.
I don't know. I mean, just to cycle back, Jamal. I mean, Duke in the first two rounds of this tournament do not look like the Duke of even in that building when they were taking on Michigan in that neutral site contest back in February. They just don't look the same, and obviously they're not as healthy. Same thing with my school. Trust me, I watched that Vegas tournament you're referring to in December where they destroyed everybody. And it's I don't know. Again, they're not the same in terms of health, but everybody else in terms of competition. The thing that I think Michigan had going for itself is, despite being a new collection, Dusty May got them playing as a unit way before I think so many other programs were able to play as one. Now it's March, different story, Jamal.
Yeah. Dusty May, I got a chance to see him because I live in Miami, and obviously Florida Atlantic is close by up there in Boca. So I've watched him coach and really get a lot of big fellas, versatile big fellas, be able to pass the ball. He's one of my favorite coaches to watch, and also just personally getting a chance to spend some time with him. What a remarkable coach. Thinks about the kids, thinks about the integration of this new transfer portal, which relationships matter at this particular point. He gets them to buy into a system, and guys want to play there. And I just think Duke being the number one overall seed, and you have a Cameron Boozer in your lineup that can take over a game, and he takes it over in a different way. He gets free throws. And being in Miami, I got a chance to see Cameron Boozer at Columbus High School. He's been a winner throughout his whole career, from high school to EYBL, Nike circuit. So it's hard for me to say that they don't reach the championship game with a player of that caliber and the supporting pieces that they have. I mean, they're top 5 in defense and top 5 in offense. And even though they haven't established themselves well in a tournament, it's all about survive and advance at the end of the day.
No doubt, no doubt. Before I let you go, Jamal Mashburn, a couple of way back questions for you. Your favorite Pat Riley story is what? What do you have for me on that front?
My favorite Pat Riley, positive or negative or somewhere in between?
Dealer's choice, man. Dealer's choice.
I'm gonna go. Pat Riley for me is, I'm a Miami Heat season ticket holder now. He reached out to me, I want to say probably about 10 years ago, and said, Jamal, I would love to rekindle our relationship. And he basically told me, he's like, Jamal, I just think I didn't coach you in the proper way. I was a little too hard on you. So my favorite Pat Riley story of him and myself really reconnecting as not player coach, but as men. He brought me back to the Heat organization. I still pay for my own season tickets because he knows how I am. Okay. I don't like to owe anybody anything. And but just his openness and how he's evolved in this particular stage of his life. And me and him sit down, we go to lunch and different things like that. Just his wealth of knowledge and how he sees the game and how relevant he still is in this new generation of basketball. So he's mellowed as time has gone on, as we all hopefully try to do. And that's kind of my sticking point from Pat Riley. He taught me how to be a professional basketball player. He held me accountable, and still some of the teachings that he taught back then, I still live to this particular day. And that's the beauty of being around great coaches like Rick Pitino, Pat Riley, Paul Silas, Dick Motta. There are things that I still hold on to in this particular life, and lessons that they've taught me.
No kidding. And your All-Star game appearance in 2003, you were going against a stacked team. That was a double overtime game, right? KG, and it was awesome. Kobe was on the other team. You got a good Kobe story from anything, Jamal.
You know what? Kobe was always kind to me. I always liked Kobe's game. Kobe for me was the second coming of Michael Jordan. If anybody could replicate Michael Jordan, it was Kobe Bryant. And then he had his own signature as well. Hard worker, tough, committed. We all hear about the stories of the Black Mamba, but a lot of people don't understand really those were his core values that made him an excellent player. It wasn't just the hard work. It was the attention to detail and working hard at those particular details. We lost him too early, and well respected and just a gamer. And I really loved his brain, essentially. When you look at great players, sometimes you think of, do they really understand the game and can they communicate it to others? And Kobe could do that. And his storytelling, it would be remarkable if he was still alive where he would be at. He's my, even though he's reached his potential as a basketball player, I would say something akin to him as somebody who didn't reach their potential. And we thought, what could he have been would be Tupac Shakur, essentially, as an actor, So Kobe's a special place in the game. Just a phenomenal person.
Yeah. He never stared you down, none of that stuff, or took you aside, or that never happened?
He wasn't coming this way. Rich, you got to remember, he was a two-guard. I was a small forward. He didn't want no part of the mid-post. You know what I mean? So he would switch off. The guy that guarded me was Rick Fox, and I kind of torched him a little bit.
I like that. I like it. Okay. Pretty cool, man. Hey, Jamal, thanks for the time. Like I said, I really enjoy listening to you on TV, watching you on TV, and I do look forward to the next couple weeks to see how this all plays out.
Thanks, Rich. I've always been a fan of yours. I appreciate it, my friend.
You bet. Oh, I got one last one for you. What about a Stuart Scott story? You got a good stew?
I did spend some time up at ESPN. I think it was right after I retired, a year after I retired. Right. And I remember walking into the studio, and you understand ESPN, it's like your first day you get thrown into the fire and you're sitting across the desk with Stuart Scott on SportsCenter. Yeah. And just the way his what I was in awe was the things that he said that appeared to be on the fly, but he was actually so prepared that he made it look easy, and I think a lot of people kind of get, when they talk about, greatness, it's like it's off the cuff, but it was just so easy, but the hard work that he put into it. And I've been around a lot of hosts who can't seem to go off script and bring it back home. Right. And, but he was one that did it remarkably. He did it for, that inspired me from the standpoint of really being yourself when you're on air, and you can't be anybody else but that. And how he used cultural references and different things like that to insert and to teach people and to bring people closer. Really remarkable of participating with him. And I saw Mike Tirico. I think Mike Tirico is one of the best as well. Mm-hmm. I saw him the other day at the Heat Spurs game. He was calling that. But it's just being around people that highlight the game and do it in a particular way that educates you and makes you comfortable. It's almost like an invitation to their own party.
Well, I mean, looking at you here, you look the same. You got a little bit of gray here. Yeah. I've lost this up here, but you being drafted when you did, and then reaching the height in Dallas when you did, and then going to the Heat. Stu and I called your highlights nonstop on SportsCenter back in the day. I
appreciate that. Hey, Rich, mine is by choice. You know what I mean? I can actually grow hair. You know what I mean? I refuse to go to a barbershop. I got too many other things to do.
Okay, I understand. You're a busy man. But it's great to catch back up with you, Jamal Mashburn. And let's do this again real soon.
Let's do it. Looking forward to it. Thanks a lot.
You got it. That's Jamal Mashburn, everybody. Check him out on the various networks of Turner and everybody else. The rest of this tournament and beyond right here on The Rich Eisen Show. Yeah, man.
Ash.
Fun stuff right there.
That's great.
He's got Arizona cutting down the Nets.
Tough to argue right now.
Duke.
They look like the best team.
I don't know. Maybe St. John's takes Duke out. Maybe that happens. We have Carlos Boozer on tomorrow's program.
Excellent.
So we have him on. We've had Izzo on. And all these other, I don't know.
Who are we missing?
I think we got to get Alabama's coach on.
Yeah, but there's another
Friday's
team, man. They wear like maize.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm leaving him alone.
Blank hold.
All right, we'll take a break.
Dusty something?
North Carolina shot at shot, apparently. That's next. This is The Rich Eisen Show, everybody.
Here it comes. Surprise! There's an avocado shortage! Now half your food truck menu is costing more than it's making you! Also, you're out of napkins!
Those aren't cheap! Progressive knows small business owners usually don't like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise? Saving 13% on commercial auto insurance when you pay in full.
Also, an ice cream truck stole your parking spot! Looks like you're in a turf war!
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
Get into the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event and get away with a deal so right, it almost feels wrong. Because right now, you can get great deals on our most popular models, including our adventure-ready SUVs like the Hyundai Santa Fe or Santa Fe Hybrid and the Tucson or Tucson Hybrid. Plus, there's our bold and stylish Elantra, loaded with the latest tech. Or go all-electric with the Ioniq 5 or Ioniq 9. So get down to your local Hyundai dealer and get away with a deal you'll love during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for details.
Bluebonnet Glass for homeowners, builders, and contractors. BluebonnetGlass.com.
At GiveMeTheVin.com, we're driving the market, and we're more than equipped to buy more than just one vehicle at a time. Case in point, your oil field trucks and fleet vehicles. Whether you've got one or two or a dozen or by the hundreds, we want to buy them, along with the owner's Lamborghini and everything in between. We have the money and we know the market, and you'll get your check on the spot at GiveMeTheVin.com, America's best car buyer.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Baseball fans, the countdown to opening day is on. Make plans now to kick off the season with ESPN Houston. Thursday, March 26th at St. Arnold Beer Garden. Presented by Huntington Bank. No tickets to the game? No problem. ESPN Houston will be broadcasting live all day from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Enjoy cold beer, great food, and big opening day energy. Bring your crew and start the season off right at our opening day party. Thursday, March 26th at St. Arnold Beer Garden. Presented by Huntington Bank.
John Renato with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters, HOA people. It is time for you to move because spring is coming.
Yes, and those pools are opening up by Memorial Day, so get your furniture in now so we can get it turned around and back to you in time.
Houston Powder Coaters, HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
Subscribe to ESPN Houston today on YouTube and make sure to slap that bell to get notifications on new videos as soon as they release.
Hey guys, Joe George here to tell you about TNT Shirts. TNT Shirts has been a family-owned business since 1983 with two locations, 1145 West 19th in the Heights and 2400 Taft in Montrose. There's no minimums for custom t-shirts. They printed 300 for us for the ESPN listener party. They also do embroidery, screen printing, and promo products, so why go somewhere else when you can support local? They're also officially licensed with Rice and the University of Houston. Check them out at TNTshirts.com and tell them you heard about it on ESPN 97.5.
During the Rich Eisen show, Hubert Davis fired, essentially, by North Carolina, and they've already reached out to who, Chris, to see if he would like to come back to coaching?
I saw a report that the University of North Carolina reached out to Brad Stevens.
Why not?
To see if he wants to get back in the game.
And the answer was, apparently?
No.
Yeah, I don't blame him. Why would Brad Stevens do anything other than what he's doing right now? The table is wired. Okay. Did you see Wilbon said he's going to vote for Jaylen Brown for MVP?
I saw that. I was watching PTI yesterday.
So that's how well Jaylen Brown is playing. Okay. And if they're so damn unbreakable in Boston that what would normally not only destroy a team the next year, but potentially set them back because the salary cap and the aprons and everything demands it. The Achilles injury that pops up for Tatum doesn't force them to break up the team because they have to financially do it, or it makes sense to financially do it to reset things while he's out. He's back, and they could still win the whole damn shooting match. That's how well constructed this roster is. In Boston, there's not even a whiff of get this guy out of here, ever.
No.
His car probably knows the route to work at this point in time. And he doesn't go through the rigors of coaching to get on a plane? What the hell? Well, see, he's going to go back to recruiting.
Yeah,
that's what he's
recruiting,
NIL, all that. Get
all that
out
stuff.
of here
Yeah, no,
with that noise.
Thanks.
Speaking of getting out of here with that noise, the rule proposals for the NFL annual meeting next week, the owners will be voting on this in the National Football League. There's no tush-push rule this year.
Nope.
Out of consideration for being taken out
Had their shot
of the game
last year.
And the reason why is the Eagles didn't beat everybody over the head with it. We'll see what happens next year if the Eagles come back and start using it such an effect that they start beating everybody's head in with it, and suddenly we'll be back at the table on that front.
Or another team.
I don't know. What other team is going to actually keep using it over and over and over again, like the Philadelphia Eagles, and not care what people are thinking or have the ability to do it?
We've seen Buffalo and Baltimore and Arizona to an extent.
Maybe. Well, Baltimore does it with their tight end.
Right, so does
Arizona does it with their tight end. We're talking about a quarterback that can affect it. I guess Josh Allen is one, potentially. But sometimes, you know, again, so that's not even up for conversation. Two things that jump out at me is that the competition committee says for 1 year only, they will allow the NFL officiating department to correct clear and obvious misses made by on-field officials that impact the game. And they don't kind of list exactly what those are. But the last line of this rule change is what really jumps out at you, is that this is only going to take place in the event there's a work stoppage involving the game officials represented by the NFL Referees Association. In other words, if there's another stoppage with referees, there ain't going to be a Hail Mary.
With replacement refs.
Right.
Yeah.
So the NFL officiating department will essentially overrule the on-field officials in a way they wouldn't dare do to the current officials. So keep your eye out for that. A team can declare an onside kick at any time during the game now. Right now, I believe it's only in the fourth quarter. But the one that jumps out at me, too, is Cleveland wants to allow draft selections to be traded up to 5 seasons in the future, which is the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
I don't get your take on this.
Because it's stupid. Why would a team want to say, I'll take your draft choices 5 years in the future when you have no idea what the draft's going to look like and you're going to start trading draft consideration for somebody who's currently in high school? Really?
Again, I don't think that's the issue at all. So what? The NBA does it.
Yeah, and it stinks. The NBA draft stinks in a way that the NFL draft does not. I don't want to turn it into that.
I totally disagree. The NBA draft stinks because casual fans don't know who any of the players are. The NFL,
that's number one.
The NFL draft is the best there is because everyone is a college football fan.
I got it.
These players stay 3+ years, and we all are familiar with who the stars are.
Yeah, but you also don't know who your draft choice is. I don't know. Do I have a draft choice this year, or did they trade it 4 years ago?
Well, that's on you to be a better fan. You think Oklahoma City is laughing at all the draft picks they have right now? No. They don't care. They are in the best position to succeed.
I understand that, but one's lottery protected, another one isn't this, that, the other thing, and then somebody puts a cap on their head after they're drafted, and you have no idea if they're on that team or not. It's a holy hell of a mess.
That's not going to be an NFL issue.
And I know that's not an NFL issue because they have their draft after free agency, not the other way around, where the new league year actually has occurred, and then there's a draft. All I'm saying, the last thing the NFL should do is NBA up their draft. That's number one. And number two is, roster your team better. You shouldn't trade and if you want to hire, let's just put it this way.
How many GMs are actually good at their job? This is always an issue, right? Or roster construction.
Right. And so you should not allow a team to trade something so deep into the future. It's just absurd.
You better GM.
Well, I'll tell you what, is that if you do something like this, you're going to handcuff a team's ability to actually replace the GM that needs to be replaced or the coach that needs to be replaced. That is an absolute fact. I think this is ridiculous.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program may only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it could end your debt nightmare and save you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. For free information and to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, simply go online and visit DRA.com or call 800-433-8909. 800-433-8909. Again, that's 800-433-8909.
No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ownwell.com/terms. Estimate based on your neighborhood average and individual results may vary.
When I saw how high my property tax bill was, I was shocked. We couldn't afford this. But I discovered Ownwell. Ownwell reduced my property taxes and saved me over $1,000.
Your property taxes aren't set in stone. They can be protested, and they can be reduced. But instead of filing protests yourself and very possibly losing your appeal, Ownwell does it all for you. And we give you the best chance to win and save big. Ownwell has reduced property taxes for hundreds of thousands of Texans and put money back in their pocket, and you can be one of them. And unlike other companies that take half of whatever you save, Ownwell charges just 25%, and that's only if you save.
Now I don't worry about my property taxes. Ownwell reduces it every year.
Don't wait. The deadline to protest is May 15th for most counties. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes at ownwell.com. That's ownwell.com. Ownwell.com.
Jeremy Branham here. You've heard me talk about Pro Dunk Hoops and their drill-powered lightning adjust system that lets you raise and lower your goal in seconds. It's 10 times faster with zero effort. Right now, with your new Pro Dunk basketball goal, you can get the lightning adjust system for free. That's a $249 savings. But you have to call. You won't find this offer on the website, so call Pro Dunk at 281-351-9822 and mention ESPN. That's 281-351-9822.
Get ready. Wild West Brewfest rides back into town March 26th through the 28th at Typhoon, Texas and Katy. Over 600 beers to choose from over 60 brewers around the country. This is your chance to sample hundreds of craft beers and enjoy live music. Don't miss the return of the HEB Wine Grotto, a cool climate-controlled escape where you can sip and savor more than 30 incredible wines from across the country. Grab your advance tickets now at wildwestbrewfest.com before they sell out. Drink great beer, support great causes. wildwestbrewfest.com.
The tournament is back. The upsets are inevitable, and Underdog is the best place to get in on all the action. It's the best time of the year, and you can make picks and win money on Underdog right now in Texas. By the way, promo code KillerB, you're going to score $50 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. Promo code KillerB, KILLERB. A lot of ways you're going to spend $5 today. There's no better way than spending it on Underdog this March. Playing Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite players will go higher or lower on a bunch of different stats like points, rebounds, steals, and more. Is your favorite Houston player going to get more rebounds? It can be higher or lower. Get your picks right, win up to 5,000 times your cash. Download the app today. Use promo code KillerB to score $50 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code KillerB. Underdog, make picks, win money.
Must be 18 or older and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-MY-RESET or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code SOUND to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SOUND for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SOUND for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
This is ESPN 97.5, KFNC, and 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston. Brought to you by Zadok Jewelers.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. This is the Rich Eisen Show.
It's time for baseball.
The pitch to Judge, swung on and hit in the air to deep right, and is gone.
Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles. Earlier on the show, TNT college basketball analyst Jamal Mashburn. Coming up, senior writer for the MMQB, Albert Breer. Author Dave Ogleton. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 2 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air, everybody. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. Later on in this hour, I've got a power rankings of my top 10 Super Bowls I've covered in my 23 years with NFL Network 1.0. At this point next week, NFL Network 2.0 will be officially underway with ESPN taking over the operation.
But you're still poised, though.
I'm still poised.
Okay,
yeah.
Sure, yeah.
Nice.
I'm poised to still host the draft. I'm poised.
I need you to be poised.
Yeah.
Poise counts!
It does count.
I don't know what that meant, but that would seem like the right time.
Yeah,
No, it does count. Poise counts.
good.
That's what
That's
Kramer
good.
tells you that poise counts. And next week, I guess my last power ranking on that front will be power ranking the top 10 players of my NFL Network 1.0 tenure.
That right there.
You might as well just do 2 through 11. Really.
Yeah, because we kind of know.
Yeah, 2 through 11 is what you're doing.
Yeah, I totally understand that, there's everybody else, and then at the very top, there's
Peyton Manning.
Mac Jones. Okay, listen.
I'm so lost.
Who? Mac Jones.
Made a playoff game before the Jets.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, wow.
Joining us now here from Sports Illustrated's Albert Breer, everybody. What's up?
Yeah.
How are you, Albert? Good to see you, buddy.
Who would number 2 be, though? Would that be Mahomes, Manning? That'd be tough.
Tune in next week.
It's a tease,
Okay.
Albert.
Okay.
Tune in next week. Not even for you will I give that
Oh,
information.
I didn't know. So it's an actual list. I didn't catch that. So
yeah, it's
you
gonna be
actually
an actual list. Yeah.
Okay,
I'm gonna
okay.
create it. I don't know. You know lists.
Wait, who would you take, Albert?
Yeah. Who would you take after Brady? Again.
I mean, it would have to be between. I would. So all right. So NFL Network launched in 2003.
2003, Week 10, 2003. Our first in-studio guest was the quarterback of the Kansas City Chiefs, who were undefeated at the time, and Trent Green, because he was down the street and available as part of the NFL Players Association at Wheel of Fortune, which, as you know, was in the Sony studios down the blocks from our Culver City studios.
And I was a year out of college, which is that's amazing.
That's the truth.
Yeah, that 2003 was a fun year. I'd say, see, like the thing with Manning is then you'd have to lop the first 5 years of his career off.
That's right.
Right?
Yeah.
So like then you'd be talking about that versus the entirety of Mahomes' career. I think that one would be close for me because I think Mahomes. Yeah, and if you're just going quarterbacks, I guess is the other thing, right? Because
I mean, I'm going to have to include defenders. I really haven't thought about it very much, to be honest with you.
Right. J.J. Watt, 3-time Defensive Player of the Year. Aaron Donald, 3-time Defensive Player of the Year, all in that window.
Myles Garrett.
With Aiden Tomlinson, Adrian Peterson.
Yeah, it's a tough one. It's a tough one. Good luck with it. I'll be looking forward to it.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate that. Yeah. Let's start with this one. Are the owners going to really let teams trade draft choices 5 years into the future? Is that really going to happen?
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't think the Browns put that in intending or expecting that it would change this year. I think the expectation is that discussion will start on this. And the Browns' point on it, there's a couple points the Browns are going to make here. Number one, they think that increased player movement is good for the sport because it creates more buzz around the sport, more flexibility for teams to build.
Yeah.
And so, if you can trade first-round picks further down the line, it does give you more flexibility. They also, and look, they were at the forefront of trying to push the trade deadline back a couple of years ago, too, which wound up happening. And their point here is the same as there, which is trying to make it more commensurate with the other sports. Now, for people who don't know, in the NBA, you can trade first-round picks 7 years out. Now, you have to have a first-rounder every other year. But even with that, NBA teams have gotten creative with pick swaps and all of that different stuff. And then in the NHL, there's no limit at all.
You can't follow it. You can't follow it.
NHL, no limit.
But the whole point of this is, though, is Albert, like, why would I, if I'm a coach or a GM, want to take a job where somebody's already traded 3 draft choices? And right. I'm showing up, and I know I've got one this year, but the next 3 years I don't. And the reason why I have the job is the guy that they traded for blew it up so badly. So I'm going to take that job where it's a dumpster fire and there's no way to get better? Of course not. You're not going to do it.
And I'm with you on that. But that's the same reasoning behind the trade deadline too. Is that the rules are built to protect the league. And what the league wants is to everybody to be as close to 500 as possible, which gives them the most relevant teams, which ultimately gives them the most relevant games. And so, not having the trade deadline further back, for example, is to prevent teams from turning themselves into ghost ships at the end of the year, where you then would have non-competitive games that would devalue the games at the end of the year. And it's the same sort of thing here, as you just explained, like that your fear would be that a head coach or a GM on the hot seat winds up just throwing everything at trying to save himself. And the owner doesn't, have his hands on the wheel at 10-2. And now all of a sudden that franchise has a job that no one wants. And you have a team that's maybe not competitive for a few years. The Browns' point here is that they feel like more of that responsibility should be on the team, should be on the owner. And so that's where I think this discussion becomes interesting, right? Like, do you believe that responsibility for that falls on the league or it falls on the individual team and the individual owner? And obviously there have to be guardrails somewhere. I do agree with that, but I think it's at least an interesting discussion when you talk about where that responsibility should lie.
Albert Brea here on the Rich Eisen Show. Let's turn to one of your favorite subject matters, Albert, which is Ohio State receivers dominating at the professional level and getting pizzade. Jackson Smith and Jigba resets the market. Walk me through the ripple effect in that pond. What do you got?
Yeah, I think, for one thing, there's no question there's an immediate effect on somebody like Puka Nacua, right? And I don't know that the Rams are going to do that right now. But, I think there's obviously some growth that's needed, from Puka, with the off the field stuff that's happened over the last year. But do I think they're ultimately going to wind up paying him? Yeah. And remember, he wasn't a first round pick, so he doesn't have the fifth year option the way that JSN did. So there's the immediate effect of it. And then I think there's like a bigger picture effect here too, which, we've seen the edge rushers go into the 40s, and now you've got a bunch of guys that are there. Myles Garrett, TJ Watt, Micah Parsons, Aiden Hutchinson. At receiver now, we have multiple guys in the 40s, and Jackson Smith and Jigba and Jamar Chase. So now, if you're an offensive tackle, do you look at it and say, well, wait a minute, why isn't my position up there? And could that create a problem? Say Joe Alt a year from now. If you're Joe Alt, would you make the argument, if you have a great year next year for the Chargers, you should be paying me what a top receiver's making, or what a top edge rusher's making? If you're a corner, could you make that argument based on it being a premium position? So could this affect a Christian Gonzalez or a Devin Witherspoon, where that market right now is at 31? That's what Trent McDuffie got. Sauce Gardner and Derek Stingley were at 30 last year. If you're Christian Gonzalez or Devin Witherspoon, do you look at it now and say, no, I want to be closer to the top non-quarterback pay, not just over the top corner pay. I want to be, closer to where guys like Chase and JSN and Watt and Hutchinson and Parsons are. The more guys that get over that mark of $40 million per year, the better the argument's going to be for a guy at another position to pursue it. So it'll be interesting to see what it does to some of those negotiations.
And again, what about within the Seattle building, right? It's we were talking about how this is how it shows everybody: you ball out, you get paid, we'll give you the market value. Yep. This is perhaps one of the reasons why they're like, thanks for winning the Super Bowl MVP, Kenneth Walker, but we're just not going to be able to pay you what you're looking for, or we're unwilling, because they got other people too, right? There's Witherspoon, there's
down the line, Byron Murphy, Nicky Minwari in 2 years, things like that. Yeah.
Right. You got to figure that stuff out, right?
Right. And I think that's going to be, I'm really interested to talk to John Schneider about that, over the next few weeks, because I do think What's interesting about the position that he's in is it's rare in that now he's won championships with two different programs, two different head coaches, and the lessons of the last time around, right? They obviously did a lot right in building the Legion of Boom era Seahawks, but I'm sure there are some things they learned from in there. And maybe part of it is like who you pay, who you don't pay, how you manage all of that. Because if you remember back then, they sort of paid everybody, so you see them picking and choosing here to some degree where they do let Kenneth Walker go, who was so important to what they were. Meanwhile, they're paying 3 receivers now. They paid to bring back Rashid Shaheed in free agency. They've got Cooper Kupp at almost $15 million a year. And now you got JSN at the top of the market. They've obviously, as talented as that team is, they've got a lot of big names coming down the pike. Byron Murphy will be eligible next year. 2 years from now, Nick Emanwari. They've already paid Charles Cross at left tackle. And so it's just going to be really interesting seeing the way they manage that and how the lessons, of the way things went down 10 years ago, how all of that affects the way that they approach all of this going forward.
All right, let's talk about the 31 teams trying to match what the Seahawks just did and catch up to them. The NFL draft, Ty Simpson's pro day is today. What are you hearing about his stock? Obviously, colleague of ours here at ESPN, and Dan Orlovsky's ruffling some feathers of evaluators saying that he's the best, better than Mendoza, who just announced there's going to be, the Raiders, there's a top 30 visit coming. No surprise. What's Ty Simpson's stock? What's it looking like? How can it be affected by today's pro day?
So let me start here. I very much, Dan Orlovsky knows how much I respect him. I like him. I've had a good relationship with him over the years. He's forgotten more about quarterbacking than I'll ever know.
But
I'll start there. But, just having talked to people that I have thus far, it does feel like the general consensus is it's Fernando Mendoza at the top of the class and then a drop off. And there are teams that don't view Ty Simpson as a first rounder. That doesn't mean that's everybody. And I to be fair, I haven't really dove all the way in on my draft calls yet, like I will over the course of the next 4 or 5 weeks. So I'll know a lot more in a couple weeks than I do right now. But the sense I've gotten is that Fernando Mendoza is like a Jared Goff type of prospect as a potential number 1 overall pick. Like, I don't think most people view him as like what Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, or Drake May were coming out 2 years ago. But I do think some people like him more than Cam Ward last year. I do think some people like him more than Bryce Young and CJ Stroud when they were coming out. So I think he's in that category. And I do think some people look at Ty Simpson and there are just too many marks against him to see him as a first rounder. He's about 6 foot tall, so he's deficient in that area. He doesn't have a massive arm. He's got a good arm, but doesn't have a massive arm. He falls well short of that threshold of 25 starts that you want to see in a quarterback coming out. On the flip side, son of a coach, got a really good ability to process. So I just think he's one of these, like, he's not for everybody types of prospects. And again, like the consensus that I've gotten thus far is that Mendoza is far and away, the number 1 guy. But, in a couple of weeks, 2-3 weeks after I've made a few dozen phone calls on this stuff and really focused in on it, I may have a little bit of a different opinion. We'll see.
Okay. Where does Ty Simpson wind up?
So I didn't think, until I heard some of this drum beat, I was thinking second round. And I actually thought, man, it'd be interesting if he went to a team like the Rams in the second round, where they could sit him and develop him. You and I have been doing this and having these conversations for a long time, Rich. We both know the way that position gets pushed up the board, especially when there aren't a lot of names to wrap your arms around. So would it surprise me if he went in the first round? No, because that's just the way that works at that position. And there's a reason why you have so many guys go in the first round and then you don't have a lot of second and third rounders. If you look at it historically, it's because either you view a guy as this guy can be my long-term starter at the position, in which case you take him in the first round, or you say he isn't a starter and now you're not taking him in the second or third round either. You know what I'm saying? So that's always been the dynamic in that position. And, so it wouldn't surprise me if he winds up going in the first round. But, until, you hear that drum beat over the last over the last few days, I would have told you I would have said it was unlikely that he would go in the first round.
Well, I mean, the first round, one would think it would be in the bottom third of the first round. And the reason for that is the Steelers are kicking off the bottom third of the first round at 21st overall. And that's where some mock drafts have him from those who are in the know, or at least are as plugged in as someone like you, Albert, or it's somebody, or it's a team that would trade back in. Our colleague Field Yates has the Cardinals being that one in his most recent mock draft, 26th overall. And the reason why that's my big wind-up for this pitch about what's going on with the Steelers at their quarterback position. And I've got a soundbite to set you up, actually.
Okay.
Did you hear what McCarthy had to say to
this was at Bob Harlan's services, right? I think.
Correct. As Kevin, Bob's son, one of our favorite humans, was interviewing McCarthy and brought up Rodgers. Hit it.
I'm wondering if there may be a reunion with another Green Bay person in Pittsburgh. And maybe the reporter side is coming out of me here a little bit. But
I saw you working last night.
Wouldn't that be an interesting story if that happened?
Yeah,
in Pittsburgh.
Yes, it'd be a great story. I don't know, and I would love to tell everybody right here. This is breaking news, but it's really cool to see Aaron at 42. You see, a young man at 22, and all that he's been, all what he's been able to accomplish, and where he's at in his personal life, and and trying to make this decision. So he's in a really good place, but I think he's in a really good place.
You want to interpret?
Okay,
Albert.
I think two things. I think number one, the Steelers are trying to respect Aaron Rodgers' decision-making process, and no one knows better than Mike McCarthy how important that is to Rodgers, and that it's not a great idea to rock the boat on that. So same as we saw last year when Mike Tomlin and Arthur Smith, I think at this point, had a pretty good idea that Aaron Rodgers was coming. That wasn't actually consummated till the beginning of June. Right. So there's that part of it, which I think is a very relevant part, because we've been here before with that franchise, with the GM there, Omar Khan, and that they went down that road last year before they even had him in the building. And they felt comfortable, even though it looked like to everybody else there was no contingency plan. My second thought on it is there's a pretty good option out there if it's not Rodgers, and that's Kirk Cousins. And Kirk Cousins still hasn't signed anywhere yet. I think Kirk Cousins can take one of three roads here. He can either take one of the available starting quarterback jobs, right, which I'd say at this point there are two, Pittsburgh and Arizona. And that's Pittsburgh if Rodgers doesn't come back. He could go to a championship team and be a backup, which no shame in that, if that's how he wants to spend the year. Or he can sit out for now and wait for there to be an injury or a situation to materially change somewhere. So I think Cousins gives them at least an option if they don't wind up with Aaron Rodgers. I'd also say this. I think over the last 2 to 3 years, Aaron was, and this is my perception, putting some pieces together, I think, for so long, Aaron wanted to convince everybody that this was all bigger than football for him. And, I think over the last 2 or 3 years, my interpretation of it at least is that Aaron really kind of wanted to fall back in love with football again, right? And really enjoy being a football player and not worry about what I am, that I'm more than a player or whatever. Just enjoy being a football player. And I think he finally accomplished that last year in Pittsburgh. Even though they didn't achieve the ultimate goal, I think he really enjoyed the year last year, playing for Tomlin, playing with the teammates that he had, a veteran group, guys on that roster who've been around forever, like Cam Hayward and TJ Watt. And so, I think for that reason, there's a chance, there's a good chance he comes back. Because if he had the experience in Pittsburgh that maybe he had the 2 years before in New York, he'd be retired by now. But I think like the experience he had in Pittsburgh last year was a really good one. And the presence of Mike McCarthy there combined with that, I think sets up for a scenario where, maybe he could come back and play I think this would be 22nd year, right? Mm-hmm. Which would only put him 1 year behind Brady, believe it or not.
Wow. Last one for you, Albert. Why do we keep hearing A.J. Brown's name mentioned?
Because we have nothing else to talk about.
Is that really? Seriously? I'll accept that as an answer.
I think that's part of it. I think that's part of it. It's just by far the biggest thing. I also, so here's what I would tell you. I know it was the Eagles' preference to deal him out of the NFC. And I can tell you that, the Eagles were given 4 preferred destinations, and those were Buffalo, Kansas City, the Chargers, and the Patriots. And Buffalo obviously was quickly out of it with their trade for DJ Moore. I don't think the Chiefs and Chargers had an overwhelming amount of interest, which left the Patriots. Then the Rams enter into it. The Rams ultimately wind up backing out of it. And so, now I think we do have a little bit of a staring contest between the Patriots and the Eagles. And, of course, now you've got the fact that you got that June 1st date out there, right? Like where the Eagles have almost run out of contracts to restructure. And so, unless they want to do some real cap gymnastics, it makes more sense for them to trade him after June 1st. So if they wait until after June 1st, are they going to have a market there? Are the Patriots still going to be there given the deep receiver class that's there in the draft? I certainly think that there's a possibility that the Patriots and Eagles do wind up doing a deal post June 1, but things can happen between now and then. Here's the other part that I think is interesting, and I'm not sure anybody's picked up on this.
Okay.
Mike Vrabel was part of a deal like this 5 years ago. If you remember, do you remember when Julio Jones was traded?
Mm-hmm.
Julio Jones was traded on like June 7th, and it was the same sort of situation. It was an older receiver, and Atlanta, Arthur Smith and Terry Fontenot had just gotten there, and they had a kind of chaotic cap situation. And so it made sense for the Falcons to wait until after June 1st to deal off Julio Jones. And there were the Titans waiting for him, a few days after June 1st, and they wind up doing a deal. So I would say if there's a team out there that's at least got the experience and having waited for a player at that position and then having had to incorporate that player at that position thereafter, the Patriots would be that team. And that's on top of the existing relationship that you obviously have. It's well known how much Mike Vrabel loves A.J. Brown. So I think there's a lot of reasons why the Patriots and Eagles would do a deal post June 1. But again, a lot can happen between now and then.
Yeah, like keeping A.J. Brown.
Right.
Right. And so unless, I guess my last one for you, what's your reporting on, has there been a trade demand under the radar, somehow kept under the radar in Philadelphia, similar to Max Crosby in Vegas?
I don't know that it's a demand. It's certainly, A.J. Brown's camp has certainly explored, their options. And I think it's like one of those is the grass really greener scenarios, like looking around and seeing, okay, what's out there for us. I don't know that it's a demand. I do think like if they were going to go back through that door and reconcile this and try to go forward, I don't think that's impossible. One of Nick Sirianni's greatest strengths as a head coach is his ability to manage people, and so I wouldn't put it past the Eagles to say like Nick Sirianni can manage this. I do think the reason we're here is the relationship between the quarterback and the receiver. And A.J. Brown's really well liked in that building, in that locker room. And so, I think that the relationship between A.J. Brown and Jalen Hurts, like that would have to be at the center of any sort of reconciliation where the Eagles are going forward, with him as their number one receiver. And again, in that draft, this is a very, very deep draft at the receiver position. So could the Eagles' plan be affected by what ends up happening over that weekend in Pittsburgh? The same way the Patriots plan could be affected by, what receivers are available to them that weekend. I absolutely think that's possible too.
Albert, you're the man. Thanks for the time. We'll chat again soon, bud. Have a good one.
Awesome. Thanks. And good luck. Good luck to your guys this weekend too.
I appreciate it. There's six Big Ten teams in the Sweet 16.
Yeah. I mean, if they have some success, maybe North Carolina starts sniffing around. I don't know.
Oh, nice try.
Ooh.
Nice try, Albert. Nice try. No, it's okay. He's in a perfect spot, Albert. You missed out on him. Don't just don't try and get him poached by someone else just because you whiffed on him first.
I know.
Okay.
I know.
All right, Albert. Thanks for the time. That's Albert.
All right, thanks, Rich.
Ladies and gentlemen, there he goes. After dropping that one, boy, AJ Brown, what is going on there?
Gonna have to ask Edelman if he can wear 11. Obviously,
it hasn't been retired.
Yeah, I think
I know it's been a soft retirement. Is that what it is?
Soft retirement.
Okay, we take a break. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. When we come back, my power rankings of the best Super Bowls of the NFL Network era. That's coming up next.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-375-8936. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-375-8936, 800-375-8936, 800-375-8936.
You fancy and have an HD radio? Well, good for you, number one. Number two, listen to ESPN Houston's HD channel, 97.9 HD2.
Ron White, live. Friday, March 27th, Smart Financial Center at Sugar Land. Tickets on sale now at smartfinancialcenter.net. Ron White, live. For mature audiences.
John Granado here. Brinkman Quality Roofing is a local family-owned business and are the roof experts in shingle roofs, tile roofs, solar shingle roofs, metal roofing, and commercial roofing products. Brinkman has 100% financing available and free, no-obligation estimates. If your roof is starting to look bad, Brinkman's proprietary solution can make it look new again until you're ready to replace. Brinkman Quality Roofing is the one to call at 281-480-ROOF. That's 281-480-ROOF. Or go to BrinkmanQuality.com.
Meet Morgan Jones. Morgan is about to step into a world unknown to most, thanks to Progressive's Renters Insurance, a place of fresh linens and turn-down service. You see, Morgan temporarily vacated her apartment and has gone to a hotel because a pipe burst in her apartment. A pipe that made her sense of reality and apartment ceiling all come crashing down. Luckily, Morgan checked into Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at TurboTax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Baseball fans, the countdown to opening day is on. Make plans now to kick off the season with ESPN Houston. Thursday, March 26th at St. Arnold Beer Garden. Presented by Huntington Bank. No tickets to the game? No problem. ESPN Houston will be broadcasting live all day from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Enjoy cold beer, great food, and big opening day energy. Bring your crew and start the season off right at our opening day party, Thursday, March 26th at St. Arnold Beer Garden, presented by Huntington Bank.
Oh, and that
That's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-584-7531. That's 800-584-7531.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now.
Priority Tax Relief.
Hi, this is Kirsten Stokes with Stokes Hardware, where your old school service isn't gone. It's our specialty. Our knowledgeable team knows plumbing, painting, and power tools inside and out. Whether you're fixing a leak, starting a project, or need the right tool for the job, we'll walk you through it. Skip the big box runaround. Shop local, shop smart, shop Stokes Hardware. Find us on Instagram, Facebook, and online at stokeshardware.com. Stokes Hardware, real help, real expertise.
How do you stay humble when you're America's #1 wiper blade? That's what we're currently dealing with at Rain-X. Is it even possible to humble brag when you bully Mother Nature like we do? Do we sound too conceited if we keep repeating how Rain-X is the #1 brand of wiper blades in America? No, we'll take a lesson from our wipers and just keep doing our job with humility. As America's #1 wiper blade. Rain-X. Outsmart the elements.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
I wanted a new color printer to add pizzazz to my prints.
Ooh, pizzazz can be pricey.
Well, now at Staples, you get up to 30% off select HP printers.
30% off an HP?
Yeah, I saved $120 on an HP Smart Tank 6001 with up to 3 years of ink included.
Why, that could be the last printer you'll ever need.
Could be.
Shop your local Staples today for big savings on HP.
That was easy.
Available in-store, online, or on the app. It's 4-4 exclusions apply.
Looking for a great way to listen to ESPN 97.5 whenever and wherever you are? Then download the ESPN Houston app. Just search ESPN Houston in your app store and download today. The ESPN Houston app is brought to you by Collectors Firearms and Aqueduct Plumbing Company.
Something on your desk.
I have no idea. Back here on the Rich Eisen Show, yeah, we're almost 1.1 million YouTube followers or subscribers. So
yeah, I mean, remember when I was going to have a photo shoot plan with the?
We had a whole.
I don't know. We'll look into it. I mean, we don't need to be so aggressive with our YouTube partners. Like, where's our damn platform?
Well, I mean, Rich, it's been a while. Is what I'm saying.
I mean, we got one for 100,000, right?
Yeah, but 100,000. What's that?
Okay.
Yeah, what's that?
We're 1 million.
Exactly.
Well, almost 1.1.
Almost 1.
All right. So, what's today's date? The 25th, right?
25th.
Okay. 1 week from today, it's going to be April 1st. And I'll tell you this. If you had told me that I would be a full-time ESPN employee again, I would say, and you're telling me it happens on April 1st, I'd be like, okay.
Crazy.
Tell me another one. Okay. But that's the fact. At this point next week, I will be an NFL /ESPN, NFL Network ESPN employee. But it's full owned and operated by Disney. My 23-plus year run as an NFL employee would be over. It's crazy.
The streak is.
But it's a 2.0 for NFL Network. Again, I'm poised, as Awful Announcing put it, to host the NFL Draft. I can tell you right now, I'm more than poised. I'm going to do it. It's happening. And however, the 23-year run of NFL Network 1.0 would be in the books at this point next week. So in that regard, I'm going to come up with a couple of power rankings, one this week, one next week, looking back at the 23 seasons of NFL Network coverage of the National Football League. And I have my power rankings here of the best Super Bowls of the NFL Network era. Hit it.
Power rankings.
Power rankings.
All right, everybody, here we go.
All right, let's go.
Power rankings of the best Super Bowls that I've covered of the NFL Network era. It's been all of them since Super Bowl 38 to the current Super Bowl 60. And number 10 on my power rankings list is Super Bowl 56, Rams 23, Bengals 20.
Ooh.
This one is on the list. Joe Burrow and those Bengals, here they go, taking on an NFC West team once again in the Super Bowl. We all know the Niners stood in their way. Now we're here, the Rams standing in their way. Young Joe Burrow had just knocked out the Kansas City Chiefs, and I do remember I was in the building in SoFi for the NFC Championship game that followed, and they had on the Oculus in the middle of SoFi Stadium the end of that AFC Championship game, and Rams fans and the Niners fans, because there were a lot more Niners fans in the building than Rams fans, were all cheering Joe Burrow's victory because it knocked the Chiefs out. And Burrow and the Bengals were basically showing everybody, be careful what you wish for. Mm-hmm. But that's when Stafford and Kupp started getting going. And the first one, we're seeing the touchdown that Kupp scored. But don't forget, this drive was a fourth down that Sean McVay decided to go for it, and they handed the ball off to Kupp.
And that's sweet.
And this touchdown was preceded on a no-look throw from Stafford to Kupp as well. An unbelievable drive that did leave some time on the clock for the Bengals until Aaron Donald crashed through and sacked Joe Burrow and pointed to his ring finger to wrap up that Super Bowl in SoFi Stadium in the Rams' house. And it was just an exhilarating game. Cool. That's number 10 on the best Super Bowls of the NFL Network era. Number 9 is Super Bowl 58, 2 Super Bowls later. Chiefs 25, Niners 22 in overtime in Las Vegas, Nevada. Again, if you had told me at the beginning of NFL Network's existence in year 1, I would be covering a Super Bowl in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, by the way, and I have it on the list after a game that took place in a stadium in Los Angeles where they would house 2 teams in Los Angeles. When we first planted a flag for NFL Network, it was like, what's the NFL doing in Los Angeles? What was the NFL doing in Vegas? Well, hosting one of the best Super Bowls I've covered. Chiefs 25, Niners 22 in this game. Jawan Jennings was dominant. He could have been the MVP of this Super Bowl. He put the Niners up in this game. Christian McCaffrey was performing his head off. He did have a fumble on the first drive that was shocking. But the Niners and the Chiefs went into overtime. They forced overtime in this game. Such a conversation had about the fact that the Niners took the ball first in overtime. It was the rule that was first finally put into place where both teams had to touch it in overtime in the playoffs. We saw it all playing out. First time it happened in a Super Bowl. And yada, yada, yada. The Niners only get 3 because Chris Jones comes crashing through and forced a throw that could have been a touchdown otherwise if Brock Purdy, who played very well, had time. The Niners only scored 3. The Chiefs go ahead and score a touchdown. Sky Moore just waltzing into the end zone. No, it wasn't Sky Moore. Pardon me. It was
Mecole Hardman.
Yeah, Mecole Hardman, who the Jets basically gave to the Chiefs in the middle of the season.
True, yeah.
That wrapped up the Super Bowl, and the Chiefs are Super Bowl winners once again. Super Bowl 58-9 on my power rankings list. Number 8 on my power rankings list. Here we go. First Super Bowl NFL Network covered. Super Bowl 38. Patriots 32, Panthers 29. This was a game that had hardly any scoring in the first quarter. Second quarter went nuts. Hardly any scoring in the third quarter. Fourth quarter went nuts. Ricky Prohl scored a touchdown for the Carolina Panthers to tie this game in the fourth quarter at 29 apiece. But that's when Tom Brady, I'll never forget this. I was on the behind the goalposts. The Patriots were going away from me. It was the first time I'd ever been on a football field for a football game. I'd never done that with the ESPN. And there I was standing there. Every single time Brady threw it, it looked like it was going to be intercepted. and a member of the Patriots receiving corps just swooped right in to catch it. After 2 or 3 of those, I realized, Brady's throwing in their spot. He's perfect. They're not going to stop him. He's doing exactly what he's supposed to do, and Vinatieri's going to do exactly what he did just a couple of years before, which is kick the game winner. And then, of course, I will never forget, this was the night the NFL Network had its first ever Super Bowl commercial on the air. It was right after halftime. I was standing by a television set in a suite saying, can't wait to see it. But I didn't see it, nor did the rest of America, because the Janet Jackson wardrobe malfunction happened just a second before. That's number 8 on my power rankings list. Number 7 on my power rankings, best Super Bowls of the NFL Network era, is Super Bowl 44, Saints and Colts. This is the one where the Colts and the Saints are going at it. Peyton Manning from New Orleans taking on the Saints, and Sean Payton and Drew Brees just after Hurricane Katrina. And Sean Payton with the gutsiest call I've ever seen in my 23 years of covering Super Bowls, an onside kick to start the second half. And then what wraps it up for the Saints is a pick 6 of the hometown kid. Touchdown, Saints go ahead and win it. I'll never forget the postgame of this one because Sean Payton was so hyped. He came to the set and slapped my hand so damn hard that I had a stinger in my elbow for the rest of the segment. I had to go to my other offhand for the stick handheld microphone because I couldn't feel my arm. Oh, by the way, Kim Kardashian also stopped by because Reggie Bush was on the team. That was part of the NFL Network postgame. Won't forget that. That's number 7 on my power rankings of the Super Bowl eras of the NFL Network era that stand out. Number 6, Giants 17, Patriots 14. Helmet catch. I don't recall seeing that. It was such a, because I was standing in the corner of the end zone, couldn't really get a great glimpse of it, couldn't believe. I thought it was an incomplete pass, obviously. Then we saw on the monitors overhead that was an incredible catch. This was a game that really wasn't a great football game, to be honest with you. Certainly when it was just 3 weeks after we had the season finale between the Giants and the Patriots beat the Giants to stay undefeated. That was a much better football game than this one. I was in the end zone, though, watching clear path of Plaxico Burress catching the game winner wide open from Eli Manning. You could even see us in the corner of the end zone. There we are. If you put the other one up, there we have me standing right behind Roger Goodell.
At attention.
Look at you.
That's me standing right in the end zone. I had a perfect view of it as Roger Goodell then went out and handed out the trophy to the New York Football Giants. That's number 6 right there. Number 5 on the list, top 5 now of my power rankings, the best Super Bowl of the NFL Network era. Sorry, Chris, you and I were sitting next to each other for this one in said Roger Goodell's
Great
suite.
game, though.
You wore a Red Sox hat. He busted your Stones for it. Eagles 41, Patriots 33, the Philly
Great
special.
Yeah.
Philly. That was one of those moments. I will never forget that. It's a statue now outside of Philadelphia. That was an idea that this thing was going to be more of a battle than a lot of people thought. This also ended with a Hail Mary of Brady trying to find Gronk, and it was close, man. It was close.
About a foot away.
41-33 final. Zach Ertz with the score to be the margin of difference. It was a wild, freezing night in Minnesota. Number 4 on my list of power rankings of the best Super Bowls of the NFL Network era. Super Bowl 47, Ravens 34, Niners 31 in the Harbaugh. The blackout happened in New Orleans just as the Ravens were going nuts in this game. Blackout ended, but before it did, I was in the NFL Network suite, and I learned that because he did the halftime of the second Super Bowl we ever covered in Jacksonville, Super Bowl 39, the Patriots beating the Eagles, I learned that Paul McCartney gets tickets in the NFL suites every single year of the rest of his days. And he was there, and I took a picture with him.
Very cool.
And it's one of my favorite pictures of all time, except for the fact I should have tucked in my damn shirt. What a mess.
Oh, I didn't even notice that.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. My goodness gracious. Michael Crabtree, incomplete in the end zone. This thing could have been a Niners Jim win instead of a Ravens John win. That's the way that Ed Reed and Ray Lewis strolled off into the sunset. Number 3 on the list, Super Bowl 51. With 8:31 to go in the third quarter, Tevin Coleman scored a touchdown. Made it 28-3, famously. Would you believe with 8:31 left in the fourth, same time on the clock, Chris? That's when Dante Hightower went in and got the strip sack of Matt Ryan that switched everything. And even with this, making it a 28-20 game with Tom Brady beginning the comeback there after that sack force fumble. The Julio Jones catch, a 27-yard gain down to the 22-yard line of New England, would have been one of the greatest catches of all time we'd be talking about. Somehow, someway, from the 22-yard line, the Patriots forced a punt. Got the ball back. James White touchdown, 2-point conversion. Overtime we go. James White touchdown, end of game. Super Bowl 51, we'll never forget it. Number 2 on my list is Super Bowl 43, Steelers 23, Steelers 27, Cardinals 23.
Oh, I thought this was
the James Harrison pick 6 right before halftime. It was like watching it in slow motion like The Matrix. I can't believe he did it. And then still, we come down, the NFL Network crew comes down from the upstairs green room that we had in an elevator, strolled out on the field with 3 minutes and change to go. And the only thing we saw as we strolled out on the field was Larry Fitzgerald running right towards us for a touchdown. And we're like, wait a minute, this is live? Oh, my God, the Cardinals have the lead. And then we watched Ben Roethlisberger march the Steelers down for a touchdown to Santonio Holmes in the end zone. That won the game for the Steelers, one of the best Super Bowls I've ever seen. But number 1 on the list is the one that we talked about so much leading up to the Super Bowl 60 matchup between the Patriots and the Seahawks, the Malcolm Butler play. I've never been in a stadium, never seen a stadium where one team's fan base is cheering and the other one is crying, and then one play later, it's completely reversed. The Patriots scored 2 unanswered touchdowns in the fourth quarter wrapped around a punt, and then, of course, this interception, and Tom Brady and the Patriots won Super Bowl 49. That is the number 1 Super Bowl as I power rank the Super Bowls of the NFL Network era. As we now take a break, we'll get your 2 cents on that list when we come back. You can call us, too. It's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a timeout to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. Right now, Pella Windows and Doors of Houston is offering 50% off installation and no interest, no payments for 12 months. Some restrictions may apply. See store for details. Offer ends March 31st, 2026.
Smalls here. Did you know there are many ways to do your taxes with H&R Block? You can go to a local office and get expert help in person, or you can choose virtual tax prep and get expert help without leaving home. Or you can even do them yourself online with live human help standing by. Whatever you choose, you can file with confidence, having H&R Block's 70-plus years of tax expertise in your corner. Switch today and file your way at hrblock.com.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-849-4957. 800-849-4957. That's 800-849-4957.
Baseball fans, the countdown to opening day is on. Make plans now to kick off the season with ESPN Houston. Thursday, March 26th at St. Arnold Beer Garden. Presented by Huntington Bank. No tickets to the game? No problem. ESPN Houston will be broadcasting live all day from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Enjoy cold beer, great food, and big opening day energy. Bring your crew and start the season off right at our opening day party. Thursday, March 26th at St. Arnold Beer Garden. Presented by Huntington Bank.
Are you selling your home or just want to make it look new again? Start with the bathroom. Clean, modern glass showers instantly update the space, and buyers notice. In fact, bathrooms are one of the first things people upgrade, and glass makes a huge difference. Replace dated shower curtains, get new mirrors, or upgrade with custom glass from Bluebonnet Glass. Fair prices and dependable service. Call 832-508-0911 for a free quote and visit BluebonnetGlass.com. Bluebonnet Glass, adding the beauty of glass to your project.
Get ready. Wild West Brewfest rides back into town March 26th through the 28th at Typhoon, Texas in Katy. Over 600 beers to choose from over 60 brewers around the country. This is your chance to sample hundreds of craft beers and enjoy live music. Don't miss the return of the H-E-B Wine Grotto, a cool climate-controlled escape where you can sip and savor more than 30 incredible wines from across the country. Grab your advance tickets now at WildWestBrewfest.com before they sell out. Drink great beer, support great causes. WildWestBrewfest.com.
The John Clay Wolf Show. Here's what's going on in the Wolf Pack.
Bobo, we appreciate you.
Thanks, man.
Gigi doesn't. She said,
You
left me hanging, but whatever. I still love you. And I was there first.
You're talking about the show meeting we had yesterday. She's the only one that showed up.
Yeah, and I'm sitting there like, yeah, guys, I'm 3 minutes early.
Right.
What the heck?
That was 50-1 odds in Vegas.
The John Clay Wolf Show. Every Saturday morning.
ESPN 97.5.
John Renato with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. What an exciting time, especially for you HOA people. It is time for you to move on this because spring is coming.
Yes, and those pools are opening up by Memorial Day, so get your furniture in now so we can get it turned around and back to you in time.
What's the turnaround time?
It's going to be about 4 weeks, 3 if we're lucky.
So you got to move now, people, because spring is going to be here before you know it, and you want to be out by the pool. But not only that, what about everything around that pool that you guys can come and fix too?
Yes, so you HOA members, look at your fences, your bridge railings, your light posts. We can come out on site and get those spruced up for you.
Houston Powder Coaters. Give them a call, 281-376-3888, or go to HoustonPowderCoaters.com. You'll probably talk to Robin at some point. Houston Powder Coaters. We've been talking about them for years. We love them. HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
Back here on the Rich Eisen Show, 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. Get into the Hyundai Getaway sales event right now. You can get away with a deal so right, it will almost feel wrong to you. Because right now, you can get great deals on our most popular models, including our adventure-ready SUVs like the Hyundai Santa Fe or Santa Fe Hybrid and the Tucson or Tucson Hybrid. There's the bold and stylish Elantra loaded with the latest tech. You want to go all-electric? You got the Ioniq 5 or Ioniq 9. So get down to your local Hyundai dealer and get away with a deal you'll love during the Hyundai Getaway sales event. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for details. All right. Did I leave any off for you? Surprise?
I got to say, I don't really have a lot of notes. No notes on the list. The only other game that you maybe could have put on there of a compelling game was Green Bay-Pittsburgh, Aaron Rodgers.
You know, I almost went there, too. That one didn't seem to be...
And that's the thing. It's like, not a lot sticks out from that game.
Well, the thing that stuck out from that game is that, you know...
was the week leading up to it.
The week leading up to it.
Snow.
There was snow and ice, and then seats that were in the stadium that were, how can I put it lightly, suddenly no longer, they disappeared because I think Jerry put seats where he wasn't supposed to or where he could, and it wasn't secure enough. And he came by the set pregame and acted like nothing was going on. And we then get an email from the NFL saying, you know, if you've got your game day tickets, which I did, you know, it's been an incredible perk. The NFL gives people who work the Super Bowl 2 tickets to the game to go.
Yeah.
And so what I ended up doing is I gave those 2 tickets to Dr. Bobby Katz.
Oh.
The OBGYN to the stars, including the person who delivered our kids.
Of course.
I was in Jerry's suite for that game.
Were you really?
Yeah, that's where I...
Dude, well, I mean, you know, so what ended up happening is a bunch of seats that people had tickets for suddenly, you know, were ruled unusable. And it created a massive storm of you-know-what.
Oh, I can imagine.
And that's the thing that leaps out to me for that game, 100%.
ESPN is now the home of MLB.tv. If you have the ESPN Unlimited plan, you'll get a $15 discount on the 2026 seasonal MLB.tv package. And if you don't, no problem. When you sign up for MLB.tv, you'll receive a 1-month free trial of ESPN Unlimited. Cancel anytime without losing your MLB.tv access. Get in on the action at stream.espn.com/MLBTV.
ESPN Unlimited auto renews at $29.99 per month after free trial unless canceled. Blackouts and other terms apply.
Progressive presents the Passionate Sports Fan Checklist. Signed jersey of your favorite bench warmer? Check. 14 bobbleheads that look nothing like the players they're emulating? Check. Twin TVs so you can watch the game on 2 different networks simultaneously? Check. Life-size wall sticker of your favorite player that routinely freaks you out at night? Check. A second life-size wall sticker so after the first one freaks you out, you see the second and you're like, oh right, the wall stickers. Check and mate. Bundle your renters and auto insurance with Progressive and save on protection for the things on your checklist. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers not available in all states or situations covered subject to policy terms.
The tournament is back. The upsets are inevitable, and Underdog is the best place to get in on all the action. It's the best time of the year, and you can make picks and win money on Underdog right now in Texas. By the way, promo code KillerB, you're going to score $50 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. Promo code KillerB, KILLERB. A lot of ways you're going to spend $5 today. There's no better way than spending it on Underdog this March. Playing Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite players will go higher or lower on a bunch of different stats like points, rebounds, steals, and more. Is your favorite Houston player going to get more rebounds? It can be higher or lower. Get your picks right. Win up to 5,000 times your cash. Download the app today. Use promo code KillerB to score $50 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code KillerB. Underdog. Make picks. Win money.
Must be 18 or older and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-MY-RESET or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Cast your line and relax at twocreekscrossingresort.com. Your fishing getaway awaits.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-584-7531. That's 800-584-7531.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Hey folks, financially, where do you want to be in 5 months from now? You know you'd like to see more money in your savings, don't we all? Now saving money is easier than ever with HomeBank. For a limited time, HomeBank is offering an exclusive CD rate for Houston area customers that you'll want to take advantage of. You can get 4.05 annual percentage yield on a 5-month CD. The minimum balance for this rate is just $2,500. That's 4.05 APY on a 5-month CD with a minimum of just $2,500. Rates haven't been this high in a while, so you don't want to miss out. Don't wait. HomeBank has 6 locations in the greater Houston area: River Oaks, Baybrook, Pasadena, Friendswood, Sugarland, and a brand new one in Tomball. Stop by to talk to a banker at any of these locations or visit home24bank.com to find other ways to help you save. Good for business, good for life. HomeBank. Member FDIC.
Hey, this is Chance from Heritage Films. You know what I miss about working in sports radio? Raiding the supply closet. I loved all that stuff. Paper clips, sticky notes, those little black clamp things that you put on the end of your finger. I love stealing stuff from the supply closet. But you know what I love more? My company, yourheritagefilm.com. I love filming families and founders' stories. I love being invited into their homes, getting to know them, and creating magic for generations. Magic markers, love those. yourheritagefilm.com.
This is ESPN 97.5, brought to you by Zata Jewelers, KFNC, and 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston.
This is The Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of The Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. This is The Rich Eisen Show.
It's time for baseball.
The pitch to Judge, swung on and hit in the air to deep right, and is gone.
Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles. Earlier on the show, TNT college basketball analyst Jamal Mashburn. Senior writer for the MMQB, Albert Breer. Coming up, author Dave Ogleton. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 3 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air right here on Disney Plus, the ESPN app, 844-204-RICH, number to dial. I'll take some calls in a matter of moments. Dave Ogleton, whose new book, So Dad, It's Good, is available now for pre-order. He is a diehard Eagles fan in Philadelphia.
TJ.
I don't know if TJ's hearing me right.
I heard it.
Okay.
Just I rolled my eyes at first.
He's known as a powerhouse dadfluencer. So look forward to chatting with him. And so, Chris, you and I will be able to relate. You,
I love
Jay. You've got
some stepkids,
right? And this is be great for you, TJ, and the fact that you don't have any children, but he is roots for the Eagles, who is your daddy, right? Pretty much.
Wow, man! Really?
That's good.
Okay,
that's good.
Okay,
that's good. That was a poised comment.
She's like, yeah.
He heard you that.
Is that why I'm poised like this?
Yeah.
Right.
I try to be on your side a lot, man.
I don't know, man.
Boys counts.
It does count.
I see how you get down.
Poised. It's my day today. You know what I mean?
It is.
Well, part of it. Let's see. Who knows?
What do you mean? Who knows?
I don't know.
We know.
What do we know?
As in Palooza?
We know nothing. Oh, is it Ohio State Pro Day today? Oh, isn't that lovely?
Everybody's.
I thought it was my day today. Now it's ruined. By the way, congratulations to the cities of Vegas and Seattle. The NBA Board of Governors say we're going to start talking about expansion.
Oh.
To those cities. What do you mean? You're not going to, excuse me.
Doesn't do it for me.
You wouldn't go to an NBA game in Las Vegas, Nevada?
Why are we adding teams? Las Vegas had 0 teams.
Right.
How long ago?
Okay.
And
what does
now
that mean?
There's football, hockey.
Right.
Yeah, but baseball's coming.
Right.
Is it working?
It's the entertainment capital of our United States, would you not say?
Are they just like the Chargers, where it's just all away team fans at these games?
What is it? What do you care?
I don't know. I'm just
honestly
go to the sport.
First of all, it's great for the people of Las Vegas, Nevada, and the surrounding area.
There's already too many games during an NBA season. Now we got more teams.
Well, maybe we should get more teams and fewer games.
I hope that's.
How about that?
That would be great.
And also,
guess what ain't gonna happen.
So there's 2 NBA stories that are really going around right now outside of the actual competition that's happening. This is one of them. Seattle fans deserve to get the Sonics back. End of story.
So let's move Memphis to Seattle. Like, let's relocate.
Why would you take that from Memphis?
Like, let's move New Orleans.
Why would you take that from
Memphis? Let's move New Orleans.
We're watching March Madness get deeper and deeper and deeper every year, okay? And it's a money thing as to why some of these mid-majors don't get any further. But you don't think there's enough to fill out an NBA roster of players? I understand that there's, some terrible franchises right now, but that I think is just born out of poor management, poor coaching, on top of the ability that there's incentive to tank, get better.
How many teams are currently tanking in the NBA?
A third of them.
So now we're going to add 2 more to that list?
Or we have to change things around so it's not as easy to tank, and that it might be easier to roster build. Can we do that?
I don't know. I don't. The NBA has not deserved me to think that they pull it off.
Okay.
They've not proven.
I don't know, man. I would definitely go to an NBA game in Las Vegas, Nevada.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll be cool.
Okay, so what's your problem?
You hate the tanking so much, and now let's add teams. So now half the league is going to tank each year?
I hope not. Let's figure that part out. How does that sound? We're smart enough.
We're
smart enough. Let's figure it out.
I do not have faith.
Going to an NBA game in Seattle is going to be lit. Fans there are going to be out of their skulls.
They deserve it.
They do.
And let's move New Orleans to Seattle.
Okay. Let's go to Matt in Scranton, Pennsylvania. Matt, you have 2 cents on this subject matter?
Yeah, my question to you, Rich, was kind of going off of what you were just saying. Like, do you actually think it's a good idea for the NBA to expand when the problem right now really is that teams are tanking? Like, you have, I think, 10 or 11 teams right now that are below 500. The Pacers and the Wizards were on a 16-game losing streak. Like, you're adding 2 more teams that are not going to be that good that are probably going to be tanking also. Do you honestly think that's going to be good for the league?
Obviously, more tanking's bad for the league. We just need to figure out there's smart enough people in the room. There's smart enough people in the room to try and figure out. Let's come up with a different economic model where tanking isn't viewed by teams as the quicker way to rebuild. Let's figure out a different way of aprons and caps and player contracts and trades to try and figure out a better way where tanking isn't option 1 for a ton of teams. From all the NBA people that I have come across, they feel like there's going to be a model for that sort of thing. Let's figure that part out. Certainly now that we're, thanks for the call, Matt, awash in more television partner money, And while we're at it, let's fix the whole load management thing, too. I don't know how we do that.
Well, they thought they had an answer to that by changing the rule, that you got to play 65 games
but now
to be eligible for all these awards.
But that's the conversation I want to have, too, is that shouldn't – Cade Cunningham has 61 games played this year. And then a freak hit punctures his lung, and now – he might not be eligible in a career year.
Yeah, in what world is he not a second team or maybe first team all-NBA?
Right.
It's ridiculous.
And so because other teams can't be trusted to play their stars, or other players or stars can't be trusted to want to play, although everybody keeps telling me the players want to play, it's these teams and doctors and analytics and sleep studies and all this sort of stuff that causes players to be sad, right? That now Cade Cunningham is going to bear the brunt of not getting the kudos he deserves.
Another sign that your season is too long.
Because why would he come back for 5 games just for that purpose?
Right.
Unless he does, it would behoove him to play 5 games before the playoffs to get his sea legs and lungs back in the mix. Unless that's lungs back in the mix. Unless that's not what he found a loophole, and it's this man's lung. What the hell? That's not right.
Yeah.
So why can't we have an exemption like that? Somebody just uses common sense and goes, let's give this guy an exemption. Right. It's clearly not him sitting his ass down on purpose
Right. In a weird way, maybe his injury will be the cause to fix this.
Which was which unfortunate that's what launches this
really
this 1,000-ship situation. Right. That's not right. Mm-hmm. It's not right. But there's enough smart people in the room to figure out all these issues here. And I know expansion isn't you're diluting.
And also,
you're diluting, but
who's asking for it?
Well, Seattle fans have been asking for it.
Yeah.
Dude, they have been asking for it since that team went to Oklahoma City. That's a fact.
That's true.
Now, you might say Vegas is a different story, but Seattle fans, 1,000,000% have been asking for it. They've been asking.
It seems to me this is a way to get the bid fee is $7 to $10 billion.
Yeah, of course.
Guess what happens? That gets cut up and goes right to the owner's pockets. Like, that's what this is about. I think we need to be honest.
And this is not part of the revenue sharing. There's no sharing.
No, it's literally $10 billion divided by 30, right to their pockets.
Well, it's now divided by 31, I guess, right?
I hate it.
I understand. I understand. Because Dolan needs the money. By the way, Dolan probably doesn't have a problem with this. Hey, go to Vegas, see a game, go to the Sphere. You know?
Yeah, that's true.
I honestly think it's great for Vegas to have a sports team in every major North American sport. It's awesome. It's great. I think the draft should be there every 2 years. There should be a draft or a Super Bowl there every 4 years.
Totally agree.
I mean, the draft was insane. The Super Bowl was great.
Right.
But the draft was incredible there. It was great. There's hotels everywhere. There's restaurants everywhere. There's entertainment everywhere.
Now that makes
in Las Vegas. They were great.
Yeah.
In terms of rolling out carpets for the draft and the Super Bowl. Unreal. You know, the traffic on Super Bowl weekend was nuts. But
I mean, it's Vegas.
I don't know.
But Vegas locals don't love when F1 comes. Well, you know, and so now you're just adding a fourth team. Where are the actual fans of these teams?
Well, Sully in Las Vegas is here on the Rich Eisen Show. What's up, Sully?
Sully's already mad at me.
Yeah, he's mad at Chris already.
Why?
Oh, we got a text message.
This is our boy.
Rich. Hello, fellas.
What's up, Sully?
Hey, Sully. What's up, man? What's up, Sully?
Dear friend of TJ and Brockman's, Rich, and I have a bone to pick with my dear friend Christopher Brockman.
Okay.
Because that guy loves coming to Vegas. And when he comes to Vegas, we always have a good time. Maybe we play blackjack. Maybe we bet on some games.
That's fine.
Maybe we can do some dinners. But listen, I need all four major sports teams. I agree with you, Rich.
Oh, yeah.
I don't care who comes. I live here. I love going to a Raiders game when it's, you know, maybe 60% visiting team. It's the spectacle of having pro sports. I can't wait for the A's to get here. I don't know if I'll go to that many games. I love going to the Vegas Golden Knights games. They're an all-time favorite.
Yeah, I bet.
Bring the basketball team. Bring it all.
Bring it on.
Bring it all. Bring the draft.
Yeah.
Bring the Super Bowl.
That's right.
Anytime I get an excuse to hang out with TJ and Brockman, bring it all.
What about Carrot Top?
Brockman's so angry.
Carrot Top too? Is there enough? There's room for Carrot Top to
I haven't seen Carrot Top, but he's got a 30-year run, so I think he's doing okay. It's all the other stuff. It's like, let's go to dinner, fellas.
That's
Get
right.
out here.
Let's go to dinner. That's right.
All right.
Sully's bringing the thunder above under.
Well done.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Sully. Vegas, ladies
I'm a
and
big
gentlemen.
fan of the show.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you guys for all the positivity and a major part of my life. I love you guys. Keep doing the great things
Back
that
at
you
you.
do.
All right, G. All right, there's Sully in Vegas. Dude, come on.
So let's not add, let's move someone. 30 is such a great number for the NBA.
Okay.
That's my point.
We'll find out, right? Because I think this is just it's going to happen.
I tell you what's not going to happen is the number of games. They're not going to change that. They're not going to have less games.
Yeah, I know. They're not going to tell the television partners that just gave all this money that there's fewer games to be shown. I don't know what the answer is, though, man.
It doesn't make sense, right? We talk about all these, like, you know, DNP coaches' decisions and people taking these breaks. Guys back in the 70s used to play 82 and more games wearing Chuck Taylors. You ever try to play a game of basketball wearing some Chucks? No ankle support. They're flat. Like, they went out there and played 82 to 95 games.
Coach airline tickets. Those guys, They also were smoking.
They were heaters at halftime. Like with all the advances in technology and training, these players should be out there way more than they are, man. They have every advantage.
Yeah, well, that's why also Kareem, used to welcome rookies to the league by haymakering Kent Benson. You know what I mean?
Well, Kent Benson elbowed him in the...
I understand, in the gut.
Gut.
I remember that. I mean, different times, sir.
Different times.
But I do pick up your spirit of what you're saying. I'm with you, too.
Feels like we can get to a happy medium.
Well, I don't know how. Do we get everyone together? I don't know. We get everyone together and have an NBA summit?
Adding 2 teams, let's play 70 games. Like, that seems like such a perfect number.
They're not going to take fewer games.
We cut 2.5 weeks off the season.
I don't know.
Load management maybe would go away at that point. If you're legitimately injured, sure, I get it. But
I think we have to start with the economic model and the way that you can roster build and figuring out that to keep the competition as level as it can possibly be between haves and have-nots, if those really do exist. And at the end of the day, disincentivize tanking somehow, some way. I don't know how that is. I think from that everything can ripple effect in a positive way. Because I do look at the March Madness tournament. I'm thinking there's a lot of players who can play very well.
Just a couple guys, yeah.
You
got a few on your side.
I don't know who you're talking about. Which team is this?
The team you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. There's a couple.
I'm going to book Dusty May this week.
Are you really?
Let's reach out to him.
Reach out to him. I could text him right now.
No.
But it's just saying hi, like way to go.
No.
I sent a little way to go.
No, it's like,
we don't need that.
Hey, Dusty, we had Izzo on. We figure that you might want to represent the other side of Michigan.
That's fine. That's fine. I don't feel I'm putting a ziggy on anybody.
Hey, Dusty, you got 10
Could you imagine I have him on and then 2 days later they lose?
Yeah, what's that like, having a coach on and then your whole season falls apart after?
Well,
what would that be like?
I guess
you're just the mush, though. That's a you thing. That's not a me thing. That's
not a me thing. Literally, in the history of our show,
yes,
the Patriots have won 3 Super Bowls.
That's
it's
true.
Not a me thing.
Well, I mean, Belichick.
And the Red Sox won the World Series.
It took years for Belichick to call into this show.
The Celtics won it.
We had Cora on, and you still won it. I know. We've had Brad Stevens on. They won it.
Jalen Brown's been on.
I know. It's just that one time. I'm like, I'm going to do something for your birthday. Let's have Dino Babers on, and then boom.
Very nice of you.
And then we had your current coach on last year, and did they win a game after that?
We were really bad this year.
Why would I bother this man? He's unbothered by everything.
Exactly. So you think you can get into his head?
I'm not getting into anyone's head.
I know. So let's have him on.
It's a me thing. It's not a him thing. It's a me thing.
Oh, okay. So
if I have him or any Wolverine on, and then suddenly they lose, it's definitely me looking in the mirror and saying, what the hell did I do? I should have just, I've stood back. We haven't had him on all year. None of them. You don't think I want to talk to Yaxel Lindeborg? I would love to.
10 minutes out of their day.
I'd love to talk with him and John Morez. I'd love to talk to Cadeau.
If you make the Final Four, will we have them on next week?
Why would I do that then?
They got a whole week.
Think about this, Rich.
We had Dusty May on when he was at Florida Atlantic, and he went to the Final Four. You know what happened after that? He lost.
I thought it was probably Florida Atlantic.
Rich, look at it like this. You are a notable Michigan man.
Maybe I am. Thank you for saying that.
Maybe
I agree with that.
Talking to these kids would hype them up, take them to the next level. We're like, oh, now it's on now. Rich Eisen had us on.
What if they're at home?
That man over there. That man knows. When I was given the honorary captaincy, he watched me talk to that team, to Jim Harbaugh's Michigan Wolverine team in 2016.
I have the video on my phone still.
He watched me. When I was done with that speech,
you cried?
He said, no, he said to me, I think you blacked out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct?
Correct.
Right. And then I got on the field.
Yeah.
And then I was given instructions.
Yeah, Jim told you what to do and what to say.
And then I blacked out.
Completely forgot.
Because I thought the captains would be the ones to do it.
And Jabril Peppers was like, what?
I would think, no, it wasn't Peppers.
Oh, it wasn't Peppers.
That's Zach. That's Jake Butt. And, and a handful of others. I'm going out there thinking, I don't know where I am right now. I have no clue. And then when it came time to which way are we going? Right. Which direction are we going? Jake Butt looks at me and goes, what is it? And I realized, holy crap, I had one job, this honorary captaincy, and I'm blowing it right now.
100,000 people. I got to say, it was overwhelming.
It was overwhelming.
Being on the field.
And this
very overwhelming.
polite applause times 100,000 when I got introduced. I did my only thing that I could possibly think of. I tipped my cap like I just pitched 5 scoreless coming out of the game.
Your curtain
call. You take a birdie on 18. You're like, hey.
I didn't know what I was doing. I had no idea what I was doing.
I was there.
Right there. I'm tipping the cap.
It was amazing.
Honestly.
Like you just hit a walk-off home run.
Yeah.
It was so
I didn't know what I was doing. I had lost my mind. And I remember going back to Harbaugh, already had his hands on his knees, locked in on the day.
RJ
locked in, and I think to myself, he's going to kill me. And then all he looked at me was, hey, nice ovation. But the reason why I bring all this up is then the game started.
Yeah.
And you were there.
I was there. It was awesome.
Didn't UCF ripped off a 70-yard run to start?
Kind of early.
And I thought to myself, what if we lose today? I will never be able to come back on campus here. So I'm sorry. You know how I feel about you and how I feel about this program. It is so paramount to me professionally, personally, spiritually. But when it comes to this, we're not having the coach or the players on. No way, no how, until a net is cut.
What if they're like, man,
not at all.
Rich Eisen was our boy. Like, he won't even have us on our show.
That's exactly what I said.
They are not thinking that at all.
How do you know?
I don't know, man.
They are not thinking that at all.
I'd be thinking
I appreciate you trying to get in my kitchen here.
You know what I mean?
understand that.
Jeez, I thought he loved Michigan.
You know what I would say? I'd be like, oh, he put the Spartans on his show, but he won't put us on his show?
Got Sparty on there? Like,
yeah.
Geez.
You know what they're thinking? Let's beat Alabama. That's what they're thinking. And if I'm like, hey, Dusty, you want to come on the show? That could be 15 minutes where he has a eureka moment on how to beat Alabama. And then all of a sudden I'm watching that game. They're down a possession. And I'm like, it's because I took him away from the meeting rooms for 15 minutes.
You sound insane.
It's me.
You sound crazy.
Do I really?
I mean,
or do I sound kind of like you would?
My name's not on the mug.
I know that your name's not on the mug.
It's not in the tournament.
But this is the crazy thing is this is the way you feel, not about Syracuse or the Celtics or about the Red Sox. Or it's how you feel about any old team you bet on.
Well.
Okay. See? Now I'm talking his language. You know.
You don't have any
there are
scratch on
only
Michigan?
3 teams that emotionally affect me.
I get it.
The Yankees and both Michigan basketball and football. That's it. Everything else in my life, I am unbothered. You know, do I want them to win when I watch them? Sure. Teams of my youth? Sure. But at the end of the day, if it all doesn't work out, head on the pillow. Night, night. These 3 teams will keep me up. So no Dusty May, nobody on the team until it's all over.
You could have helped put them over the top.
No, that is not the way I choose to look at it.
Whack. I'm just saying.
All right. Look, the phone lines are lit right now. This is amazing.
It's half the Michigan
Our fans in Vegas are just absolutely ready to roll.
Brockman, you should turn off your mentions.
All right, let's bring our guest out. Dave Ogleton is about to join us right now. The Dadfluencer in chief coming up.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program may only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it could end your debt nightmare and save you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. For free information and to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, simply go online and visit DRA.com or call 800-433-8909. 800-433-8909. Again, that's 800-433-8909.
Houston, it is opening day. Before you head to Dyken Park, stop by Tom's Watch Bar at Green Street, the ultimate pregame gathering spot for baseball fans. Enjoy games, giveaways, a live DJ, and wall-to-wall screens so you never miss a play or a pitch. After the final out, the party keeps going. Plus, get complimentary parking with validation in the Green Street Garage when you visit Tom's. Rally the crew, grab a drink, and celebrate baseball being back. Tom's Watch Bar at Green Street, where Houston comes to pregame. That's Tom's Watch Bar at Green Street.
Hi there. Welcome to Huntington Bank.
We're new here, but we've been around since 1866, and we believe that we should all get more from money.
Okay, like what?
Well, like bankers that take the time to learn your whole financial picture and help plan the best path with you.
That sounds good.
And accounts that automatically build your savings each day.
Ooh, I like that.
How about getting paid up to 2 days early?
Okay, now you're just showing off.
Let's get more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
Mike Holly, class of 1990, has been protecting the interest of Cougars for over 30 years. First as a Cougar offensive lineman and now as president of HR&P. HR&P provides comprehensive human capital management services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. Don't struggle with the demands of human resources. Let HR&P eliminate these burdens and customize a plan that fits your business needs so you can get back to growing your business. Learn more by visiting hrp.net/U of H. That's hrp.net/U of H.
You thinking about updating your home? Glass might be the easiest way to do it. John Granato here. At Bluebonnet Glass, they help homeowners brighten and modernize spaces with glass railings, wine rooms, mirrors, cabinet glass shelving, room partitions, even kitchen backsplashes and bathrooms. Glass can make your home feel bigger, brighter, and newer without a remodel. Update your home today with Bluebonnet Glass. 832-508-0911 or visit them at bluebonnetglass.com. Bluebonnet Glass, adding the beauty of glass to your project.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-849-4957. 800-849-4957. That's 800-849-4957.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-939-2525. That's 800-939-2525. 800-939-2525.
Looking for a great family outing that's free? Well, then join us at the annual Lineman's Rodeo on Saturday, March 28th, located at IBEW Local 66, 4345 Alan Genoa Road in Pasadena. The excitement kicks off bright and early at 7 a.m. with journeyman teams and apprentices competing in thrilling events. Enjoy delicious food and cold drinks while you watch these everyday heroes show off their skills. Visit IBEW66.com for more info. IBEW66.com.
This April 3rd and 4th, the Texas Golf Expo, presented by Avid Golfer, makes its first visit to Houston's NRG Park. Come demo new clubs, plus save on equipment and apparel from all major brands. The first 500 each day get a goodie bag that includes discounted rounds of golf and a sleeve of Wilson golf balls. All attendees get a local round of golf and a free chance to putt for $5,000. The Texas Golf Expo at NRG Park, April 3rd and 4th. Get tickets at texasgolfexpo.com.
You love it. Dave Ogleton is here just talking about his diehard Philadelphia Eagles fandom and just told TJ he's his daddy.
Hold up now.
So, Dad, it's good. It's the book, and So that's, by the way, the 1 star for Dallas is like a rating for the team. I've never heard that one before.
Yeah, it's not new, but I like to bring it up every once in a while, just to remind them where they are.
Kind of
5-2.
Dig it.
Oh, 5-2. Stop.
Carl Anthony Towns was here on this program. He showed up in his Jalen Hurts shirt.
Guy.
And then kind of, took a liking to TJ.
I wish he hadn't.
Why is that?
Because I didn't eat flowers. And
he kept on with every single Eagles win over the Cowboys after that.
See, Carmelo's one of those guys that is I love his Eagles fandom because he was a Knick.
Yeah.
I love him, but then I'm like, he played for the Knicks, and I know you're a Knicks guy also.
That is correct. That one is correct for sure. You have flowers, balloons. Kept on sending them over and over again to TJ. There you go. There's the flowers and the balloons
that's
arrangement.
Beautiful.
So
that's a nice arrangement.
The best one was after the Eagles won the Super Bowl, he sent a mariachi band here to play Fly, Eagles, Fly.
It's just a case of someone having too much money.
He wanted to send a chorus here, though, to sing it, and we just couldn't get it on.
If you saw me pop up I see it. I see it. Oh, lovely.
Yeah, the mariachi.
It was amazing that they are all wearing Dallas colors.
Yeah.
Great, too.
Yes, TJ.
TJ is still down. Yeah.
That wasn't a good day.
Well, anyway, let's talk about your title of Dadfluencer. How does one become a Dadfluencer? How did this happen for you?
I don't even know how I became one. I think it was just kind of thrust upon me by accident. But no, I started doing content back in 2020 like a lot of other content creators did. And I did the parent humor thing once I realized that I wasn't a TikTok dancer.
Okay.
And I started really diving into that. And then I got into the dad jokes and I started doing 2 to 3 every day and they just started taking off. And I think, what was it, at one point in 2021, I think Will Smith had shared one on his page.
Okay.
And I was like, all right, I'm done. I've reached the pinnacle of what I need to as what I'm going to do, and I'm not going to get any higher than this. Okay. And I was like, I'm done. But I kept going from there, and it's turned into a book, show that I'm trying to produce, and it's just a lot that I didn't expect, and a lot of it just wrapped around just being a parent, honestly. And I always just go kind of back to that well because I have 6 kids, so I have a big well to pull from.
Yes.
And I think you have 3 yourself.
I have 3.
Right?
We have 17, 15, and 12. What are your ages?
Oh God, they'll make me recite them. 17.
Okay.
Just turned 15, my oldest son. And hold on, I'm going to go down. 17, 15, 11, 8, 7, 5.
Wow. Nailed it.
Yeah.
Almost had your Antonio Cromartie moment.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Show. I didn't ask their names.
No, I got their name. Names are they're sometimes they're a little close together in age, but we literally have every single grade: high school, middle school, elementary school, and preschool.
Okay.
Just done preschool.
Have we reached the point where you're having children just for the content? Or?
No, I mean that was
built-in babysitter.
See, I can never be accused of that because our last one that we had was after I started my content.
Okay.
So,
but that's the point.
Yes,
is that now you're seeing how successful it is that you got to stay fresh.
Keep that well full. Yeah. Yes.
But I'm saying, I mean, that's a commitment.
Yeah.
But if things are going so well for you here,
I think we just go through. I feel like we go through every stage of their ages every day.
Okay,
it's not even it's every week. It's every day. So it's constantly if something happens and doesn't matter how traumatic it is or even if it's something that's not so much sensational, I can turn it into something that's funny because I know other parents are going through it.
No doubt,
and that's the relatability of it. And I think honestly, that's what makes it so easy for me to do on such a daily basis.
So you turn the eye rolls at home into bank rolls. Is that basically what's happening right now?
Yeah.
Because, I mean, your material flopped at home, and you're like, I think this can work.
My stuff never works at home.
It
never works at home. It works because they're not my audience. That's why.
But if it doesn't work at home, that means it's a good dad joke.
Exactly.
It works.
Exactly.
Like, if they laugh, you'd be like, wait a minute, am I losing
that's not, no. Hold on a second. Yeah, no. Yeah, but no, like I said, it's with the dad jokes, it's if it doesn't work, then it probably will work.
Right.
And even with the parent humor, like if they're like sitting there like, come on, don't like, what really, like you're going to put, and I'm just like, listen, I know other parents are going through it. You know what I mean? So like, and I'm not going to mention names or anything, but now it's like my oldest is like, okay, but they're going to know who you're talking about.
That's
and
right. Now they're threatening you.
Yeah.
Don't use it as
they're
material,
like,
Dad.
People are going to know who you're talking about now at this point.
Your children need to basically say this is off the record.
Yes. Yeah.
But it's all working.
Yep.
It's all working.
And they know they're getting smarter, especially the older ones. They're like, you know, a lot of the brand deals and stuff that I do now, if like they're going to be in it, they're like, okay, cool. How much am I getting paid for?
There you go.
And I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, hey, that's fair. I was like, listen, you're doing just as much work as I am. So, you know.
But I thought it's a dictatorship at home. It's not a collectively
not
bargained
anymore.
situation.
Unfortunately, not anymore. They've caught on.
Certainly, if they're providing content and you are honing your workshopping.
Yep.
I get it.
Sometimes they'll even give me ideas. My wife gives me like a ton of ideas. I mean, like I said, so it's not always just me.
Sure.
Sometimes I'll have like, you know, brain cramps and, you know, I'll come to her and she'll just be like, oh, this is funny. This is funny. This is funny.
Okay.
And even my kids, they'll say something and I'll just be like, oh, that's like my notes in my phones for the ideas that I have that I haven't done are just days long at this point.
See, my wife is very collaborative. I mean, she sits in this chair as a guest host.
Okay.
We're partners in life, partners as you know, in production and whatever. My problem is she doesn't think I'm funny.
That's my wife.
But she's like, if your wife is saying this is funny, that's funny. You're ahead of the game, sir.
Well, so a lot of the content that we make when her and I don't do a lot of content together, but when we do, if you just read the comments, people want to see her more than they want to see me. At this point.
I get that a lot.
It's always
By the way, we have
like
callers like that.
Oh my goodness!
We have callers
I mean,
like
they're constantly like, we need more Jackie in this. Like, we need more. And I'm just like, okay, all right, guys, I get it. I'm like, I don't look like her, like, you know. But I was like, I'm getting there. All right.
I love it. Dave Ogleton here on the Rich Eisen Show. So, Dad, it's good. Available for pre-order right now. The book will be available wherever you get your books on May the 12th. Do you have what's the original dad joke for you? Do you have one that started it all?
Oh, I mean,
for you,
one that I did online is, what was it? It was a joke about fish getting high, and I forget the exact verbiage of it.
Right.
But it ended in seaweed, and you know, so you can kind of put you can put those two and two together. But it was, you know, listen,
it's a little blue for certain ages.
Yeah, you know, so, but that one took off and I did that joke and it went viral and it was my first like big viral video that I did.
Okay.
And then I started doing other content and it wasn't working. And I went back and I looked at my content 2 months previous and I went, why am I not just doing more of these dad jokes? So I started doing them every day. I would do 2 times a day, 3 times a day. And it just started blowing up. And it allowed me to have a piece of content that I knew was going to work while still honing my craft of the other comedy content that I was doing.
So what makes a great dad joke?
Oh, I mean,
the brevity of it, the pun.
Yeah,
what is it?
There's a few different things. It's the timing of the joke. It's the reaction from your kids if you say it to them. That's like the best part about it. If you get the eye roll or the groan, and that's one of the main reasons why. Like I love being able to like get that reaction of just like, oh my goodness, come on, seriously, like not any more of this, you know. And if I can get that out of a pun or a dad joke, I'm happy.
Okay,
yeah.
What's your favorite one?
Oh man, I don't know if it's my favorite one. My favorite, like I have a couple. I have my favorite, like dad saying, like dadism is like the whole stud finder. I love the stud finder. That's like that's always the go-to. I think it's hilarious for some reason. And then there's one I always say, why does Peter Pan never tell dad jokes? Because they never land.
Okay.
You're welcome. You're welcome, Disney.
Perfect, by the way, for Disney Plus, right there. Well done, because they never land.
They never land.
I'm going to use that one tonight on my 12-year-old.
I always have that one in the holster.
Why does Peter Pan never tell a dad joke? Because they never land.
They never land.
Okay.
Yep.
See, it's the brevity one. Like there's I have some hit written down here. I just got hit by a can of soda, but I think I'm okay. It was a soft drink. Now, by the way. Is that a courtesy laugh?
No, that's
all right.
It's
now that's a little too long though.
No,
You know what I mean? Like,
no, it is. It depends on the situation, and honestly, like, I think my thing is, I think the best delivery for a dad joke is when you don't expect it. Okay. When you're in mid conversation and you think someone's about to say something serious, and then it comes off with this extremely corny punchline.
Sneak attack.
Yeah, it just and especially if it's like a serious conversation, it just brings the entire thing down.
Yeah. What color is the wind? Blue.
Blue.
Okay. That's mm-hmm. Did you really get got right there? That just got you.
I thought there was going to be more.
No, it's just right there.
Nope, it's just.
What side of the tree is the most branches? The outside.
Mm-hmm.
See, now that one, the brevity one. That's the button comes unexpectedly.
Well, what's brown and sticky?
What?
A stick.
Did you guys know that dogs can't operate MRI machines?
Why?
But cats can.
Okay. Cats can. But he's not a dad, though.
You know what, though?
I'm an uncle and a godfather.
He's in
That's
training.
all that matters?
He's in training. You got it.
Are you in training? I didn't know that. Training for what?
I mean,
TJ? What
it's
are you
like
training
maybe
for?
going through the motions, but not in training.
Yeah.
No, I'll stick with the uncle and the godfather.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know who your daddy is?
Like for real?
The Yankees?
The Eagles.
Okay, these guys.
Yeah.
Your defense.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yes.
You know,
this is great.
I bring up Dak's record against the Eagles, but then
you can. I mean, I can just talk about the Super Bowls we've had in the last.
That's
2
great.
decades.
It took you 52 years to win one. Sure, awesome.
I will get into it right now.
Yeah.
I'm not.
This is a guest, TJ, who had a bad Uber experience to get here. Let's treat him.
No,
let's treat him well.
I love. Listen, being able to crap on the Cowboys is one of my favorite pastimes. You know what I mean?
Likewise for the Yardbird Eagles.
Fit Dad CEO on Instagram. Fit Dad on Facebook. I mean, you're killing it. You're just crushing it. Congratulations on all of that.
Thank you.
You're just out here promoting the book. You're on a promo tour.
Yeah, promoting the tour.
Are you solo, or do you bring your kids?
No kids. We're going on.
Okay.
They're going on spring break next week. So I was like, you guys. When I get back, we're leaving anyway. We're going on a Disney cruise when we get back.
Oh,
nice.
Okay.
I was like, no. My wife was like, I'm not even telling her about like the weather or anything out here because like I was like, I called her, I FaceTimed her this morning, and I was like, this LA weather is like always crazy. It's always like gray in the morning, and then all of a sudden it just gets blue. And she's like, yeah, is it? She's like, is it nice out there? Is it? She's like, are you having fun?
Yeah, the degrees out here match Jalen Hurts' uniform number. So you got that. Yeah, because spring break is the ultimate March Madness. It is the survive and advance.
Yes.
You just got to get them back to school.
That's all. Yeah. And
they're all home. None of them are in college yet.
So our oldest goes to college in the fall.
Okay.
So she's the first one out. And yeah. So it's kind of her last like spring break with
You're
us.
losing your audience.
I know. One by one.
One by one.
Yeah.
Unless you keep having kids.
No.
Okay, Dave.
No.
Sounds good.
Dave, you sell more books, that equals out to more cash. The house gets a little bigger. Maybe you want to fill some of those rooms up with more babies. You never know, right?
Yeah. But we're filling those rooms with babies, and that's counterproductive at this point. You know.
That's right. He's just filling them with trophies. So I just love this conversation so much.
I'm sure he's a Sixers fan, so we could probably get.
Are you a Sixers fan?
I am.
Okay, he's a Sixers fan.
Okay.
He's also a Clippers fan, so hug it out.
What? Hold on a second. You're a Cowboy. You're a Cowboys fan, a Sixers fan
from Altoona, from Pennsylvania. From the Commonwealth.
We're gonna have to talk after this. I'm gonna have to figure out how this all came to be.
Yeah, suddenly the dad jokes aren't flowing.
Yeah. Okay, hold on. Let's see.
There it is. Cowboys, Sixers, Seminoles, Nittany Lions, Penguins.
Oh, you are the epitome of a Cowboys fan.
How about this one? Georgetown and Duke.
Okay.
Duke.
It was the early 90s, man. Grant Hill and Alonzo Mourning. I couldn't choose. Just start rooting for both of them.
Clippers and Mets.
Okay. All right.
There you go.
Wow.
You can't say I'm a bandwagon hopper looking at
I mean, listen, you're a Sixers fan. You can't necessarily be a bandwagon hopper. I love the Sixers, but I wouldn't hop on that bandwagon.
Problem is, he is a bandwagon hopper when it comes to the Cowboys. He hopped on that bandwagon in 1992.
Wait a minute, what?
Yeah.
No,
I mean, dude, you're in Altoona.
I was before 19. Are you kidding me? It was Tony Dorsett was there when I became a Cowboy.
I know.
And we stunk.
I'm now smearing him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I appreciate
that
it.
in front of the company.
It's called
Rich.
content.
Yes.
I smear my colleagues. You have children. That's the way we handle our content creation. The original Dadfluencer here, Dave Ogleton at DadFitCEO on Instagram. Give him a follow. Check him out on TikTok, Facebook, and so much more. And, of course, where books are sold coming up on May 12th. But you can get in right now while the getting's good for So Dad It's Good, the ultimate database of cringeworthy dad jokes. Great to see you, man.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
Come on out here anytime.
Yeah, thanks.
Send flowers, send balloons.
I will. And a mariachi
And a
band.
mariachi
Yeah.
band.
Dave, you know, a skeleton walked into a bar and ordered a beer and a mop.
What happened?
What?
I said a skeleton walks into a bar, he orders a beer and a mop.
Okay.
Are you just Googling dad?
No, I've had these on deck for a while.
Let this man out the door. I think his car is waiting. Good to see you. Thanks, sir.
Thanks so
We're
much
back
for
to
having me.
Apparently, Joe Flacco's making jokes, too.
Oh.
That's next. Rich Eisen here. For small businesses, every hire counts, and so does your time. Hiring can quickly become overwhelming, from sorting applications to figuring out who's truly qualified. That's where LinkedIn Hiring Pro helps. It streamlines the process so you can focus on connecting with the right candidates, not managing the noise. Hire right the first time. Post your job and get $100 off towards your job post at linkedin.com/Eisen. That's linkedin.com/Eisen. Terms and conditions apply.
Evan Cohen here. In life, as in sports, the pros make it look easy. That's why pro golfers like Jason Day, Ben Griffin, and Patton Kazire trust the pros in lawn care. True Green. They have the experience and expertise to give you a lawn worthy of the PGA Tour. And since True Green does the work for you, you get more free time, or more tee times. So stop stressing over your lawn and start loving it. Sign up now at TrueGreen.com, because nobody makes it easier to get a golf course quality lawn than True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour.
Looking for electrical parts and you need them now? Well, for over 30 years, M&J has sold, delivered new and reconditioned electrical equipment in Houston and nationwide. Circuit breakers, transformers, disconnects, fuses, panels, switchgear, and more. If it's hard to find, well, M&J has it. They have all brands, and they can cut down on your lead time. Contractors, M&J Electrical Supply buys, sells, and removes electrical equipment. Call 713-699-5055 or email sales@mnjelectrical.com.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-979-1441. That's 800-979-1441.
Baseball fans, the countdown to opening day is on. Make plans now to kick off the season with ESPN Houston. Thursday, March 26th at St. Arnold Beer Garden. Presented by Huntington Bank. No tickets to the game? No problem. ESPN Houston will be broadcasting live all day from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Enjoy cold beer, great food, and big opening day energy. Bring your crew and start the season off right at our opening day party. Thursday, March 26th at St. Arnold Beer Garden. Presented by Huntington Bank.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, The debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-584-7531. That's 800-584-7531.
We make your tax relief our priority. Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
John Granato with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, you've had some experience with AI now.
Yeah, we're seeing an uptick in callers calling in saying that they did ChatGPT or AI to redo their backyard, and they may not like the patio furniture suggested, but they like theirs, but they want that color. So they bring us their patio furniture based on what ChatGPT told them to do.
Colors are a big part of your job anyway, right?
We have literally the colors of the rainbow, 100 plus in-stock colors to choose from, and if you need slings, we also have 100 plus of those.
Now, if you feel like, hey, you got to buy new stuff, you're going to advise them for that too, right?
We try to do full transparency. We're not here just to make a quick buck. We want to make sure you are taken care of in the best way possible. And if that means, hey, a new set would be best for you, we're going to be honest with you.
That's Houston Powder Coaters. Give them a call, 281-376-3888, or go to HoustonPowderCoaters.com. You'll probably talk to Robin. Houston Powder Coaters. We've been talking about them for years. We love them. HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
Pella Windows and Doors, we love them. We love our relationship with them, and you will love them too, because when it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They're not just window and door experts, they're experts at taking care of you and your home. At Pella, they find the products that meet your needs, and then their experts install them. They do it every day. This is why your neighbors trust them. Discover why Pella is a trusted choice for homeowners everywhere. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. That's Pella.com/Eisen.
I feel like I need to clarify my stance on this.
Okay. We'll get to that in a second. Pella. So, okay. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial right here in the program.
I don't know.
All right. Joe Flacco has spoken. Joe Flacco has spoken, ladies and gentlemen.
Love it.
He's back.
Dad?
Yeah, dad jokes. Speaking of dad jokes, he went back to Cincinnati. 3 years, could go back to $6 million. Listen,
wow.
He knows that if he shows on the field for the Cincinnati Bengals,
he'll get a spot somewhere else.
But it's also not great. It means Burrow's hurt.
Oh yeah.
But it's also a better plan, I guess, based on last year. Even though I don't think, did he win a game there? I don't know if he did.
I don't know.
Everything went south.
I don't know.
He won one game. So, anyway,
right?
long story short, this is what he had to say upon his arrival again.
I feel like I have unfinished business. That's part of why I'm still here and playing and doing all those things. And not being one of those guys to go sign somewhere, yeah, it pisses me off a little bit. But at the same time, like, I'm very happy to be here. And that's also why I don't see this as the end. Like, I that's just not how I'm viewing it in my mind. Like, I feel like I can help a team win. And, yeah, it may be in a different role here, but I do still think I can help this team win in that role. I had a lot of fun with Joe, and Joe's the guy. And believe me, I wish I was a guy somewhere. And I think teams are dumb for not having me be that guy. But it is what it is, and I'm not going to let them or it get me down. I'm going to be the person I am and just approach football the way I always have.
Wow.
No dad jokes.
Good for him. Yeah, no dad jokes right there. I guess we were still dad joked out, huh? Okay. We'll talk about that a little bit more tomorrow. I got a better sense of everything going on. All right, before we take off, let's go to, let me get the right one here. Tom in Las Vegas. Let's go. Line one. What's up, Tom?
Hey, Rich. How you doing?
What's going on?
Okay, I live in Las Vegas, born and raised, and I'm about your age, so I've been here many years.
Yep.
And when the Golden Knights came, we were ecstatic, man. They're a brand new team, and we could jump on board the hockey. None of us had affiliations with any hockey teams or whatnot, so it was great. Then the Raiders come. 5,000 people are ecstatic that the Raiders showed up here. Rest of Las Vegas, NFL's kind of cool, but, not Raider fans. Then they bring the A's in, same thing. The 2,500 A fans are going to be really happy. But the NBA expansion team, we can get behind that. I mean, Vegas can get behind that. They'll support their new teams.
Okay.
Just when you bring the old ones in, that retreads, it's just not. We get too many other teams coming in and taking over the stadiums.
Okay, Tom. I appreciate the 2 cents right there. You want to clarify what you're saying?
I get that. I'm not saying that Vegas isn't a great sports town. I mean,
you're just thinking that the NBA shouldn't expand.
Yeah, I just think it's more of an NBA take for me that the NBA.
Well, as you said, you should rip the hearts of fans elsewhere to give Vegas a team. You said basically.
Diehard New Orleans.
Understood.
Yeah, where are they?
John in Lake Tahoe, California. What's up, John? We'll give you the last word. We've got about 30 seconds. What's up, John?
Hey.
What's up, John?
You guys do a great job.
Thanks,
Hey,
pal.
the Raiders leaving Oakland is the biggest travesty in the NFL. They had the greatest home field advantage. We had tickets. Nobody wanted to play in Oakland. That's the saddest part of them moving to Vegas. Just like the guy said, 5,000 people. So I think that's something else. As I had beers with Jack Tatum twice. And he said, if you come in our backfield, you best be wearing a black jersey. So hopefully they're going to bring some of that back.
All right, John. Thanks for the call. I'll see you. I'm going to see you in July, right around there in Lake Tahoe for the American Century Championship. Everybody. So that'll wrap up this edition of the Rich Eisen Show. We'll chat again on Thursday. Carlos Boozer is going to join the program. Talk about his kids. Let's go.
Life is full of choices. Some big, some small. And when you choose an H&R Block Tax Pro, you're choosing the largest network of tax expertise to be in your corner. For when your big ambitions need help with the small details. For when your 6 figures come from 6 different places. For when your gaming stream becomes your revenue stream. For when your business's year 1 needs 70 years of tax know-how. At H&R Block, we've seen it all, and we're here to help you make the most out of your money for life outside the box. Get started at hrblock.com.
After wanting one for years, Kevin is finally enjoying his new hot tub.
This is the life.
He worked with Empower to help him get good at money, so now he can be a little bad.
Oh, no, not my phone.
Oh, Kevin. Kevin's phone may be in hot water, but his finances aren't. Invest well, live a little. Start today at Empower.com.
Hey guys, Cindy of Nick's Place here. Well, it's that time of year. The temperature's heating up and so are the sports. The MLB, NBA, NHL, and Bracket Madness all take center stage this month. So if you're looking for a place to watch sports, eat like a boss, and chill with your friends, Nick's has been that place since 1993. We have every sports package, a huge menu, drink specials, craft cocktails, and 27 different bottles of wine. This is not your typical dive bar. Since 1993, same location, Rocky Ridge and Westheimer.
DraftKings Sportsbook at Golden Nugget Lake Charles is the only place to get mad for all the big games. With over 3,200 square feet of LED screens and the best game day bites, why watch anywhere else? Watch, wager, and win at Louisiana's largest sportsbook. Book your private space today by visiting GoldenNuggetLC.com. Spots are filling fast, and you don't want to miss out. Must be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Please call 1-877-770-STOP.
This is Chance McLean from YourHeritageFilm.com. We make adult films. Wait, no, I mean we make adult. We film adults, but not like adult films. Who actually went to those nasty adult film movie theaters? That is so gross. I guess Pee Wee Herman did. That didn't turn out so good. Speaking of Pee Wee, there's an absolutely excellent doc on his life. But that's not as good as the one we would make for your family. Man, I am all over the place. YourHeritageFilm.com.
Jeremy Branham here. You've heard me talk about Pro Dunk Hoops and their drill-powered lightning adjust system that lets you raise and lower your goal in seconds. Hello, Houston. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. We're Jeremy and Joe. Brian's around as well. Lots to get to on this Wednesday edition of the program. Todd Callis. We got asked the other day in the text line. I was like, I have no idea, so I'm just going to ignore this text. We were asked the other day in the text line, is Todd Callis going to be on with you guys again this year? I was like, I bit my tongue, did not know. But I do now, because Todd Callis will be joining us at 4 o'clock, the TV voice of the Houston Astros on the Shin.
Welcome back.
We got
TK.
Blum coming on tomorrow with Dell, huh?
Yeah, Blum's going to be on the 11 o'clock hour. Not time kind of TBD, but he'll be on tomorrow with Dell at St. Arnold.
There you go. Look at us. ESPN 97.5, your home for the Shin TV people.
And maybe one day we'll be on, the Shin will take us. Probably not, but.
Crane would have to buy us and then put the Astros on our radio waves. I think that's what it would take. Right?
Sure.
That'd be kind of fun.
It would be fun.
We would have to be nicer about the Astros, though. We'd have to be like, the Astros are great all the time.
We
chase and we would have to like pretend we liked that.
Yeah. We'd have to put in all the intros.
Yeah.
ESPN 97.5.
You know what? Maybe it wouldn't be so much fun.
Chase the fight.
Maybe it's a good thing.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
I don't totally miss it.
Do you think we could get away with the Cal McNair stuff that we do if we were the flagship?
No.
That's
a
great point. You think we could play that drop? Like,
No.
Can we talk about how he is my motivational leader? Like, I speak of him well.
Yeah.
I was speaking of Cal well before people were speaking of Cal well.
I don't think so.
But I don't think we can get away with that.
Just well, not only from working there, but I heard obviously when Liam Cohen had the Duval thing.
Yeah.
Our former worker here, R.J. Saunders, works at the Jags flagship.
They weren't allowed to play it?
They're not allowed to play it.
Serious?
Yeah, they're not allowed to play it.
Different ownership, though.
I know. I'm just trying to think of. But at 6'10", I think that would have been frowned
Could
upon
you not?
when we were there.
I mean, that Jarecki guy that was there for late nights for a little bit.
He got run out after 2 months.
Yeah, he was going to Cal. He got straight up fired.
Before
so I don't
the
know.
blow-up. Yeah,
I
he
don't
was
know
going
if
after
we
him before
could
the blow-up.
pull off the drops that we play. I think it's a lot more fun.
Yeah. It would be
H-Town. Yeah, like we wouldn't be able to do that. Like that's like not who we are. That's not the fabric of us.
The what?
The fabric.
Okay. That one might be okay. Just the H-Town.
Yeah, I mean, we also said it sounded like he was trying to sell like grave sites.
Hey, give everyone a hug over there.
My kind of party.
Good. You having a little party?
I love Cal McNair so much. When he speaks, it is gold. Cash him or trash him. TK at 4. Ryan Monso, go Cougs. A lot of people are going to like these outsiders. Like, hey, let's get you on to talk Houston Cougar basketball. And they're bringing in people who've like seen the Cougars 2 or 3 times.
Yeah.
We're just going to go straight to the source today. We're going to go Ryan Monso, who covers the Cougars better than anybody. He literally does it 24/7. Why go get outsiders when you can get an insider? So we'll get him. And then we'll have a special Houston Cougar guest during the 5 o'clock hour as well, who might know the team as good as anybody. So we'll be lots of you think he knows the Cougars that well?
Nope.
I mean, I think he watches them. I don't know if he's like
Big E
dialed in. Big E, Tillman knows what's going on. Yeah, absolutely. He's plugged in. He's dialed. Not so much Drexler.
I don't know.
Drexler. There was some tension with Drexler once upon a time. Now I do think that tension has been relieved a bit. Drexler was at the Final Four last year, so like I do think that a lot of the relationship, and it was previous regimes and all that, has been alleviated some.
Good. You
Probably
have to
not
do that.
all.
From the
but
time he
some.
was the coach there, or something that happened after
Mostly that. Yeah.
Okay.
Mostly that. Which he wasn't suited to coach.
No.
He was. I mean, I think he'd
What
be
did
the
he
first
last, 2
person
years?
to tell you that. 2 years, yeah. Might have been 2 years too long.
It's the danger of that. Same thing kind of happened at Georgetown, where I think Patrick Ewing's kind of out of the picture now. Same thing with St. John's with Mullins.
Yeah, it's very hard for a really good player to be a really good coach. Like you don't really see it that often. Like how often do you see a really good, like Hall of Fame type of player be a really good coach? I think I've seen it once.
Maybe Bird.
Larry Bird.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
Bird.
it?
I think there's one in the NFL Hall of Fame.
As a player?
As a player and a coach.
Who?
Ditka.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
But I think that's the only.
That's true.
I think that's the only one.
Yeah, it's very rare.
Like it never happens.
And
like,
you see all these colleges bring back like their most notable alum, and it doesn't usually work out all that good.
No.
I think what I think you should like if you really want to hire a good coach. I think you know what I think you should do.
hire the backup quarterback.
Hire a really good coach.
Yeah.
You should hire a really good coach if you're looking for a really good coach, not a player who's like not ever coached. And some of these guys have coached. Like Patrick Ewing was in the NBA. I don't think Mullins ever coached though.
No, I don't think he did. I think he was straight to St. John's.
Penny coached at AAU level.
Yep.
He never coached at the collegiate level.
It's
It's like
going
never
it's-
on anybody's bench.
I say it's going okay there. at times. A lot of accusations. They get in trouble a lot. It's not going well. You're not going to say anything?
Do you see what they did this year?
They were bad this year. But they were good last year, weren't they?
They've had some teams. They've had a lot of talent. Yeah, I don't know if I would qualify it as well. They're going to spend more money, and he already fired his whole staff. He's going to bring in an entirely new staff, which his staff turnover has been
pretty high.
Lots. But we're a day away from the Sweet 16 beginning in our city. Just the resumption of the tournament. It's going to be a lot of fun. And then Astros opening day tomorrow as well. Of course, we're going to be out there at St. Arnold's. Why not swing on by and hang out with us? If you're not going to the Astros game tomorrow, if you're not going to head over to the Dike at 3:00, why don't you head over to the St. Arnold's, hang out with us, have some fantastic beverages, some great food. We're going to be there the station's going to be there from 10 to 6. So maybe you are going to the Dike and you're just looking for a pregame spot. Well, St. Arnold's. Maybe you're not going to the game because you don't want to, go to fight with traffic, pay for a ticket, all those things. Totally understand. Then watch the game with us at St. Arnold's. Look, maybe you're not going to the baseball tomorrow, but you're going to the basketball tomorrow.
Come hang out with us.
You know what a great pregame spot is tomorrow for the basketball? A great spot to pregame, watch the Astros, pregame before you go watch the basketball. St. Arnold's.
Jeremy's going to be pregaming hard for that game tomorrow
night. I'm probably not going to have anything to drink. I hope their water is cold.
Yeah.
I hope they have some refreshing cold water.
I'll drink with you.
You can drink for me.
Sloppy Joe.
Not with me, for me.
I'll be there at 10 a.m. getting ready.
You can have which I very, very sad because I love the beers there at St. Arnold's.
They're elite.
Very, very good, but I'm not going to have a beer tomorrow. I hope that all of you understand. I hope that you all get it. But the Astros have set their opening day roster. This Branham guy that was ranting about Zach Cole being on the that guy does not know ball. How I don't know who it is. Maybe you know this Jeremy Branham guy on Twitter.
I heard some play-by-play from him last night, actually, so I've heard of him.
This Jeremy Branham guy on Twitter is like, you guys are fools. You're looking too much at spring training stats. Of course, Zach Cole is going to be on this team. Zach Cole's not on the team. Zach Cole sent down to AAA. They also, Eniel de los Santos is going to start on the IL. So the main storyline that I took away from the Astros opening day roster is that Bryce Matthews is on this team, and Zach Cole needs to go cut down the strikeouts at Sugarland.
Yeah, I think now the question becomes, how much are we going to see Bryce Matthews play?
That's a great question.
Like, is he going to be a regular out there in left field? Like, is it going to be?
I would say no.
Him and Jordan? I don't think so either, but that's gone against everything that Joe Espada's talked about in the past, about having young players take regular at-bats. That's why last year with Cam Smith was a bit strange when he was struggling.
What strange?
There's a bit that he started, not playing a ton. And it's like, well, he's not playing. He's not getting swings. He's not able to correct his mistakes because of Jesus Sanchez being on the roster. So how much does Bryce Matthews factor into all of this, or do we just see a platoon with him and Loperfido now going forward?
Yeah, and look, I'm not mad at this. They're doing what they feel is in the best interest of their baseball team. And look, I'm excited for Bryce Matthews, Tascasita kid. There's nothing wrong with a little Humble ISD in your blood. And look, he has been your best prospect in the system. So maybe his struggles last year in the bigs were just the struggles of a young player, and maybe he can get it figured out. I'm excited for the growth of Bryce Matthews, and I hope that he hits. That would be awesome. I hope every Astro hits. The Joey Loperfido, you could have went with a lefty Cole instead of Loperfido. Look, Loperfido had some moments here as an Astro. He was a friend of the show back in the day. Loved us. He was a big fan of us at the station. So. He cut down his strikeout rates and all that. I know his batting average last year was insane, but his BABIP was like 750. That's not going to hold water. But he had a solid spring. He did play his way onto this team, so I'm not upset about it. I was just wrong about it. I think that's your platoon, though. If you ask the question, what's the plan for Matthews and for Loperfido, I think the plan is mostly they're going to platoon in left field whenever Yordan Alvarez is DHing, right?
Yeah.
I don't think either one's in the starting lineup tomorrow. I think Yordan plays left field tomorrow, which allows Isak to play because Pena's making the team, which is cool. He homered yesterday. He's fine. He did say that, he's still working on his timing a little bit, but that's cool. So I don't think either one starts tomorrow. But when Yordan's not playing left field, I think Bryce Matthews, Joey Loperfido share time in left as close to a straight platoon as possible. I do think that also it gives days off for Cam Smith to not play every day. If Cam Smith's struggling, okay, well, one of those guys could also play right. And then also the same thing with Jake Myers. If Jake Myers couldn't hit water if he fell out of a boat, Well, now you have some options in center field as well. So I think mostly they're going to be your platoon left fielder when Jordan's not playing defense, but then also spell Cam Smith and Jake Myers, whether they need a day or whether they're reeling.
Yeah, and look, they tried to trade Jake Myers all offseason apparently. So maybe just it's a little bit of a competition there as well. And it just might be a rotation in the outfield where I would prefer if Cam Smith is the one regular, like if he could find a way just to constantly be out there in right field, but that means he's playing well. And then center field and left field, you just kind of switch it up as you go as these guys play. And to Bryce Matthews, I mean, this is going to be, he hasn't played a ton of games in left field. So it's going to be interesting to see how he adjusts to that this season.
Yeah.
But there's nothing to be upset about. I think the Christian Vasquez thing makes sense too. The number situation's weird. No, don't normally care.
What's the number thing?
2?
He's wearing number 2.
That's weird.
Maybe he's just going with the position that he plays.
I guess.
Because 2 is a catcher.
Yeah,
You know, like
but
if you were to do like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
I've
7,
never
8,
scored
9.
a
So
score.
some people don't know. Like it's 2026. That's kind of a lost art.
Yeah, I decided early on that that's something I'm going to teach my son.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You want him to score at home?
Yeah,
When he's watching
or
the
at
game?
least at games. Like I remember scoring games when I was young.
Did you score games when you were watching on TV?
No, but
Okay.
we would like get one like going into the stadium.
Really?
And do it. Yeah,
I
don't-
never did that.
Yeah, I don't know why. My dad just wanted me to do it, and I would do it.
Huh. Yeah, that's a good skill. Like
Yeah.
you know, some people like, you know, penmanship, math, you know, cooking, mowing the grass.
Yeah, no.
For you, it's learning how to score a baseball game.
That's why I'm here.
All right. That's fine.
Not
I don't
change-
hate it.
not change oil.
I'm not mad at it. No, I think that
Score a
is-
baseball game.
You should know how to score a baseball game. I agree with that. On the pitching side of things, really no surprise other than Christian Roa, who had been gaining steam lately. He was a non-roster invitee to West Palm Beach, actually a Houston native. He makes the team, so good on Roa. Hopefully he's good. We'll see.
Yeah, and Hader is a 15-day DL.
Well,
so-
there's no really choice there.
Or IL. Yeah. So at least it's not 60.
Yeah,
honestly.
that's doesn't happen though.
No, not very rarely. Like,
Yeah, no, usually you place everybody on the 15-day IL, and you only transfer them to the 60-day when you need the space on the 40.
like Walter's on the 60-day because
Yeah.
he's not pitching this year.
And you still have some 60-day options. Like Wesneski's going to be a 60-day option. Renel Blanco is a 60-day option. Who knows about Pearson? Like, I don't know if Pearson's like going to be back in 2 months.
Yeah.
I don't know. Sousa, who knows with Sousa? He's got a left oblique strain. That thing takes a while.
Yeah,
As
it
a
is.
pitcher?
The one thing with the tweet that they put out about the roster moves, it's like, man, all these guys going to the IL are all pitchers.
Yeah.
It's all pitchers to start the season, no, except for Zach DeZenzo.
Yeah, it's a good thing that they had, they signed so many, though.
Do you think DeZenzo would have factored in?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Like, I mean, he would have had to make it over Bryce.
Yeah, because I do think with him not being with the team, probably hurt him, and then he got hurt on top of it.
Yeah, I don't think he would have made it. Like, I mean,
Yeah.
you picking him or Bryce?
Bryce.
Yeah, DeZenzo's career plight is kind of interesting. Like, I don't know if he's ever really going to do anything with the Astros.
No, he's had some fun moments, but he's not like a dude.
No, he's like, is he going to be your full-time first baseman to take over for Christian Walker in a couple years? No.
Definitely not.
Like, is he playing every day in one of your corner outfield spots? Probably not. Like, I don't, and he's like, usually your bench guys like have to be like position flexibility, not just the corners.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't know. Like, DeZenzo strikes me as a guy you trade in, July for a reliever.
Yeah, that's fine.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, you don't need much out of him. He can go be the Pirates' first baseman.
Pirates got some guys.
They do have some guys.
Jared Triolo, Gold Glove.
Their
Go
lineup's going to
Cougs.
be fun this year.
The Astros keep Yiner Vasquez as their catchers.
Mm-hmm.
Their infielders, Nick Allen, alphabetical order here, not stature. Nick Allen, Jose Altuve, Carlos Correa, Bryce Matthews, listed as an infielder.
Interesting.
Isaac Paredes, Jeremy Pena, Christian Walker, no surprises. Other than Pena, maybe, but that had been trending that direction. Your outfielders, Jordan, Joey Loperfido, Jake Myers, Cam Smith. No real surprises. Your pitchers alphabetically, Brian Abreu, AJ Bluebaugh. Which will be interesting to see how they use him. What's his role? Is he a setup guy? Is he your second best right-handed reliever? We'll see. Hunter Brown, Mike Burrows, Tatsuya Ibai, Christian Javier, Brian King, Lance McCullers Jr., Roderick Munoz, who if you didn't keep him on the team, you had to offer him back to Cincinnati because he was a Rule 5 draft pick. Stephen Okert, Christian Roa, Gateway Thang, and Ryan Weiss.
All those
Your-
make sense.
Your pitching staff right there.
Yeah.
Which, a lot of unknowns.
A lot of unknowns there. A lot of guys that we're going to be seeing pitch for the first time in Houston this year. I mean, Imai is probably the biggest unknown of all of them.
Mm-hmm.
Just like how it actually looks in real games. And Mike Burrows is a big question. I think everyone's excited about him. But then you go into the bullpen, and it's just like, okay. Like, if Javier only gives you 4 innings,
yeah,
how you get into the 9th?
Yeah, they're going to be pretty taxed. There's going to
Big
be a
time.
bullpen. And I bet you we see 40 pitchers again,
That's a fair. Like, if we set the over-under at 39.5, I'd take the over.
Yeah. Yeah, new looking pitching staff, no doubt about that. We'll get your thoughts on the roster. What do you think of the Astros opening day roster? Some people already weighing in on the coaches things. Not Hall of Fame, but Kerr. Kerr was not relative to the rest of the NBA, not a good basketball player.
No.
I know relative to the human population, he is a good basketball player, but those aren't the standards here. We're talking about Hall of Fame level players. Kerr was a career role guy. Nothing, there's nothing to sneeze on that about, right?
Mm-hmm.
But not the caliber we're talking about. Vrabel's kind of the same. Vrabel was good pro, but not Hall of Fame worthy.
Yeah.
I mean, how many All Pros did he make? None? I don't know if Vrabel's even ever made an All Pro team.
I would guess none.
Yeah, good player. But those are the kind of guys that turn out to be good coaches. The good players, the solid players, the role players. I think it's very hard to be a great player and then be a great coach.
I don't know much about Phil Jackson.
He's a good player, not a great player.
Joe Torre.
Joe Torre, good player, not a great player.
Yeah, there's not really great players that were also good coaches.
I think it's harder to do it actually because I don't think the skills really translate. If you're a Hall of Fame player, you more than likely are more blessed and skilled than most.
Yeah.
So it's really hard to teach, I think.
How was Bill Russell as a coach?
I don't think. I mean, he was like a player coach.
So he was 341 and 290.
Yeah, I think it was like a player coach too.
Which that's fascinating.
Yeah.
I kind of wish we would do that now.
I mean, Martin came close. Case Keenum's coming close to doing that right now.
He is really.
He
really is.
He's got a player's contract, but his job is to
coach. Yeah, his job is not to play.
I think you do see it probably more than those older veterans that hang on, backup catchers like Christian Vasquez. He a little bit of him. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Coaching and playing are different skills. Some highly talented players have the patience or skills to be effective coaches. Yeah, I think that's summed up pretty nicely. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Plenty to get to. Todd Callis at 4, Ryan Monson. We go directly to the source. A special Cougar guest in the 5 o'clock hour as well. Astros all booty team. A little bit. What is that? What is an all booty team? Players who are bad. Astros all booty 2020 baseball club. We'll get to that a little bit later as well. Cash them or trash them too. 713-780-3776, the HRP listener line. We're on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975. You can see our ugly faces, our receding hairlines there. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On TikTok, ESPN975. Twitter, ESPN975. Joe's at Joe George Radio. Brian's at Sacked by BMAC. Brian doesn't do any sacking. I'm at Jeremy Branham. It's Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
This is Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Wild West Brewfest this weekend happening at Typhoon, Texas in Katy. Over 80 brewers will be present, offering multiple taps and brands. Tickets available at wildwestbrewfest.com. And we are giving away a pair of tickets to the launch party on Friday night right now. Well, we're just going to punch you right in the face with the giveaway. You never know what's going to happen with us. Sometimes we might do it right to start the show. Opening second segment right now. Caller number 3, 713-780-3776. You win a pair of tickets to the launch party of the Wild West Brewfest on Friday. You can get your tickets at wildwestbrewfest.com. Look at me just dropping rhymes. Look at Wild West Brewfest. Look at me.
I thought we were done with rhymes, but okay.
Ha! 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener. A bunch of people were sending us coaches that were good players, but they're not great players. We're talking about the greats. Like we're talking about the Patrick Ewing's in the Hall of Fame, right? Not a good coach. Mullins, Hall of Famer, not a good coach. Who else did we talk about? I forget.
Chris Mullins, we mentioned.
Yeah, I just said him.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, thanks for listening. We mentioned Penny, but Penny's...
What goes around
is Penny in the Hall of Fame as a player?
No.
The Basketball Hall of Fame has very low standards. So, anyways, Rudy T was a good player and a great coach. You're absolutely right. And maybe he would have made the Hall of Fame as a player. Tend to doubt it if it weren't for Kermit Washington. But we're talking about that level. It's very difficult to be at that level and then to be a really good head coach. Prime is a Hall of Fame player and a Hall of Fame coach. Is he a Hall of Fame coach?
No. You got to win a conference in a real college.
I think Dion has done an outstanding job, and it should be commended. I don't think he's a Hall of Fame coach. I think he's done a good job. I think he's rebuilt Colorado. I think he's done fantastic. Not a Hall of Fame coach. John Madden, a good player, not great player, not a Hall of Fame player.
Yeah.
Ditka, blah, blah, blah. We mentioned Ditka. Singletary was a great player and a good coach. Was he a good coach?
Took his pants off.
Was he a good coach?
Not really.
We rather play 11 on 10. I don't think he was a great coach. Case is the greatest quarterback of all time. Statistically, Case Keenum is the greatest college quarterback of all time. That is not an opinion. That is a fact.
Yeah, when he replaces Willie, when Willie retires, I'm going to be all in.
Yeah.
That's my hot take.
That's a ways away.
That's fine. He can be the quarterback coach in the NFL.
Work his way up.
And then when Willie retires, Case can be the next coach of the Cougs.
Would you consider Pete Rose an outlier? Yeah, I would. He was also betting on games as he was sitting in the manager's seat.
It's like he's kind of disqualified.
Yeah. I would call that an outlier, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Lenny Wilkins is a good call. That's a good call, Junkie. But there's very few. There's not many. Another Junkie, probably pretty easy to score a Cubs game back in the day. That's a stray.
They were good back then.
Cal McNair strikes me as the type of guy who makes a great guacamole and is glad to share his recipe. He also strikes me as a guy who would say guacamole.
He'd also say guacamole and buy it from HEB and said he made it.
And then throw up the H's.
Yeah.
And like look at this brisket queso I made.
Yeah.
It's got the HEB logo on the side. Thanks for replying about TK. Love the show. All right, you don't have to kiss our butts, though. Jason Kidd, good coach, great player. Okay. That's not great player, great coach, though. Pete Rose, we just mentioned Pete Rose. All right, moving on. 713-780-ESPN. 713-780-3776. So, Joe, now that we know the roster, what will be your lineup tomorrow?
Pena, Paredes at second, or batting second at DH. Yordan Alvarez batting third. I know they're not going to do it. That's what I would do. Jose Altuve batting fourth.
Oh, wow.
Carlos Correa batting fifth. Yainer Diaz batting sixth.
Huh.
Christian Walker batting seventh. Cam 8, Jake 9.
So your leadoff was who?
Pena.
Oh, and then Isak? Yeah, I'll go with that.
And I know my lineup is not going to be what they roll out.
Yeah. Right, that's what you would do if you were the skipper. And you know how I feel about lineups. I think lineups are highly overrated.
Are you ready for your Twitter mentions to go back up?
Yeah. I'm ready for probably noon tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
What is wrong? Actually, it might be out earlier because it's an opening day.
That's true.
So they might put it out at 10. I can't wait for my first What is Wrong with Espada's lineup of the 2026 season. It's a rite of passage, I think.
I think so too.
I would lead off with Pena as well. I don't hate Isak as my leadoff hitter though, but I'd bat Isak second just because he sees a lot of pitches, good on base. I like Altuve in the 3 spot. I would bat Yordan on cleanup. Correa would be in my 5 hole. Walker, Yiner, whatever. Let's just go Walker because he's a vet. So that gets me the 6th spot. Yiner would be my 7th spot. Cam in the 8th spot. Myers in the 9th spot.
Yep.
There's my 9.
I just I like the idea of having Alvarez behind Paredes just so he can see some more pitches while he's in the dugout or while he's standing there waiting on deck. Versus Altuve is going to be that first pitch swing a lot of times. So I just want to see what it looks like a little more with Jordan, just having a little more time just to see what the pitcher has in front of him. And maybe it's a minor difference, but that's why I would do Paredes before Jordan.
Yeah, we both had him ahead of him.
Yeah.
Yeah. I now, if you were predicting it, I think he's going to go Pena, Jordan.
Yes.
Altuve.
Yep.
Isak, Correa, Walker, Yiner, Cam, Jake. Did I miss anybody there?
Nope.
I think that's my prediction.
I think I agree with you. I think that's exactly what we'll see.
And it might not even be a prediction. It might be a spoiler.
Mm.
Junkie says Larry Bird. We mentioned Larry Bird right out of the gate. Stop sending us in all capital letters Larry Bird when we already mentioned Larry Bird.
Don't be a Keith.
Don't be a Keith. Don't be a Keith 2420. You're lucky I don't run you, but it's early in the show that you're just getting your stern warning. Don't let it happen again. All capital letters. Larry Bird, great player, great coach. We said with the exception of Larry Bird. Literally said with the exception of Larry Bird. Maybe you just hopped in the car, though. Keith is texting in, and Keith is being a Keith. The Basketball Hall of Fame has very low standards, Jeremy. Just because the NBA doesn't have a separate Hall of Fame, don't disrespect the players in the Basketball Hall of Fame. Any Hall of Fame is impressive. So gross, nasty stuff, Branham.
Disagree.
Keith is being a
Sounds
Keith.
like Hollins.
Of the 3 Hall of
nasty.
Fames, the Basketball Hall of Fame, as for players, is the lowest.
It's by far the lowest.
It's not even up for debate here, Keith. Stop being a Keith. John Shire was a Chicago legend in high school. Okay, you are moving the goalpost.
He was. He
Sure,
was.
but you are moving the goalpost.
Yeah.
The guy was barely an NBA guy.
Yeah.
Like, you are moving the goalpost like no other right now. Altuve shouldn't be higher than 5 or 6 at this point. Is that a height joke? Or is that like a legitimate take?
I think it's.
I think it's
a legitimate.
I think it's a legitimate take, but it reads to me as a height joke.
Yeah,
He should
yeah.
be higher than 5 or 6 right
Yeah.
now. It would have been funner if he said 5'6" instead of 5 or 6.
Yeah. But I think it was a legitimate take.
Pat Riley, good call, but I don't think Riley was a Hall of Fame player.
No, I think he's
Like, he was
just in the
good,
He
basketball.
might have been on a championship team, but yeah, he wasn't a Hall of Fame player.
You guys, y'all standards are a little different. Where do you guys stand on the NBA expansion? We'll talk about that a little bit later, but I like it. I like the NBA expansion. I think Seattle should have a franchise. I like that there's professional franchises in Vegas, and they're also going to be paying like $10 billion a year.
Yeah, 7
not,
to 10
not a year.
billion.
Yeah, just their franchise fee is going to be like $10 billion. So here you go, NBA. Let's add 2 expansion teams, and let's just all of a sudden have $20 billion extra dollars lying around. That's pretty nice.
Yeah,
Why do you care about that though? Like, we're not going to see any of that money.
Well, I'm just talking about from an NBA perspective.
Okay.
It's good for the NBA,
You get an influx of money.
especially as their salary cap is below their projection.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah, the RSN's
It's
dying.
only $1 million, but still.
I wonder if that played a part in trying to like expedite this process.
I think it does.
Like
'Cause-
we'd already heard that it was going to happen, but all of a sudden, like, oh, that's going to happen soon. Oh, they're going to be below their next year's salary cap. Oh, here you go. Here you are, 2 teams. Here, give us $10 billion each.
But then, Adam Silver said today he didn't even guarantee that there was going to be 2 teams.
Really?
He said it could be 1. So I guess he's just maybe they're leaving the door open just in case they don't get 2 bids of that caliber. But I think they will.
Keith is texting again. We're going to have like Keith music, I think. This show trashing Keith every day. He hasn't called in since last week. Keith, it's not like a detriment to us that you don't call into the program. Like, you not calling in is actually a favor to us because you try to change the subject. We're talking Stros. If you were to call in right now, you'd be like, what do you think of the Oilers Steelers back in 1979? Like those are the calls you have. So like you trying to like take away this carrot of you calling isn't a detriment to the show. Isn't a detriment to the, it's actually beneficial to the show? Banging on Keith. It is funny. The people love it. The text line starts banging on Keith. I hate that the junkies are bullying you, Keith, but you kind of did it to yourself.
Yeah.
It's really your fault. The reason that you're being bullied is because you're bully prone.
I love that he defends himself in the third person.
That's the funniest part. It's because he doesn't. It's like he thinks we don't realize it's him texting us.
Junkie says Mikal. I don't think Mikal was a great coach.
No, I don't.
Got to a Western Conference final, right?
It's pretty good, but like that
feels like
once.
a low ball. Yeah, one Western Conference final
With
is not
a
a good.
miracle comeback.
Yeah,
Then he got fired the next year.
Right. Yeah, for benching James Harden in that amazing comeback.
I recall Gretzky coaching. Then you get rid of the East and West and do a top 16 playoff.
Gretzky never made the playoffs as a coach.
Ready for the new ABS. I'm as ready as I'll ever be. Yeah, I'm ready. I've geared up for the new ABS.
Do you have a player not allowed to use it this year?
Oh, we'll see. Probably Yiner.
Altuve.
As a hitter. Oh, Altuve's a good call.
Yeah, Yiner, Altuve.
It's usually going to be the guys who don't have great command of the zone,
Yeah.
which Yiner and Altuve are the two worst of everyday guys.
Obviously, not Cam.
Do you see what the Brewers were trying to do?
No.
The Brewers tried to do a green light, red light on their on the facing of the dugout. They tried it in a spring training game, I think, to see if they could get away with it. And Major League Baseball put an
Shocker,
into it.
those cheaters.
I think it's a great idea.
It is, but they're cheaters. So I'm
why
not
are they
surprised.
cheaters?
They got caught with the same thing the Astros did.
Yeah, but I don't mind that they did.
Yeah.
They're just catching up with the rest of baseball.
Follow the rules.
You just hate them because you're a Cubs guy.
Fact.
Bad take from Keith. The Basketball Hall of Fame is a joke. People rip on Cooperstown for having too high a standard, but I'd much rather have a higher standards than let in any jabroni. They got hot for 1 or 2 seasons. Eric DeBuyer. I think it is. I think it's very loose for a player. I think it's harder for coaches and executives, stuff like that.
I also don't like that the Basketball Hall of Fame inducts coaches while they're still coaching.
That doesn't bother me.
I think it's weird.
They're very strict requirements on what it takes, though.
Yeah. No, I would rather that than the NFL Hall of Fame losers keeping Bill Belichick out.
That was dumb.
That was dumb.
Play yakety sax when Keith calls in or is mentioned. John Lynch. John Lynch has never coached in the NFL.
And he's an executive, but he's not a coach.
He's never coached.
Yeah,
in
you
the
could
NFL.
say player GM. There's a lot more, I think, players, great players and very good GMs.
I think we're still right to say it's only Larry Bird and Mike Ditka.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, if we went GM, I think you add
maybe
a couple
Lenny
more to
Wilkins.
it, but
I guess if you were saying if we were to keep it to only the college realm, then guys like John Shire could be in the conversation, winning titles both as a player and a coach.
Yeah, I think if we went college, because we're only
I
talking
think
pros.
that changed. It was the goalpost in my opinion.
Yeah.
It does. I'm just saying, like in the college realm, John Shire would fit.
Well, you're
that.
going to see way more of those though,
For sure.
Because you don't have to be as great a player to be a great player in college. Like we're talking about the standards of an NBA great. It's a very rare company. It's rare air. Anyways, 713-780-ESPN. Junkie says the Keith bit is actually great. I just don't know if it's a bit. I think he's literally doing it. Shout out J-Bones for absolutely caring about the show and being a true Mexican. Okay. Keith needs the carnival music. We're going to have to workshop which music Keith needs. Keith's going to have his own theme song anytime that he calls in or he's mentioned. 713-780-ESPN. Let's get to the Hunter Brown conversation that we've tried to have for like an hour and a half. Hunter Brown, Jeremy Pena. What's your confidence level in the Astros/Dana Brown getting it done? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, 97.9 HD2.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Last night. Oh, that hurt my throat. That Taylor Frankie Paul, who got the Bachelorette or whatever. They said they're going to pay her her full salary.
Really?
Yeah. You're going to pay her her full salary. It's not even going to air. I feel like they should put this behind a paywall or something. Try to recoup a little bit of their money.
Yeah.
Although I don't think anything like controversial happened on the show. But did you see who they're going to try to get for the new Bachelorette?
No.
That girl who finished runner-up in the Trader show that doesn't know how to say H's. Like she says tink and tat.
Really?
Yeah. She's got a funny accent. It's kind of funny. I've never watched that show.
No, I've heard good things about Traders, but I haven't watched it.
No, I've watched Traders.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Traders is really good.
Yeah.
I enjoy Traders. I've
I
never
need to
watched
watch
The
it.
Bachelor or Bachelorette.
I've watched
like
a couple
full season.
seasons.
Have you?
Yeah, wife liked it. She's backed off.
Was it that gay guy season, Colton? He wasn't gay at the time.
Actually, yes, I think it was.
But now he was on Traders. That's how I know that.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, so we watched a couple seasons, but I'm glad we
He played in the NFL, I think, for a little bit.
Oh, really?
Oh, I don't know if you ever made a team, but he was like on a team, like on a squad, and I think he might have been like a cut.
I was trying to. It was at the time where I was trying to convince Dana to get more into sports.
Yeah.
So I was like, look, let's do like an intro to like fantasy football.
Yeah.
And I got her friends. We did fantasy bachelorette.
Oh.
And got points for each time they got a rose.
If they get the girl who finished runner-up on Traders that doesn't know how to say H's, I'm going to watch. Because her sayings are hilarious. They're very, very funny.
What did she say? You said tink?
She's like, I think that.
Oh, see, I can't watch.
That's not a good idea.
I can't watch that.
It's you would like it. She's got a funny voice.
That's just, it would be
She's
fine
got a funny,
at the beginning,
it's a
but
funny accent. No, you would like it. I think you would like it. We just might pull quotes from it.
That's fine.
I think it'd be funny for us, but I feel like that would ruin romantic moments.
I don't think so. No, you guys are losers.
I think I want to get married.
Like here's this beautiful woman who's got a great personality. She's got great fortune, and you're like, she can't say think right. I'm out.
No.
You bums.
No,
who are 15, 20, 25 pounds overweight, gray hair, facial hair in places you don't want them. Like walking around in t-shirts and shorts, and it's like, hey, here's this beautiful lady. I'm out.
A t-shirt too, bro.
I'm out. You guys are silly.
Sorry, there's certain things.
I didn't say we kick her out of.
You can't even say the quote right.
Yeah, but
you can't even say the quote right.
Yeah, but the thing is, you can't kick her out of the bedroom if she's going, I think I want to go to the bedroom. Like, I can't do that.
You would get over it.
I think that ruins the moment.
No, she's a sweetheart of a lady. She's very entertaining. If she actually is on The Bachelor, I'm gonna watch the season just so we can pull quotes from it.
Yeah,
it's how I feel about that Inventing Anna show. You ever seen that with Anna Delvey?
Yeah,
right.
I love that show.
That show is like it's it's solid, like a 6 or a 7 show.
Yeah,
but her quotes, that's a quote machine.
Yeah. I really enjoyed that show. It was fun.
The SNL impression I think was even better.
It was very good.
Yeah.
Run it again. That was the girl from Ozarks.
Oh, Ruth. Yeah,
Ruth Langmore.
Ruth Langmore. Yeah,
I forget her real name, but she played Ruth Langmore.
Oh, Julie Garner.
That's right, Julie Garner. She played Ruth Langmore on Ozarks with that Southern accent, and was like, trailer park trash. And then she's playing Anna Delvey, who's like this fake rich person with another incredible Russian accent. Like that, the range that she had between those two shows might be the most impressive acting I've ever seen.
And I know you don't care, but she was also great in the Fantastic Four.
You're right. I don't care.
She was mid.
I thought it was good. I thought it was a good Silver Surfer. I enjoyed it. I know you don't care, Jeremy.
Yeah, y'all lost me there. What's your confidence level in Dana Brown extending Hunter Brown and or Jeremy Pena?
Go 6%.
For what?
I thought you were about to hit us with 6 out of 10. I was gonna say you're crazy.
No, 6% out of 100%.
For both?
Yeah.
How about for one?
3%.
Okay,
so I have 3% for
Hey, Joe, the one should be higher than the both.
That's some bad math.
No, 3 plus 3 is 6.
That's some terrible math there. No. It can't be more likely that they sign both and less likely that they sign one.
No, I'm just saying 3%. I'm doing 3% for each. That's it.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but that's bad math.
Okay, then 1.5%.
If it's 3% for each, it can't be 6% for both. He said you add the percentages together.
I did. 1.5.
It's still no. That's not how you factor the equation.
Oh,
that's
Joe.
3 divided by 2. 1.5%.
They have a 3% chance to sign Payne, yet they got a 3% chance to sign Hunter Brown. They got a 6% chance to sign both.
I added them together.
That's not how percentages work, Joe.
That's how I did it.
No, you would actually cut it
I
in
understand
half.
that's how you did it. We're just laughing how wrong it is.
That's fine.
You would actually cut it in half.
I tried to do
wouldn't
that. You
double
said he
it.
was wrong too. 1.5.
Oh, my goodness.
There's no chance. There's no chance.
That's a little different than what you said.
That would be 0.
There's almost no chance.
6% chance they sign both. 3% for Pena. 3% for Hunter Brown.
I should. Keith.
3% plus 3% equals 6%.
Keith, come to St. Arnold tomorrow. You can host with Jeremy.
That's
for free.
some Steiner
I'm out.
math there. Do you know how many hours are between 3 and 6?
3.
Oh, that's my favorite moment in the history of the show.
That's pretty good.
Oh,
it's
that's
up there.
great.
Save that for Friday.
Anyways, yeah, please.
Okay.
That was so good. Chandler Rome in his athletic article of this, he said Pena and Brown are two big targets for us right now, according to Dana Brown. You got the pitcher and you got the position player, and those are our two pillars in the future. I think if you can get those guys extended, those are wins. We're going to have some conversations with them for sure, but it's a goal to have those guys sign extensions here. That was Dana Brown saying that about Pena and Hunter Brown. He also said that Kyle Tucker would be an Astro for life.
I was going to say, like, if you would have read me that quote,
yeah,
and said, who is Dana Brown saying this about? I could have said Kyle Tucker, Alex Bregman, Christian Javier, or these guys. Like, they're nice words to say to make people excited. But again, Hunter Brown on the record this offseason, they haven't talked to me since I was a rookie. Now, that's not just Dana Brown, but, like, you're now going to start having these conversations. Why didn't you use the offseason? Like, also, we're going into an offseason next year, which, like, I don't know, the players might be locked out.
Yeah.
And you're going to try to talk to them then? So I find it hard to believe that they're now going to start having conversations when they should have been having these conversations long before.
Dan Harrington taught me there's always a 10% chance. So I'm going to go 10% chance on Jeremy Pena.
Okay.
I think there's a better likelihood that Hunter Brown is re-signed. Like, Crane loves pitching. He's also a few years further removed from free agency. One more year further removed from free agency. So I'm going to put Hunter Brown at 12%. Pena at 10%. Hunter Brown at 12%.
So 22% chance.
22% chance to sign both, though, when you add it up. Yeah. 713-780-ESPN. I have a hot take, though.
Okay.
I wouldn't extend Hunter Brown.
I know you don't like extending pitchers.
I'll tell you why on the other side. 713-780-ESPN. It's Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, 97.9 HD2. If you like to eat at Federal American Grill for lunch and then you like to eat at Federal American Grill for dinner, there's a 100% chance you love Federal American Grill. TheFederalGrill.com, though. Just go straight to the website. Order from TheFederalGrill.com. Cut out the middleman. You're paying a little bit extra. You're doing all that extra stuff. No, just order online. TheFederalGrill.com. Head to the website or click that button in the top right corner. Order your lunch. Order your dinner. It's fantastic. Maybe order at the bar and then have it made for you. And why would you be at the bar? Well, social hour. Why wouldn't you be? 3 to 7 every single day at Federal American Grill. Their social hour, 4 hours. $10 appetizers, handcrafted drink specials that are to die for. Make sure you join Club Fed. While you're there, you can get all the rewards, all the perks, all the exclusive offers that you can only find at the Federal American Grill. Easter brunch coming up April 5th, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. They're going to have a fantastic Easter brunch. It's a great way to start the holiday. New items, too. Corned beef hash skillet. Oh, that sounds great. Deviled eggs. I like a deviled egg. And then a carrot cake muffin because it's Easter. It's very, very good. Also, that Kentucky Derby party's coming up. Be mindful of that coming up on May 2nd. And also, Federal American Grill launching a partnership with RC Ranch. This is really cool. They're going to be opening their RC Ranch meat market alongside their team at Hedwig Village this fall. Be on the lookout for that. It's going to be some great cuts of meat. You're going to love it. No longer 5 locations to choose from. There's 6 now. That's right. 6 locations. The River Oaks location is opened up. You got the downtown location, Shepherd, Katy, Hedwig Village, just mentioned that. And that RC Ranch Meat Market coming soon next to it. And then, of course, you got my spot in the Woodlands. Get out there to Federal American Grill, where precision cooking meets quality ingredients and a tribute to classic American cuisine.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
TK is going to be joining us in 9 minutes. Branham, you're staying at the hotel with the team. No comment. Why didn't Samson just let the players stay on campus? It's like 3 miles away. Because they want to stay with the routine. Want to stay with the routine.
That's what they always do. I mean, even NFL, I don't know if people know this, but NFL teams stay at hotels for home games.
Yeah.
They don't just stay at their house.
Yep.
It's kind of the way things are done.
No, it's just the routine. They want to stay specific with the routine. They've had some success with this routine. They want to keep the routine. The ancient Sumerians and Babylonians who invented math must be spinning in their graves every time Joe even says a number. Are you okay getting roasted here by the text line?
Just go for it. I deserve it.
Y'all actually don't know how statistics work.
Yep.
Speak specifically about others. Chicago math, what did Joe get on the ACT?
19.
Oh. If Jeremy is correcting math,
like
36. I'm good at math, bro. What are you talking about? I majored in math for a semester. 60% of the time, Joe's wrong every time. Another junkie, U.S. Department of Education. It says, Joe child left behind. Because you know the saying is, no child left behind?
Yeah, Joe child.
Joe child left behind. He botched the original text, though.
Yeah. Sorry, Ryan.
Yeah, he botched the original
right.
text. The joke is not as funny once you botch the original text. Joe math is the best math. I agree. Joe, if you were single, would you go on The Bachelor?
No.
Why?
None of it works out ever.
That's not true. There are contestants who have been married.
What's the hit percentage?
I have no idea, but all it takes is one, Joe. All it takes is one.
Look, I've already beat the odds once.
What does that mean?
I met my wife on Tinder.
Yeah, but I'm a little worried about your odds. I'm not sure that.
Here's the dating app to find success.
I'm not sure about the odds.
Your wife on Tinder?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that.
You're the one in.
I met my wife on Bumble.
Yeah, that's different though, right?
No. Tinder when I was on it was different.
Oh, was it? Okay.
Yeah. It was
how different?
It was more date serious, I thought at the time.
Okay.
Because we're talking what, like 2017?
Yep. Something like that.
Coop Blaze, that's TMI, man.
Yeah, 17.
J-Bone, will you please ban Joe George from Twitch? I'm anti-ban. I don't ban. I don't use the ban button. I use the timeout button every now and then. You mentioned that, hey, Keith, do the show tomorrow. Keith is tweeting at us now.
It was a joke.
Keith said that we've lost him and he's no longer going to call into the show and he's no longer going to listen to the show. Yet he's giving us live play-by-play of the show on Twitter.
Now, I would have let you host this show with me if you would have won the bracket, but I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah.
That one was a serious offer.
Well, he was picking his tournament teams based on who was good in the 1980s.
That's true.
Keith was. All right, so I wouldn't re-sign Hunter Brown. I don't believe in long-term contracts. I especially don't believe in long-term contracts to pitchers. Lance McCullers at the time, actually Lance McCullers' start to his career, whenever he signed his contract was pretty similar to Hunter Brown's. Like Lance McCullers had a top 5 Cy Young year. Hunter Brown has a third place Cy Young. I actually might be right on the. Let me look up real quick. I think Lance McCullers might have been 7th, not top 5. But whenever he signed his contract, 7th. Whenever he signed his contract, it was a team-friendly contract for Lance McCullers. Look how that has gone for you. Christian Javier at the time when he signed his contract extension looked like a team-friendly contract. Mm-hmm. How has that gone for you? Here's the other thing, though, because I know the counterpoint to this already. Well, Hunter Brown's way better than those two guys. I don't dispute that. I love Hunter Brown. I do think that Hunter Brown is better than both of those guys, and I think Hunter Brown has a chance to win a Cy Young for the Houston Astros at some point. Do you know how old Hunter Brown's going to be this year?
28?
This is his year 27 year.
Okay.
So he's going to be 27, year 27 season. You know how many years of club control Hunter Brown still has?
2.
He's got this year and 2 more.
Oh, so 3.
So he is signed through 2028.
Yeah.
He doesn't become a free agent until his year 30 season.
Yeah.
So if you were to sign Hunter Brown to any sort of extension, you're probably buying out at minimum, 5 years of free agency? 4 years of free agency?
You're talking like a 7-8 year contract if it was signed today.
So you're signing him through his mid-30s.
Yeah, it's risky.
So, when is a pitcher at his absolute best? Just the career trajectory of a pitcher.
I bet you it's like 31.
I think it's late. A cliff?
Where it can fall off a cliff, yeah.
See, I think the pitchers are in their prime, in their late 20s. So you would be paying Hunter Brown based on his prime performance on this big multi-year expensive deal, because it would cost a lot of money to extend him whenever he's going to be on the downward trajectory of his career. I wouldn't re-sign him, and for a lot of reasons. I already mentioned the first two. I don't believe in huge contracts for any baseball player. I certainly don't believe in them to pitchers. And then the last thing is you have Hunter Brown under club control through his peak, through his prime. And if you were to give him an extension, you're paying him for that prime whenever he's going to be past his prime. I actually wouldn't sign him to an extension.
Yeah, I think what you'd be looking for here, if you were, would be to find a deal that keeps him under contract for maybe 3 years past his free agency. But he's not going to want that, because then that next contract he's going to get is not going to be great. And you're going to want the number to come into where it would fall below, on average, what he's going to end up getting in arbitration.
Yeah, you're not getting a discount here.
You're not. Because, well, see, that's the thing. The biggest thing that's not available is the team-friendly part of this. And if you look at the 10 highest-paid pitchers in baseball right now, I think one of them, maybe two of them, have not had major injuries that have cost their teams time. Like Ohtani's missed time, DeGrom, Snell, Cole, Corbin Burns, Max Fried, I think, has missed time. Glasnow's definitely missed time. Rodon's going to miss a bunch of time this year as well. Like, the only two guys who haven't missed a ton of time, I think, are Zach Wheeler and Yamamoto, but he just got here.
Yeah.
So, like, that could change very quickly. And on average, like, it's between 27 and 42. Like, Zach Wheeler's making $42 million a year. Carlos Rodon's making 27. I mean, Hunter Brown would definitely get more than $27 million a year. He probably falls in the Garrett Cole range, about $36 million.
The only thing that would knock his AAV right now is that he still has years of club control, so it would factor into the math. Like, he's not going to get what his free agent AAV would be, because he still has multiple years of club control.
So maybe you could get to like 30.
Yeah, see, that I think that would probably be the minimum of it, somewhere 30, 35.
Yeah, and yeah, I can. And look, now at some point he's going to get hurt. It's baseball. Like, Garrett Cole wasn't really an injury guy, but has Tommy John. Now he's back throwing 97. He'll be ready pretty quickly into the season. So you would hope that if Hunter Brown does get hurt at some point, he can bounce back quickly. But there's definitely concerns. I'm very pro bringing him back under the right deal. Like, do I want to give him a 10-year contract today that locks him into, till he's 37?
Well, the sooner you do it, the better.
Yes, and that's where I also feel like they've missed part of the real benefit of this, to your point, is the benefit of this would have been 2 years ago.
Yep.
When he was coming off a lesser season and betting on your players.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to re-signing players or in pre-arb extensions, but I like them as early as possible. And you bet on your scout, and hopefully you're right. And if you're not, it's gonna hurt you, but it's not gonna hurt you as much than like missing on free agents. It's not gonna hurt you as much as Jose Abreu. It's not gonna hurt you as much as Christian Walker. Junkie says, if you don't re-sign them, would you trade them to get talent? My overall philosophy to that is yes. I would use up players. Like, they get 6 years of club control currently, right? I would use their first 5 years, and then going into their 6th year, I'd trade them like Kyle Tucker was. I would do that over and over and over again. It will always replenish the farm, and then I would use my finances to fill the holes whenever I don't have a young player ready to go. That's what I would do.
Yeah, the other thing, too, is like, on the off chance the owners get what they want, I think I would just wait out the lockout.
Yeah.
Like, what if there is a...
Yeah, that's like a sidebar conversation.
Jim Crane,
does matter.
Like, Jim Crane has been hesitant to give out long-term deals. Well, what if they put a cap on contracts? What if they say you can only give it a 5-year deal? Well, then the Hunter Brown conversation kind of changes a little bit. If at most you can give him is 5 years.
That ain't happening.
I don't think so either. So I would just in case, I would wait it out and see how it plays out and see if you can save money next offseason versus do it right now. So I would be okay with waiting until next year.
All right, Todd Callis, voice of the Astros. You can watch him on the Shin each and every night. He joins us next on Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. Let's go straight out to the HRP guest line for the first time this season. We welcome back in Todd Callis. TK, great to have you along for the ride this season. Everybody ready to go for opening day tomorrow. How was your spring? Spring training treat you okay?
Yeah, everything was good. I thought it was a productive spring. A lot of the questions the Astros had about their starting rotation were answered in a positive fashion. So that was good, and can't wait for it to start again next tomorrow for our 10th year with the Astros.
What was your impression of both Mike Burrows and Tatsu Imai from spring training?
Burrows was off the charts good. Same with Imai. Imai I didn't see as much, but Burrows from the very jump, we thought, wow, this guy is really impressive. Really good changeup, good poise and demeanor on the mound. The fact that the Astros are putting him in there in the 2 spot for a couple of reasons I thought was impressive. They played 7 straight games in the homestand to start the year with a 5-man rotation. That means they want Burrows to go twice. He was going to pitch Friday and then again on the final game against Boston. So, yeah, Imai, really good stuff. Electric kind of fastball. He hides the ball well. Those guys were better than I anticipated going into spring training, which is why I'm excited about what the rotation looks like.
The pitching staff, really in totality, is very, mysterious in a way. Because Hunter Brown's going to be the ace. Brian Abreu's going to be very good. Once Hader's back, going to be very good. Outside of that, a bunch of questions. Now, pitchers have looked good in spring. How about the bullpen? The uncertainty there. Any guys really jump out to you?
Yeah, I liked what I saw of Ryan Weiss. I thought this guy could have easily been part of their starting rotation, and that was just a testament of how well people pitched to make the rotation. Lance deserved to be the 5th starter. When they name a 6th starter in a couple of weeks, I think Weiss's name will be one of those considered. It also could be a guy like Spencer Arrighetti, who was sent out to the minor leagues to stay lengthened out as a starter. But yeah, Weiss was good. I liked K.Y. Tang. I thought he was really opened my eyes. AJ Bluebaugh, but you already knew him from last year. So the new guys, I thought Weiss and Tang kind of stood out in the bullpen.
Any surprises when you saw the opening day roster of who made it and who didn't for you?
The biggest surprise to me was Christian Royo, and I not based on his stats. I just never saw him pitch in all of our telecasts and in the games I did on radio. I just never called a Royo inning. I saw his stats. I know he's pitched in the major leagues before. So it didn't shock me, I guess, but just the fact that I hadn't seen him. He was kind of behind Peter Lambert, I would say, midway through the spring training in terms of trying to make the team. And then Lambert struggled his last couple of outings, and Roa just kept rolling along. So he's a guy that can give you an inning or an inning plus, and I think he was probably Joe's not going to say who the last pitcher named was, but he was probably the 13th pitcher named today. So I guess he was a surprise. And then on the offensive side, it was a great battle between Christian Vasquez once he was acquired and Cesar Salazar. I feel terrible for Sally, a 30-year-old who's been a fabric of this organization for all these years. It's still tough that he's not on the team. He was designated for assignment. If he clears, he could still stay in the franchise. But the battle to me was the one between Bryce Matthews and Zach Cole. And honestly, I think it did come down to the final night. And then Bryce got on base all 4 times yesterday, and Zach just struck out too many times this spring. He's a guy you're probably going to see and get some significant at-bats this year at the big league level. But when you strike out 50% of the time and you're trying to make a major league team, that doesn't bode well. So in terms of going back to your question, I guess the biggest surprise was Roa, but there weren't any shockers as to who made the final roster.
Todd Callis joining us on the HR&P guest line. 10 years in the booth. You mentioned the final cuts on the offensive side. Zach Cole, who I agree with you. I think we're going to see him a good amount. Same thing with Matthews. Same thing with Loperfido. We were kicking around how we think Espada is going to deploy these guys because the infield surplus thing has been obviously a topic of conversation all offseason. How much left field Yordan Alvarez plays has been a topic of conversation. They've talked about these young players. They want to play just about every day. That way they're getting their seasoning that they need to get. How do you think that Espada is going to deploy, Bryce Matthews, Joey Loperfido, and then Yordan Alvarez in the mix in left field, a game or two here and there as well?
Yeah, no, I mean, Peña's a big part of that equation too, right? Because once Peña plays and he's healthy, that means you're not going to see Paredes on the left side of the infield. So the challenge for Joe is to get his best hitters in the lineup every day, and that includes Isaac Paredes. How that works out will remain to be seen. I think opening day you're going to see Yordan in left, and then Paredes probably DH. And I'm just saying this off the cuff. I don't have the lineup. I think the trick is going to be, so your first game is against Jose Soriano, who's a righty, but he's a reverse split guy. So in his career, he's been much tougher on lefties than he has been on righties. Last year was a little more closer to neutral, but it was still advantage right-hand hitters. Then you've got two lefties behind him in Yusei Kikuchi and Reed Detmer. So it really behooves you to be as right-handed as possible for the first 3 games of the season. So I think that was part of the equation, too, when they decided on Bryce Matthews over Zach Cole. When does Joey Loperfido get in the bat? He'll probably play one of those first 3 games, and then probably the final game of the series when he faces a regular righty who lefties should be able to hit. But I think the bigger question is, how do you get Paredes in at least 3 out of 4 games, and maybe all 4 games to start the season against the Angels? That's going to be the maneuverability that Joe Espada is going to have to tinker with all year.
I think one of the most intriguing players for the Astros this year is Cam Smith. Of just who is he after last year, kind of an up and down season, some really highs and some big lows as well. So what do you see from his spring, and what are you hoping for Cam Smith in 2026?
Yeah, if you guys go back to any of the archives for our interviews last year, you'll know how bullish I am on Cam Smith. I love this kid. I think he's going to be a star in the making. He is a star in the making. He's going to be a star sooner than later. I thought last year when he put up that incredible first half where he was hitting in the cleanup spot when the Astros were sweeping the Dodgers in L.A. and had that OPS above 800, he was probably over his skis a little bit, considering it was his first go-round in the big leagues. But I also think what he did in the second half was nowhere close to what you're going to see in Cam Smith this year. It's somewhere in between, right? But eventually he's going to be closer to that first half of 2025 guy as his career moves along. I think his skills in the outfield were way above average, especially considering he just learned it in March last year. So that'll continue to improve. Not sure how much you're going to see him in center. I don't know if he had enough reps out there in center for me to make a great judgment on him. But when I saw him, I thought he was okay in center. Certainly a lot better or more comfortable in right field. But I could see Cam easily being, let's just say, the 5 or 6 hitter in this lineup as the season goes along. He might not start there in opening day's lineup, but I could easily see him being a 5 or 6 hitter ahead of either Christian Walker or Yainer Diaz, or possibly even both. He could be that good this year. I expect Cam to take a big step up in his sophomore year.
That goes along with what Dana had to say about him, too, that if he doesn't, he's not hitting the middle of the order by, the halfway point of the season, that he feels his projection on him was probably wrong. So that kind of backs up what he said as well. First year of the ABS, how do you like it?
I like it a lot. Honestly, I think it's going to be one of the great additions in the game of baseball, just like instant replay was and challenges. I think there's a lot of strategy that's involved with ABS. I think that's going to play itself out. You can't use your challenges too early, especially in non-critical situations. So it adds a lot of intrigue to the game. I think it's going to be something the fans really grab onto and like a lot, especially with the fact that it's quick, and you're going to see the results instantaneously at the stadium and on our TV. That literally plays at the same time that plays on the video board as you'll see it on SCHN. So, yeah, it's a good thing. Anytime you can get calls more accurately correct via technology, it's better. I think, it does take the human element out of the game slightly, but umpires are still going to be getting their calls not challenged every single pitch. So those marginal pitches are still going to be important, whether they're called balls or strikes. And I think ABS is here to stay, and it's going to be a great improvement.
How much, like when you were around the team, was it just the topic of conversation? Were you hearing guys talk about ABS and strategy and when not to use it?
A lot. And I go back to very early in the spring. We got down there, I don't even remember what day it was. Let's just say February 18th, 19th for our first broadcast on the 22nd. And I remember even back then, right at the beginning of spring training, Joe Espada and his staff had video monitors set up, and they were, challenging guys. What did you think? Well, you think that was a ball or a strike? And as a hitter, as a catcher, they were already testing them out and making sure they knew the zone. I thought, unfortunately, Cesar Salazar was DFA, but I thought his challenges were exceptional. The few that Christian Vasquez had last night and in spring training that I've seen, I don't think he missed any of the ones that I saw him challenge. They're going to keep track of this. They're going to know if a hitter is, 1 for 5 by May. They may say to that person, hey, keep an eye on the challenges. You may not want to challenge as much in the future. And obviously guys like Paredes and guys that really know the strike zone, they're going to encourage them to challenge at any time because they know the strike zone so well. So, yeah, we'll keep track of it too. I have a feeling there'll be stats on catchers' challenges, pitchers' challenges. Hopefully there's not too many pitchers that challenge, and hitters' challenges as the year goes along.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be fun. The season's going to be fun, TK. Enjoy it tomorrow and look forward to all the visits this season.
Nothing like opening day, guys. Can't wait, and we'll talk to you all year long.
There you go. It's Todd Callis, TV voice of the Houston Astros, on the Shin.
Nice to have him back. Back to Friday, starting next week, but nice to hear his voice.
Yeah.
It's going to be a lot of fun this season.
Love his voice.
It's the best.
Elite voice.
Elite
play-by-play guy. I was looking at the schedule too as we was talking. Because sometimes the national guys will come in and bump the TV guys, which I'm not a huge fan of when that happens. It looks like they have a pretty busy slate. Now they'll be on Apple TV on Friday, and we're going to be joined by Ryan Spilbros.
Yep.
Tomorrow.
Yes.
Yeah, you seem unsure.
3:45.
You seem very unsure. Is that accurate, Brian? Can you put Joe in his place?
I don't know why you asked. Why'd you ask me? That's a Brian question.
Yeah, he's on tomorrow 3:45.
There you go, Ryan Spilbros.
Yeah, Ryan Spilbros.
He sent us a text earlier today saying Ryan Spilbros 3:45 tomorrow.
I forgot.
Didn't look at the text.
I responded to it.
Right.
I just forgot.
And you would think you would know.
I can't do math.
That's different.
So why do you expect me to remember this?
It's not the same as math.
I just have bad memory.
Yeah. All right. Ryan Monso will be joining us a little bit later. Top at the bottom of the hour, rather. Live from the Toyota Center, by the way. He's plugged into the Cougars better than anybody. He's there day to day, 24/7. He's not this little flyby, overnighter. Yeah, I know about the Cougars. I'm a national guy. No. Ryan Monso, there every single day, 24/7. Talks to them all. Got a great podcast, great website, does great work. And we're going to be joined by him at 4:30. Coming up next, though, let's talk about these the expansion. $10 billion a pop, it looks like. Maybe two teams, we'll see. If there are 8 protections, and I know things are going to change between now and then, but if you had 8 protections for the Rockets, Joe, which 8 are you protecting? 713-780-3776. It is Jeremy. It is Joe. It is ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
You're back with Jeremy and Joe, broadcasting live from inside the Huntington Bank Studios.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Looks like expansion is coming to the NBA. They've ratified the idea to go forward with expansion?
Yes.
The thought is they're going to add 2 teams, Seattle, Las Vegas. There's still some wiggle room, maybe 1 team, maybe 2. I think Seattle and Las Vegas is what it's going to be eventually, which leads to the expansion draft thing, which there hasn't been an expansion draft in the NBA in a very, very long time. 2004?
Yeah.
The last time. This is when the Bobcats arrived. So it's like a lot different. I'm sure a lot of it's going to be negotiated between now and then. But you could protect up to 8 players back then. You didn't have to protect them all. So like maybe you could dangle a bad contract. The rules then were that one of the expansion teams or any of the expansion teams could, well, it's one expansion team then, but they could select a bad contract per se, and then you can buy out the bad contract, and it actually doesn't count against the expansion team's salary cap. So it's a way for teams to get out of bad contracts. Like, hey, take this bad contract. We'll give you, 2 second-round draft picks, stuff like that. So there's all these weird rules in the expansion draft. You can only have 1 player taken. Then it eliminates the pool. You can pull everybody back, blah, 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 blah. But let's just like layman terms it for Brian. If you had to protect 8 players, you wanted to protect 8 players, which 8 would you be protecting with the Houston Rockets' current roster?
The current roster as is. Amen, Alpi, KD, Jabari, Reed, Fred, Steven Adams.
Okay.
Tari.
I was going to see if you were going to forget about the injured guys.
No, my first goal was how the hell do I get DFS off this roster?
Yeah.
That was my first goal.
You could probably, he's going to be gone by the time the expansion draft happens.
Yeah. I mean, frankly, the whole Rockets roster is kind of up for debate at this point outside of Amen, Alpi, KD, Jabari, Reed. Everyone else is up by the time this would actually take place.
I don't really think that they would have a decision if they had to protect 8 this offseason. I think it's pretty simple. Now, Tari's an unrestricted free agent, so that would throw things into throw a wrench into the equation here. But it's very simple, the 8, right? Durant, Alpi, Amin, Jabari, Reed, Tari, Adams, Fred VanVleet.
Yeah.
Like, you're not keeping Holiday. Okay. Kogi. Okay.
Because they're not going to get picked.
Okay.
So it's more, I think there's the strategy here then is, who are you hoping that these teams want? So I pulled up the Bobcats one when they did it. They only kept 8 of the players that they selected or only 8 players played with the Bobcats.
Yeah, they probably bought out the other guys.
So like Zaza Pachulia is one who never played for the Bobcats. They
drafted him and bought him out.
Yeah, so that's what you're hoping with Dorian Finney-Smith that would happen, that you can get a second-round pick or give up a second-round pick to encourage them to do it. Fred was one that I thought about, where if it happened today, of is this an opportunity to save money and then be able to go into free agency and get someone else? But DFS was the only one that I was like, please draft him.
Yeah, there's not. Today. It'd be easy for the Rockets.
Let's say it's the guys that are guaranteed to be on the roster in 2027. So if they weren't traded away, Amen, Alpi, KD, Jabari, Reed. If it was those 5, and you're like, okay, I can only guarantee 4 of them.
Well, why would you only be able to guarantee 4?
Well, just based on other guys you add at some point.
I don't think you're adding 4 guys that are better than them.
Yeah, Jabari is the one though that stood out to me.
The only thing that can get you in trouble is they have these draft picks, right? Where you add some young players to a mix of this, to where you have an 8 obvious ones right now, but then maybe if you draft a guy in the first round in a couple of years, it's like, well, I don't want to lose him.
Well, you have 2 picks in 2027, 2 first. So the draft would, in theory, be the next offseason on the pace they're going. A lot of people think it's going to happen in 28. So you do have guys like that will be factored into your roster as well.
There's going to be some GMs who they're going to be trading first for future first, so they can kind of duck that a little bit. Like Rockets could be one of those teams. Their roster's going to look a lot different by then, though. But they could be a team where if they have 8 obvious expansion protections, when it's about to come up, where it might be okay, we have 2 first here. We don't really want to add them, though, because we know that we're going to have to protect them. So, hey, let's trade these first for future first. Very similar to what they did with the Suns picks, where they traded the Nets picks for the Suns picks. That way they kicked the can count down the road a little bit.
Yeah, it's and that's why there will be some, especially because they're doing 2 teams. It will be different. The last time there was 2 teams, it was 95 when the Raptors and the Grizzlies became into the NBA.
A long time ago.
So, you're talking about 20 plus years.
I wonder what that expansion draft looked like. That was 1995, you said?
Yeah, 1995.
That's so long ago.
Yeah.
I mean, that's when the Rockets were winning titles.
Yeah. Like, it's such a different, like, it's almost crazy.
Oh,
taking that
wow.
long.
This is crazy. The number 1 pick of the 1995 expansion draft. With the number 1 pick of the 1995 expansion draft, the Toronto Raptors select from the Chicago Bulls, B.J. Armstrong.
Interesting.
B.J. Armstrong was the first pick of the expansion draft. Greg Anthony,
Mm-hmm.
he went number 2. So another point guard.
Who the hell is this Rockets player?
You never heard of this guy?
Zon Tabak?
You never heard of Zon Tabak?
No.
Yeah, Zon Tabak was a big white stiff.
Okay.
Who the
is
you remember Zon Tabak? He was
No,
a
I
big.
don't
He was a
remember him at
big,
all.
like 7-foot white center.
How much did he play?
He was like a backup on the championship team, I think.
Yeah, I don't remember him at all.
Yeah, he's on. You don't remember Zon Tabak?
He looks like a scary man.
He was always like on the bench during like all the playoff highlights and stuff. Him and Scotty Brooks like jumping up
I remember
and down.
that being Pete Chilcutt.
Remember Scotty Brooks? Scotty Brooks would like do like the the double fist pump, and he would raise his knees to his boobs whenever he was celebrating on the sideline. That guy was hilarious.
We forgot about that. We forgot about Scotty Brooks. We were talking about great players who became great coaches.
Yeah, the junkies think Scotty Brooks should have been on that list.
Yeah. Zon looks like he played 4.9 minutes per game in the 94-95
I mean,
Rockets season.
I only recognize. I knew Zon Tabak because he played with the Rockets, but I would not have known that had he not played. These are like just a bunch of veterans. B.J. Armstrong, I remember. Tony Massenberg, I remember the name. Andres Gubert, no. Keith Jennings, no. Antonio Wingfield, no. Doug Smith.
I do not know this man.
One of my dad's best friends is named Doug Smith, but I don't think he played in the NBA. Jerome Kersey. I remember Jerome Kersey,
Okay.
but he was probably older then, right?
Yeah, it's a lot of older players.
Zon Tabak, Willie Anderson, Ed Pinkney, A.C. Earl, B.J. Tyler, John Sally. Remember John Sally?
Mm-hmm.
Is Oliver Miller the big dude? Is it a big Oliver Miller or is it a different Oliver Miller?
I think.
Remember Oliver Pig
I
Miller?
only remember Fat Oliver
It was
Miller.
It was Pig Miller.
Okay.
Pig Miller got drafted with the last pick of the 1990. He was the 27th pick of the 1995 NBA expansion draft. But he was probably a buyout guy. I remember Greg Anthony, Rodney Dent, no. Antonio Harvey, no. Reggie Slater, I remember. Trevor Riffin, no. Derek Phelps, no. Larry Stewart, no. Kenny Gaddison, no. Byron Scott, is it that Byron Scott?
It is that Byron Scott.
Okay, I remember him. Gerald Wilkins, I remember him. Benoit Benjamin, nope, don't remember him. Doug Edwards, and then his brother Blue Edwards.
Now, I know.
Don't remember either one of them.
I know we've already established today that Joe's not a math guy.
Yeah.
You have 2 teams in expansion draft.
Correct.
Why were there 27 picks?
It was different rules then.
But why did
Why would it be an uneven number?
Yeah.
Oh, I bet you could pass.
Oh,
okay. Yeah, that would make sense.
I bet you could pass.
Yeah.
I bet you could stop. Be like, I'm done. I don't need any more.
That-
Kind of like in your fantasy drafts, whenever
Yeah.
you're down to kickers, be like, I don't care what I get. Auto
Just
draft.
put it
me.
on auto. Yeah.
Yeah. I bet you it's a pass. That's just the way. That was the way the Major League Baseball draft worked in the day.
Yeah, that
like,
makes sense.
Major League Baseball draft, there used to be like endless amount
Just
of
go
rounds.
until you were
It
done.
just go until you're done picking. And so you saw like teams pass like in the 58th round, and then it go on, and then teams start trickle down effect, pass.
Oh, so actually, it looks like what it was is here on Wikipedia, it says the Grizzlies agreed to select Rodney Dent from. Oh, this is just for a future second round pick.
Yeah, so they were buying these dudes out about.
So that's why their Grizzlies didn't have everyone selected, was because Rodney Dent got traded to the Grizzlies basically. So he wasn't selected in the draft. It happened.
Oh, he was traded prior to the draft.
It happened the day before.
Then why does it show him as the 4th pick of the expansion draft?
Oh wait, never mind. Yeah, you're right. I missed them on there.
What was that? What was that you said again?
You were right.
Yeah. Just wanted to say.
Boom. There we go. Jeremy Branham's right.
It's another day that ends in Y.
713-780-ESPN. Keith, will players get mad at teams if they make them available for a franchise draft? Yeah, these athletes, they get mad if the wind's blowing a certain direction. Of course, they'll get mad if they're exposed to the
it's part
expansion
of it.
draft.
Like, if they're,
sure, but
like-
they'll be mad.
Yeah, they're gonna be mad. Like DFS is gonna. Well, also, you might get drafted to Vegas. So like, it's not like you're going. Like if I got drafted if I knew I got put up for an expansion draft, and it's like, do I want to go to Vegas or Seattle or Toronto or Vancouver? At least it's potentially Vegas. Seattle, yeah.
I'd rather live in Seattle than Vegas.
I think Vegas would be fun.
With a wife and kids?
Well, you wouldn't like live on the Strip. I've heard like outside Vegas is nice.
Henderson, Nevada?
Yeah.
No, give me Seattle. I like Seattle. None of you are math guys. You all had the percent wrong. I didn't have the percent wrong. I never made claims. It was these two jabronis. I never made a claim on the percentages. Don't put that on me. 5030. All right, 713-780-ESPN. We want to talk some Houston Cougar basketball. And whenever you want to talk some Houston Cougar basketball, you go straight to the source. You go to the guys who cover the Cougar basketball day in, day out better than anybody. So Ryan Monso of Go Cougs will join us next. It's Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, 97.9 HD2. Opening day is tomorrow. What a beautiful day in the city of Houston tomorrow, huh? You got a little PGA golf. You got a little Astros opening day. You got some Sweet 16 action right down the road in the city. It's opening day in Houston, and before you head to Dyken Park, you need to go. You need to stop by Tom's Watch Bar at Green Street. It's a perfect pregame spot for baseball, for basketball, for any day of the week. It's the ultimate pregame gathering spot for baseball fans especially. Enjoy games, enjoy giveaways, a live DJ. As our junkies always say, if it's free, give me 3. Who doesn't like games? Who doesn't like a DJ? Wall-to-wall TV screens as well, so you never miss a play or a pitch. It's your perfect sports viewing place in downtown Houston. And then after the final out, the party keeps on going. Of course it does. Where you can get a lot of fun after the game, before the hoops games too. And also with Tom's Watch Bar, you know what you get? You get complimentary parking with validation in the Green Street garage when you visit Tom's. How nice is that? Parking's expensive. It's going to be expensive tomorrow, but you get complimentary parking with validation in the Green Street garage when you visit Tom's. It doesn't get any better than that, and then you can spend your savings on those fantastic drinks. Rally the crew, grab a drink, and celebrate baseball being back. Tom's Watch Bar at Green Street, where Houston comes to pregame.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
He's Joe. I'm the Huntington Bank bad boy, Jeremy. Ryan Monso, Go Cougs, joining us now. Covers the Houston Cougars across the board better than anybody. So everybody's talking Houston Cougar basketball, the tournament going on, and I figured the best person to get is Ryan. Ryan, thank you for joining us straight from the Toyota Center where the Cougars are practicing currently. I think they kicked y'all off the floor, though, right? What have you seen from the Cougars in the practice? High energy, ready to go?
Yeah, they let us see all the high energy stuff. No, we just saw, some warming up, a couple of layup lines, and then they said, get out.
Whenever you watch Houston every day, like we do, it's kind of like watching a kid grow up. Like it's hard to notice the big changes from now to where it was a month ago, 2 months ago. But what do you think that Houston has developed the most in the last 2 weeks, 4 weeks, 2 months?
Patience. Joseph Tugler is not getting the second foul before the first media timeout. And they're adding Khalifa into the lineup, getting JoJo out for a little while, letting him regroup and watch the game develop. And he has shown a lot of patience with that. Khalifa has grown up, too, as a backup. And you're just getting so much better production from that spot on the floor. And I think that's been a huge, huge difference.
What's impressed you the most about the first 2 games of the tournament for the Cougs?
Well, the beatings. They have just beat down 2 opponents and just choked them out. They didn't give them a chance to respond. There was no run. In college basketball, a lot like the NBA, everybody makes a run. And neither of the first 2 opponents have been able to make that run after U of H asserted themselves.
Ryan Monso joining us on the HR&P guest line. Go Cougs, GoCougs.com covers the Houston Cougars better than anybody. Their website, phenomenal. Podcast, they do it all. They do it tremendously well. Ryan, how much have you taken the deep dive on Illinois? What have you learned about them?
I have not. We have a scout that does that thing for us, Jamie Hollingsworth. And what I have seen from the little that I know is that, they've got size and they have pretty good guard play and they play defense. But no, I don't have the scout for them quite yet.
Yeah, Jamie does a tremendous job. It's one of my pregame preps. Whenever you hear Houston talk about Illinois, what are some of the superlatives they mentioned about the Illini?
The size, the playmakers, and they are impressed. They don't seem, it's just another opponent at some point, but they have they've been impressed with the size and the different kind of style of play that they have versus what U of H would play or see in the Big 12.
How much of an advantage do you think it is for the Cougs going to this game where you've got a bunch of veterans, specifically Emmanuel Sharp, who have played in these games before, where Illinois doesn't have as many guys with, big-time tournament experience?
I think tournament experience is completely underrated. It matters. It matters that guys have watched this from the bench and then done it, as a backup and then a starter. And Milos now and Emmanuel, JoJo even, those guys have a lot of tournament experience. And I just don't think you can replicate that. I think you just got to go do it. And, Joanne Roberts was the king of the tournament. I mean, he played 20-plus games. And he just got better because he understood it. He understood the flow of a tournament game. And Emmanuel is that guy now.
Ryan Monso, Go Cougs, join us. You can follow him on Twitter at GoCougs1, website GoCougs.com. Covers the Cougars. There's nobody that covers it better than Ryan and his team over at Go Cougs. You talk about the tournament experience, but also the young players. Kingston Flemings hadn't played in a tournament game, a week and a half ago. Same thing with Chris Sinak. Now, certainly they have the veterans that they can lean on, which I agree with you. It is extremely underrated. But the stage hasn't been too big from the freshmen. What's impressed you about Kingston and Sinak in their first 2 tournament games?
They have both acted like it was no different than playing a non-conference game against Lehigh. The spotlight is not too bright. Now, today at practice, Kingston is wearing the number 34.
I saw you tweet that. Yeah.
And, you don't see that a lot out of Houston basketball. I thought it was kind of interesting.
Yeah, it was.
But, yeah, Kingston, Kelvin talks about his naivete. And the fact, he's a big kid, and everything is exciting and just an oh my God moment all the time with him. And he just goes about life. It's nothing overwhelms him because he's like a puppy dog in a way.
Yeah, I think what Kingston's done this year has been impressive. And you got Wagler on the other side. You have a lot of big freshmen playing in the tournament still at this point. But I think the one thing that, I guess for both these teams, like between the two coaches, I think it sets the Cougs apart having Sampson here. So I'm just curious from your perspective, like from when Sampson got here to where it is now, did you ever imagine seeing the Cougs again in this position where it's, 7 straight Sweet 16s and they're just rolling through it every single year?
No, and you couldn't have. I sat in an empty Hofheinz for a lot of years, and, there'd be 100, 150 people in the arena, and you were losing to schools that it just would never be on your radar now. And what he has been able to do from that first year through now is unbelievable. Like, there's no, Baylor had to come back from some stuff. But in terms of just on the court, what you had to overcome, the decades of no maintenance on your program, on your facilities that he had to overcome, it's just stunning. And the fact that, they're a Final Four quality team every year. They're in that mix, but they get no attention nationally, which I think they like. They like that chip on their shoulder. But this team continues to do it way outside the spotlight. And every single year you remake the roster with 2 or 3 new key pieces, but that core identity never changes.
Yeah, it has been an impressive run. I agree with you. The two turnarounds, I think, in my opinion, in this generation, Baylor and Houston, from what we've seen in college basketball. Ryan, you were in OKC last week, of course. That Nebraska crowd, the Big Red crowd, was pretty impressive. Iowa travels well. Illinois travels well. Houston's playing in Houston. Any feel or sense on what the crowd's going to look like tomorrow?
I haven't noticed. In Oklahoma City, it was Nebraska everywhere. Mm-hmm. And I think there were 15 to 16,000 Nebraska fans in the arena for their first game. Like, I've never seen a tournament game like that. I don't know if it's going to be that way this weekend, because you do have some pretty impressive fan bases in Houston play in their city. But I haven't gotten that feel yet. Nobody was around Toyota Center today, so we didn't get that sense of it. But you have to expect rowdy crowd. Nebraska people are going to get up and start drinking at 6 tomorrow. So by the time that 6:30 game time comes for them, they'll be ready.
We're doing a live remote at St. Arnold's tomorrow from 3 to 6. So if the Cornhuskers want a cold beer, they can come to St. Arnold's, Ryan. Ryan, thanks so much for joining us. Ryan, live from the Toyota Center, covers Houston better than anybody else. Enjoyed the conversation. We'll see you out there tomorrow.
Awesome. Thanks, Jeremy.
It's Ryan Monceau. Go Cougs. GoCougs.com. You can follow him on Twitter at GoCougs1.
He got an Anjo in there. Appreciate that. Thanks, Ryan.
Did he drop in the Anjo?
He threw an Anjo in there at the very end.
That's better than Kelly Eco ever gave me.
Yeah.
I don't think he ever said your
Kelly
name.
Eco doesn't know I exist.
No,
he doesn't know it, which was hilarious.
Yeah, I got an Anjo in there.
Yeah, check them out though. They have a wall-to-wall coverage, 4 quarters podcast with a couple of the young bucks. Kenneth Bowman does that.
Former intern.
Yeah. Kenneth does a really good. They all do good jobs. The Old Men podcast, which I always find funny, and then he mentioned that scouting report. Jamie Hollingsworth, former coach, he'll do a scouting report on every opponent that Houston plays. So great read. If you're a Cougar fan, highly recommend GoCougs.com. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. You want to talk about a little bit of Astros all-booty team?
Oh, yeah.
You want an Astros all-booty team? Let's have an Astros all-booty team. What is an all-booty team, Brian? What do you think it is? It's the worst Astros of the decade. The worst Astros of the 2020s. Who belongs on the Astros all-booty team? 713-780-ESPN. Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. I hate to say this, but your booty if you're not using OwnWell and OwnWell.com. Why wouldn't you be using OwnWell? They're going to save you, if you're a new customer, on average $774 a year by signing up. That doesn't catch your attention? You don't want to save $774? Well, you're not adulting the right way. Property taxes keep going up. It is stressful. It is a hassle. It is no fun. You don't want to fight it yourself. You're not going to be any good at it. You might have to hire somebody. The hearings are a grind, long waits, confusing rules, inconsistent appraisers. It's no fun to protest this on your own. That's why you need Ownwell in your life. And all it's going to take you, 3 minutes. You head to ownwell.com right now, fill out some information, and just like that, Ownwell is going to be in your corner fighting for you to lower your property taxes. Well, how much do I owe up front? Nothing. You don't pay until they save you money. If they don't save you anything, you don't pay a dime. It is risk-free. You know nothing. You owe nothing up front. Ownwell is the best. I used Ownwell last year. They saved me a few bucks. I'm going to use Ownwell again this year. I'm eager and excited to see how many bucks they save me this year. And all you have to do is 3 minutes of your time. Ownwell.com. They'll email you every step along the way, and they'll give you that final savings at the very, very end. 140,000 Houston properties already use Ownwell, so you're joining good company. They have an 88% success rate in reducing your property taxes. What are you waiting for? Do not wait. The deadline to protest coming up May 15th for most counties. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes at ownwell.com. That's ownwell.com. Let them know Branham sent you when you complete your sign up at ownwell.com.
You're back with Jeremy and Joe, broadcasting live from inside the Huntington Bank Studios.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Tomorrow we're going to be out at St. Arnold's. Opening day, almost here. Join us tomorrow, St. Arnold Brewing, from 10 a to 6 p. for our opening day broadcast presented by Huntington Bank. Enjoy great beer, great food, and watch Game 1 of 162 with ESPN 97.5. H-Town Wheelhouse tomorrow, right, Eric?
Yeah, Brett and Eric tomorrow from 12 to 3, Locked on Astros before us.
H-Town Wheelhouse and I can't be in the same brewery together. So if I show up a couple minutes late, that's why.
That makes sense.
That's why.
I get it.
713-780-ESPN. So we teased Astros all-booty team, the 2020 Astro all-booty team, but Philip's on the line, and it says in the comments that he has a Rockets take. Do we talk Astros all-booty, or do we go to Philip, who wants to talk Rockets? Let's go to Philip.
Yeah, Philip, let's give you a shot.
Here's my thing. Like I have trust in people until I lose the trust in the person. That's the way I conduct life. And I don't care what other people say. Like people, you can't trust that guy. Oh, okay, that's your opinion of him or her. I trust everybody until I lose trust in them. Okay, that's just one of the things that I do. So Philip hasn't lost my trust. It doesn't look great with what he wants to talk about, considering we teased Astros all-booty team. We were talking to Ryan of Go Cougs about the Cougars. So we'll see how this goes. I really hope I don't lose trust in you, Philip. But hello, Philip. Welcome into Jeremy and Joe. What is up?
Hey, guys. Just to hedge it for a minute, Beltran better be the DH on that booty team for what he did to us, off the field at least, and in the dugout. Anyways, the take I had was, it's bothered me for a while watching the team all year. I tend to notice a tendency when we fail in the end of the game, it's usually Şengün or Durant playing hero ball, and we get a lot of ISO, and then we end up with a bad shot with the shot clock winding down. It's almost like watching an inefficient James Harden play, and I really don't like it. And I'm glad they're shifting more responsibilities to Reed, because I think if we just accept, look, he's the point guard, ride it, see what happens. Maybe he'll surprise us, because I think they put Durant and Şengün in kind of an unfair situation, because ideally you don't want Şengün initiating the offense from the top of the key. You want him more in the post looking for shooters. And Durant, I feel like they run him ragged all game long. At his age, I'm still surprised they don't kind of limit his minutes at all. And I feel like in the fourth quarter, a lot of times he's playing with tired legs. And when you're putting him in ISO, expecting him to beat guys with tired legs, you end up with a bad outcome. So I'd like to see them turn it over to Reed more like they've done. But I'd like to see them restrict Durant's minutes primarily in the first half. Not saying bring him off the bench, start him still, but maybe cut his minutes back in the second and third quarter so he has fresh legs in the fourth, because you got him to be the closer and you're asking him to close and carry the team all game long. At his age, I just don't see it. So I hope they use these last few games as an experiment to see how that would work. But, trust I may, because if he fails, it's his job, not mine. So, but that's all I have to say. Thanks, guys.
Thanks for the call, Philip. Wasn't on topic, but it was a good, solid take, and that makes it okay.
Yeah, I was perfectly fine with Keith. I didn't realize it was that Philip. I didn't realize it was that Philip. We know Philip. Philip from the Woodlands.
Yep.
Yeah, we know Philip. I thought Philip was a new caller. Well, that's what you were trying to tell us, Brian.
No, it wasn't a new caller.
Yeah. What was the whole thing with new Keith?
Because it's a call.
Yeah, it was a text. I was making a joke.
Oh. Yeah. Oh.
But you
that
took
was
it
a
as
joke?
him doing a bit.
It was a joke that you didn't get, that I didn't get, that Brian didn't explain. We butchered it.
So probably not a great joke.
Probably.
I thought it was pretty obvious. I mean, you can read the text.
Well, of course you thought it was obvious. You're the one communicating the message.
Read the text.
But if the message is not, like, I love when people do this, and I'm guilty of it too, and this is something that I've learned in marriage, I think, is that whenever we communicate a message, we think we communicate a message, it makes perfect sense to us because we're the one delivering the message, right?
Sure.
Like if I say, like, the sky is blue, like, I think I'm pretty clear on that,
sure.
Right? But maybe it's a little gray that day. Maybe I was talking about a vehicle. Maybe I was talking like the other party that you're communicating with. Sometimes the medium of communication, it gets lost in the way that they understand it, the way that they're hearing. See, what I've learned in this, and I think I've learned this from marriage, quite frankly, is that you got to communicate. You got to be very clear.
Yep.
Got to be very clear because
Crystal.
oftentimes you think you're doing a good job of communicating, and you're really not.
Mhm.
You're really doing a poor job of communicating. And I think this is an example of that, Brian. I think you did a poor job of communicating yesterday.
That was a long way to say that you didn't think.
Yeah, I started to ramble, and I didn't really know how I was going to land the plane.
I was gonna, keep going.
I was like, I don't know how I'm landing this plane right now. I don't know how I'm going to get there. But I think I actually, was able to maybe circle the runway, and I landed okay.
5 words or less.
I think I could have for sure.
Yeah.
I think that's a great point. But no, I think it's a good take by Philip from the Woodlands too. I'm most surprised they haven't done that all year. I think it speaks to kind of Ime Udoka's hard-o personality, though. Like, he's very much a hard-o. We know that, which I like about him. I don't think it's a bad thing, but like, it has its pros and cons. We know this, and with everything has its pros and cons. I think one of the cons of Ime being a hard-o is that he's going to play his best players 38 minutes. He doesn't care if they're 38 years old, and we see that with Durant.
Agreed, but he also has to because the guys let the Rockets down when he's not out there.
And he said that. Like, there was a comment. I can't remember what part. Maybe December, maybe January. But he had a comment like, we shouldn't have to play a 37-year-old this many minutes, but I don't have a choice right now.
Yeah, because the other guys are.
Well, he does.
Well, that's what I'm just paraphrasing his quote.
He does. I mean, he could develop the youngsters, right? Which I think is something that Rocket fans are critical.
Developed Reed.
Yeah, I would think he's developed Reed. I think or has it always been in him?
And just now. He's getting done.
No, I don't think it's fair. I think that a coach you have to give him praise and credit.
Rockets fans won't
for
do
developing.
that.
No, they won't.
No, they'll just say fire Ime.
Yeah, and look, a lot of times, you know what the greatest motivator is?
Being benched.
Bingo.
Yeah.
So a lot of times, the best motivator is being benched. Hey, Reed, we need you to do these things. Items A, B, and C. Oh, you're not going to do items A, B, and C. You know what we're going to do? You're going to sit right over here next to me.
We saw Alpi and Jalen Green last year have games last year where they got benched in the fourth quarter, and their follow-up games were very good.
Yeah. Alpi annoys me.
Same.
Like, I know that Alpi's incredibly skilled. I know he's a really good offensive player. I think he's the Rockets' second-best offensive player. But he annoys the crap out of me. He annoys me. Just the whining. I think he misses more easy. Like, he misses his share of easier shots than I think he should.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I know they have like stats on this, like field goal percentage around the rim. Like, I feel like his field goal percentage around the rim could be a lot better. I feel like sometimes he has poor shot selection. Here's another example of highlight culture that drove me crazy. We haven't really seen a whole lot of it though. This Alpi Şengün flamingo shot. And I know we haven't seen it. I know we haven't seen it in a while.
Hate it.
But Alpi Şengün shoots 10% on these flamingo shots, but the 10% of times that he makes them, every aggregator of, oh my goodness, Alpi Şengün, what a basketball genius. It's a bad shot.
Mm-hmm.
They're mid-range jumpers off of 1 foot that he doesn't make 90% of the time.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you celebrating bad shots? But we have, to Alpi's credit, we haven't seen that as much this year. I wonder why. Probably because Ime told him to stop shooting that.
Well, it's a terrible shot. I mean, I don't know.
Flamingo shot.
I still go with Alpi.
Stop shooting that shot.
Since January 1st, he has 3 games where he scored 20 points or above against teams that are going to be in the playoffs.
It's good.
It's not good. It's like you got to show up more than that.
He's also turned the ball over a lot over the last month.
Yeah.
He's averaging 4.2 turnovers per game this month. That's a lot.
Yeah, I mean, his usage is high. This is another bad, like, I think that we use turnovers in an incorrect way, and I know I'm anti-turnover, but 4 turnovers for a guy who holds the ball in his hands a lot and is a hub of the offense versus 4 turnovers from a guy who's a spot-up shooter aren't the same.
No, but
like,
also
I think we need like is there a usage per turnover stat? Like, I think that's important. I think that's a better accurate tell if a guy's turnover prone or not. But Alpi, I mean, that's a lot of turnovers.
Well, because it was 2.8 the 2 months prior to that.
Yeah,
in February
and the usage rate was probably similar.
Yeah. So no, the usage rate, as we talked about with Kevin Durant, is his turnovers are about the same as they always are in his career, but his usage rate is way down. So the turnovers should have gone down with it.
And they've gone up.
And I think they're actually going up.
There needs to be a stat with turnover per rate and some conversion there. Like, that to me is more accurate than anything else.
Start it.
No, you're not starting it.
That's a lot of work.
That must say, yeah. Do I get paid for this?
No,
I don't like to add extra work.
That's why I backed off.
You just made the list. I don't know why. I feel bad for all your wives. Yeah. Branham kind of sounded like Philip, who just rambled on about marriage. Branham, first time, long time. Need you to explain the meaning of the allegory of the cave and what it says about perception. Thanks. I'll hang up and listen. I haven't checked that one out. What do I need to know about the allegory of the cave?
I don't know what that is.
Yeah. I like to read philosophy. I think if I could do it all over again, I'd be a shrink.
I could
love
not see that for you.
I like philosophy. I'm a big fan of psychology.
You don't like to talk to people.
Yeah, but I don't mind talking if I'm getting paid. So as
Fair.
a psychologist, I'd be getting paid a
Yeah.
lot more than I make now.
Yeah,
That's for
facts.
sure.
So I think it's a better usage of my dollar per word, right? Psychologists get paid way
Yeah.
more for the word they speak than we do.
And if you get the right client, you probably don't have to talk that much.
You let them do all the
They
talking.
probably just ramble.
Those are the best psychologists.
Yeah.
Is like they, listen.
Yeah.
Which like I'm the worst client for a psychologist because like you ask me a question, I'm like, yeah. How are you and your wife doing? Fine. Any problems with your marriage? I don't think so. Like so they're doing 95% of the talking, That's tough.
Yeah, that's not what you're looking for.
Is it too late for me to go into psychology?
No, you can go back to school.
And Bob
if
Knights.
Meltzer can go back and be a lawyer, you could.
Yeah, but I'm older than he is. And I'm much older now than he was then.
Yeah, but you think you can still have a post.
Bob's not. My psychology. My feelings are hurt. Rub some dirt on it. Bob Knight's Bench's greatest motivator is a phenomenal speech during his press conference. Sometimes when I'm bored, I'll just pull up like old Bob Knight press things.
Really?
Like he goes after this TV guy. It's hilarious. I'm not here to argue. I'm not here to debate the media. Yeah, he's awesome. He's so good. Allegory. Well, I don't even know what that word means, man. People are laughing at me that I botched the word. I've never seen this word. Have you seen this word?
No.
What does that word even mean? This
Great
hasn't
question.
been a word of the day. This hasn't come up this year in the word of the day. How am I supposed to know this?
Allegory is a story, poem, or picture that can be interpreted to reveal a hidden meaning, typically a moral or political one.
I like the way I say it better.
Allegory?
Allegory. That's better than allegory.
I'm in on that.
It's allegory. It's way better than that. All right, 713-780-ESPN. From allegory to booty. Astros all booty team. Thank you, Philip, for hijacking. Astros all booty team, 2020 edition. 713. Who belongs on the list? 713-780-ESPN HRP. Listener line 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. This is the season, baby. It is March. It is tournament season. Everybody loves basketball right now. Pro game, you're going to have the playoffs here pretty soon. Basketball is great. Basketball is fun. Your kids might be wanting to play a little bit of basketball, but you don't have a goal in the driveway. You're failing them as a parent. That's why you need to get a goal from Pro Dunk. Highest quality basketball goals you'll find. Unlike anything you'll find in the big box store. Those are cheap. Those are no good. They're going to break down here pretty soon. But Pro Dunk serving the best goals since 1984. It's a long time. That's why they've been around forever, because they're so good at it. Tempered glass backboard, though, gives you that true authentic feel that you find in the pro gyms, the college gyms. It's got a breakaway rim, because you can lower the goals down all the way to 5 feet. You can raise it up to 10 feet if you choose, but you can lower it down. That way you can jam on these goals. You can dunk on these goals, and they got the breakaway rim, so you can dunk on them, hang on them, keep you safe. They also got the extended overhangs. You don't have to worry about spraining your ankles on the the basketball stanchion, which all you weak-ankled people, I don't know anything about that. Also, it's rust-proof, which is must-have in Houston. Their accessories, top-notch, LED light kits for night play, backstop nets, pole pad lettering, and lots more. You need to check out their goal, Thor. Thor is awesome. It's a behemoth, but it also has the lightning adjust feature, which allows you to lower and raise the goal with a drill. Yeah, it's easy to do. It's fun to do. They have all the goals, though, in-ground adjustable, portable, wall mount, roof mount. You think about it, they got it. And they can also install the goal for you, too. You don't have to worry about screwing it up. You don't have to worry about getting out of the ladder. You don't have to worry about dealing with a level. Don't have to worry about taking a box and assembling a million pieces. No, you let the pros from Pro Dunk do it. They'll professionally install your goal at the perfect height, perfectly straight. Order now at produnk.com. That's produnk.com.
It's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
This used to be somebody's intro song, right? Was it Rome?
Yeah. This is what he would come back to for the last segment.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Specifically the last segment?
I believe it was specifically the last segment. Yeah.
It's a little different than what we come back to for our last
You
segment.
guys are junkies for Jim Rome.
I was.
You didn't like Jim Rome?
Kind of before my time.
Oh. He's still going, Joe.
You don't remember that time that Jim Everett fought
I know that one.
No, that was before your time.
Yep.
Remember he was married to
No.
Chris Everett?
No.
I'm kidding. It was a pullback.
It was a callback, yeah.
and we bought it. And Brian and I bought it so hook, line,
I thought
sinker.
that. I thought that for 30 years.
I know.
I really did think that for 30 years. I was convinced. See, that's where communication. Actually, that wasn't communication.
That's
that was
what
knowledge.
I need more of this show. I need you to have more of those moments. You should have. I should have Michael release what just happened. I was recording spots for new sponsor Twin Peaks.
Yeah.
And I was just ranting about how stupid I am with the math problems.
I saved the audio.
Yeah.
I could send it to Michael.
No,
he can understand it.
The uncut conversation of me just being mad at myself is very funny.
That's what you want.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cave allegory is Plato. It's about if only see and perceive one thing as the truth, it eventually becomes the truth to us. Eric the Buyer.
Michael says he's going to send the audio.
That seems like a narcissistic thing to do. Cave allegory. Right?
Sure.
It's about if we only see and perceive one thing as the truth, it eventually becomes the truth to us.
Yeah.
That's kind of a narcissistic thing, I think.
Yeah. It's
You know?
also like, I think we could apply it to sports.
Oh, for sure.
With like Rockets.
It's take lock.
With like Rockets fans.
It's like my take with Josh Allen. Like I have cave allegory when it comes to Josh Allen.
Maybe we'll just do it. We should just do a whole segment. What do you have cave allegory on?
Yeah. We do have the most sophisticated
That's a catchy title.
listenership
Honestly,
in all of Houston.
That could be.
Sports
That's
Radio.
a good wheel of bit.
Cave allegory.
We just do it tomorrow.
Maybe. Yeah. I already said mine though, so I'm off. The
No,
hook.
I'm sure you have more of that.
I'm off.
You got more than that.
I'm pretty open minded about things.
You have take lock.
I'm pretty stubborn, but I'm pretty open minded. I really am. All right, Astros all booty team.
Can't wait to
2020's Astros all booty team. Who belongs on this list? I put together this list the other day. 713-780 ESPN. People have already weighed in.
Can I give you my biggest takeaway before you
They're
read
saying
off your
Jeff
list?
Bagwell for the GM, which is good. I didn't have a GM on this team.
Good call.
Yeah. What do you want to say?
The people in your comments don't read.
Oh no,
because they're like, "What about this guy?" You're just like, "He wasn't in the 2020s."
Yeah, it was one of my favorite responses. They're like, "Why? Where's Derek Fisher? Well, he wasn't on the team in the 2020s."
Yeah, like that was my biggest takeaway when looking at your list was people don't read what the list is.
Yeah, I love actually that. Yeah. No, people don't read. That's something that doesn't. Or people, you know what else happened? People would be like, "Well, where's Pedro Baez?" I was like, "He's the fourth from the bottom." That's where he's at. He's fourth from the bottom. On the list, fourth from the bottom, you just got to scroll down a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So I always like to put an actual team together, right? What do we know about an Astro? What do we know about any baseball team? They can have 26 guys on the roster until rosters expand in September. And I also like to build it with like roster construction in place. Why do you do that, Branham? It's nerdy. Well, sometimes I nerd out. Yeah. I like to show my inner nerd from a time or two. Mm-hmm. So I got like a legit catcher, for whatever, DH. I got a bench that is versatile, catcher, infield, outfield, utility. I also have a rotation. I have a starting rotation, 5-man rotation, and that's critical here because there's going to be a couple of guys in the rotation like, how is he on the list? Well, who you bumping them out for? That's a starter. So some of the starting pitchers might be a little bit controversial. So let's start with the offensive guys. My catcher's Dustin Garneau.
Okay.
Which a lot of people didn't like that because he got in that fight with the A's. Like he was the bodyguard. Okay, fair point. Yeah. But he's my catcher. My first baseman's obviously Jose Abreu.
Great call.
Second baseman is Brendan Rodgers, which how are you moving Jose Altuve to left field, which I can actually defend, but you're playing at second base is Brendan Rodgers, who you signed in spring. Kind of weird. Yeah. Kind of like a half measure there. I'm okay with Altuve in left, but can you have a real-life second baseman instead of a Brendan Rodgers? Apparently not. Shea Whitcomb.
Great call.
Is my third baseman.
I mean, look, you give a big ovation for Alex Bregman as he leaves, and then Whitcomb had 3 errors.
So the reason I put him at third base was because he had a 3-error game at third base.
Great. This is a great pick.
So I put Shea Wickham at third. Do you remember the legend Robel Garcia?
Nope.
I didn't remember that name, no.
No idea.
Me either. I had a little bit of recall once I saw his numbers. I was like, I forgot about his tenure with the Astros. So he's my shortstop.
Okay.
That autograph seeker Cooper Hummel is my left fielder. It just rubbed me the wrong way that he's a major leaguer going up to other major leaguers in every city. Can I have your autograph?
Right.
Like, act like you belong there a little bit. So Cooper Hummel's my left fielder. Pedro Leon is my center fielder, the prospect that never was.
Okay.
The acquisition at the deadline that I liked last year, I admit, Jesus Sanchez is my right fielder on my all-booty team. And then my designated hitter is Bly Madris. You remember Bly?
Yeah, I do
remember
Bly.
What kind
I
of name
remember
is
Bly.
Bly?
Bad name.
It's a bad name. It's
Sorry.
a bad ball player. So he's on my all-booty team as my DH. And then my 4 bench spots, my backup catcher is Garrett Stubbs. He's actually on waivers right now.
I like Garrett.
Do you remember Nico Badram?
Oh, yeah.
Nico Goodrum. But
Yeah.
Nico Badram, he makes the all-booty team. He's my infielder off the bench. J.J. Matijevic. I understand he had that moment against Garrett Cole. I remember the bomb against Cole, but other than that, he was booty. J.J. Matijevic is my backup outfielder. He can't really play center, but he's going to play corner for me, corner outfield. And then do you remember Jake?
No.
No, it's not. His name's not Jake. Do you remember Jack Mayfield?
No.
I don't remember.
Jack
This is not a real
Mayfield.
person.
He's a real person. Look up his numbers. Look at his Pro Baseball Reference. Jack Mayfield is very much a real person.
Okay, I'm going to guess over under, I'll say like 6.5 at bats.
So I tried to play a little bit of volume. This isn't the case for every player, but I did try to keep volume in mind. So it wasn't like just some random call-up that had 1 at bat.
Oh, yeah.
Like these were dudes who actually had some volume.
That's 102 at bats.
Now, 47 of the plate appearances came in this decade. The other remainder came in 2019.
Okay.
So he was a crossover from the 2010s to the 2020s. He's one of those rare breeds that can be all booty in 2 decades.
Fair.
Rare. It's a rare find to be all booty in 2 different decades. So any objections here or any additions here to my offense all booty team?
No, I don't think so. I think you got it. See, someone texted or tweeted and said Hensley at second base.
So Hensley was on the bubble. Hensley was on my infield bubble, but the reason that I didn't have Hensley on my all booty team was because he was pretty good at touching booty, and then also he had that big
So
walk in the
true.
postseason.
Yeah.
So that's why he didn't make it.
He did have a memorable moment.
He did with booty.
With booty.
So that's the reason I left out Hensley.
Or
I'm
it
glad
should
you
be
asked.
the reason why he was on the team. Because he had a big
Which
moment with booty.
was really disrespectful to Megan the Stallion that Hensley was catching her first pitch.
Yeah.
Like, that's pretty disrespectful.
It really
like, what was Jose doing? Like, why aren't you going out with one of your studs for the Stallion?
Yeah.
That's kind of interesting. So,
I had David Hensley as a possible addition. The other 2 that I had, and I know your answer will probably be him falling into a ball to stop it at first base in the World Series.
I love me Mancini.
But Trey Mancini was garbage.
Yeah.
Negative WAR in half a season.
yeah, but it's Trey Mancini. As everybody loves him. And you're right. The reason that he wasn't on this list is because I have a moment of him that will forever live in Branham lore and forever live in Astro lore. And I wouldn't, what is the word that you used?
He fell into a ball.
I wouldn't even use the word fell into the ball. It was a ball that smothered him.
Yeah.
He was smothered by that baseball.
He was
but
in the way of
it's
the
a
baseball.
legendary Astro moment. It's fair on the numbers with Mancini because I did consider him, but just because he got smothered by that baseball, such a critical moment in that World Series. And plus, you remember him celebrating when
was
Kyle
fun.
Tucker made the catch?
Yeah.
Kyle Tucker runs into foul territory, makes the catch, and Mancini's acting like,
He's Scotty
so
Brooks.
happy.
He's Scotty Brooks.
Like, I love Trey Mancini. He's terrible at baseball for the Astros, but he's Trey Mancini. He's our Trey Mancini.
The other one, former All-Star for the Astros, when they were mandatory to have one from each team, but Jason Castro was pretty booty.
Yeah,
For
he
most
was
of
okay.
his tenure this decade.
He had some critical pinch hits, though.
He did.
And, these catchers are brutal.
Yeah.
Like, there's no way that Castro should be in this conversation.
Negative WAR in 2022 is last season.
Right, but that Dustin Garneau was negative WAR way worse. And, in Castro's WAR this decade is positive.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah,
I'm
because
just
he had a
looking at
1 WAR in
2022 right
21
now.
and a negative 0.6 WAR in 22. So
Okay.
overall in the 2020s, he has a positive WAR.
Didn't he
Whereas
have
Garneau has a bad WAR, Stubbs has a negative WAR, Salazar has a negative WAR, and Corey Lee has a negative WAR.
Corey Lee,
Castro
I
wouldn't be in
thought
my
about
top. Jason Castro wouldn't be on my all booty Mount Rushmore behind the dish in the 2020s.
Wow.
That's
Okay.
how strongly I feel about Castro the Astro.
I will give Castro the credit for I don't think it was playoffs. It might have been regular season, but I know he had a big home run at Yankee Stadium. I can't remember if it was the regular season combined no-hitter or if it was in the postseason, but I remember him having a big home run.
Okay.
Was Kessinger?
He was up for consideration.
Okay.
Yeah, he was up for consideration. He was close.
He had a 0 WAR his first year with the Astros.
Yeah, he just never played.
Yeah, he only had 45 plate appearances that year.
No, he was close. He was in the consideration here for sure.
Yeah.
And then my pitchers, Blair Henley.
Oh yeah, my guy.
Now, Blair Henley was the exception that I made with the one spot start.
One out.
That was the worst start I think I've ever witnessed in a Major League Baseball game.
Paul and Sean used to accuse me of bullying him because he was so bad.
He was a Longhorn.
Yeah, he was a Longhorn.
He sucked.
Yeah, Blair Henley is my ace on the all-booty team for that one outing he had. Chase DeYoung, I forget how to pronounce his name. Tyler Ivey, Jake Bloss, and Colton Gordon. I think you'd be surprised how pretty good Astros starting pitchers have been this decade.
Yeah, because
it was
Bloss
hard to
was
find
fine.
starters. And everybody would be like, "You can't put Bloss on there. Have some respect for Colton Gordon." And every time I mentioned that, I said, "Find me a worse starter," and then it was crickets. It was ghosting me. It's hard to find bad starters, and people want to go like Lance McCullers. Go look at the early 2020s of Lance McCullers.
It was when I pulled up your list. That was the first thing I did was look at Lance McCullers. I was like, no, he's got too much good in the 20s.
Yeah,
it's not doesn't qualify.
I mean, Lance McCullers was really good the year that they won the World Series. Really good. Now, he wasn't available for a lot of it.
But he was good.
He was really good. 21, he was phenomenal. Phenomenal. He was their best pitcher in 21.
Yeah.
They went to the playoffs. He was 7th in Cy Young voting in 21. Lance McCullers does not belong on the all-booty team in
And he
2020s.
only made 8
Not even
starts in
close.
22, the regular season that is. But he was really good in those 8
Under
starts.
almost a 2.25 ERA.
Yeah.
He pitched in the playoff game in Seattle. You know?
Wasn't good in the World Series that year, but
atrocious. And honestly, I'll be honest, with Lance, it did feel like 22 was a ticking time bomb. His stuff really wasn't there. He wasn't as dominant. It felt like the dam was going to break at any moment with him. But he held strong up until the World Series. And he was phenomenal in 21. Unbelievably good in 21. I mean, you don't finish 7th in the Cy Young and have a bad year. So no, Lance McCullers not all booty team. No chance. So those are my starters, my relievers, Forrest Whitley. Remember that comedian Joe Biagini?
Oh yeah, he sucked.
So he's on here. Parker Mashinsky.
Yep.
Cy Sneed, Pedro Baez, Luis Contreras, Jordan Weems, and Joel Kunal. Those are my relievers.
Okay, there's one
on the all-booty team. Branham's all-booty team.
There's one on here there's one I want to add, but there's some good moments. There's some really good moments.
I think you're thinking of the same guy.
But Rafael Montero's ass.
Yes.
He wasn't bad when they got him.
I know.
It was one good season.
There's no way that you can bump anybody for Rafael Montero.
I want to.
Rafael Montero's career ERA as an Astros 3.82 in 5 years. You can't bump. That's not even close.
But by going by your volume roll, didn't Forrest Whitley only throw a few innings for the
Forrest
Astros?
Whitley was a lot more about the myth of Forrest Whitley.
Okay.
But there were a couple of exceptions. I did make a couple of exceptions to the rule. The worst start I've ever seen in the history of the franchise. Blair Henley's an exception.
Yeah,
that was his only appearance. And then Forrest Whitley was more about the bust prospect.
Sure.
But yeah, those were my two exceptions to the volume rule. Yeah.
Yeah, I do want to.
You can't. Montero doesn't belong on the list. I understand
want-
that he blew up, but his numbers are too good to be on the all booty list.
Yeah, I saw. Does France have a good WAR?
France has been okay that one year. France. So you're trying to put France in the rotation?
I'm kind of thinking about it. He had
Who do you want to bump?
Because France had a 12 game.
Yeah,
France
where
won
he-
11
where he was
games.
pretty good.
Yeah, no,
he
can't.
won
No.
11 games. He's got a 1.2 WAR. He had a 3.83 ERA and won 11 games. He's not on the all booty team.
No, he can't be on
Who are
there.
you wanting to boot?
I kind of feel like Bloss doesn't belong on this list.
Bloss was not good.
I know, but he was so young. I feel like it's unfair. But
find me a worse starter.
No, it's hard.
Jake Bloss as an Astro had a 6.94 ERA and a negative .2 WAR. People remember him more fondly than that. I think if you just asked a random, if you went to opening day tomorrow at the Dike and be like, hey, what was Jake Bloss's ERA that one year he was with the Astros? People would be like, I don't know, 4 and a quarter. I think people would be shocked that it was almost 7. Right?
Yeah. No, I agree. I mean, I don't think there are any other starters.
I think I nailed it. Yeah, I think I
because honestly, 3 of these 5 I don't remember.
Boom. There we go.
Yeah.
Jeremy Branham's right.
Yeah,
or 2 of the 5. I don't remember Chase DeYoung, and I don't remember Tyler Ivey either.
I remember both, but not fondly.
I'm just looking through stats. You get some bonus credit for some of these too.
Why?
Madris.
Bly.
Bly Madris. He also has a 9 ERA.
Oh, he pitched?
Yeah, 180.
I don't remember that.
So you also get a little bonus credit for that.
There you go.
Can't even get guys out.
No. Do you want to do the stats right now, or do you want to do them tomorrow?
We can do it now.
All right, let's do that next. Let's do our little Astro stat game. Who's going to lead the Astros in a bunch of different stats? We'll discuss that when we come back. 713-780-ESPN. It's Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. Tournament is back. The tournament is awesome. We all love it. It kicks back off tomorrow. Upsets are inevitable. Buzzer beaters are great. Underdog, the best place to get in on all the action all tournament long. You can make picks and win money right now in Texas. And it's so easy playing on Underdog. You just have to pick whether your favorite players will go higher or lower on a bunch of different stats, points, rebounds, steals, and much more, assists, blocks. They got it all. Get your picks right. You can win up to 5,000 times your cash. I got my eyes on it. Braden Smith, all-time assist leader in NCAA history. 15.5 points. You like the higher or lower there? Make the pick. Bennett Sturts, 19.5 points. You like the higher or lower? Braden Burris, 17.5. Higher or lower there? Keaton Wagler, 14.5 points. Do you like the higher or lower there? You know ball. Go prove it right now on Underdog. Just download the Underdog app right now. Use promo code KILLERB to score $50 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. Promo code KILLERB, KILLERB. Underdog. Make picks, win money.
It's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Joe, Jeremy, 713-780-ESPN. Ken Giles has to be on the list. Mike Fires has to be on the list. Both of you are on the list. Neither of those guys pitched in the 2020s. Neither guy pitched in the 2020s.
You just made the list.
They make the list. Almost an ejection, but we'll stop short at the list. Maybe you didn't hear. We were talking about 2020s. DA Sean Singleton was trash. He was not good, but he's not bad enough to be on the all-booty team, although was pretty thick.
I mean, he hit some dingers. So
He
they
did
were,
some
they were
dingers.
fun. They were
Some
fun
tanks.
moments with John.
Yeah. Duty to please the booty. Trey Mancini, we had that conversation. And I can understand if you wanted to put him on there. I'm not because of that fond memory. Nori Aoki. I don't think Aoki was in the 2020s.
No.
Hank Conger, not in the 2020s. Plus, he had the Robo-Conger. How could you not like that? Tony Kemp was fine. I don't think he was in the 2020s. Luke Gregerson, not in the 2020s. 1970. You sent us 5 or 6 dudes who did not play in the 2020s.
Tried.
Let's just put them on the list. I'm feeling charitable, I guess, today. All right, we're going to have a great
You just made the
Cougars
list.
guest on here in 10, 15 minutes or so. Knows the Cougar basketball better than just about anybody else. But Astro stat game, what are we putting on this? What are the stakes here? A steak?
I mean, I don't know. I still haven't got paid off for.
You don't get paid off.
We haven't
chill.
gone anywhere. You don't drink
I
beer.
know this guy.
I'd buy you
This
two.
guy doesn't drink beer. We
I'd buy
haven't
him
went anywhere.
tomorrow.
I didn't get paid yet. What are you talking
We'll
about?
be in the HEB Wine
We haven't been
Garden on
anywhere.
Friday. You want some wine?
No, I actually don't like wine either.
We haven't been anywhere. Which reminds me, Wild West Brew Fest is this weekend, and it's happening at Typhoon, Texas in Katy. Over 80 brewers will be present, offering multiple taps and brands. Tickets are available at wildwestbrewfest.com. Giving away a pair of VIP tickets for Saturday right now. VIP tickets for Saturday right now. Caller number 3, 713-780-3776. You're going to get some VIP to the Wild West Brew Fest on Saturday at Typhoon, Texas. Let's just put a beer on this one. Brian can, I didn't get paid yet. You'll get paid, bro.
A
Chill
beer and a
out.
whatever Brian drinks.
Yeah, he wants top shelf, like
Yeah.
tequila. He's got, this pretentious taste. And he gets drinks that are 3 times as much that we are. And he thinks it's a 1-for-1.
Yeah.
And this dude he paid up a bet on an open tab. This guy's as bush league as it gets,
Yeah,
and he's
that's-
griping about
that's
not
not-
getting a bet. And I'm talking a bunch of crap right now because he can't respond because he's answering the phone calls for the winners. This guy doesn't know anything about bets.
Yeah, he just doesn't
He
know
might
how to
win
pay him
bets,
back.
but the ratio of his price of drink versus our price
It's
of
a
drink
big
is 4 or
difference.
5 to 1.
Yeah, if I'm getting
and he acts like it's a 1-to-1.
Yeah, if we go to a certain bar, like I might get a Bud Light for $2.
He's like, hey, what do you have there on that top shelf? We're drinking stuff in the little beer cooler
Yeah.
way down here.
Yeah.
For Brian's drinks, the bartender has to look up. For our drinks, he's reaching down.
At certain places, they had to get on a ladder.
Incredible.
Climb up there and grab it.
All right, so we'll do a cold one. We're gonna do home runs, RBIs. I noticed you put RBI.
I didn't do
here.
time out. That's Brian's fault.
What I said. I noticed
Okay.
he did
I'm
that.
just making sure.
I corrected
Because
it.
I copy and pasted it from last year.
So home runs, RBIs, stolen
Brian
bases,
just went like this.
and average. he says RBI in the plural, and he has top shelf drink winners of his bets. These are the worst. He's the absolute worst. All right, it's gonna be tough to play this game without.
Yeah, I'm
Brian
gonna have to wait. It was a bad timing on the giveaway.
I had to do it. Running out of time.
I know, but
Running out of time.
should we do our interview then?
Junkie says put a burger on it. BMAC will bet. BMAC's gonna bet anyways. He just gets his.
You know
whatever.
what? We could do a burger. We've only done drinks.
Well, drinks is a more common bet.
Yeah, but there's a burger place that's great downstairs.
Yeah, no, I don't want to bet a burger.
All right.
No, I don't want to feed Brian. That's dangerous. You know what they say? You shouldn't feed bears. You shouldn't feed Brian.
Yeah, we might be hangry.
That's the point. You feed a bear, he keeps coming back looking for more, and then they
Yeah.
get aggressive and violent.
That's
I think it's the same thing with Brian.
Yeah,
you give
gets
him
aggressive
a
and violent,
cheeseburger, and then
yeah.
all of a sudden the next day
Mhm.
he comes in wanting
Yeah.
a cheeseburger, and he's going to get aggressive and violent.
You think tonight's stupid? Only having one game tonight
I don't really care.
for opening day.
I don't care. I think it's fake outrage.
It's just weird.
I don't think that anybody that's saying they don't like it really doesn't
Yeah.
care to them. Like
I just-
if you're
yeah.
if you're an outrage today that there's only one game, this is normal. They usually go overseas and play.
Yeah, they played in Japan last
Like,
year.
you
they
have
played a
s-
3-game series,
yeah.
and then they made the teams go back to spring training.
Yeah, you have spring training games going. You have Cactus League and Grapefruit Leagues going on.
Yeah.
and then like there's big league game. I think people that have the outrage about it, I don't think they care. I
No.
think it's fake outrage.
Not like if you want to have outrage for any like opening day things, I think you save your outrage for what the NFL announced today.
There's what's theirs again.
So the first game of the season is going to be on a Wednesday.
That doesn't bother me.
The second game of the season is going to be on a Thursday at 7:35 our time. It's the Australia game.
In the morning?
At night.
Oh, okay.
They're going to be playing at 10:35 a.m. on Friday, technically.
That's
in
not so
Australia.
bad.
But like, why are they playing at 10 a.m.? Well, it's more at 10 a.m. there is the problem.
That's not that bad.
Well, my issue is that it's a divisional game.
College game started at 11.
Yeah, I just don't think we should be playing divisional games in another country.
Yeah. Okay, I can see that.
That's stupid.
I don't mind the Wednesday in the first week of the year.
No,
Any other week, I think it's dumb.
Yeah, so we'll have games Wednesday, Thursday, Sunday, Monday, that first week. That'll be fun.
All right.
It's just weird that, it's a divisional game in Australia.
Brian, are you hungry and aggressive to play the Astro stat game now?
I'm very hungry and aggressive.
Go first.
And I'd be fine with switching it to a burger if y'all want to.
We're gonna do a beer.
Yeah.
I don't like the burger bet.
Why?
I like the cold beer bet.
What about steak bet?
I can't afford a steak. Okay. A radio budget?
Yeah, he's complaining about paying for a whiskey. He's not going to pay for a steak.
Great point, Brian.
That is a good point. I'll concede that. That is a good point. All right, anyways. So home runs, RBI. We can do burger if y'all want to do burger. I can be outvoted. That's fine.
Outvoted, burger bet.
I'm not a dictator here.
Yeah.
I mean, if you guys outvote me, y'all outvote me. That's fine.
If you want to get like a veggie burger, that's fine.
Who put the rundown here for the stat game?
Brian said Joe said he copy pasted.
I copy and pasted it from last year.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't have had Jeremy going first in every round.
Well, no, I put that. I put it in show order name.
We can. It doesn't matter how it's written. We don't have to.
Yeah. Okay. Because usually we alternated.
Brian,
yeah. No, I just wrote it in.
Just adjust a little bit. You can have some feel. Just because it's listed first doesn't mean you have to go first.
Yeah.
I mean, how vanilla could you be?
We're relying on Joe to keep track, though.
It's not math.
It's also a valid point.
It's not math.
All right.
You can keep track.
So who's going first?
Brian's keeping track.
That's fine.
No, I'll keep track. Brian, you can go first.
I'm going first, so we're going home runs?
No, talent has to go first, so I'll go first.
That was a wild trip.
No. No, it's got to be random, though, because it's got to be able, like, if we start with home runs and somebody just takes first, it's going to be like an obvious Jordan. So let me just do a random real quick. That way there's nobody that can gripe about it at the end, because I know you guys like to gripe.
I'm not a griper. Have 4 of those, so
all right, Jeremy goes a 1. Joe got a 2. Brian got a 1. I got a 1 on the retry. You got a 1. I got a 2. You got a 1. So it's going to go Joe, me, Brian.
Okay. We're starting with home runs?
Yeah.
Jordan.
Yeah. Shoot. I have no idea who to pick now. I'll go, you know what? Does this guy have to finish on the Astros?
No, he just has to lead the team.
I think it's home runs as an Astro.
Yeah, he just has to.
He
has to lead the team in home runs.
Oh, Isak, yeah, he has to have
because Isak was on pace to be the Astros leader last year before he got hurt.
I mean, he's still, if Jordan got hurt and Perez got traded at the deadline, you still could be right.
I'm gonna go. I guess I got to go Isak.
Okay.
I think there's one of 2 reasonable
you
names
misspelled his
left.
name, Joe.
Hmm?
You misspelled Isak's name wrong.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you spelled it ISAAC. That's not how you spell his name.
Brian.
I'm on 50-50 here, but I'm going to go with Jose Altuve.
Jose. Okay. All right. So I'm first with RBIs.
Yep.
Give me Jordan.
Yeah. It feels like that's going to be the case for a lot of these. I will go.
Won't be the case on the next one.
I will go with Isak.
Okay.
Isak Paredes.
I'll just change it up so it's not the same list twice. Cam Smith.
Okay. We got Cam. Stolen bases, I got first pick. I'll take
No, Brian has first pick.
Oh yeah.
I will take Pena.
That's a good pick.
I have the next pick. Oh gosh.
Jake Myers went first overall in this one last year.
This is I don't know who's Cam Smith.
Okay.
I don't know who else to take.
Yeah, it's tough now. I'm torn between either Bryce or Zach Cole, and it feels like it'd be the obvious thing to go with Bryce because he made the team. But I'm actually gonna go Cole here. I'm gonna go Zach Cole. Lead the team in stolen bases.
Batting average, should I go first?
Yeah, and then we're done.
I will take Isak Paredes.
Okay.
It's Isak.
I'm next.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I'll go Carlos.
Okay. The guys I would take it first and second, you guys passed on. I'll go with Jordan.
Go Carlos Correa. Okay. On average. Oh, I should went Jordan. That was dumb. I actually think Correa's going to have a good average year, though. So I'm going to go with that. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Where did we go wrong? Coming up next, a great Houston Cougar guest, maybe the very best. We'll join him or her next. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Since 1976, D&M Leasing has been in business, and they open their doors with one mission: making a car cheaper, smarter, more affordable, all those things, and just easier than buying it the old-fashioned way. 50 years later, that mission has not changed, but the reason that people come to D&M has only grown. They're tired of negative equity, tired of wasting weekends at dealerships, and tired of paying too much for too little. When it comes time, all you got to do, call them, 713-290-1000, or visit dmautoloosing.com today. They'll walk you through the process from start to finish. So if you've never leased a vehicle before, don't worry. And when it comes time as well, they'll bring that car right to you. Whether you're at home, your office, or even at lunch, they'll bring you the car and they'll take your trade-in, so you don't have to worry about going to a dealership ever again. So if your payments are too high, you're stuck in negative equity, or you just want that smarter way to upgrade, call D&M at 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoloosing.com.
Now back to the Huntington Bank Studios with Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Well, we go straight out to the HR&P guest line. We're being joined by maybe the best Houston Cougar guest that one could book. Many people were saying it. Sports Illustrated saying it. Bleacher Report is saying it. Go Cougs is saying it too. We welcome in the radio guy for the Houston Cougar basketball team, Jeremy Branham. Jeremy, great to have you on. Great call yesterday in the baseball win over Texas, getting a lot of run there. But always good to have you on. Where would you say the biggest growth of the Houston Cougar basketball team has been? Well, Jeremy, J-Bone, thanks for having me on. Always good to be on with you and Brian. I would say the development of the freshmen, mostly on the defensive end. I think that's where you notice them the most. You know, it takes a little while to figure out how to learn to play Houston Cougar basketball. It takes a little bit of time to learn all of the assignments, learn every responsibility when defenses break down, where you have to be to help, all of that stuff. So I would say there, Kingston Flemings, Chris Sinak, even Chase McCarty, redshirt freshman, learning how to play Cougar basketball. And I think you're starting to see this defense click like we're accustomed to seeing with this team.
Yeah. Before we get back to the game, I do have to ask Jeremy. My sources tell me that you're one of two people in Houston dealing with mommy's wrist. I have seen a highlight reel in which you've made a lot of excellent catches. I'm just curious how you're feeling yourself prepared to catch a basketball if it comes your way in the tournament. If you feel like you're going to let yourself down, embarrass yourself on national television, is that a concern for you this weekend?
Yeah, I think you have me confused for J-Bone, who you do radio with. This is not the same guy.
No, my sources tell me that you're dealing with the same thing in your left wrist.
And I think J-Bone has it in his right wrist.
Yeah, seem not the same person.
I talked to J-Bone pretty routinely, mostly in the mirror. He's getting better. He says that there's more flexibility, more freedom of movement. The inflammation has gone down. The medicine that was prescribed, he tells me, is working pretty good.
Sure, that makes sense.
Yeah, it's good. It feels better. He tells me.
Jeremy Branham, thank you for joining us here on the show. Have you started scouting some of the former NBA and college basketball greats who may ignore you while going over and talking to the Big E? Have you started making your plans for who will completely ignore that you're there to get their picture with the Cougs legend?
That's a great question. One I've not been asked, but one that is pertinent and happens a lot. Chris Webber, probably the most recently, which is why I told him, time out, I'm here too. The ones you see it a lot from, actually, are referees. Referees will come over and be like, it's an honor to be in your presence. It's great to see you. I just wanted to shake your hand. And then, they'll look at me, looking and, give me a courtesy handshake. I wouldn't have normally done that, but because you're looking at me awkwardly, I probably need to offer my hand to you as well. It happened in the most recent game. A&M's strength and conditioning coordinator, before they stretched and got ready for the game, came over and goes, "Mr. Hayes, honored to meet you." He didn't say that to me. He didn't say, I know that you work on the Houston, flagship for Texas A&M. I just wanted to say, we're fans of the show. They didn't say that to me. No.
Now back to the game here.
Back to the game. First question about the game.
Well, no, my co-host Jeremy asked you a question at the start of the interview. That's rude to ignore him.
Yeah,
like that.
about the basketball team and their development.
Yeah, well, still,
haven't fielded a question about Illinois.
Okay, so I saw on ESPN, they were ranking their top 5 freshmen remaining in the tournament.
That was your first mistake.
And Wagler was on that list, but Kingston Flemings was not. So tell me about Flemings and how you feel like he should be on that list and how good he's going to do in this game coming up on Thursday.
I appreciate it if you didn't speak for me. Keaton Wagler, very good player. Yeah. Second team All-American, Wagler, but so is Kingston Flemings. Flemings a consensus second team All-American. I don't really get caught up in the whole rankings thing, though. Is that going to impact the basketball game? Is it going to impact NBA draft? Not really. I think both are very good freshmen, and both are going to be top 10 picks in the NBA. And I know a lot's been made about the matchup. You got Wagler, you got Flemings, a couple of the best freshmen in the country, and rightfully so. I don't think they're going to be matched up on each other a lot. I don't think Kingston's going to defend Wagler a whole lot unless they hunt the matchup and they're able to, isolate on one-on-one. I don't think that Wagler is going to defend Flemings one-on-one. So I think it's going to be Boswell. Now, both teams will hunt matchups, a little pick and roll, get lost in the wash a little bit, and force that. But they're not going to go head-to-head.
Jeffrey Brenham, Cougs Voice, joining us here on the show. Jeffrey, in what ways would you say the Cougs team this year is better than the team that was seconds away from winning a national title last year?
I think on some days they can be better offensively. Not every day. Last year's team was really good. Last year's team had a way higher floor than this year's team. It's because they were older, they were more experienced, they were more senior laden. This team's young, so this team you're gonna have mistakes, and you're gonna not always play your best. Your floor is not gonna be as low, but I think that this team has moments, not all the time, not consistently, but has moments where you can see where they're a little bit better offensively than last year's team. Pretty similar. This year's team doesn't have really a low post threat like Jawan Roberts was, but Tugler's been much better at scoring recently, not necessarily in the low post. Sometimes it's putting him up top, allowing him to get defenders that are slower than him one-on-one, and then you get him in the drive game, attack the rim. Sanak scoring has gotten better, not in the true sense of a low post scorer, more of a mid-range jumper, can knock down a three. But Kingston Flemings has more offensive potential than anybody on last year's team. Now, is he a better scorer as a freshman than L.J. Cryer was as a senior? I think it's pretty close. Did it differently. Cryer is just, a guy who could bomb threes and hit over 100 of them, whereas Fleming's more get to the rim, get to the elbows, hit a mid-range jumper. But this team has blips, moments where they're a little better offensively.
You've called a lot of tournament games. Any thoughts on the time being at 9:05 first tip and how that might affect the game?
Well, because I enjoy the company of you and Brian, I am actually happy that it's a late game and the Junkies. You know, we're gonna be out at St. Arnold's tomorrow from 3 to 6. If we played the 6:15, 6:30 game, whatever time it is, I wouldn't have been able to do that.
That's true.
So I actually was initially saw the draw. I was like, dang, that's late. You know, I might have to try to sleep in a little bit. But no, I actually think it worked out in the long run because I get to see you tomorrow where I might not have. I get to see Brian tomorrow where I might not have. I get to see the Junkies at St. Arnold's tomorrow when I might not have. No, I think it's I think I selfishly I got lucky with the time.
All right, that's all I got.
Yeah.
Thanks for the time.
One more question for you before
Brian,
we let you
okay.
go, Jeremy. Cougs playing
You're
an
welcome for
8-man
the time.
rotation right now, mostly. I know other guys come in, but mostly an 8-man rotation. They've also, at times, dealt with foul trouble, like, I guess, mostly with Tugler. But who are some guys further down the bench to where if there's foul trouble, might get pressed into service and could be big for the Cougs?
Great question, Brian.
Well, you mentioned the three guys in the rotation. You know, Mercy Miller is going to be the first guard off the bench. Chase McCarty is going to be the first kind of small ball 4 off the bench. Kind of plays. He can play guard too, and then Sacco's the post. You know, the 5-man that'll check in for Tugler. If there's foul trouble after that, probably Ramon Walker. Walker's probably your 9th guy, your 4th guy off the bench. And you saw him a little bit in the Texas A&M game because there was some foul trouble late first half. Where you know he's has tons of tournament experience too. Has been with the program forever. Has had some pretty big tournament moments too. Actually, hit a big 3 against Arizona in the Sweet 16 against Arizona. So he'd probably be a guy you could rely on. You know that can give you some minutes. He can play a little bit of the 3, a little bit of the 4. If you have to go a little bit deeper than that, Isaiah Harwell, who was in the rotation start of the year, you know, not 100% health wise. Somebody who they still think has a very bright future, and I believe he still has a very bright future. He'd probably be that 10th guy that you would go to there. If you needed a big, said lots available, but, you know, probably not playing him. Yeah. Jeremy, Houston radio guy for the Houston Cougars. I hope you have an excellent call tomorrow. I hope you're still playing basketball next week. Maybe we can chat again. Anytime. Love the show. Appreciate everything that you guys do, especially you, J-Bone. All right, it's going to do it for us. That's not going to do it for us. We got one more segment. I got a little bit rattled talking to the greatness.
I tried to let you go, and you took it.
I got rattled talking to the greatness, but Jeremy Branham appreciated on the guest line. Coming up next on Jeremy and Joe, our junkie of the day. What is your junkie of the day? It's Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. Cougar owned by Mike Holly, HR&P. HR&P is great. Human Resources and Payroll. Mike used to protect the Heisman Trophy winner. Now he wants to protect your business. Business owners, let HR&P help you. They can help you with HR compliance. They can help you with benefits administration. They can help you with your payroll, onboarding. HR&P can do it all, but they're only going to help in the areas you want them to. Maybe you're already great at HR compliance. You don't need that. That's no problem. You're already great at onboarding your employees. You don't need that. That's no problem. There's no boxes with HR&P. They're going to tailor and customize a plan for whatever you need. That's why they're the best. You have a problem, you have an issue, you want to take a little bit off your plate, a lot off your plate, HR&P is going to find a way to help. They do it in a way that is unique. Technology meets service. Their technology is the best in the game. You're going to love it, but you're going to love that service too. Guaranteed fulfillment takes them to that next level. You'll never talk to a stranger. You'll always talk to someone who knows you, knows your business needs. Give them a call at 281-880-6525. Let HR&P customize a plan for you, 281-880-6525, or check them out online at hrp.net. That's hrp.net. Who is your junkie of the day? 713-780-3776. Thanks to all our guests today. They were fantastic. Todd Callis, Ryan Monso, and then
Jeffrey
Brenham. He was very good, too, I thought.
Solid.
We need to get him on more.
Sure.
Maybe
Talk
on
some
more.
Cougs baseball.
I don't know. He's kind of a miserable loser.
Some are saying. Brian Barnhart, Illinois play-by-play, will be joining us tomorrow. A real play-by-play guy will be joining us tomorrow. We'll get the enemy lines from Brian Barnhart tomorrow. Anybody else we have tomorrow? All of you at St. Arnold's with us. We're going to be at St. Arnold's tomorrow.
Ryan Spielberg.
I knew we had somebody
345,
else.
yeah.
Yeah.
He's the color analyst for Apple TV's broadcast, Astros Angels on their Friday night.
Who dropped the ball and didn't put this on the rundown? Put it on the guest list.
I thought it was on the rundown, no?
Looking at it right now, Brian.
I guess I did then.
There you go. Brian dropped the ball. We're going to be out at St. Arnold tomorrow, though. Come hang out with us. The place opens up at 10. We'll be there all the way until 6. Live shows all day. H-Town Wheelhouse and Eric will be doing their Talking Astros. I can't be in the
Astros, yep.
I can't be in the same room as him.
You might be late.
So it might be a little late. But hang out with us tomorrow. Enjoy great beer, great food. St. Arnold's awesome. Game 1 of 162 with us at ESPN 97.5. What are you watching tonight?
Rockets.
Good answer. Rockets are 1.5 point
Trying to
favorites.
remember if they were playing tonight.
With an Anthony Edwards-less Minnesota Timberwolves.
Big game. They're a half game back of the Timberwolves right now.
It depends on who you want to play, if that game is a big game or not.
That's true.
But, yeah. All right, Junkie of the Day. Who is your Junkie of the Day? 713-780-3776. Joe, who do you got?
All right, this is allegedly, Puka Nacua
Yeah.
had an anti-Semitic comment towards a woman, and allegedly later bit her so hard it broke her skin.
Yeah, I saw the attorney had a statement on this today where he denied the remark, the anti-Semitic remark. But as for the bite marks, his attorney says there was some horseplay.
Oh.
So I wonder if they're going the consensual route, kind of the Trevor Bauer argument.
Yeah.
Where like, yeah, it was mine. It was my bite mark. But she was okay with it.
Regardless, he's stupid.
He's an idiot, yeah.
BetMGM, they thought they would be funny today. So they tweeted out, UNC is finalizing a deal to hire NBA legend Phil Jackson
That's weird.
as their next head coach. That's weird. Like tweeting like a parody account when you're a real account.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Yeah, that's weird. And they
there
deleted
needs to be
it.
a separation of church and
Yeah,
state.
like they got bullied and they deleted it because I get what some intern or social media person was trying to do, and they got a lot of attention. But
who do you think's gonna be their coach?
I think it might be Billy.
Yeah, I think so.
Billy Donovan.
Will Wade, by the way, looks like he's gonna go back to LSU. That's some drama going on there.
Interesting.
Yeah. My junkie of the day. Did you see this? This MRI, Kylian Mbappe. He was diagnosed with a knee injury for Real Madrid, and when he went to get the MRI, they did the scan on the wrong leg.
Oh no!
Like this is some Astros level incompetence. This is Real Madrid, for goodness sakes. They had the MRI done on the wrong leg.
Yeah, you look fine.
I don't see anything wrong. You can go back to the pitch and play 90 minutes.
I mean,
that's pretty crazy.
How does that happen?
How does Mbappe let it happen?
That's a great question.
How does Mbappe let it? Like, that's not the one that's hurt, guys. And they, like, draw all over you, you know?
Yeah, I mean,
that's so weird.
Like, I think
it's worse on Mbappe.
Yeah, I think he's more the junkie
I
here.
think so, too.
Than the doctors, because it's his knee.
I agree.
What?
Unless they're just doing medicine way different over there. All right, Brian, who do you got?
Joe Math.
What's your confidence level in Dana Brown extending Hunter Brown and or Jeremy Pena?
Go 6%.
For what?
I thought you were about to hit us with 6 out of 10. I was going to say you're crazy.
No,
but then
6% out of 100%.
For both?
Yeah.
How about for one?
3%. So 3% free.
Wait, Joe, the
That's
one
not-
should be
that
higher
doesn't-
than
yeah.
3%.
That's some bad math.
No, 3 plus 3 is 6.
Oh, some terrible math there.
No.
It can't be more
No,
likely
it
that they sign both and less likely that they sign one.
No, I'm just saying 3%. I'm doing 3% for each. That's it.
I understand what you're saying, but that's bad math.
Okay, then 1.5%.
If it's 3% for each, it can't be 6% for
1.5.
both. He said you add the percentages together.
I did. 1.5.
Still, no, that's not how you factor the equation.
Oh,
That's
no.
3 divided by 2.
Yeah, that was my favorite moment we've ever had on this program. I don't think it gets better than that. We might as well just wrap it up and call it a day.
That's what I'm here for, folks.
Like, I'm not sure I want to do another show again because that's going out on top.
Yeah.
It's pretty
That's
good.
our Jerome Bettis moment.
Yeah, it's my John Elway moment.
I prefer the Bettis. At least he went to Notre Dame.
That make you feel better.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Another junkie says, not sure if y'all talked about it earlier week, but the quadriplegic cornhole murderer.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I don't like to mess with death, though. All right, does it for us. What's winning?
Me.
Yeah, Joe's winning. Joe's math. Congratulations.
Thanks.
It's the winner. If you get 1 + 1, maybe you can win again. All right, does it for us. Thanks to Brian for the hard work. Egypt working even harder than Brian. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. We'll talk to you tomorrow live from St. Arnold's, our opening day broadcast right here on ESPN 97.5. Good night, Houston.